The events begin with an epic battle. The battlefield is filled with explosions, and a certain young man stands in the middle of it all. 300 years ago, the protagonist could never have expected that the woman he let down would become his enemy. Now, during the battle, this enemy truly possessed impressive strength and power. Since the hero could not defeat her, the young man began to cry and apologize to his ex-girlfriend, realizing that this battle needed to end. In order to finally achieve victory, a space-time mirror was used, which had impressive dimensions and power. The hero was indeed happy that he had a space-time mirror, and the breakthrough this time should be successful. Not far from the guy using magic, a magic blade began to respond, trying to hit its target. Unfortunately, the magic sword still managed to reach its target and struck the main character. The satisfied opponents continued to watch their enemy, thinking that in this way they would be able to win. Turning around, the young man immediately realized that the enemies were very close and were attacking him from behind. The enemy decided to speak to the hero, saying that the space-time in the mirror now belongs to her. The villains tried with all their might to stop the action of magical abilities and began to use their own. The wounded warrior shouted that he trusted his comrades as he trusted himself, and could not even imagine that they would come to him. Having realized the hopelessness of this situation, the hero nevertheless understood that since this had happened, they all had to die together. The determined warrior wanted to use self-destruction, and his opponents immediately noticed this. When the self-destruct technique was used, an explosion of incredible proportions occurred, and it seemed that everyone died from it. The crushing blow was meant to be the last one, both for the majestic warrior and for his enemies. Gradually, the fog from the explosion began to clear, and screams could be heard, as if someone had survived after all. The enemies actually managed to survive after the hero herself was destroyed. They really didn't expect him to use this technique. At least the insolent ones were glad that their enemy was dead, but the space-time mirror was destroyed. At the moment of death, the boy turned to Zikin and said that he was not afraid of betrayal and death. After all, the mysterious young man sincerely hoped that in his next life he would finally be able to fix everything. Suddenly, the events continued to take place in a nightclub called Heaven and Earth. Hearing loud screams and shouts, people suddenly started running away from the club because they were afraid that something terrible had happened. In one of the rooms, there remained a mysterious boy who was incredibly drunk and did not want to run away. Without understanding anything, the young man only wondered what had happened here and how he had ended up here in the first place. The police soon arrived on the scene and said that the guy had the right to remain silent, and anything he said could be used against him in court. After which the paparazzi arrived and began taking pictures of the lawbreaker. And they did not understand at all how such an influential girl in the city had chosen him as her fiancé. Feeling hostility towards the police, the boy at that moment thought that within a few minutes he would be able to escape from them. But it was completely unclear what to do next. Meanwhile, an incredible beauty entered the building, and the paparazzi immediately realized that the show was about to begin. As it turned out, it was the lover of the lawbreaker. Her name was Zikin, and her boyfriend was Zhuo Bufan. The sweet girl looked into her lover's eyes, as if she wanted to tell him something. For all the viewers of this show, it was simply wonderful, and they wanted to understand what would happen next. At that moment, the drunk boy was preparing for the worst and thought that he would be hit on the cheek. In fact, everything did not turn out as everyone expected, and Zikin was very happy that she finally met Bufang, because he had not been home for a very long time. This turn of events surprised absolutely everyone, because no one expected that the girl would be so loyal to the drunkard. The friendly lady smiled sweetly at her boyfriend and wanted to take him home with her. Even the hero began to get nervous at this point because he thought that perhaps he had heard something wrong. None of the reporters present understood why Zikin was furious, or how their relationship remained so good. Disappointed spectators began to flee the scene because their expectations were not met. One of the men who was watching everything that was happening was the general director of the Zikin company, and he could not believe that the girl came to this club so quickly in order to save her lover. In order to call off the police, the lady first apologized for disturbing them and then said that her family would definitely reward them. Even Fan himself was surprised that his beloved treated him so well. It was truly something incredible for him. Zikin easily resolved this problematic situation and asked her boyfriend to go home with her, and the young man in love happily agreed to go with his wife, because he was very glad that now he had no problems with the law. After leaving the club, Fan discovered an expensive sports car parked nearby. But his wife was not there, and the young man was upset because he thought that they would go home right away. Suddenly, someone began to approach the main character. This person was clearly unfamiliar to him, Looking around, Fan tried to figure out who wanted to approach him and why he was doing it. It turned out that it was that same evil director of the company, and he decided to find out from the guy whether he really thought his wife loved him. The persistent scoundrel advised Fan to break up with Zikin, because this time he was lucky and was not sent to prison. But next time it will still happen. Feeling hostility towards his interlocutor, the young man decided to ask him whether he had participated in this process when he was detained. The director found this question funny, and he said that he had indeed been at the scene of the events. Unable to bear such impudence from the man, the young man hit him with all his might right in the stomach, saying that no one dared to do that to him. The director was thrown several dozen meters to the side by the impressive force of the blow and experienced unbearable pain. Looking at his opponent, the scoundrel could not understand how he dared to hit him. After all, he was just a simple guy who managed to marry a rich girl. Fan still decided that it was necessary to take full revenge on the villain who wanted to put him in prison, and decided to hit him a few more times so that someone would finally tell the truth. Thus, the impudent man was destroyed, and he had no choice but to tell everything and then surrender. Thanks to this short fight, the young man was able to come to his senses and calm down, because he finally took revenge on his enemy. The smart young man also thanked his opponent for the free car, which was parked near the club. Starting to cry, the director, with all his might, asked the guy to be as careful as possible because it was his car, and it was very expensive. Sometime later, events continued to occur near Zikin's house. As soon as the young man entered the room, he immediately saw his beautiful wife and was very surprised. The girl was truly incredibly beautiful and was glad that her husband had returned, after which she called him into the room. The young man was immediately surprised by this behavior and thought that Zikin had finally fallen in love with him. Because of this, he was incredibly happy that the girl finally recognized him and was ready to be with him for the rest of her life. In fact, Zikin had a rather unusual request. She asked to look at the chandelier that was not turning on. Hearing such a request, the young man immediately became upset. They were only happy to see him because he could fix the chandelier. Suddenly, Zikin's legs began to tremble and she gradually began to fall because she couldn't keep her balance. The caring groom immediately realized that action was needed and began to catch his beloved as she fell. The lady was instantly frightened, as she did not expect to fall so sharply. Luckily, Fan successfully caught his wife, and she was not hurt, as she did not fall from the chair onto the floor. A little embarrassed, the young man decided to put his wife down, because he understood that she would feel awkward if he held her in his arms for a long time. Blushing, Fan asked the girl to be careful, because he didn't want her to fall. Feeling even more embarrassed by this situation, Zikin asked her lover to go into the other room first, as there was something on the table for him. It turned out that it was an envelope that had been prepared especially for Fan, and he needed to take it with him. Without hesitation, the young man took the envelope, as he understood that it might contain an important message. Looking at her lover, the girl only thought that if he could fight, everything would have turned out completely differently. Leaning back in a chair in his room, the boy read the note that was in the envelope and was pleasantly surprised. There was also a card in the envelope that had 10,000 yuan on it, and it was intended for Fan to help him survive for the first time. Realizing that he was being treated well, Fan immediately realized that the beauty really did treat him well. Getting up from his chair, the young man instantly realized that he urgently needed to cultivate his fairy so that it would become stronger. Everyone in the lotus position, the main character began to act, because he needed to become stronger and strengthen the magical skills of his fairy. Fire literally began to blaze around the young man as his magical abilities reached their limits during cultivation. Thanks to his reincarnation, the boy would now be able to quickly raise a more perfect fairy, and this made him very happy. The magical abilities were truly impressive, as they allowed him to become stronger much faster, and nothing could stop this daredevil. After several hours of cultivation, the third level of key training was reached, and soon the hero was able to break through to the third level of Rebirth. The next day, events continued to occur near Fan's house, where some car was driving. It turned out that it was the driver Zikin who had arrived, and decided to invite her into the car in order to take her somewhere. Fan watched everything that was happening and did not understand where his beloved wife was going. Feeling a strong interest in what was happening, the young man began to assist and decided to jump out of the window in order to get closer to the car as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, the lady had already gotten into the car and was about to head off in an unknown direction. Unsuspecting, Zikin asked her driver to go and didn't even notice the groom standing nearby. The young man in love also decided to get into the car and asked his wife where she was going and why she didn't tell him. Due to the intense fear, Zikin was at a loss and began to yell at her fiancé, saying that he had almost scared her to death. With a heavy sigh, the girl nevertheless told him that her uncle had called her to discuss something. So they went together to their uncle to negotiate. Sometime later, the car finally arrived at the building where the uncle was located. Opening the door, the embarrassed guy and his girlfriend were perplexed, as they did not expect what happened next. There were a lot of people sitting in the meeting room, and they were discussing their relative's marriage, and the fact that Sunhua asked Liu to be a cleaner, and this greatly embarrassed the Ye family, because it was bad that their handsome cousin was married to such a trashy woman. The friendly boy pulled out a chair so his wife could sit down, and the men watched all this and considered Fan literally useless. Feeling dissatisfied, the girl exclaimed to her uncle that there was no need to mock her husband. Her father returned, saying that her company would not last long and offered to sell it to the Young family. This request immediately left Zikin perplexed, as she couldn't believe that her own father would make such a proposal. Kaihei really thought it was best that way, and his daughter should sell the company and enjoy life with Fan. The girl objected again and shouted that this was her mother's company and he would not dare manage it. Now they don't even have to pay dividends because the company is in decline. Having heard the refusal, the man was perplexed and did not understand why his daughter refused, since this offer was really good in his opinion. It turned out that Zikin was angry at her father because she was first forced to marry Zhuo, and now was being forced to sell the company. The uncle slammed the table and started shouting loudly, as he thought Zikin was a loose woman, as she was a member of the Ye family, and sacrificing herself for the family was a natural thing. Looking at everything that was happening, the young man realized that his wife was in danger and needed help. Trying to escape her uncle's blow, Lady began to try to defend herself and felt intense fear. Luckily, her husband was nearby and was ready to help, and he decided to stand up for his beloved. The main character grabbed his uncle's hand and said that it was not good to raise a hand against family members. Everyone immediately started getting angry at the guy and ordered him to get out, because they considered him a worthless person and thought that he would not be able to stop them. Such statements directed at the main character did not embarrass him at all, but on the contrary, amused him. He squeezed the man's hand with all his strength, causing him to start screaming incredibly loudly. Begging for mercy, the uncle literally cried and asked to let go of his hand because it was in great pain. Many relatives were very angry and ordered Bufang to let go of his uncle's hand, because if he did not let go, they would not stand on ceremony with him. At that very second, someone kicked the door with all their might and burst into the room. It was Kusheno. The assistant did not want to let him into the room because it was occupied, but the man did not listen. The scoundrel was incredibly angry because he needed a separate office, and he wanted to know who dared to occupy it. The uncle's hand was finally released, and the boy noticed that he seemed to know this guy named Kushino. Kaihei decided to object to the insolent man's displeasure, and explained that their family had booked the room and that they would need to find another place to hold their negotiations. The disgruntled criminal hit the man with all his strength because he didn't like his statement and the impudence with which he said it. This behavior was literally unacceptable for the E family, and they didn't even know how to react to it, since people had never been beaten in their presence. Starting to laugh, Kusheno decided to find out where the Ye family was from in Jingzhou and why he had never heard of them before. After recovering from the blow, Kaihei began to insist that they were related to Zhuo Qingzhou's family, and if Hu Xinwo did not want to die, then he needed to apologize immediately. The impudent man didn't care at all about this, and he decided to throw the table over in order to show his attitude towards the E family. The bandit was from the Tian family, and he didn't want to offend the Zhuo family, but he thought that their Ye family was nothing special. After all the relatives heard the conversation, they realized that the main villain in the city was talking to them. The entire western part of the city was in his hands, and they could not insult him. That's why Kaihei decided to get some wine and invited the impudent fellow to have a glass with him to settle this conflict. Watching everything that was happening, Zikin was perplexed, because she understood that her father wanted to please all the people with whom it was profitable to cooperate. Unexpectedly, the scoundrel saw the beauty standing nearby and literally fell in love at first sight. Pushing the man away, Kushino began to approach Zikin, as he really wanted to meet her. Coming closer to the girl, he asked her to join him and drink a glass of wine with him to forget today's misunderstanding. Feeling very upset, the girl screamed that she would not go anywhere with him and would call the police right away. In Kushino's opinion, even if this girl doesn't want to spend time with him, she should still drink this wine with him today. The husband was very displeased with this behavior on the man's part, and he took action. Feeling intense anger towards the scoundrel, the young man shouted that his wife had told him to fuck off, and that he shouldn't behave like that. This immediately began to anger the bandit even more, and he thought that this guy was simply tired of living, and how dare he interfere in his affairs. The relatives watching everything that was happening realized that Fan simply had no chance in a duel with Kusheno, since he was much stronger and more influential. Looking at his relatives, the hero realized that this Yi family was just a bunch of trash, and they were not worthy of being protected. Having ordered all his relatives to shut up, the young man decided to show his true magical abilities to protect his wife from the bully. Pointing his finger at each of those present, Fan said that they were all a bunch of Kalamovs, and they were worthless, who could only bully the weak. But Kusheno and his company are also worthless, and whoever his father is, if he pesters Zikin again, he will die a painful death. The bald man shouted to his brothers that he wanted to finish off this scoundrel who had just insulted them. Such an enemy was not at all scary for the protagonist, and he began to act to defend his honor and dignity. In just a few blows, the young man incapacitated the bald man's two brothers, leaving him simply disconcerted. Coming closer to the main villain, the boy was about to hit him right in the face to teach him a lesson for his bad behavior. The punch to the face actually proved to be an effective method, as Kushino was literally destroyed and would likely not be able to fight again. Experiencing severe pain, the scoundrel continued to scream in fear and hatred towards Fan. Now Zikin's relatives couldn't believe that Zhou Bufang was so cool, since they had previously considered him a piece of trash. Looking at his wife, the young man decided to ask her what she thought about this fight and whether they considered him a good man. With his last bit of strength, Hushinuo exclaimed that the Tian family would not spare Zhuo Bufang and would definitely take revenge on him. The young man didn't care at all about these words, since he had won this fight, and he knew that he would also win the next battle with ease. Coming closer to his beloved, Fan said that it was time for them to go home, because they had already done everything they wanted. Some time later, events continued to take place in a separate room where negotiations were taking place. A guy with glasses told Yang Zong that he had persuaded Zikin's family members to convince the girl that she was very stupid and would not be able to own the company. Hearing this, the man was incredibly happy, because he understood that in this way he would be able to buy out the company. And in his opinion, since Zikin does not appreciate the kind treatment towards her, then she should not accuse him of cruelty, because when they succeed, the advisor will receive as much as 10% of the shares. In this regard, the two impudent fellows came up with a plan, and they wanted to wait until this scoundrel was left without protection, and then they would take measures to play the game by their rules. The evil scoundrels wanted to get their hands on the company that Zikin owned and did everything they could to achieve this. The next day, events continued to take place in the main character's house. The young man was a little confused because he had already spent all the money that my wife had given him in order to prepare the necessary things, and he did not know where he could get more money. Because of this, the boy was really very confused and started banging his head on the table, since he didn't really know how to earn money. After thinking for a while, he couldn't understand how someone like him, from a dynasty of Celestials, had turned into Alfonso, sitting on his wife's neck. All the money was spent, and he remembered his previous amulets, but it would really be difficult for him to get such a large sum of money. Magical amulets helped cultivate one's abilities, but they had to be painted by hand, which is why the protagonist took out a brush and ink. To make the amulet effective, 3 runes were applied to it. One of them was responsible for protection, another for divine light, and the third for raging flame. After some fiddling with the brush, the amulet was finally ready and could be put into practice. Previously, with his celestial power, he could easily create this simple amulet. If the amulet really turns out to be effective, then his wife will praise him and say how great he is, and that her family members really like him. At first, the young man wanted to experiment a little and see what the result of working with the amulet would be. That's why Fan took action and began using the first amulet he had managed to create. This magical yellow amulet was responsible for creating protection, and thanks to it, it was possible to protect any person. But unfortunately, there was no reaction at all during use, which left the young man confused. He immediately began to think about why he had failed to use this magical amulet, and probably the problem was precisely in the execution. Without losing his composure, Fan realized that after one attempt, he would not give up and would continue trying. In order to awaken the magical amulet of protection, the protagonist began to stand in different poses and use various magical skills to unlock the potential of the amulet of protection. But after so many attempts, nothing happened. As if the amulet was not working, he started shouting at a piece of yellow paper. The guy thought it would really help and ordered the amulet to start working, because he was a celestial being and he needed to be respected. At that very moment, The magical amulet began to break into small pieces, despite the fact that the hero literally begged it to work. This immediately shocked Fan, and he thought that the divine powers were mocking and laughing at him. Grabbing the brush in his hands, the guy was furious and did not believe that he could not create a worthy amulet. As he began to put all his efforts into it, the young man really wanted to create a work of art so that it would finally work. It took a lot of effort to create this amulet, and after many attempts, Fan began to think that the aura of the earth was now distorting his abilities, and that the problem was probably not in his amulet-making technique. Meanwhile, his wife arrived and told him that she had been invited to a banquet today, which meant that Fan would have to dine alone today. Feeling awkward, the young man turned to the girl and asked her to give him some money again. This request really surprised the wife, because she remembered that she had already given money a few days ago. Coming closer to his beloved, the hero said that this was indeed so, but he spent all the money to make this amulet. Zikin sighed heavily and took out a bank card from her bag, saying that the company had been in a difficult financial situation recently and needed to try to be more economical. The girl also decided to take the amulet of protection with her, because she thought that it would probably help her in the future. Looking at her lover, Z only thought that perhaps he had grown up, and he turned out to be the same as he was before. Without losing hope, the hero only thought that Zikin would soon see everything for herself, and he only needed a little time to reveal his true potential. Sometime later, Zikin arrived at the banquet venue and thought that Yang Zongcheng was putting more and more pressure on her, and it was completely unclear what to do. Suddenly, a car started approaching, and it seemed like it was trying to hit the girl without stopping in front of her. It was indeed so. Some scoundrels began to press the gas pedal to the floor and shouted that Zikin must die. With each passing second, the car was getting closer, and it almost hit an innocent lady who was simply walking across the road. Suddenly, the magic amulet fell out of the girl's bag, and now was the time when it would be really useful. Luckily, the amulet actually worked and the lady was protected as a magic ball was created around her, protecting her. Zikin couldn't believe it, because this protective amulet was created by Fang, and he had never been able to create an amulet that worked before. Unable to withstand such stressful events, the girl began to lose consciousness, and her eyes gradually closed. Sometime later, events continued to unfold in the hospital where Zikin was taken. Having woken up, the lady began to look around and realized that she was in a hospital. Not far from her sat her lover, who had fallen asleep because he had waited so long for Zikin to wake up. Looking at her husband, the worried girl did not understand where he came from and why he had waited so long. Recalling the events that happened earlier, Zikin realized that this magical light had somehow miraculously saved her yesterday. These were truly wonderful events for her, and the wife was grateful to her husband for what he did for her. As it turned out, at that moment Fan was not sleeping, and was only thinking about how his wife would hug him for saving her. At that very moment, Zikin noticed that her husband was pretending to be asleep and shouted that he was an idiot, after which she hit the guy with all her might with a pillow, because no one dares to deceive her. Experiencing severe pain after the blow, the young man did not understand when Zikin had even managed to wake up, because he did not expect to be hit on the head so sharply. Having calmed down a little, the wife said that she had just woken up and decided to ask when Fan had come into this office. In fact, it happened as soon as he heard that Zikin had an accident, and he immediately cooked chicken broth and came to the hospital. But the girl was not interested in chicken broth at all right now, since after lunch there would be an important meeting in the company, and she was obliged to go there. The protagonist realized that he had to stop his beloved and blocked her path with his body. Having grabbed the girl, the young man immediately put her on the bed, since he understood that she needed to be in the hospital. The caring husband exclaimed that he would go to the company, but his wife needed to have a good rest. As soon as her husband left, Zikin began to think about whether he could really become someone she could rely on. Sometime later, events continued to unfold in the meeting room, and the influential people did not understand why Director Ye had not yet arrived. Many people were waiting for the influential girl, and then one of those present said that the director had been in an accident last night. The company was now in a difficult situation, and she still hadn't shown up. One of the men was very angry about this, as Yan Zong had failed, and it looked like he would have to make an effort to destroy Zikin. At that very moment, someone burst into the meeting room and abruptly opened the door with an incredible bang. He was the main character, and he was really determined because his wife was in the hospital and he needed to replace her. Having collected his thoughts, Fan said that the director was busy today and he would replace her at this meeting. This statement shocked absolutely everyone present, because they could not even imagine that someone could replace the director. Many people started to get indignant because they thought that it looked like some kind of joke and some Alphonse could not replace their director. The man involved in the attack on the girl objected, saying that Fan Soversheno knew absolutely nothing about the company's affairs, and there was no reason to replace the director at the meeting. But the protagonist also decided to object, since for him it was a good reason to replace the director, because he was her husband. This really served as good evidence, and now the man was worried because he was under close observation, and he even had the feeling that he could not move either his arm or his leg. Another scoundrel decided to break into the negotiation room. As it turned out, it was Kushino, and he didn't care at all that the security was stopping him. The scoundrel immediately shouted, asking if Zhuo Bufang was in this room because he had come specifically to see him. Rising from his chair, the young man instantly decided to ask why they were looking for him at such an inopportune moment. In fact, it was not Kushino, but his older brother, and he was really unhappy that his younger brother was beaten. The older brother decided to take revenge, which is why he began to attack and rushed into battle with incredible speed. The brave guy easily repelled this ridiculous attack and hit the scoundrel with all his strength with his fist. This blow was indeed incredibly painful, causing the criminal to scream in pain and anger. Having called security, the hero ordered them to throw this man out of the office since he was interfering with the negotiations. The negotiators were truly surprised that Fan was able to beat up this stranger with just one blow, as if he were some kind of fearless man. Addressing all the participants, the young man decided to ask if they had any other objections to him replacing Zikin at the meeting. There were no objections, and all the people happily agreed to Fan replacing the director in these negotiations. So the boy was really glad that everyone had made the right decision and decided to start today's meeting. 2 days later, the events continue to unfold in the park, where the fans are diligently training their physical strength and endurance in order to become stronger. The guy was practicing his punches on a huge tree, which was shaking from the effort he was putting in when punching. Looking at the mark left by the blow, the young man immediately realized that the difference was indeed very great compared to the strength he had previously possessed. And it seems that in order to speed up the process of his improvement, he will need an elixir in any case to become much stronger. But in order to restore the original strength in this case, a healing elixir was needed, which would serve as an excellent chance to gain new abilities. The only thing on the protagonist's mind was that his wife would not approve of him spending a large amount of money on some elixirs. Realizing this, Zikin Company was really having a hard time right now, and he wanted to think of some other way to get the ingredients for the elixir. Meanwhile, someone began to approach from behind, and did it incredibly quietly without making a single sound. Luckily, the hero heard this and realized that he was probably being followed, which is why he was wary. As it turned out, these were wounded and battered men with whom he had previously fought, and they were clearly unhappy. Turning to these scoundrels, the hero decided to ask what they wanted and why they came here. Looking at the scoundrels with an arrogant look, Fan decided to find out if they came because they didn't get enough last time. These statements immediately made the bandits start shouting that they actually came in peace and did not want to fight anymore. Last time they really made a mistake and decided to apologize. This time Tian wants to meet him, and the guy hoped that the gentleman would agree to do him the honor. After thinking about this proposal, the young man did not understand at all why Chu Tian wanted to see him, although it was quite an interesting proposal. The boy smiled and exclaimed that he would go and see what this legendary head of the family was like. A few hours later, events continued to unfold in a separate room, where a meeting took place between the head of the family and the main character. The young man was truly surprised that an elderly man appeared before him, because he had imagined him completely differently, as a bandit who had a bald head and really loved to smoke cigars. This assumption made the man laugh, and he decided to ask the young man who came if he was the same Bufang who beat up his guys. Sitting down on the sofa, the guest immediately admitted that it was indeed him, and wanted to understand why he had been invited here. He also asked the man not to be so dissatisfied, since it was not so easy to stop last time. The guy's insolence really offended the security guard, and he couldn't stand such behavior. The strong bodyguard rushed into battle, because he believed that no one dared to speak to his master like that. Luckily, it was a fairly easy test for the protagonist, and he repelled the giant man's attack with just one finger. It was no effort for the young man to repel such an attack, since he was much stronger than any warrior he would have to fight. This was indeed unexpected, and Chu Tian was shocked, because in the city there were no more than 3 people who could withstand the blow of his bodyguard. But he stopped him with one finger. A man named Jin Hu returned from the Special Forces unit and suddenly gave in to some worthless person. Laughing, the boy exclaimed that no one could compare to him in strength. and he was ready to fight with any warrior he came across. Concerned, Chu Tian tried to be polite and decided to say that he only heard that his two brothers were beaten and he was simply overwhelmed by his emotions. Still, the young man was very interested in why Chu Tian had invited him here in the end. Coming closer, the older man said that skill is not everything, and he needs patronage. Then he will have everything: money, power, women. But this did not interest the main character at all. He stood up and began to leave, saying that there was only one person he was worried about. The rest did not interest him. No one stopped the guest, and Chu Tian began to drink tea, as he understood that it was simply useless. The guard objected, saying that this boy was abusing the master's trust, and perhaps it was worth taking revenge on him. But the man thought that this was not necessary, that the young man was brave. It was good. It would be better if they first made him get into trouble. As he returned home, the young man kept thinking about whether it might be worth cooperating with Chu Tian. After all, there were some things he really didn't feel comfortable doing on his own. Looking around during his walk, the hero noticed that Zikin was now in some restaurant with a group of unknown people. The drunk guy tried to persuade the director to drink another glass of alcohol so that they would have a lot more fun. Feeling awkward, the girl decided to refuse because she really couldn't drink anymore as she felt unwell. The colleague objected, saying that their companies had been cooperating for so many years, and if the director didn't start drinking, it would be disrespectful to him. In fact, this scoundrel had a cunning plan. He wanted to get the girl drunk, and if he decided to make a joke, he would definitely do it. Looking at the glass of wine, Zikin only thought that this man's order was very important to the company, and if she refused, it might be a mistake. At that very second, someone entered the room where the event was taking place and immediately decided to act. First, the young man took the glass of alcohol because he understood that his wife could no longer drink. Fan objected because the director couldn't drink any more alcohol since she had just been discharged from the hospital. Looking at her husband, the girl remembered that only special clients were allowed into this place, and it was completely unclear how he had managed to enter here. The scoundrel was perplexed and did not understand where his interlocutor had come from and why on earth he was going to drink wine instead of the director. Those present at this event began to discuss that this guy was a worthless person who had been abandoned by the Zhuo family. And this brat still dared to make noise here. Realizing that Zikin's husband wasn't all that good, the scoundrel offered the director to become her new husband, since such a worthless man was unworthy of such a chic lady. According to the scoundrel, he and Director E will be a wonderful couple and will be able to do great things. This proposal was offensive to the lady, and she threw a glass of alcohol right in the face of her interlocutor. This act was truly amazing, and even the hero was shocked, as he did not expect that Zikin would support him. The man was incredibly angry at this unexpected occurrence and began to claim that Zikin had clearly gone crazy. Insulting the girl, the man shouted that she was white and fluffy on the outside, but a piece of trash on the inside, unworthy of love. The guests also began to mock the girl, saying that there was no point in pretending to be noble, and that if she was a loser, then it could not be hidden. These remarks really offended Zikin, and she didn't understand what all these people were saying at all, because they didn't know anything about her. At the same time, the young man was incredibly angry because all these people dared to insult his wife. The guy immediately decided to take revenge on one of the scoundrels and pinned him against the wall, starting to strangle him. A caring husband ordered the director of another company to urgently apologize to his wife, because if he didn't do this, he would be punished. "I try to resist," the director shouted that Fan is just a stinker, and he does not dare to hit him, because he will not get away with this act so easily. The girls nearby started shouting that a man was being killed here, and that help needed to be sent immediately, because the director could get hurt. The men began to approach and considered Fan a scoundrel. They only had the desire to save the director from him. The protagonist immediately began to resist, because he understood that he would be powerless against the crowd, and began to beat everyone up single-handedly. Looking intently into the director's eyes, the young man repeated for the last time, "Because if he doesn't apologize, he will be dead." In great pain and fear, the director first begged to be released, but then said that he was asking Zikin for forgiveness. Thanks to this action, the caring husband let the scoundrel go, which is why he was safe. The man began to cry because of everything that was happening, and he repented, apologizing to director Zikin for talking such nonsense. Looking at her husband, the lady realized that this shy boy she knew was a completely different person. Sometime later, the couple began to leave the place where the fight took place, and Fan kept thinking that he deserved a reward for protecting his beloved. In Zikin's opinion, there was no need to be too happy about what she said, because firstly, she married the guy under pressure from her family, And secondly, too many different men were killing themselves after her, and there were many other reasons. With a heavy sigh, the young man merely exclaimed that he understood everything, but he would still like to know when he would be able to win his wife's heart again. During the trip, the car accidentally hit a rock, and because of this, it began to shake. Near the glove compartment, there was a girl's bag, which contained some documents, and they started falling out. The young man immediately grabbed the documents that fell on the floor and decided to read them. As it turned out, it was a divorce petition prepared by Zikin. Seeing her husband glance at the documents, she immediately stopped the car to talk. Feeling awkward, the girl tried to find an excuse for herself, but she couldn't say anything. At that moment, Fan stopped her and asked her not to say anything, because all these years he really had been a burden to her. However, Zikin said that after the divorce they should not meet, and for now it would be better not to live together. The boy began to cry and agreed, because he understood that in his past life he had been a complete non-entity, and he could not understand how Zikin could respect him. But in this life, he was determined to make the girl happy, and signed the divorce papers. It was at that moment that the main character firmly decided that he would achieve his goal and win the heart of his beloved. The documents were signed and the girl thanked her ex-husband for doing it. At that very moment, the lady's phone rang, and she immediately decided to answer the call. The caller said that he had discovered contraband among their company's goods, and that the goods had now been confiscated for inspection. Thus, the director realized that their key technologies had been made public and other companies were already researching and developing similar products. Even the bank now refused the company a loan, although it had previously approved it, but now it again refused to issue the money. This news was indeed quite shocking, which made Zikin not understand why all this was happening. And she began to apologize to her mother because the company really could not bear such a shock anymore. The ex-husband decided to ask his beloved what had actually happened and what problems the company had encountered. Starting to cry, the girl admitted that every department of the company had problems. Funding had stopped, and it was impossible to restore it. Hugging Zikin, Fan began to calm her down, telling her that there was no need to cry about this. The caring young man agreed to help his ex-wife because he felt guilty about what happened. Looking at the boy, the girl realized that he didn't even know who had arranged all this dirty trick. But even if they found out, it was completely unclear why he had decided to help. In his past life, Zikin's company was bought by Yang Zongcheng, but this time the company is in trouble and he was definitely involved. The young man called Chu Tian on the phone and asked him to find someone to talk to. Sometime later, events continued to unfold in a separate room of the club, where negotiations were to take place. Yanzong praised his assistant because he did everything perfectly, and now the Zikin company was left without funding. In a few days, he would buy it out, and the former owner of the company would be his wife. But something was bothering the worried man, and he began to think that perhaps Zhou Bufeng could cause them trouble because he was very strong. According to the boss, this guy was just an ordinary man, and just one bullet would be enough to kill him. That was why Yanzong wanted to have a good drink today, in order to relax and celebrate his victory. Today, the scoundrel wanted to have a great time, and all the girls around him thought he was incredibly cool. Suddenly, the main character opened the door and arrived at the club to find out why the impudent man did this. This event truly shocked everyone present in this room, because they did not expect that someone would burst in on them. Looking at the man closely, Fang asked him if he was really Yanzong. The assistant immediately realized that it was Zikin's husband and immediately asked him what he was doing there. As he got closer to the enemy, he wanted to find out if Andre and Yanzong were somehow involved in the troubles that had befallen the Zikin company. The scoundrel admitted that this was indeed true, but also reproached the guy that he should not consider himself the heir of the Zhuo family, because he was now a homeless dog, and if he was killed, no one would even notice. The disgruntled man also told Fan that if he now fell on his knees and licked their boots, then perhaps they would show him mercy and spare him. Feeling incredible anger towards his interlocutors, the hero ordered them to forget about their connections, power, and rich family. After all, now he is going to kill his enemy and no one can stop him. Pointing his finger at his interlocutor, Yanzong ordered his bodyguards to finish off the intruder. One of the servants began to take out a blade in order to commit a crime against the young man. Several bodyguards began to approach Fan in order to stab him, but the enemies did not expect at all that the guy would be so strong that he could easily defeat them with just one leg. The bandits were literally knocked down by such crushing blows, they couldn't even move from the pain. The girls around started shouting that a man was being killed and they needed help. It was obvious that Yanzong was nervous as his bodyguards were brutally beaten in just 1 second. Now it was the turn of the scoundrels who dared to influence the success of the Zikin company. Stepping back, the assistant was about to ask the guy what he was planning, because he was experiencing incredible fear. The brave warrior shouted that the assistant had previously been just a poor student, but Zikin had helped him become the manager of the company, and this was how he thanked her. The boy's ingratitude deserved punishment, which is why Fan struck him with his magical abilities. Next up will be Yanzong, as he must now receive punishment for his inglorious deeds. Trying to save himself, the scoundrel began to claim that his father was Mr. Yan Ba, and if the enemy touched him, he would definitely kill him. The hero didn't care at all about this, and he struck back, because even if his father was the emperor, it still wouldn't help him. Kneeling down, the enemy began to cry and shouted that he was wrong, and would give literally everything that Fan wanted. Having hit the scoundrel right on the knee, the young man exclaimed that he didn't need anything at all from such a vile freak. The crushing blow left the influential company director literally rolling on the floor, as his leg was in so much pain that he could not stand still. With his last bit of strength, Yanzong began to beg Fan not to kill him, because he was going to do anything. The warrior said that he would not kill his enemy if he no longer laid claim to Zikin Company, and if Yanzong does not agree to such conditions, he will be killed with his bare hands. After a short battle, the young man called his ex-wife and told her that the problem was solved. Sometime later, events continued to occur at night in a country house, Chutian. At that moment, he learned that Fang had crippled Yanzong. It was known that the hero would not sit idly by, and the enemy of their enemy was their friend. And when the time came, they would act together. The bodyguard immediately realized that Chutian wanted Fan to be their debtor, and it was necessary to force him to follow them of his own free will. The old man also heard that Yang Laoba had gone to another city to invite a talented person to cooperate, and they had to wait until he returned and found out that his son was crippled, because it was unknown what he would do then. Everyone wanted to see how this master would behave when he was in the hands of the Tian family. As he left the scene, the hero thought only of how, unfortunately, his strength was still insufficient, and he would not be able to withstand a bullet. Otherwise, he would have simply killed Yang Zongcheng and forgotten about him as a bad dream. Suddenly, on the way, it was clear that some old man had become ill, and he was lying on the floor and a crowd of people had gathered around him, and everyone was saying that they needed to call an ambulance. Thus, the young man realized that he needed to act and help in this situation. One of the girls nearby approached the elderly man to provide him with first aid. Looking at this lady, the boy realized that it was Long Jae, a very popular girl at the city university, and many guys had a crush on her. A few minutes later, a doctor arrived and began examining the elderly man. After a short examination, he discovered that it looked like the grandfather would soon die. This diagnosis clearly did not suit the girl, and she was unhappy that the doctor was not going to do anything to help in this situation. The worried man told her that her grandfather's illness was very strange. He needed help, and he was afraid that there was nothing they could do. Meanwhile, the main character came closer to the scene and said that there was nothing complicated in treating this disease, and he could help. Looking at this young man, Longae immediately thought that he looked familiar, and they had probably met before. The doctor was at a loss because he had a cunning plan to intermarry with Longjae's family and win her heart. The disgruntled scoundrel began to ask the guy which hospital he was from, but Fan only replied that he was not a doctor, but he could cure this man's illness. That's why the doctor was unhappy, because an operation was needed, and the stranger was stalling, and he would be responsible for what happened to the grandfather. Longge also claimed that her grandfather's illness was very serious, and if the guy wasn't a doctor, then he shouldn't joke like that. Turning around, the hero realized that he didn't need other people's problems anyway, and it didn't matter what happened next. Suddenly, the elderly man started coughing and blood started pouring out of his mouth, and he began to feel much worse. Crying with misfortune, the granddaughter did not understand what was happening to her grandfather, and the worried doctor only watched his patient. Turning to her brother, Longjae asked him to start the car because it was necessary to take her grandfather to the hospital for surgery. There was no time to waste. The hero kept thinking that there was nothing more important than this man's life, and that he urgently needed help. Using his magical abilities, the brave guy took action and began to heal the elderly man. Everyone immediately assumed that Fan was going to kill the old man and began to stop him, even going to call the police. The brother could not stand aside and decided to attack the stranger who wanted to harm their grandfather. But what happened next simply shocked the strong guy, because he did not expect that the stranger would be capable of something like this. The muscular guy fell to the floor and thought about how he leg pressed 500 kilograms in the gym, and this skinny guy stopped him. After a short operation, fans started to leave, everyone tried to stop him, but he didn't care, because he saved a man. And this was indeed true, because the brother heard that his grandfather had finally woken up and was already feeling better. Long Gui was indeed very happy that her grandfather was finally okay and looked healthier. Even the doctor realized that this guy was indeed telling the truth. Although it seemed that saving the elderly man in such a difficult situation was simply impossible, now Mr. Long Tian was okay, and his relatives came to his aid to make sure of it. Sometime later, the man still wanted to know what kind of master had helped him, because thanks to him, he had stopped choking. The relatives immediately began to feel uneasy, as they realized that they had simply driven the master away, considering him a crook. Feeling awkward, Long Jie still confessed to her grandfather that the master he was talking about seemed to have left. The old man exclaimed that it was absolutely necessary to find this master and that he should thank him for saving his life. Meanwhile, the doctor decided to contact the man and said that he should go to the hospital for an operation to check if everything was okay. This request did not please the grandfather at all, and he began to shout at the charlatan since he wanted to fool him. Sometime later, the protagonist was near the pharmacy and was thinking about the fact that there were still not enough ingredients for the elixir, and something needed to be done to get them. Suddenly, his new friend Jin Hu called him on his mobile phone. The man said that Yang Lao Ba returned at 8 in the evening. Chu Tian invited him to a banquet to talk about what Fang had done, and Chu Tian was going to do everything possible to keep the young man safe. But this turn of events did not suit the boy at all, because he understood that these two scoundrels could be in cahoots. He was also interested in this meeting, which would take place at 8 in the evening, and he suggested that he could also be a guest at it. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the event continued to take place in a separate room of the elite club. The hero sat quietly on the chair and thought about why Yan Lao Ba had not arrived yet, because perhaps he was wasting his time being here. After a long wait, the elderly man finally arrived, accompanied by several guards. The people present were very glad that Mr. Ba had come and began to greet him. It was obvious that Yan Lao Ba was upset about what was happening, because he understood that his son had been beaten by some scoundrel. Turning to Chu Tian, the guest greeted him and exclaimed that things were clearly going well for him. It was true, Chu Tian was indeed feeling quite good as his business was successful. But this conversation did not last long, since the caring father arrived here to find out who beat his son. The unwavering protagonist exclaimed that he was Yang Lao Ba's son, and that he had taught him a little lesson for this. But he would not accept gratitude. The crowd of people immediately began to discuss this guy, because he was previously the heir of the Zhuo family. But now the family has abandoned him, and now he is married to Zikin. Hearing this, the man was perplexed, because he did not understand how this boy dared to beat his son. At first glance, the friendly Chu Tian turned to the guest and said that he had nothing to be angry about. And perhaps out of respect he would forget about this misunderstanding. The impudent father did not listen to this, and shouted that today would be the end of Zhuo Bufang, and he would no longer be able to harm anyone. The guard didn't like this tone of voice and immediately began to defend Chu Tian, as he had just been treated rudely. None of the people present could understand how Fan could resist such an influential person as Yang Lao Ba. Due to the difficult situation, Yan Lao Ba decided to ask the master to demonstrate his skills in order to intimidate the enemies. The guard couldn't stand such impudence from those present and ordered them not to mess with his head, because he was going to kill everyone here because of this. The brave warrior continued his attack on the elderly man and wanted to defeat him, as he understood that he was dangerous. But as it turned out, the sage had a certain talisman that protected him and helped him fight. The elderly man believed that the security guard had taken on too many responsibilities and that he might now get hurt. That is why the sage used his magical abilities to defeat the impudent man. Looking at everything that was happening, the main character realized that it was a wave of magical power. Due to such a strong blow, the guard began to feel ill, and it seemed that he would no longer be able to continue fighting. The people around realized that this was real magic, and the master was indeed a very dangerous opponent. Yan Lao Ba said that the master is a famous feng shui master throughout Henan. He can be called a superhuman, so Chu Tian will be defeated today. In the young man's opinion, all this was childish fun, and he couldn't boast about it, since it meant absolutely nothing. This tone of conversation immediately angered the master, because he realized that these were the words of an arrogant boy, because he decided that he could look down on such a great man. That is why the old man today wanted to teach the impudent young man a lesson so that he would not be so arrogant. Immediately, the great master used his magical abilities on the hero, expecting him to defeat him easily. Laughing, the boy exclaimed that the master had clearly not yet met a real opponent who could put up resistance. the warrior began to use his magical abilities, and raising his fist, he used all his force. Fan began to resist the old master's feng shui magic, and because of this, he used his own defense technique. At first, this technique appeared to be a simple defense master, but in fact, it was the most powerful magic. Soon the master felt weak. He was overcome by pain, and he could no longer resist because he was losing. Due to such a strong influence of magical forces, the talisman on the master's hand literally burst from resistance. Starting to cough and scream in pain, the elderly man did not understand how this happened, because he was the strongest in the city. These events were truly shocking to the Grandmaster's allies, as no one could have expected that the young man would be able to defeat such a wise man. The crowd also began to cheer, as they all realized that Fan was a very strong opponent, and he used the thunderclap to defeat his enemy. Smiling, the hero decided to ask Yang Laoba if he still had any complaints about the way he taught his son a lesson. The frightened man realized that this elderly master was his ally, and when it came to fighting, he was disgraced. Not understanding what to do in this situation, Yan Laoba just stood there and remained silent. It seemed like he was about to cry. Due to the incredibly stressful situation, the man even fell to the floor, as it was difficult for him to make a decision or say anything at all. The hero came closer and repeated his question again, because he wanted to hear an answer from his opponent. The people present saw how Yang Laoba hit himself in the face and fell down. Because of this, everyone understood that this was probably magic, with the help of which Fan wanted to humiliate the enemy. The impudent man ordered his ally to shoot his opponent, and he would answer for it himself because it was a crime. For the scarred ally, this was not a problem because he had a weapon with him and was ready to use it. The impudent man used a gun and didn't understand how Fan would pretend to be cool now because he wouldn't be able to be so self-confident under the gun. The opponent still decided to pull the trigger and shoot at his adversary, since there was simply no other way out of this situation. The protagonist's allies were afraid that he might get hurt, and therefore asked him to be careful. As it turned out, this would not actually be a problem for the young man, since he understood that it was just a tiny bullet. Luckily, he was prepared and used his protective amulet to deflect the bullet. In order to defeat his enemy most effectively, Fan literally caught the bullet with his palm, thereby deflecting the attack. This act truly surprised absolutely everyone, because no one could have imagined that an ordinary person was capable of something like this. The audience of this show was literally amazed, as one of the opponents caught a bullet with his bare hands, and the spectacle was as if they were watching a science fiction movie. Yang Laoba began to cry and asked his enemy whether he was a human or a demon. The boy even thought about this question and decided not to answer right away, in order to frighten his opponent even more. Fan still decided to confess that he was a demon who came for the life of Yang Laoba. The enemy roared even louder and began to beg for mercy, saying that he would give absolutely all the money if only they would spare him. Even Chu Tian himself realized that he seemed to have problems with his head, since he was going to subjugate Fan. Thus, the hero ordered Chu Tian to take over Yang Laoba's powers, and he happily agreed. For the older man, this was not a problem, since he already had experience in managing a company, and wanted to prepare everything for this now. The experienced man asked his security guard to handle the transfer of the enterprise from Director Yan. Indeed, no one could have expected that Yang Laoba's decade-long rule in the city would suddenly end, and the one who decided to challenge him was a fearless man. Approaching the elderly master, the young man decided to ask where he got his amulet, since his magical abilities were far from professional level. As it turned out, the scoundrel bought this amulet from grave robbers who found it in one of the coffins. At first, the young man thought that he had found his like-minded person, but unfortunately this was not the case, and he ordered that this scoundrel be thrown out of here. It was quite easy for the guards to do this, since the old man did not possess magic. The scoundrel was literally thrown out of the room because he lied to absolutely everyone. The impudent fellow flew up several tens of meters as the strong guard threw him straight into the sky. A little worried, Chu Tian decided to ask the hero what his card number was, because when they received Yang Laoba's funds, they would immediately be transferred to the young man's account. The good-natured boy exclaimed that the man could keep all of this for himself, and that he only needed help with a few things. Firstly, it was necessary to settle all the difficulties in the Zikin company, and secondly, to help collect some of the medicinal herbs from last year's harvest. The boy also gave a list of ingredients so that these herbs could be found and used for selfish purposes. After reviewing the list of herbs, Chu Tian immediately agreed to carry out this task as soon as possible. Turning around, the hero had already begun to leave, and told his comrade that he would wait for news from him. Sometime later, events continued to take place in Zikin's company. All this time, the girl was crying and thought that the company would no longer be able to function, and it seemed that all she had to do was sell it. Suddenly, the secretary entered the office and addressed the director, saying that their products had been returned and that the bank had also approved the loan. This news was simply amazing, and the director couldn't even believe that it was true. Luckily, it was true, and there was also a crowd of representatives of different companies outside the door who wanted to cooperate with them. They were simply unstoppable. Many representatives from various companies understood that Zikin company was facing difficulties, and they wanted to help resolve everything, and were also willing to sell raw materials at cost price just to help. Because of everything that was happening, the girl could not understand at all what had happened and why the situation of their company had changed so abruptly. The company representative asked the distinguished guest to proceed to the meeting room, as they would soon have to gather everyone present for negotiations. It was at that moment that Zikin realized that her ex-husband had probably helped bring the company back. The secretary nevertheless decided to find out from the director why all these company representatives were ready to throw money around, and it was completely unclear thanks to whom all this was happening. In Lady's opinion, none of this matters, and it is rather necessary to gather the entire management of the company because the company needs to be saved. The secretary happily agreed to carry out this assignment and began to carry out the necessary tasks. Meanwhile, Chu Tian had already managed to gather all the necessary ingredients. They had managed to do this last night. The huge box contained a large number of different ingredients that were needed to prepare the elixir. Because this task was completed, the young man was really very happy and thanked his friend. The boy also decided to make a protection amulet last night and asked Chu Tian to carry it with him so that he would always be safe. The elderly man happily accepted this gift because he understood that he deserved it. The ally was indeed very grateful, and they wanted to make every effort to gather the rest of the necessary ingredients. Looking at the ingredients, the hero immediately realized that they were just enough to make a small portion of the elixir. Sometime later, events continued to take place in the forest on the back slope of the mountain. While trying to create the elixir, the boy realized that, unfortunately, he did not have a ritual tripod and would have to use trigrams. Soon after, he decided to use the Ring of Fire of 8 trigrams. This magic spell was indeed very effective as it created a pillar of fire. This fire turned out to be sacred, and it was necessary to create that very elixir. And to complete the task, it was necessary to add medicinal herbs, because this was an essential ingredient. Several medicinal plants were thrown directly into the fire, and the transformation process began. The reaction of the sacred fire with the magical plants caused an explosion of incredible proportions, and it seemed that anyone nearby could not survive after such a thing. In fact, the young man turned out to be alive, and the smoke after the explosion gradually began to clear. The magic elixir was ready, and the hero was truly very happy about it. Taking one magic pill, he decided to put it into practice to see what kind of result it would produce. The results were indeed not long in coming, because after taking this magic pill, magical fire began to appear around the main character's body. This was truly unexpected, as he had obtained 5 magic pills, and by eating the remaining potion he would be able to reach the peak of his strength. All this time, Fan was also watching his wife and noticed that she stayed late at work, even though the company's difficulties should have been resolved. Entering his house, the boy decided to be glad that Zikin had finally returned. The unperturbed girl did not show that she was grateful, and only said that she had just arrived. The amorous young man had been watching his ex-wife all this time and noticed that she really did have a very beautiful figure. Noticing that the lady was hungry, he immediately offered to feed her, as he was very kind. The kind girl also refused and said that there was no point in feeding her, as she would just have a little snack. Suddenly, the girl felt dizzy and her eyes started to darken. Unable to bear the intense fatigue, Zikin began to lose consciousness, as the day had been very difficult. In order to save his ex-wife, the hero used his magical techniques and began to use the power with which he intended to heal his beloved. After a short examination, the smart guy immediately realized that Zikin was probably being pursued by the essence of the afterlife. This entity strives to gain immortality. However, the cold has been consuming it for more than 25 years. Only by obtaining another person can the entity survive. Because of this essence, Zikin began to feel a sharp chill throughout her body, as if her temperature had dropped. Observing this dark entity, the young man again used supernatural power. Luckily, he was from another world, so his abilities would be able to stop the penetration of the dark entity. All this time, Zikin was experiencing incredible pain as her body fought against the ghost. After being exposed to the protagonist's magical abilities, his beloved finally woke up and was fine. Her ex-husband explained to her that she was simply tired and needed to rest. The exhausted lady happily agreed, and Fan began to help her up. At that very second, someone started calling the young man's mobile phone, and he immediately decided to check who it could be. It turned out that it was Yeswon. He was one of the young man's few friends, but it was completely unclear why he was calling now. A former friend told Fan over the phone that classes were starting at their university the following evening and invited him to meet, which he happily agreed to. Sometime later, events continued to take place in the luxurious estate where Yeswon had arranged the meeting. Looking around, the young man could not understand where his friend was because so many years had passed, and he did not know what Yeswon looked like now. Luckily, the friend himself decided to approach Fan and said that he had been waiting for him there with impatience. Smiling, Fan immediately came closer and decided to ask the boy how he was doing. Bowing his head, the young man said that his father was ill, and his relatives were only thinking about how to get their hands on his property. All of this was indeed quite an exhausting process, which made Yeswon very tired. After thinking for a while, the hero remembered that in his past life, Yeswon's family had indeed suffered a misfortune, and now he was suffering and depressed. In this life, he must definitely change his friend's fate. The caring young man immediately encouraged his friend and asked him not to worry because he was going to help. Meanwhile, several more people entered the club. It was a guy with some girl. Two friends decided to drink some alcohol and ordered it at the bar. Suddenly, a girl shouted out, asking what Fan was doing here, and he immediately recognized this stranger. Her name was Chen Qinghai. Chen Qinghai's new boyfriend found out that Fan was the girl's first love, but he looked like some kind of wretched person. This whole conversation did not please Yeswon at all, and he objected, saying that Fan was a good guy and he was not pathetic. The disgruntled man suddenly realized that he had probably met one of these guys somewhere before. As he began to laugh, he still remembered that he had seen Yeswon with Long Gaiyue, but he could never be with this girl. Getting up from the bar, Yeswon took action and ordered the insolent man to shut up, because if he didn't, he would get a punch in the face. Unfortunately, the blow missed, and the boy hit the vile villain's face. The stranger was probably much stronger, as he easily dodged such a powerful blow. The stranger was able to easily teach the attacking guy a lesson and kicked him with all his might. This attack was truly impressive, as it sent Yeswon flying several dozen meters to the side. Although experiencing severe pain after such a powerful blow, the comrade was still able to stand on his feet. At first, Yeswon wiped the blood from his face and said that he was fine, because the blow was nothing special. This scoundrel's name was Zipping, and Chen Qinghai was in love with him, and said that Yeswon should not be touched anymore, since he had already received his punishment. That was why the arrogant Zipping exclaimed that for the sake of Chen Qinghai, he would spare two worthless people today. Laughing, the main character shouted out that it would be better for the impudent man to feel sorry for himself, and not for the two of them. In order to attack most effectively, the boy began to pick up speed and prepared for the attack. Gathering all his strength into a fist, Fan began to act, because he wanted to take revenge for the fact that his friend was insulted. The protagonist's physical abilities were impressive, and no one would have been able to stand on their feet from such a blow. Thus, Zipping remembered for the rest of his life that you shouldn't be rude to someone if you don't know how hard they fight. After a powerful blow, the young man asked the brave one if he would quarrel with them again. The dissatisfied girl began to shout that Fan was crazy, and that Zipping's family was rich and influential, which is why no one dared to challenge him. Looking again at his enemy, the young man exclaimed that there was no point in talking such nonsense, because the conflict would not end with just one knocked-out tooth. Due to such a serious wound, Zipping was simply forced to capitulate, and they began to leave. Coming closer, Yeswon thanked his comrade, but also said that Zipping would never give in to this, and he would return home and find out if his father could influence the situation. The young man stopped his friend and told him that he shouldn't do that. After all, he was on friendly terms with Chu Tian, so there was no need to worry. Sometime later, events continued to take place at Qinling University. As it turned out, the ex-wife decided to help her lover get into university and asked him to study hard while she went to work for the company, since there was still a lot to do there. The boy was truly grateful that his ex-wife treated him so well, and it was not for nothing that he helped her in such a difficult situation. After several years, Fan really couldn't expect to be plunged into that student life again. First, the hero went to the dormitory building in order to find the very room where he would live. The room was in the 4th men's dormitory. Its number was 309. The living conditions in this room were not the best, as its occupants were slobs. The two roommates really were like homeless people who decided to turn the room into a dumpster. Looking at this whole environment, the young man realized that student life was actually to his liking. The dorm mates noticed that Fan had just entered the room, and he would probably help them take out the trash, and at the same time buy a bottle of water and then help clean the room. Hearing all these requests, the hero realized that his comrades thought that he was still the same Fan who would endure insults. The brave boy exclaimed that his friends needed to take care of their own affairs. But as for cleaning the room, it was truly a shared responsibility. These statements made the two boys stand up. After all, they hadn't expected such a bold answer, and they couldn't believe that they were being forced to clean up the mess themselves. After all, in 2 months of summer vacation, Fan couldn't have become so cool as to talk like that to people who were older than him. At that same second, someone else entered the dorm room, and was probably not very happy because he opened the door with his foot. As it turned out, there were several guys who were very unhappy and immediately wanted to know who in this room was Zhuo Bufang. One of the roommates was unhappy and didn't understand who these hooligans were and why they even pushed the door. But his friend calmed him down, saying that it was better not to mess with these guys. Soon after, the guys immediately apologized because they were afraid of these hooligans, and they also gave away Fan, saying that he was their roommate. The bully didn't like the behavior of one of the guys, and he hit him in the face with all his might and ordered him to step aside. Nevertheless, the main character admitted that he was Zhuo Bufang and decided to find out what the unexpected guests wanted from him. It turned out that the impudent man came here because his brother was offended, Ziping's leg was broken, and they came to take revenge. Having grabbed several types of weapons, the insolent men rushed into battle, expecting that victory would come to them easily. In connection with this, the young man realized that they would not be able to come to an agreement amicably, and a fight could not be avoided. That is why the brave warrior rushed into battle, because he was forced to use physical force. The first hooligan was easily destroyed. Only one blow was enough for him to lose consciousness. The second villain was also easy to defeat, since he turned out to be quite weak and did not know how to block attacks. The third loser suffered a crushing defeat, and he even liked a little what was done to him. All three bandits were destroyed and were unconscious, as they were defeated by the strongest of the warriors, Fan. The situation had to be resolved in this way, since all those involved in the attack were crushed. The main bandit watched everything that was happening and could not believe that Fan had destroyed all the rags in just a few seconds. Starting to cry, the seemingly serious opponent began to ask Wokyu if Fan had always been like this, because it seemed to him that this guy was constantly bullied and he had never been so strong. Frightened by this turn of events, the scoundrel began to slowly walk away, hoping that he would not be beaten. But the brave warrior did not tolerate such behavior and noticed that the enemy was leaving. That is why another criminal was beaten and received his punishment for such a sudden appearance in the main character's room. After a few blows, the boy decided that it was necessary to punish the scoundrel even more severely and beat him up so that this would be a lesson to everyone. A few seconds later, the fight was over. The young man was glad that he finally didn't have to hit anyone. With a sock in his mouth, the bandit admitted that he had made a mistake by coming here and threatening such a strong opponent. As soon as the fight was over, the scoundrels began to leave the room, because they had been brutally beaten. One of the guys even started threatening Fan, saying that they would come back and take revenge. Well, the roommates began to apologize to the young man, saying that brother Bufang now deserved their respect. This behavior on the part of his comrades surprised Fan, because he did not expect that his neighbors would behave like this. Now his comrades considered the hero cool, because they could never do the same as him. Their respect for Fan was endless and unchanging. Thus, the boy realized that wherever he used force, the result was always the same. And because the strength was shown, the roommates themselves decided to clean the entire room, and did not even disturb Fan. At that very moment, someone else said that Bufang was being sought and that he needed to go see that person urgently. The young man was a little wary of this statement, but was still prepared for any outcome. It turned out that there was some beauty standing near the university dormitory, and she arrived in an expensive sports car. The students immediately realized that it was Long Jae, and she was probably waiting for someone. Many guys were in love with this girl because she had a gorgeous figure and a stunning face. At that moment, she was waiting for the main character, and it was she who called him to leave the dormitory. This meeting was surprising for both Fan and Long Jae, because neither of them expected to meet again so quickly. In fact, the beauty had been looking for the hero for a long time and asked him to get into the car, because her grandfather wanted to thank him for saving her. His classmates heard this and didn't believe that Fan could be a great match for such a gorgeous girl, and even wanted to go with him, keeping him company. Some time later, events continued to take place in Mr. Long Ao's cottage. This cottage was indeed many times larger than Zikin's, and it was likely that Long Gei's family was truly not a simple one. The young man also decided to find out how the interlocutor found him, and she said that he was filmed by a street surveillance camera, and she used some connections in order to conduct a further search. At that moment, grandfather was already waiting for them, and he really wanted to thank his savior. The caring lady called her grandfather and told him that this was the same guy who saved him. Not believing these words, the elderly man again asked the young man if he really was the savior. It was indeed so. The protagonist greeted the influential man and introduced himself, saying that his name was Zhuo Bufang. In the man's opinion, the youth are truly the most outstanding people, and the old man wanted to express his deep gratitude. Suddenly, someone else entered the room. It was a large number of people. It turned out that one of the relatives named Jiang Beya brought several reputable Chinese medicine doctors to treat the man. The influential man sincerely believed that Jiang Bei was the most warm-hearted of his disciples. Because of this, the guy was a little shy, but he accepted such a good compliment. The gentleman's friend believed that his illness might get worse, and they suggested that he undergo heart bypass surgery. But this proposal made the gentleman nervous, because Chinese medicine is so vast and varied. And has it really fallen into such decline that all diseases must be treated using Western medicine? All the doctors said that Mr. Long needed to be better prepared for the surgery, and they would take care of everything themselves. The illness had lasted too long, and even using traditional Chinese medicine would be ineffective. One of the doctors was the most famous doctor of Chinese medicine in southwest China. He is a master of his craft. I researched and thought carefully. Maybe I should follow his recommendations and have the operation. The granddaughter also sincerely believed and told her grandfather that health is the most important thing, and that it is probably necessary to listen to the doctors. With a heavy sigh, the elderly man finally agreed and accepted the proposal for the operation. Suddenly, the hero exclaimed that Mr. Moon's illness did not necessarily require surgery. This statement shocked absolutely everyone. Even the best doctors of Chinese medicine could not believe it. At that very second, the old man supported the boy and said that Fan had helped him last time and that he probably knew special methods of treatment. Looking at the boy, the bearded man immediately asked whether this young man was a medical student or whether he was from a family of Chinese medicine doctors. But this assumption was wrong. He was just a student, and from Jinling University. For those present, this was an outrage. After all, they, Mr. Gu and Shu, were very famous figures, and in front of them stood a boy who dared to question their decision. That's why they reacted so aggressively to this youngster's arrogance, because they no longer took him seriously, since he was not a doctor. According to the doctor, the young man's talent is manifested in modesty. As they say, modesty leads to progress. Even the old man believed it and told Fan that they were all authorities in medical circles, and if he wanted to practice medicine, he could introduce him to them. Thus, the young man realized that it seemed that Mr. Long also did not believe his words. In this case, the protagonist decided that he would better say goodbye to everyone present, since no one believed him. Lun still suggested that his granddaughter should go after this guy and talk to him. At first, the girl couldn't understand why Fan left so quickly, because his grandfather didn't have time to introduce him to Uncle Zhang. He was the mayor and could help him in the future. The hero suddenly stopped and exclaimed that he was the kind of person who always copes with difficulties. He did not need to depend on anyone. There were only people who depended on him. The boy also decided to give the girl a miracle cure, and when Mr. Moon had an attack, he would have to take it. The young man donated one of his magical elixirs and gave it to the lady in order to help the elderly man. In fact, Long Gei didn't believe this guy because she knew that there were no miracle cures, and this guy couldn't be a celestial being. As soon as the girl returned to the house, she immediately heard someone shouting outside the door. It turned out that the gentleman had become ill again and could not breathe as the disease began to progress again. All the doctors realized that time had been lost, and if they took the patient to the hospital now, he might simply not live to get there. The worried granddaughter stood in front of her grandfather and decided to find out what had happened, but he had already lost consciousness. Fearing for the elderly man, Long Jie ordered the doctors to come up with something, because it was necessary to somehow save the patient. Unfortunately, the doctors did not have the necessary equipment. They could only take the man to the hospital. But the gentleman's condition was worsening, and even upon arrival at the hospital, he could remain paralyzed. Due to the current situation, there was no other choice but to try Zhou Bufang's miracle medicine. The worried lady took out one of the pills and decided to use it on her grandfather. According to the doctor, this pill could aggravate the disease, and the consequences of taking such a medicine could not be predicted. But the granddaughter no longer cared at all, and she ordered the insolent doctor to leave him alone, because no matter what the consequences, she took responsibility upon herself. This medicine was sure to help, and Long Gi was sure of it. At that very moment, a magical light appeared around the elderly man, as if healing him. This made absolutely everyone present surprised by the unexpected effect of the pill. Opening his eyes, the patient exclaimed that he felt much better and could now breathe. This event left everyone absolutely shocked and at the same time happy, since the effect of the medicine turned out to be much greater than expected. Now the doctors wanted to understand what kind of magical medicine Mr. Long had just taken, as if it really was magical. Once the condition stabilized, the elderly man decided to find out whether Bufang had helped him again, and his granddaughter replied that this was indeed the case. It was now that Mr. Long realized that they were blind, and Long Ji had to ask this guy to come back. It had to be done at any cost. The influential man also decided to fire absolutely all doctors, because of his mistake, a truly skilled doctor left, and other scoundrels have nothing to do here. As he left for home, the boy only thought that the medicine he had left behind would temporarily help Mr. Lun. A girl was running nearby, saying on the phone that she would immediately come to her sister's karaoke, and the young man at that moment thought that the girl was incredibly cute, and it was unknown what kind of pig she would fall into the hands of. Some guys were running after her and were discussing how they had been preparing for over a month and that this time they absolutely couldn't miss. The villains had already seen a suitable place, a small path ahead that would be the best, and this time they would demand at least 500 million. Otherwise, they would kill the hostage. The hero also noticed that these guys had weapons with them, and they were probably planning an attack on an innocent girl. It was a kidnapping, and the young man immediately felt the desire to prevent a possible crime. Sometime later, the girl ran to a deserted place. Her sister told her that if she walked along this small path, she could get to her destination faster. But the criminals were already waiting for her there and decided to stop her, telling her that the fat-faced owner of the jewelry store had a very beautiful daughter. The alarmed girl exclaimed that the impudent men were mistaken, and the owner of the jewelry store was not her father. But these guys didn't care at all, because they weren't 3-year-old children, and they carefully studied the girl's pedigree. Even if the girl had screamed, no one would have heard her anyway, since the criminals had taken good care of the place where the kidnapping would take place. The main character was standing nearby. The hooligans immediately noticed him, and he ordered them not to stand there but to continue the kidnapping. The criminals didn't like this proposal at all. They said that it was forbidden to watch this because they weren't performing here, and it was forbidden to watch this. The alarmed lady began to beg the stranger to help her, as she understood that she could be kidnapped now. The criminals decided that it was necessary to destroy the boy, because if this case was revealed, then it would be the end for them all. Because of his own stupidity and impudence, Fan brought trouble upon himself. The clever young man asked the hooligans not to come near. Otherwise, he would crush them with sunflower seeds and would not be responsible for the consequences. The intimidation only made the enemies laugh, and they did not believe that it was possible to crush anyone with seeds. Grabbing his knife, the gang leader ordered everyone to kill the boy so that there would be no witnesses. At that moment, the hero decided to use a special trick and threw seeds at his opponents, as he promised. These seeds have been multiplied to produce the most effective attack, allowing the protagonist to easily defeat his enemies. Luckily, the bandits didn't like this at all, and one of them grabbed a knife because he wanted to finish off his opponent. The thrown seed was indeed gigantic, since it presented the enemy, and he could no longer move. The boy asked his enemies not to worry, since there were still seeds for them that could be used to carry out an attack. This immediately caused serious concern among the enemies. They did not understand how to act in this situation, since their enemy was much stronger. With a very simple attack, the battle was over, and Fan was truly happy about it. Watching everything that was happening, the girl even thought that the young man who saved her was a prince sent from heaven. In fact, this was not the case, and the boy said that he was a demon who had emerged from the underworld to exact revenge. It was at that moment that the slightly worried girl decided to find out what the name of her savior was. She wanted to know the guy's name in order to go home and tell her parents, because they would like to talk to such a good person, but Fan didn't care at all. The girl clearly didn't like this answer, and she didn't even know how to react to it since they seemed to have saved her. But they were clearly not talking to her politely. Sometime later, the lady finally returned home, and her parents were incredibly happy that she was okay. Running closer and closer to her parents, Tuntun thought about how she would tell the story of what happened to her today. And at the same time, she began to cry. The girl's mother also began to cry and said that her daughter had scared her to death because she had not been home for a long time. The crying girl said that she was mistaken for Zhang Xiaoyu, her uncle's daughter, and they wanted to kidnap her, but one guy saved her. The caring father decided to calm his daughter down and asked her to rest, while he called his brother to tell him everything and ask him to be careful. The next day, events continued to unfold at the university, where the main character said goodbye to his beloved Zikin and asked her to drive more carefully. Reflecting on everything that had happened in his life, the young man understood that although life was not easy, youth was beautiful. As soon as the boy entered the university, his classmates immediately began to discuss the fact that he had arrived and insulted a person who should not have been insulted. Hearing such discussions, the young man immediately realized that someone was probably looking for trouble again. Many of the students were actually surprised that Fan had arrived at the university, as they thought that he had already been dealt with by influential people. Not understanding what was happening, the hero decided to ask his classmates why they were staring at him as if he had flowers growing on his face. As it turned out, some two girls were looking for the boy and were waiting for him in the auditorium. At first, Fan treated the two interlocutors rather contemptuously, because he thought that they were his enemies. One of the girls began to reproach the young man for dating the eldest daughter of the Long family, and this is not at all the same as looking people in the eye when you talk to them. In Fan's opinion, he should not be distracted from his studies, as he needs to study diligently and improve himself day by day. The two girls also wanted to know some information about who Long Gayu was, and also began to claim that Zikin did not love the guy at all, and in general, she might soon leave him. The angry man stood up and said that his name was Zhuo Bufang, and he did not mix personal relationships and business, and he never needed anyone's patronage. And if these two girls came here early in the morning to mock him, one of the girls was incredibly surprised because she didn't expect Zhuo Bufang to be such a brave guy who would debate with her. At that very moment, the interlocutors noticed that Wang Jingping had approached, and he looked very dissatisfied. It turned out that the enemy didn't like that the main character was becoming more and more impudent. It was then that the young man began to rub his hands and exclaimed that his interlocutor had not been beaten for a long time. This time the enemy was prepared and brought with him a gang of scoundrels who were ready to deal with Fan. In order for Tsinai to forgive the guy now, he needed to get down on his knees and also lick his boots clean and bark a couple of times like a dog. And maybe then Fan would be spared. In the opinion of the impudent girl, Long Gayu chose a worthless person like him in order to benefit him, and it seemed to her that he would never in his life stand up for the guy. Everyone understood that Zhuo Bufang had challenged the powerful family, but no one knew what he was trying to achieve, because Wang Jingping had ordered him to apologize. He had pitied him, and he did not appreciate kindness. His classmates also realized that Fang Skoro might be dead because he had offended someone he shouldn't have, and had earned Wang Jingping's displeasure. It was at that moment that the boy realized that he had to act, because his enemies were starting to get into trouble. Suddenly, the villains grabbed their weapons and began to approach the boy, and probably wanted to finish him off. Meanwhile, someone entered the office, and he was probably completely uninvolved in the conflict. This was the same girl who was an ardent fan of Zhuo Bufang. It was at that moment that the scoundrels realized that this was the same girl from the influential family, and she could easily stand up for the hero. However, Wang Jingping decided to settle the conflict since Long Gaiyue would interfere with him dealing with Fan. Thus, thanks to the unexpected appearance of the girl, all the villains decided to leave. Laughing, the hero exclaimed that the bandits were probably just lucky, and they would have been severely punished for their actions. Long Gaiyue walked closer to the young man and was about to tell him something, as she was probably worried about something. Due to his grandfather's mistrust, Zhuo Bufang said that he no longer wanted to cooperate with the family. But as it turned out, the lady wanted to say that his grandfather was mistaken and hoped that the young man would come to their home again. The hero did not react to this proposal at all, and only said that he would think about it before making a decision. At that very moment, the lady said that she would also wait for an answer, as she wanted to know whether Zhuo Bufang would come to them again. After overhearing the couple's conversation, his classmates thought that Long Gaiyue was literally stalking the young man. After the hero left the office, all he could think about was that he wanted to go to class and study. But nothing was working out. Suddenly, someone called him back on his mobile phone. And this call was probably very important. It turned out that it was Ye Suan, who said that he had a new girlfriend, and that tonight she was gathering guests at the Southern Maple Karaoke Bar. By evening, events continued to unfold at the entrance to the Southern Maple Karaoke Bar, where Yesuan was already waiting for the hero. The prices at the karaoke bar they went to weren't exactly low, and since their friend invited Kostya, it seemed she was an unusual person. Coming closer to the other friends, Yeswan introduced his comrade to the girl. Her name was Yuan Shuang Shuang. As it turned out, the same two girls who had pestered the young man at the university were also nearby. There are influential people gathered in this club today, and if the hero decides to say or do something, he had better be careful. Even the guys sitting in the back had huge connections. One of them was from the Jin family. Also at the event was Zhang Tongtong, whom Zhuo Bufang had previously saved from bandits who tried to attack her. Thus they met, and the girl who hated the young man no longer disliked him so much since he saved her sister. Fearing a scoundrel like Zhuo Bufang, little sister told Zhang Tongtong not to be misled by this guy, since he was always picking fights. And also he had no money, and his parents were hired workers. Hearing this statement, one of the guys burst out laughing because he found it funny. Coming closer to the hero of the occasion, the stranger asked her why she had brought such strange friends. But in the girl's opinion, everyone should just relax and have fun, because it didn't matter what someone's position in society was. In fact, that same guy thought that he couldn't waste his precious time on such simpletons. Since he went on vacation to make connections, he didn't have time to waste it here with this worthless person. The impudent guy had already reached the door and was about to open it in order to go outside. Suddenly, someone opened the door sharply, causing it to hit the bastard right in the face. Falling to the floor, the scoundrel shouted that the brainless stranger should knock before entering the room. But the people who came were also not simple, and they noticed that some simpletons had occupied the master's private office, and it was completely unclear why they had not yet left. The offended guy exclaimed that he was from the Huang family, and some punks would not dare try to occupy his office. In the blonde's opinion, there was nothing special about the guy just because he was from the Huang family. After all, they were the brothers of the third Hu. The mention of the name of such an influential person immediately made the guy shut up, because he understood that it was impossible to argue with these people. This influential person had the title of Third Hu, and he was from Chu Tianye's entourage. So this guy from Huang was just an ordinary dog who was incapable of anything for such influential people. Out of disrespect for his interlocutor, the blonde kicked the guy in the stomach with all his might, because he didn't like the way he was being spoken to. The insignificant guy, after receiving the blow, only apologized, saying that he did not know who he was talking to. Coming closer to Yuan Shuang Shuang, the scoundrel said that if she would keep him company, they would forget about this incident and would not bother anyone again. Yisuan stood up for the girl, saying that he could protect her, but she was against it, as she asked her boyfriend not to interfere in the dangerous matter. Bowing her head and starting to cry, the girl nevertheless agreed to go with this scoundrel. This news made the hooligan happy, and his mood immediately changed. He became joyful and happy. Looking at the nearest girls, the criminal realized that they were also quite beautiful, and it wouldn't hurt to take them along with him. Having told the young man to leave, the bandit was already thinking about what he would do with these girls, and wanted to have some fun with them. But the girls didn't like all this. They were very afraid of the stranger, and were going to call the police so that they could protect them. The stupid criminal just kept laughing and shouting that no one would escape from him today. One of the guys present in this room was against the actions of the scoundrel, and decided to teach him a lesson. First, the hero hit the villain right in the face with all his might, using his magical abilities. From such a strong blow, the criminal flew several dozen meters to the side, and experienced unbearable pain. The blonde clearly didn't expect such a blow, and realized that the strongest guy in this group had indeed begun to fight against him. Blondin's allies were nearby, and he ordered them not to let anyone out of this room, because now everyone would suffer. Zhuo Bufang continued to stare at his enemy and thought about his next battle tactics. Addressing the criminal, the young man ordered him to kneel down and hit his forehead on the floor a couple of times. And then perhaps he would show mercy and forgive his adversary. The disgruntled young man didn't like the fact that Zhuo Bufang was threatening an influential person in this way, and asked him not to provoke a quarrel, since he was dragging the rest of those present into it. Many of the Third Hu's henchmen were ready to fight and were going to kill absolutely everyone in this room, using a large number of weapons. But in the opinion of the main character, in front of him now stood a bunch of scum who were incapable of anything. That's why the boy decided to take action and began beating up a lot of hooligans. He raised the most impudent scoundrel and decided to ask whether he really was the Third Hu. The beaten scoundrel began to claim that he really was his brother, and was indignant about how Fan had beaten him. Taking pity on the boy, the young man exclaimed that the Third Hu should be told to meet him together. A cheeky young man nearby began to reproach the hero for daring to beat the Third Hu's friend, because now he would get into trouble. The girls were also unhappy because they thought that it was wrong to show any bravery in front of such influential people. Only Yesuan decided to put an end to all this and ordered absolutely everyone to shut up. Comrade understood perfectly well that Zhuo Bufang now fought in order to protect him and his girlfriend. Now everyone began to be indignant because Yesuan was speaking disrespectfully to them, since he was quite poor and could not speak like that to respectable people. But the guy didn't care at all, and he ordered even the richest guy to shut up since he didn't have an ounce of fortitude, so he had no special position to speak. Meanwhile, the hero just watched everything that was happening and did not stop his friend, because he was right. Still, the young man asked his friend that they all leave, because in a few hours the third Hu was supposed to arrive. The comrade was worried about his brother-in-arms and asked him to be careful, and even wanted to stay to help. But Zhuo Bufang asked his friend to leave and convinced him that nothing would happen to him, since he was much stronger than any bandit. The impudent guy continued to claim that all this happened only because Fan behaved like that. Because of the protagonist's guilt, everyone started leaving, blaming the young man for the fact that they hadn't had fun today. Even Tuntun started to leave, although she didn't want to, but her sister forced her. The last time, Yesuan asked the young man if he needed help, but he replied that everything would be fine and he could handle it alone. The smart guy exclaimed that this would not work because they were friends and wanted to stay with Zhuo Bufang. Even Yuan Shuang agreed to stay. In order to convince his friend to leave, the young man stood up and said that he was in close contact with Chu Tian, and that such enemies were nothing to him. On the contrary, ordinary people will only get in the way in this conflict, since the battle will be truly serious. Soon after, the friends decided to leave and asked the young man to be as careful as possible. Meanwhile, events continued to unfold at the entrance to the Southern Maple Karaoke Bar, where someone had already arrived by car. The main bandit realized that his brother had finally arrived, and now he could deal with that impudent guy in the club. The third Hu really had quite a brutal appearance, and immediately asked his comrade what kind of bastard had beaten him like that. Then my brother told me that there was a boy in the club, in a separate room, and it was he who beat him up like that. Hearing this, the bandits realized that they had to act because their comrade had been seriously beaten. Meanwhile, the relaxed hero sat on the couch in the club and waited for his enemies to fight them. In the same second, someone broke down the door with all their might. As it turned out, it was that same third Hu. The man instantly turned to the boy and asked what such a simpleton was doing in the domain of the third Hu. Having examined the guy closely, the bandit suddenly froze, as if he was scared, as if he realized what kind of fight awaited him. The brother behind him shouted that it was that same boy, and he still didn't understand who he was dealing with. But the man immediately hit his brother, ordering him to shut up. Experiencing extreme pain from the incredibly strong blow, the guy fell to the floor and began foaming at the mouth. As it turned out, the influential bandit recognized Mr. Zhuo Bufang, and this immediately stopped him. Looking at his brother, the blonde was simply in shock, as he knelt down in front of the boy. This also surprised absolutely all the bandits who were nearby, because it seemed to them that they could easily beat up some boy. The clever young man continued to sit on the sofa and asked the third Hu whether all these people were really with his entourage. Worried by stress, the bald scoundrel began to mumble and said that these were indeed his relatives. Observing the bald man, the hero, out of respect for Mr. Tian, will not sort things out. But he also asked his friends not to interfere in other people's affairs anymore. Thus, Hu apologized, saying that it was indeed his fault and he did not foresee that his people would behave like this. Everyone started to leave, and the blond man shouted with all his might that he didn't know who Zhuo Bufang was, and that he actually admitted his mistake. The steadfast hero continued to drink his wine and sat quietly while many of the bandits left and were very frightened. And because of his disrespect for the young man, the blonde was punished and had several of his fingers cut off. The chief bandit immediately said that only the boy had paid for his actions, and asked Mr. Shuo not to hold a grudge. Only Zhuo Bufang, addressing the bald man, told him that he was not a ruthless person, and they both knew this, so they all needed to leave here. Having thanked the gentleman for his mercy, the bald man only thought that it was really good that he had enough determination. Otherwise, if Mr. Tian had found out about all this, then he would have been the one left without fingers. The young man also decided to find out how Mr. Tian was doing, and as it turned out, he had not been feeling very well lately. Hearing this, the boy immediately realized that in this case, he needed to visit the influential man, because he just had some business for him. After some time, events continued to take place in Mr. Tian's house. The older man immediately turned to the young man, saying that if he had any business, he should just let him know. and he himself came to him because how could he bother such a respected person on such a long journey? The hero really didn't come without an important matter, and he had one request. The influential man happily agreed to fulfill it. You just need to tell him about it, and then he will make every effort to fulfill it. After examining the house, the boy immediately noticed that something had been happening there lately, since there were a lot of security guards in the country house. There really was a huge number of guards, and there were even snipers sitting in the trees. The head guard exclaimed that all this happened because of the 7 Wangs from Jinju, which statement immediately made the protagonist uneasy, and he realized that it was probably Wang Jingping's family. Ever since Mr. Zhuo helped Mr. Tian strip Yang Laoba of his influence, the Wang family has been eager to express their dissatisfaction. Tian also thanked the hero for giving him the amulet last time, because he was afraid that if it had not been there, the killer would have killed him. The Wang family's status in Jinzhou has been unshakable for more than 100 years. They have deep roots, and it is said that they have power in many cities. Even the Tian family does not have such impressive power. The influential man turned to the guard and asked him to bring what he had previously prepared for Zhuo. It turned out that this was the key to the Phoenix Lord's cottage. Its price was 50 million, and Tian was going to present the young man with such a gift. The boy happily took the keys and said that it was really too kind of the gentleman. In fact, this time the hero came here to ask for help in getting some high-quality jasper or iron ore. Fan kindly also gave his comrade 2 more amulets, which made him very grateful, and he also promised to help him find suppliers of the necessary materials. The business was finished, ours was not going to take up any more time, and when a supplier was found, Tian was to contact him immediately. As soon as the hero left, Tian immediately began to reason that Zhuo Bufang was too mysterious, and he should not skimp and establish a relationship with him at any cost. The influential man asked his chief guard to help him in this matter, and to find the best quality jasper and iron ore as soon as possible. Meanwhile, the girls were discussing with Zikin that there would be a class reunion in a few days. One of her friends was thinking that she used to be proud of the fact that Zikin was the most beautiful in school, but now she was no longer so good, and the girl was specifically going to bring her friend so that she could embarrass herself there. Another friend thought that who would have thought that an arrogant beauty would marry a loser. And because of this, it was absolutely necessary to take her to a class reunion so that she could hit the dirt in her face. The influential girl turned to her friends and told them that she had been very busy with her company lately, and if she had time, she would definitely come to the alumni reunion. Sometime later, the protagonist arrived and Zikin exclaimed that he had returned. The boy immediately remembered that, according to his previous memories, the girl in yellow was called Song Yali, and she was the owner of a small furniture company. The girl in green was called Mo Xinyue. She was supported by a rich husband, and she did not need anything. Looking at these girls, the young man realized that they did not seem to be very close to his wife, which made it unclear why they had come here. The girlfriends immediately looked at the guy and asked Zikinda if this was really her future husband, Zhuo Bufang. Seeing the young man, they began to mock him, saying that he was a loser and that such a beauty should not have married him. In their opinion, no one would have thought that such a beautiful girl in school, whom no one could keep up with, would marry such a worthless person, and they tried to smile kindly so that it did not look like a laughing smile. At this time, the main character was just thinking about the fact that he has been working on himself all his life and is close to perfection. But he does not care about such ridicule. But he felt sorry for Zikin. As he went into another room, Fan only thought about how to calm Zikin down. He could make her a princess. He just needed to wait a little. At the last moment, the young man asked his friends to continue chatting, and he would go to sleep in another room. Suddenly, one of the friends asked the young man to wait, because she noticed that he was holding something in his hands and suggested that perhaps it was a gift for Zikin. The 2 girls immediately realized that this thing looked quite expensive, which is why they really wanted to look at it. It looked rather strange, since Zikin didn't understand why her friends were behaving this way and why they wanted to look at that very thing. One of the girls realized that it was Zhuo Bufang's family, and he could not accept the expensive gift because he was a beggar. This behavior on the part of his girlfriends began to anger the young man, and he realized that if they wanted trouble and a serious blow to their self-esteem, then he would give it to them. Coming closer to the group of friends, the boy turned to Zikin and told her that it was a gift from a friend, and she needed to see if she liked it. The scoundrels wanted to quickly see what kind of junk was in this box, in order to once again mock their girlfriend. But there was a mysterious key in the box, and at first the girls couldn't even guess what it was for. After thinking for a while, the Murky realized that this was the key to the Phoenix Lord cottage. and they couldn't understand how this was even possible, since cottages like the Phoenix Lord are now worth at least 50 or 60 million. The beloved was truly very grateful for such a gift and thanked her husband. This act truly surprised the girls because none of them could afford such a gift, and it was completely incomprehensible how such a loser as Zhuo Bufang could buy such an expensive cottage. That's why his girlfriend started asking how Zhuo Bufang was able to buy the Phoenix Lord cottage, as if he had previously been a loser in order to later show how cool he was. Laughing, the young man exclaimed that his friends might believe it or not. It didn't matter to him, since this gift was made only for Zikin. The girls realized that this house was worth a lot of money, even though they had met many guys like him, and they even thought that he probably bought a fake key on purpose to show off. Confused, Zikin told her husband that he could go and rest, and that she would call him for dinner in the evening. The boy didn't mind, because he understood that these keys were actually real, and his friends might still not believe him. At that moment, even the wife believed that her husband had really done it just for show, and that the key was actually fake. The next day, events continued to unfold at the university. The young man thought that his wife was really very good, since she drove him to classes every day. A comrade stood nearby and noticed that the hero had already arrived at the university and was glad of his presence. A little worried, Yeswan wanted to know what exactly happened yesterday, but Fan only replied that everything was fine, and he had easily resolved the conflict. Exhausted from jogging, the comrade said that he had just heard that Wang Jingping had asked his cousin to teach him a lesson during martial arts class today. This turn of events was truly surprising, and the young man immediately decided to find out who Van's cousin really was. His cousin's name was Wang Feixiang. He was also from the university, and he had a black belt in Taekwondo. Still, the protagonist believed that there was nothing to wait for, and he would like to go and see what would actually happen. The worried friend warned the guy to be careful because his opponent had a black belt in Taekwondo. After several hours, events continued to unfold in the gymnasium where many students had gathered. Black belt students discussed how Taekwondo is the path to great mastery, and that those who don't understand this are simply stupid. Comrade Sinpin turned to Feixian and told him about a boy who needed to be explained that he was wrong. According to the young man, since he has a black belt in Taekwondo, no one here will definitely be his rival. Meanwhile, the girl was thinking that Fan was forced into an awkward situation first, and she wanted him to apologize to his brother Xingping, which he should have done, because trouble awaited him today. Zhuo Befang thought he was better than others, which is why everyone wanted to put him in an awkward position. One girl thought that Fan was a normal guy and that he was not at all like they said, but she was told to shut her mouth. One of the teachers announced that first, their Taekwondo Society chairman, Wang Feixiang, would hold a master class for everyone. The determined guy stood up and was ready to fight. He even knew who he would challenge to a fight. This guy was a real master. Absolutely all the girls liked him. He had skill and strength, which is why everyone wanted to be his girlfriend. Pointing his finger at the protagonist, the opponent ordered him to be his sparring partner. The young man couldn't refuse such an offer, and everyone immediately began to discuss that Fan was simply overestimating his abilities, and that he wouldn't be able to withstand such an opponent. According to the confident guy, their Taekwondo techniques are more than childish fighting, and they lack an understanding of real martial arts. Everyone was very happy that Fan would now find himself in a difficult situation, since he had many enemies. Only one girl was worried about him. The Taekwondo master didn't like the fact that the main character was mocking his fighting skills. That's why the opponent decided to attack with full force and jumped in order to perform a kick. There were a large number of fans near the battlefield, and they were all hoping for Wang Feixiang's victory. But no one expected that the main character would turn out to be much stronger than this loser. The young man struck his opponent with all his might, using only his physical strength without the use of magic. This turn of events really surprised everyone. No one expected that an ordinary guy was capable of something like this. Fan's strike was incredibly effective, leaving everyone in shock. The guy had only one fan, and she wanted him to win with all her might. After a serious attack, the enemy could no longer move, much less fight. Zhuo Bufang decided to tell everyone that he possessed a martial art that was 5,000 years old and could be considered the best of all martial arts. One of the students couldn't believe that the young man was capable of something like this because he was an ordinary student, and it was completely unclear where he could get such skill from. The teacher was also dissatisfied because the boy had injured his classmate, which could result in him being severely punished and expelled from the university. These statements from the master only made Fan laugh, since the master with a black belt had just challenged a newcomer to a fight so that he could cripple him. If Fan were to fall now, The teacher would tell everyone that this was an exchange of experience and that injuries were inevitable. The alarmed master began to claim that the guy not only injured his classmate, but was also insulting Taekwondo. That is why the teacher began to challenge the hero to a fight, and asked him if he had enough courage and bravery to accept his challenge. Zhuo Bufang accepted the challenge without hesitation and easily defeated the strongest of his opponents. How was even the teacher who seemed to have the best skills defeated? These guys were clearly not worthy of fighting such a serious opponent as Fan, which is why they lost. After seeing this fight, the students realized that Zhuo Bufang was a good guy, a real master, and also very strong. Meanwhile, the teacher began to stand up and shouted with all his might that he would do everything to expel Fan. At that very moment, Long Gaiyu entered the room and asked the master if he could really expel Fan. It was truly a shocking event for everyone present, as it looked as if the girl had come to Fan's aid. In fact, the lady came here because she had important business with the protagonist. Even though the young man was in class, the girl still persuaded him to go with her, since the matter was really important. In the opinion of most people, this guy was just a loser before, but now he is suddenly together with Long Gaiyu. Everyone realized that the Long family took under its protection a loser in the past. It turned out that the girl came here because her grandfather took medicine and felt better, so she asked him to go to Fauna with her. But the young man wanted to think before going, because last time these people only laughed at him. No one believed him, and there was no point in calling him again. Confused by such statements, the lady exclaimed that she believed him, and that should be enough. Long Gaiyu literally began to beg the protagonist to go with her, since her grandfather asked for it. The boy finally agreed, but he was going to make a deal that if they listened to him, he would cure the grandfather. But if this did not happen, he would leave immediately. The girl was very pleased with the agreement, and she promised that they would not mock the great master's skill. So, together, they got into the car and went to their grandfather's home to undergo treatment. Sometime later, events continued to take place in Mr. Lun's cottage. The elderly man was very happy to meet the great master, because last time he wanted to express his great gratitude to him for his help. The people around him did not understand at all why the old man was being so polite to this young man, and it was completely incomprehensible why he suddenly called him sir. Nevertheless, the friendly Mr. Lun decided to introduce his guest to his friends. On the way home, Long told him that one shouldn't underestimate Zhuo Bufang, because a few days ago he unexpectedly saved a man when he lost consciousness. After some thought, the owner of the estate decided to apologize to Mr. Zhuo for his ill will, because the doctors had already been trying to familiarize themselves with the hero's treatment methods for several days, and they all recognized him as a qualified doctor and wanted to find a time to apologize to him. Soon they came to a river, where the elderly man once again praised the young master's skill. It turned out that the main character also had a gift prepared for him, which the owner wanted to give him. Assistant Luna brought a small card, and it was not clear what it was needed for. In fact, there were 5 million on this card, and they were intended as a thank you to Mr. Zhuo. In addition, this VIP card allows you to buy things for free and without restrictions from the Long family's retail outlets. The boy immediately thanked him for the gift, and the man concluded that the young man accepted both praise and slander with indifference. Having received the Long family VIP card, he remained calm, making him undoubtedly an extraordinary person. Having started coughing, the owner of the company still wanted to ask the gentleman if he knew the cause of his illness. According to the protagonist, his illness had 2 causes. Firstly, it was a hereditary disease affecting the internal organs. Hearing this, the old man immediately admitted that this was indeed true. And secondly, the gentleman often trained, and this put a lot of strain on his heart. After this argument, one of the men began to get indignant, because in his opinion, this was nonsense. Everyone knew that training makes a person healthy. No one had ever heard that it could be harmful to health. It was then that the hero decided to ask the gentleman if he felt weakness, swelling of the limbs, all these unpleasant sensations every time after training. These sensations were indeed experienced by Lun, which is why the guy asked him to prepare the medicine according to the recipe that he would write when everything was ready. The medicine must be given to Fan, and he would process this potion for him again. One of the men decided to find out why it was necessary to give these potions for processing, because it was better to understand the real state of things, since Zhuo Bufang literally surrounded himself with secrets, and it was better to know everything. It turned out that the medicine had to be given away because no one could process it except Fan. The man did not like such bragging. This deal was very unprofitable, and today he received 5 million from Mr. Lun. When the medicine needs to be processed, he will be able to get more. Grabbing the card, The young man exclaimed that he always acts according to his conscience. Having broken the bank card, which had a large amount of money on it, he said that he didn't need it either. The protagonist believes that people with different views cannot cooperate, and he decides to say goodbye. The girl immediately ran to stop the young man, and he told her that he came with good intentions to help. But her grandfather still did not trust him. The concerned lady stopped the protagonist and told him that her grandfather was in a special position. He had experienced betrayal before, and he should show more understanding. Due to the fact that the young man had just publicly broken his grandfather's VIP card, she offered to give him hers so that they would be even. The young man did not understand at all why this card was so important, because it only contained money. As it turned out, this card was my grandfather's most important gift. In his entire life, he gave it to only 8 people. It really turned out to be an important gift. And the boy was confused because he was the 9th person to whom this card had been given. The Long family VIP card holders are all important people, except for a few scoundrels. One of them is even a martial arts instructor. Hearing this, the hero immediately decided to find out whether being a martial arts instructor was truly such an honor, since he had previously wandered the Milky Way, traveled the length and breadth of the universe, and could knock down a star with a punch. But in his eyes, a martial arts instructor was no more than an ordinary ant. In fact, a martial arts master can cut the wind with a knife, kill a person by controlling his breath, walk on water, which makes him quite cool. Looking at the girl, the young man immediately noticed that she looked attracted to him. Perhaps she wanted to marry him. And this was indeed the case. If the age difference were not so big, then of course she would want this. Laughing, the main character decided to disappoint the girl and told her that there was nothing outstanding about this martial arts instructor. Suddenly, the gentleman's friend came and noticed that the ignorant boy was shamelessly bragging. The scoundrel convinced Zhuo Bu Fang that he shouldn't call a martial arts instructor a person who is nothing special, and he called the guy out. But the lady was against it and exclaimed that there was no point in fighting because the master had already been tested by the martial arts union. He had been assigned the B category, and this would be harassment of her classmate. The old man also understood that Fan Duo had achieved incredible success in medicine, but he thought that he was very talented. But he did not expect that his character, unfortunately, would not be so good. The martial arts master convinced the protagonist that he shouldn't worry, because he had a sense of proportion and wouldn't hurt anyone. Even an influential comrade exclaimed that this should not be done, since the strong should not offend the weak. Only the boy exclaimed that this scoundrel was a good opponent for him. And Lung shouted at him that he shouldn't lose his head and that there was no need to be adequate. The scoundrel realized that this guy could only boast and did not dare to measure his strength. But he still stood his ground. Long sincerely believed that the young man was truly talented in medicine, but martial arts were a completely different matter. If he was only a good guy in words, then it didn't make any sense. Even the girl admitted that her grandfather hates empty words the most, and she shouldn't miss the chance to get his support. Looking at his opponent, the protagonist exclaimed that he didn't need anyone's support. The answer really shocked the girl. She immediately admitted that she was mistaken and had just said something stupid. Since the young man had already studied her grandfather's illness, he decided to say goodbye, but the lady tried with all her might to stop him. Gradually, Fan Nok began to walk towards the lake, and literally walked on water, which immediately attracted a lot of attention. The skill amazed absolutely everyone, since no one expected that an ordinary guy was capable of something like this. Thus, the influential man realized that this guy was indeed a very unusual person. Only people who had achieved perfection as martial arts instructors had this ability to walk on water. Realizing his mistake, the former subscriber admitted that he was crazy, since he really was useful to this guy and the enemy. Only the girl did not appreciate such an act, because Fan had just advised her to marry a martial arts instructor. And now, on purpose, before the day, he began to walk on water. A month later, the young man promised that he would be able to make people faint when he reached the middle of the sea. In the end, the hero wanted to see who else was getting into trouble, because he was in trouble. Sometime later, the young man returned to his home and informed his wife about this. The young man immediately noticed that his wife was incredibly beautiful today. As it turned out, the lady had bought 2 suits, they were in the bedroom, and she asked the young man to try on his suit. This act really made the boy happy, because he realized that his wife had decided to buy him new clothes. In fact, they had a class reunion that day, and they needed to change quickly, otherwise they might be late. Zhuo Bufang was delighted at this turn of events, as he had guessed that his wife was getting ready to go somewhere. The guy was happy that Zikin treated him better and better. She even decided to take him with her to the class reunion, which meant he had to look good. So the young man got dressed up and was ready to go to the alumni meeting because he looked simply gorgeous. The only thing that upset Fan was that his beloved did not look at him before they headed to the meeting. In the evening, events continued to unfold at an elite club called Doton. A couple of handsome young people got out of the car. They looked just perfect. When Zikin saw her, her friend was unhappy because she arrived quite late and everyone thought she wouldn't come. According to the girls, Zikin was the first beauty in school, and if she hadn't come today, this meeting would have been a disappointment. A little disturbing, the girl explained that she was a little busy as she was at work. A friend decided to introduce her husband, whose name was Yao Defu. He was the head of a prosperous company. The kind girl immediately greeted Director Yao and was as polite as possible. Many people recognized the director. He was one of the 15 richest and most influential people in the city. He just had a small business, according to him, and nothing more, which is why one could not say that he was very rich. Everyone began to understand that the director would have to spend a lot of money today, because today they decided to go to Dotan, the best club owned by the Moon family. Coming closer, the girl with purple hair recognized the heroine and immediately addressed her. As it turned out, it was her best friend, whose name was Chen Min, and she was really glad to meet her. For the beauty, this was an unexpected meeting since she thought that her friend had not yet returned abroad. But as it turned out, she had only returned yesterday and now plans to stay in this city forever. This was indeed great news, since now they would be able to go for walks together. And since all the guests had arrived, the classmates decided to go to the club. Many guests happily agreed, as they understood that they wanted to celebrate this meeting well. One of the establishment's employees approached the director, and Bulat was glad to meet him. He also regretted not having met him earlier, for which he apologized. It was surprising to everyone that the administrator stuttered in front of an influential man. The director approached the manager and asked to prepare the largest room for them, called the Northern Landscape, since there were indeed a lot of people. But unfortunately, this room was already occupied. The influential man's girlfriend asked to cancel the reservation, since it was impossible to refuse a man like her husband. The agitated administrator didn't even know how to answer this question, and thought that this shrew shouldn't appear here at all, since she considers herself the boss. The bald man explained that they didn't want any trouble, and if the Northern Landscape was reserved by the Moon family, they wouldn't insist. Experiencing great anxiety, the administrator nevertheless decided to refuse the director again, saying that the guest who had booked the Northern Landscape was also a very influential person, so he could not give it up. Feeling extremely humiliated, the influential man asked that 2 small offices be prepared for them in that case. That is why Fan decided to take the initiative himself and ask the guest of the Northern Landscape to give in to them. The administrator exclaimed again that the guest of the Northern Landscape was a very influential person, and it was impossible to ask him to give in. One of his classmates started making fun of the guy and said that he shouldn't think of himself as something grandiose, since even the principal couldn't get that office, and he definitely wouldn't succeed. Another cheeky girl also believed that the young man should not overestimate his abilities, otherwise he would lose face. After thinking for a bit, the boy took action and pulled out a VIP card for club membership, Long Gayue. I told the hero earlier that if he has this card, he can easily get into all the organizations of the Long family. When the director saw this card, he was simply shocked because he had never in his life seen people who possess such a valuable resource. The surprised man only knew that the Dotan Club membership card must have at least 5 million, and annual expenses must be no less than 10 million. Everyone immediately started looking at each other, since the VIP card of the Dotan Club in the city is proof of a special social status, and it seems they all underestimated this guy. The most brazen friend at that moment even thought that they were probably all wrong about Zhuo Bufang. Chen Min was also surprised that Zhuo Bufang was capable of something like this, because Zikin had previously said that her husband was not very stupid, which made it completely unclear how he got a membership card for this club. Seeing the VIP card, the administrator was a little confused and asked to wait a little. Looking at the map, the man was even more confused, and the young man told him that his wife had a class reunion and he didn't want to upset her, and asked him to tell the man from the Northern Landscape to vacate the room. At that very moment, the administrator exclaimed that this card was fake, because they only had 3 types of cards: silver, gold, and red, and he had never heard of a black membership card. Upon hearing this, all his classmates started laughing, because they really thought that this guy had a club membership card, but it turned out to be fake. For them, this was stupid, because if you don't have money, you can't pretend to be rich. The incident left the hero a little upset, and his girlfriend continued to claim that the last time they visited his wife, this guy brought a bunch of fake keys to the Phoenix Lord's cottage, which made him a terribly funny person. The director also began to mock the guy and said that he understood that the young man wanted to show off his good side, but with such a membership card he would not be able to freely go anywhere. The administrator wanted to humiliate her even more and told her that only honored guests had a club membership card. And today, he wanted to show off this fake card, which is why it was necessary to admit it and they would forget the incident. The wife began to stand up for the main character, saying that her husband may have made a mistake and she apologized for him, and if compensation was needed, she could contact her at any time. The boy's former classmates began to laugh at him even more because he was forcing his wife to take care of his affairs. The club director approached the administrator and asked what had happened, and he told him that a person had forged their membership card. For the director, this incident was truly surprising, since it had never happened before that someone would dare to bring a fake VIP card and deceive them. Having looked closely at this VIP card, the director decided to familiarize himself with it in order not to jump to hasty conclusions. After thinking for a bit, the man became incredibly angry and yelled at the administrator to shut up. Experiencing great excitement, the director ran up to the protagonist and said that it seemed the manager had gone blind and had not noticed that he was a respected person. Fan V's also wanted to be given the Northern Landscape Room to hold his wife's high school reunion. Hearing this request, the principal immediately agreed and said that there were no problems and that all classmates could go inside the room. The determined young man asked his beloved to go with him, as he was sure that his map was real. Everything that was happening left classmates perplexed, as they did not understand how to react to something like this. The girl's friend wanted to understand what was going on and whether her husband was really a VIP in this club. The director also radioed his staff on the 15th floor to clear the entire floor, as they were not allowed to disturb the gentleman and his wife's graduation reunion. Absolutely everyone was ordered to immediately vacate elevator number 35 and not to allow anyone else to use it. The staff was also told to lay out a red carpet for guests to walk on. All employees were ordered to immediately line up in the reception area to greet the distinguished guests and escort them to the office. Many workers began to greet the gentleman and his wife, as they were glad to see them and understood that these were truly honored guests. Looking at everything that was happening, his classmates began to realize that Zhuo Bufang was really very cool. After the guests were sent to the office, the director admitted that he was scared to death, and the administrator decided to find out what was going on. Suddenly, the man asked his employee to go to the accounting department and collect his salary and not to come to work again tomorrow. Upon hearing this news, the man simply could not believe what was said and began to convince the director that this guy could not be a member of the club. Before firing an employee, the director decided to ask him if he knew what these black cards were. As it turned out, these were the VIP cards of the Lun family. They were issued personally by Mr. Lun. He issued 8 such cards in his life. 2 days ago, the director heard that a certain mysterious young man received a 9th. Trembling with shock, the guy couldn't believe that this man was really the one who received the 9th card. This was probably true, and the director nevertheless asked his employee to leave, otherwise he might be dealt with differently. Meanwhile, events continued to unfold in the elite office, which was accessible only to special guests. One of the influential guests discussed that Zhuo Bufang must have been a loser, and it was completely unclear why he had a web map of this club. Such a person should not be offended. The girl tried to calm the bald man down and said that he should invite the director for a glass of wine, as this might help restore his reputation. They couldn't wait any longer, and the girl asked her lover to call the influential director. At the same time, Chen Min was chatting with her friend and told her that her father was sick and he asked her to help at the martial arts center. Unexpectedly, the director entered the office, as he had received a call and was invited to drink wine. Some of those present greeted Director Hao and said that they had once come to the company to inspect him. Everyone immediately noticed that Director Hu was invited by Director Yao. This influential man was highly respected, and he could even invite such an important guest. A slightly worried Yao was grateful to the director for accepting his invitation, and they were going to drink wine together. Looking around, suddenly, the influential man noticed Mr. Zhou nearby. This reaction from Hu Yi was indeed unexpected, since no one knew that he knew Zhuo. Come closer, the elderly man decided to ask the protagonist if his name was really Mr. Zhuo. Reacting to this question without enthusiasm, the young man asked if they knew each other. In the opinion of everyone present, Zhuo Bufang really confessed, because as soon as he saw Director Hu, Tuo did not even get up from his seat to say hello. Yao watched everything that was happening and couldn't believe how Ho was treating Zhuo so politely, as if they were friends. The guest admitted that important people are often forgetful and said that he is Zhang Bei's secretary. His name is Ho Shengqiu. The friendly gentleman admitted that he would like to raise a glass to the main character and to his good health. None of the people present could truly believe that such an ordinary guy had not become so cool in such a short time. After which, the young man told the man that he could go, and he bowed his head and said that he was saying goodbye. Director Yao felt very awkward because he wanted to improve his reputation. But Zhuo Bufang had ruined everything for him. Former classmates realized that it seems they were all wrong about the hero, and it turns out that the Phoenix Lord's cottage is also true. One of the girls exclaimed that her husband should not worry, because Brother Wang should return soon, and he was sure that Zikin had married a loser. The blonde even remembered that she had previously heard that because of Zhuo Bufang, the lady had abandoned Brother Wang, and now he was very famous in the martial arts union. Sometime later, events continued to unfold at the entrance to the club. The protagonist's lover asked him to wait a bit because she needed to pick up her car. The heroine's friend told the young man that she would like to talk to him, and the boy didn't mind. The girl really didn't know where he could get the club's web map from, and didn't understand why the secretary decided to drink to him. But she knew that Zikin didn't like him at all. In fact, the guy wasn't interested in this at all, and he didn't see anything wrong with it. But his friend insisted that the girl should be with the partner she loves. The hero nevertheless admitted that he had indeed broken his wife's heart and disappointed her many times before, but now everything had changed. After thinking for a while, the young man realized that he would never offend his wife again, and would make sure that everyone would admire her as the emperor's daughter. This self-confidence was truly unusual. The interlocutor was even surprised, because she did not expect that a former loser would talk about such ambitious things. Soon the beloved drove up to the car and they could go home. The slightly embarrassed lady asked her husband to stop chatting, and he immediately said goodbye to his friend. Sometime later, Zikin found herself at home and decided to look at the gift that her husband had left for her earlier. The girl was genuinely interested in whether her lover really had any secrets that he wanted to tell her. Feeling very interested in the gift, the girl went on a short trip to inspect her new mansion. After a long journey, she arrived at the site of the Phoenix Lord's cottage. The security guard immediately stopped the woman, telling her that she was not allowed there. Realizing that there was security present, the lady took out the keys and said that she had just become the mistress of the place. The security guard was a little confused by these keys, and a young man approached him and asked what was going on. The excited man muttered that this girl was the mistress of the Phoenix Lord. The reaction from the second man was also immediate. He was probably surprised because he did not expect that such a young girl could have such an expensive house. Bowing his head, the stranger immediately apologized to the lady and said that they were not informed in time about the new owner. Seeing this behavior from the boss, the guard told him that if this girl really was the mistress of the Phoenix Lord, then in any case she should not be treated so ceremoniously. But the man explained that Chu Tian had previously bought the plot, after which he gave it to an important person. Until the very end, the girl did not believe that she would own such an expensive house. The location she had just entered was simply gorgeous. She couldn't believe her eyes. Looking at all the luxury items around her, the girl thought for the first time that her husband really hadn't lied. A week later, events continued to unfold in the university dormitory. It was a week of hard work for the protagonist, and it actually yielded some results, which was not bad. Returning to the men's dorm room, the neighbors were truly glad to see their comrade, and immediately decided to find out if there would be any instructions from him. The boy just wanted to take a shower for a moment and asked his friends to tell him what had happened at the university recently. They immediately realized that their brother had not been to university, and probably was not yet aware that he had come to be considered a good groom here. This immediately confused the young man, and he decided to find out why someone considered him a good groom. It turned out that now the whole university is talking about nothing but their relationship with Long Gaiwei. And the girl also came into the room several times to see the young man, and her friends also admired her. One of the friends also said that the guy was absent from university for a whole week, so their supervisor was looking for him. At that very moment, the woman opened the door and shouted for Zhuo Bufang to come out and talk to her immediately. This incident caused concern among the comrades, as they realized that their neighbor would now have problems. Only the main character was not at all embarrassed, and immediately decided to find out if someone was really looking for trouble again. Coming out of the shower without pants, the young man didn't even suspect who exactly had come to see him. Realizing that the curator was now standing in front of him, Fan was simply shocked and froze in fear. This sight made the teacher nervous, and she didn't even know how to react to it. just watching the guy. He closed his eyes and the woman started screaming, "Fan is an idiot and he should get dressed immediately." The frightened young man ordered his friends not to stand still, as they were two brainless scoundrels and they urgently needed help finding clothes. The friends immediately began to help and were ready to do everything possible to save their comrade. Luckily, the clothes were found a few minutes later, and Fan asked her supervisor that the next time she came to the men's dormitory, she should remember to knock. The polite woman admitted that she is a teacher, and for her, all students are like children. But absolutely everyone understood that the teacher looked very young, as if she had just graduated from university. The curator did not like these assumptions, and she immediately ordered the two roommates to leave the place. The frightened boys immediately started running away, and the main character realized that they had acted in an uncomradely manner. Pointing her finger at the young man, the woman asked him if he was going to study. Since he had been absent from university for a whole week, she heard that the boy really wanted to study. But then she immediately asked a second question regarding why he didn't go to classes. Feeling awkward, Fan began to make excuses, saying that he had things to do. The woman started yelling and ordering the student to look at himself and his attitude towards studying. And if he continued in the same spirit, she would contact his parents. Now this really made the boy nervous because if his mother found out that he was skipping classes, she wouldn't be happy. Laughing, the curator saw that the boy was really starting to worry and didn't want his parents to be told about it. Still, the young man gave in and said that if the teacher needed any help, he would do everything possible. This was good news for the woman, and she told him that their university had an anniversary next week, and their group had to prepare a number, so there would be an assignment for him. This role really surprised the guy, and he asked again if he really needed to prepare a number for the performance. I understand that I can't allow a bad conversation with my parents, but he still agreed. The curator decided to cheer up the park and said that he could demonstrate martial arts or perform a dance. The guy was only upset by this because he understood that such performances were not prestigious at all. The protagonist's friends also admitted that no one from their group wanted to participate in this event, so the curator decided to force him to do so. Still, Fan agreed and was going to go to class, but he also asked his friends to let him know if there was any news. Not far from the exit from the university, there was a girl who had been waiting for her brother for quite a long time. It was Tuntun. The protagonist really didn't expect to see her here. A little embarrassed, the girl admitted that she was specifically looking for a guy. This statement even surprised the young man, and he decided to find out what had actually happened. The worried girl said that recently everyone at the university was saying that Long Gayu was his girlfriend, and her friend decided to find out if it was true. In the guy's opinion, this was not possible since everyone highly rated Gayu and he could not suit her. Suddenly, the very culprit of the rumors arrived in an expensive sports car and asked Fan not to make fun of people. Embarrassed by the girl's presence, the interlocutor began to leave, saying that it would be better if they talked alone. In fact, the main character believed that in this life no one but his wife could make his heart beat. Arriving at the dormitory, Long Gayu admitted that she had been waiting for the guy for several days and wanted to find out where he had disappeared to. He reacted negatively to the girl's presence and said that there was no need for her to look for him. Grabbing the protagonist's hand, the girl admitted that her grandfather didn't know he was a martial arts master, which is why he shouldn't be so cowardly. A large number of people gathered around the couple, and they all understood that this guy was considered a good groom for a reason, because many girls liked him. The woman literally began to beg the young man to agree again, because if he had any problems later, her grandfather would definitely help. The guys around her understood that this girl usually put herself above everyone else, and who would have thought that she would behave like this with Zuo Bu Fang? Coming closer, Long Gaiyuo admitted that her grandfather held a high position in the martial arts union. He had strong connections, and he could settle any matter. After thinking for a while, the boy guessed that Chu Tian probably wouldn't be able to gather all the medicinal materials and raw materials. Thus, the young man finally agreed, because he understood that this was an excellent opportunity for cooperation. Meanwhile, the events took place in front of the entrance to Long's cottage. The elderly men were discussing among themselves that Zhuo Bu Fang had a bright future ahead of him, and love would want to befriend him. At that very moment, the main character had already arrived in the car in which he had been brought, and was ready to cooperate. Mr. Lan was very glad that the young man came to him, and everyone was ready for his arrival, and even made tea. The old friends even quarreled over tea, since they couldn't decide who would brew it. It really did look funny, causing even Long Gaiyuo to laugh. The boy turned to the gentleman and said that he didn't have enough medicine at the moment, and that he only had one pill that he could give. Upon seeing this pill, the influential man immediately assumed that this was the very miracle drug that could cure him. In fact, to be completely cured, you need to take a few more of these pills. Lun immediately thanked the gentleman for his kindness, but the boy asked him not to be so grateful, because it was better to take the medicine as soon as possible. The longer it was exposed to air, the more it lost its healing properties. Without hesitation, the elderly man took the medicine, as he understood that he simply had no other choice. After taking the miracle drug, an inexplicable energy somehow appeared in the man's body, and he began to feel much better. All the people nearby immediately realized that this medicine was very concentrated in power. This medicine was simply magical. No one had ever seen anything like it in their life, or even heard of it. A magical aura literally surrounded the owner of the estate, and he absorbed the magical properties of the pill. The young man turned to the gentleman and asked him to bring him the book he was training with, in order to see what exercises could prevent the return of the disease. Looking at his granddaughter, the man immediately asked her to bring the book he uses for training. But the old man understood that Mr. Zhuo would hardly like me. Bowing before the great master, the gentleman thanked him, as he appreciated his kindness to the family. If he ever needed anything, the old man would do everything possible to fulfill the request. Having thanked his patient, the young man nevertheless said that he would have one request that needed to be fulfilled. As it turns out, the guy needs some raw materials for a medicine that can't be found in ordinary places. Looking at the scroll with the name of the medicine, the owner of the estate immediately said that he would make every effort to help the master find everything he needed. Long Gaiyue had already brought the book and said that it was very rare. Having picked up this book, the hero was immediately skeptical about it, but decided to study it in order to understand what techniques were present there. In a matter of seconds, the guy was literally reading several pages at a time at incredible speed, and in 1 minute, half of the book had already been read. The man sitting nearby couldn't believe that this Zhuo Bufang had such a fast reading technique. It was simply unbelievable. The girl also thought that the young man did not look like a martial arts master at all. He looked so strange. This made people mistake him. Having studied the book, the hero asked to give him a pencil in order to underline the necessary exercise. Without hesitation, the boy began to cross out the entries in the book, as they were incorrect. The act really upset the lady, since the book was a family heirloom and was very valuable. But Lun asked her to stop. The book was indeed quite interesting, but it will be necessary to practice following Fan's correction, since it will be much more beneficial for health. Thanks to this collaboration, the elderly man will truly become much healthier, as the necessary exercises described in the book will help him. After thinking for a while, Long Gaiyue still expressed bewilderment, and then said that one cannot simply take and correct such a rare book. The statements did not bother the guy at all, and he simply asked the gentleman to try these exercises, and he would understand everything himself. Soon after, the man began practicing the exercises that were highlighted in the book. After several exercises, the man admitted that after he did them, he felt a surge of strength and no discomfort as before. The bald man was also shocked, and could not even imagine that an ordinary guy could fix such a rare book. Laughing, Lun admitted that Master Zhuo had just given the 7 of them an unspeakable gift. Bowing before the young gentleman, the elderly man again said that his family would definitely thank the boy for his kindness. Long also explained to his granddaughter that Zhuo had just corrected their family book, and now the family's strength would become even greater. Comrade Luna acknowledged that the master's martial skills had already reached perfection. His healing skills were outstanding, and he did not know whether he could invite him to join the martial arts union. The offer was indeed quite pleasant and unexpected, but the main character exclaimed that he did not want to join any alliances. It was sad news, but everyone was happy, because they managed to get such a unique book for literally nothing. The clever boy suggested that Mr. Gu also correct his training methods, and this was an excellent suggestion. However, in exchange for the hero, you will need medicinal raw materials and some other materials. This was not a problem for the man, since he had connections no worse than old Lun, and he would certainly make every effort to help the master obtain this medicinal raw material. In this situation, only the girl was indignant, since all this was necessary for the benefit of both parties. Sometime later, events continued to take place at the university. Long Gaiyue drove the guy to the university and promised that she would invite him to lunch sometime. In the evening, events continued to unfold in the festive hall, where a celebration was held in honor of the anniversary of Jinling University. The curator immediately noticed the unfamiliar student and wanted to understand where exactly Fan was. The young man was a little confused and didn't even know how to answer this, since he was busy with other things. But the teacher was not satisfied with these excuses at all, because the holiday was about to begin. Because of this, the young man was confused, because he didn't even know that the holiday would take place today. This behavior on the part of the guy made the curator incredibly angry, and she started screaming that he had made her lose her temper. Looking at everything that was happening, the people present could not believe that someone could anger Teacher Yang so much. The teacher's competitor was standing nearby, and she immediately noticed that only one person from their group would be showing the number, and such a sloppy one at that. But the curator didn't see anything wrong with this, because it's not quantity that matters, but quality. And they all give it to one person in a crowd. The ridicule continued, and the competitor claimed that the teacher was simply paranoid, not to mention that her student looked ugly and was also dressed haphazardly, which is why he should not be allowed on stage. Nearby was little sister Tuntun, who was very happy to see her brother, who had saved her earlier. The teacher continued to defend his student, saying that he shouldn't boast like that, and if the competitor was so brave, they could make a bet to see whose group number would be better, and if she lost, she wouldn't argue anymore. The cheeky teacher didn't mind, because Yan had recently bought a Louis Vuitton handbag, and if she lost, she would have to give it back. However, according to the curator, only the competitors need to be feared in this situation, and Yan has nothing to lose. As soon as the enemies left, the woman bowed her head and realized that things were really bad for her. The woman was truly confused because she had given in to her emotions, and this time she would definitely lose. And this Louis Vuitton handbag cost 2 months of her salary. The caring student decided to ask the teacher if she was okay, because her condition worried him. Having come to her senses, the teacher exclaimed that she was fine, was going to go and prepare for the performance, and there was no need to worry. The protagonist realized that the teacher knew perfectly well that he would not win, but he still made a bet. It seemed that today she could not be disappointed. In order to prepare for the performance, the boy went into the dressing room, where he was immediately met by Tuntun. As it turned out, she did not dare to say hello to the guy in the presence of the teacher, because she was afraid. Fan immediately appreciated the girl's appearance and stroked her head, saying that she was very beautiful. Meanwhile, another guy came up, who immediately recognized the main character and exclaimed his name. Tuntun said that this was her classmate, and his name was Song Zhenliang. The friendly guy immediately extended his hand to greet him, and said that Zhuo Bufang was extraordinary and that it was a good name. Fan also appreciated the name of his new friend, but Song was thinking that he would now crush Fan's hand in order to show his superiority over Tong Tong. The new comrade really shook his hand very strongly, but the young man didn't show it at all. Tuntun immediately noticed that her comrades were shaking hands for a very long time for some reason. Laughing, the hero exclaimed that in his opinion, Brother Song was really very fair. After such a long handshake, the guy's hand was very red and hurt, because Fan's handshake was very strong. It was at that moment that Song realized that he could not be a rival to Fan, as he was very strong. At the same time, the young man understood that the performance was about to begin, and it was necessary to prepare for it as soon as possible. Luckily, her friend happily agreed to help her brother get himself in order, while the other girl also agreed to help brother Sun get ready. Although he really wanted Tong Tong to help him, the boy immediately became very angry and shouted to leave him alone, as he wanted Tuntun to help him and agreed to wait for her. A member of another group decided that she would set Jang up and remove the music so that his performance would fail. Sometime later, events continued to take place at the university festival, and it had already begun. The university rector and other influential people sat in seats near the stage and were very happy that the graduation ceremony was about to begin. As it turned out, one of the guests was the head of the union and held the highest position in the Union of Martial Arts. The man had also previously studied here and could not help but return to his native university. Watching the performance, the audience was eagerly awaiting an interesting show. The main character also watched everything that was happening and realized that Tung probably had some problems. It turned out that the impudent guy didn't want to download the girl's music, and in order for him to do this, he demanded to be kissed. This caused Tong Tong to start crying, as the scoundrel was literally a shameless person and did not give her the opportunity to speak. According to the guy, the girl was constantly playing hard to get. It is unknown how many guys she allowed to hug her, so kissing him was a reward. Only the main character did not appreciate such an act and hit the impudent man with all his strength. Punishing him in this way, Chuo Bufang ordered the scoundrel to apologize, as he felt he owed it to Tong Tong. I was in severe pain after the blow. The guy didn't understand who beat him because he is a rather influential person at this university. The young man didn't care at all about this and decided to show who was in charge here. After a few minutes of good fighting, the villain finally apologized and asked Tong Tong for forgiveness. The upset girl also had to upload a backing track in order to perform. It turned out that this would no longer be possible, since the music had been deleted by Liu Qingshu, and re-downloading it would take at least 2 hours. Having started to cry, the lady did not know what to do, since we had Zhang Tongtong invited to the stage next with his song. Looking around, the hero discovered that there was a piano nearby. And this was the only way out of this situation. Ask the girl to calm down. The young man asked her to give him the notes of her song so that they could perform together. Tongtong's father and her sister were supposed to be watching the performance. The other group's supervisor knew that Tongtong didn't have musical accompaniment and wanted to see what she would do next. As if nothing had happened, the girl walked onto the stage, and a piano was placed nearby. The smartly dressed student greeted all the spectators and introduced herself, saying that she would now perform. Many guys were shocked by the girl's beauty and immediately wanted to know which group she was from. Tunton also asked that her partner in the performance be introduced with the same warm applause. This was indeed a surprise for the girl, as she did not expect that they would perform in pairs. All the spectators instantly realized that Zhuo Bufang would also be performing now. And it was truly a surprise. Many people couldn't understand why this guy came out with Tong Tong, because it was unclear whether this was the act he wanted to show. Even the group's curator was surprised that the young man could play the piano. Before that, he had clearly told her that he was going to recite poetry. This came as an unpleasant surprise to Uncle Tong Tong, because after this he wanted to talk to her father and find out why he allowed his daughter to associate with such people. She even understood that this guy was doing everything to look cool in front of her younger sister, but he would soon be disgraced. Wang also watched the performance and realized that Zhuo Bufang was becoming more and more impudent every day. Suddenly, a man in glasses came up and told the young man that someone had returned. And this was unexpected news. So the guy had some urgent business to attend to and needed to leave. This made his girlfriend a little confused, as she didn't expect her boyfriend to leave so abruptly. The performance began, and those present near the stage also watched it. The boy who was in love with Tong Tong didn't understand why Fan went with her, and the girl assumed that Tong Tong's musical accompaniment must have been lost, and she came to her senses at the last moment and asked Fan, but she was afraid that this loser had never seen a piano before, and he would soon be disgraced. Watching this performance, the young man wanted to make Zhuo Bufang a laughingstock today. Before the performance, the protagonist decided to ask his colleague if she was ready to begin. A few seconds later, the performance finally began, and thanks to everyone's efforts, it was bound to be a success. I performed with a girl, and it was truly an unimaginable melody that they created together. The audience began to rejoice. They really liked this performance because the talent of these young musicians was visible. Watching the performance, the curator was shocked, as she did not expect that Fan could play the piano so well. This came as a surprise to absolutely everyone, since no one understood why this loser could play the piano. The performance itself was quite short, but it made a good impression on the audience. After the performance, the young man asked his old friend to help him with something. The beaten boy happily agreed, because he understood that if he refused, he would be beaten again. In order to fulfill the request, the guy had to unfold a projector screen on stage. Other participants in the performance did not understand why the projector was turned around on the stage. What happened next surprised absolutely everyone, because it turns out that Liu Qingshu deliberately deleted Tong Tong's musical accompaniment, and Fang saved her performance. And absolutely everyone saw this since the correspondence was displayed on the screen. Looking at the screen, Qingshu was simply shocked, and she did not understand how this was even possible. The lady simply stood rooted to the spot by everything that was happening and looked at the screen. A second later, some people came and addressed Qingshu, saying that she had disgraced their university because she was going to disrupt the celebration that their universities loved, and her behavior was terrible. On behalf of the academic department, they reported that she was expelled. Having fallen to the floor, the poor girl could not believe that this happened to her, because previously she was one of the best students. Therefore, the training department has given Qingshu the death penalty. If this is recorded in her personal file, she will not be able to enter the civil service, nor will she be able to be an employee of the martial arts union or hold similar positions. Realizing that the punishment was too harsh, the girl began to apologize and admitted that she had made a mistake and asked to give her another chance. The academic department nevertheless decided that if the girl received forgiveness from the other side, they would be able to mitigate the punishment. Sitting on the floor, the lady realized that she would need to ask Tong Tong for forgiveness. After some thought, she decided that such a stain should not remain on her personal file. Otherwise, she would not be able to become a civil servant. Having risen from the floor, The girl sincerely hoped that Tuntun would be smart enough, and that she would only need to say a couple of phrases to settle this matter. After the performance, all the students were gathered together, and they discussed the events and the performance that took place. The main character decided to warn the girl that Chinshu would definitely come to ask her for help, and Tong Tong should not talk to her for long, and it is not necessary to agree. Fan's friend praised him and said that he had really shown excellent skill today. At that moment, Fan's ex-girlfriend was only thinking about how she regretted that they had broken up earlier. Turning to his teacher, the young man decided to ask her if she minded that he did not perform the poetry recitation, but replaced it with playing the piano. The woman really didn't mind, since she had just spoken to the jury, and his level of piano playing was very high, which meant that his number would definitely take first place. Also tonight, each group leader will select 2 people to attend the evening banquet, and Fan was the first to be chosen. This news surprised the boy a little, since he did not know that some kind of evening banquet would be held. This banquet will be attended by many former students who have become famous in the business community. If you enter the circle early, brilliant prospects will open up for you, and some even said that the head of the martial arts union will also come today. Somehow, the boy realized that it was just a dinner where many important people would gather. However, this conclusion did not satisfy the curator at all, since many parents asked her to recommend their children for participation in the evening banquet. Reporters also arrived to interview the competition winners. One of the reporters learned that Fan was saving the show today, and he heard the judges saying that he could get first place for his number. The protagonist was a little confused, as he had never given an interview for television. At the same time, the culprit of the incident at the event approached Tong Tong and addressed her. A little alarmed, the girl decided to ask Chinshu what she was doing there. As it turned out, the scoundrel came to apologize and said that she didn't do all this on purpose, and Tong Tun exclaimed that it was okay. It's okay since Chinshu has already been punished properly. For the interlocutor, this statement was truly offensive, and she wanted to address the girl again. The young man decided to stand up for the girl and exclaimed that the man who wanted to set her up had no business talking to her. People immediately realized that it was the same girl, and began to talk among themselves about how she not only broke the rules, but also had the audacity to come here. Fans started shouting to all the guests to look at this girl, because if it weren't for her, he wouldn't have been able to distinguish himself so well today. So he should interview her. Only Chinshu didn't expect that she would be asked 3 questions about whether it was she who wanted to frame the girl, whether it was she who wanted to frame Fan, and whether she felt any regret. Reporters immediately began to pounce on the girl to ask these questions, since this was a sensation. Having started to cry, the rule violator began to leave, covering her face, asking not to be photographed. This time, things were really bad for Chinshu, as she was shameless and thought of harming others. Tuntun even felt sad about everything that happened to her former friend, because she felt sorry for her. The teacher approached the winner and exclaimed that she was a student from their group, and how dare she perform with a student from another group, because this could be considered shameful. Bowing her head, the student admitted that her background music had been removed. But according to her supervisor, no matter how many disagreements they had, they were all internal disagreements, and there was no point in bringing in an outsider, which is why the woman believed that Tong Tong should no longer stay in the group. After hearing this dialogue, the protagonist's supervisor realized that Teacher Liu was very hot-tempered and that this was not the way to behave. The women also decided to remind her about the dispute, because if Liu loses, she should no longer be seen by the curator. The woman believed that Fan and Tong Tong were competing together in this competition, so there was no way she could lose. The smart teacher reminded her that Liu had just said that Tong Tong had no reason to stay in their group and that she didn't need a student like that. Having accepted her defeat, the woman agreed with the last of her strength, but said that she would still take revenge. Sometime later, events continued to occur near the building where the event took place. Tong Tong admitted that it was great that Fan was also participating in the evening banquet, since she could have just introduced him to her parents. But the hero thought that it would be better for him not to meet her parents. For the girl, this was surprising, and she did not understand why the young man decided this, because he saved her then, and her parents want to thank him personally. A few minutes later, the events were already taking place at the evening banquet, where the couple entered the hall. Little sister Tong Tong didn't understand why she was still with Zhuo Bufeng. Feeling awkward, the girl exclaimed that her brother saved her, and her mom and dad wanted to thank him. The sister continued to insist that there was no need to be mistaken about Fan, because he was just an ordinary guy who was not capable of anything. But Tong Tong began to shout that he had saved her, and the rest was not interesting. As it turned out, the parents also believed that Zhuo Bufang should stay away from their daughter, as he was clearly not worthy of her. The angry girl asked her brother not to pay attention to them, and they were going to leave from there. The parents also believed that their Xiaoyu had a better understanding of which guys she should and shouldn't date. Nevertheless, the girl decided to approach her parents and turn to them in order to say something. When the father returned, he saw that this guy was the very savior. The young man was truly glad to meet them, and the man remembered that it was he who saved his daughter. And unfortunately, they had not been able to thank him earlier. Fortunately, the hero did not see anything terrible in this, and believed that there was no need to worry about it. The girls decided to ask the hero what he plans to do after graduating from university. Feeling awkward, the boy said that he hadn't planned that far ahead yet, and would figure it out as he went along. The girl's parents believed that it was better for the young man to make plans in advance. Perhaps he would want to join the martial arts union or go into business. But as it turned out, the boy did not want to join the martial arts union. Fan saw that Tong Tong's father was a good man and did not look down on him at all, and suddenly decided to even help him, but soon decided to take his daughter away for a while to introduce her to a few people. Hearing such a request, the young man immediately agreed and said that he would not bother them anymore. Everyone immediately noticed that Fan was indeed very polite, even though he was not from high society, and the man was convinced that he had to convince the hero to join the martial arts union. And then if their Tong Tong was with him, no one would judge her. These words came as a surprise to the girl and confused her, since her parents believed that she and Fan would be a good couple. This made the parents laugh quite a lot, because when a girl grows up, she needs to get married, and there is nothing to be embarrassed about. Meanwhile, the hero was thinking about the need to choose a time to explain things to Tong Tong later, because he couldn't fool the girl's head. The food at the event was very tasty, and the hungry boy immediately began to devour it. The impudent guy from behind exclaimed that he was a country bumpkin, and that even when he came to such a place, he didn't try to make acquaintance with anyone, but only wanted to eat. Sun Bingchen stood not far from Zhenlin and noticed that this was the same Fan that the interlocutor had spoken of earlier. That was exactly it, and the boy was very angry because the hero had taken Tuntun away from him. Sun turned to the hero and exclaimed that he did not want to see him with Tong Tong tomorrow, since she belonged only to his son. Such statements angered the protagonist, and he shouted that he did not understand what had just been said. Zhenlin also convinced the young man that he should not be impudent as long as they treated him kindly, since he was not their equal at all. So there was no point in harboring false hopes. Tuntun, hearing this conversation, immediately stood up for her savior and was unhappy that they were talking to him like that. The girls also addressed Zhenlin and said that he should not pay attention to who his daughter communicates with. The father of the impudent guy exclaimed that they should not interfere in the affairs of young people, and he heard that their company was going to develop Africa, and perhaps he would like to go there. This proposal made the man nervous, but his wife calmed him down, asking him not to give in to emotions, since Sun was his boss. Uncle also asked the director not to stoop to arguing with his brother, and let him take a closer look at their Xiaoyu. They are the same age as Zhenlin, and the parents would be very grateful if they paid attention to her. Bowing her head, the girl decided to greet Uncle Sun. The impudent man explained that the girl was of no interest to his son. However, the director himself was interested in the young girl since he really liked her. Unfortunately, the girl's father was not happy with this, but he understood that he could not argue with such a decision. Looking at his charge, the man asked if he minded. Confused, the father didn't even know what to answer, but his wife exclaimed that the gentleman must do as he saw fit. The director understood that his interlocutor was truly a reliable person, but his younger brother did not understand either good or bad, and sooner or later he would get into trouble. Angry, Tong Tong's father couldn't understand how his brother could be so unprincipled, since Xiaoyu was his daughter, and he couldn't throw her into the jaws of that tiger. The influential man was very displeased with such statements, and he understood that Zhang should not consider himself so cool, because he did not dare to talk to the director like that. And he was probably impatient to get to Africa. Feeling very dissatisfied and uncomfortable, the girl turned to her father for the last time, but he told her that she should go with director Sun, and then she would not need anything. The older brother did not understand how a man could push his daughter into a pit and give her to such a scoundrel. His wife became indignant at these statements, saying that Zhenlin didn't like Xiaoyu, but his father liked her, and in the end, she would still join the Song family. The parents were only thinking about the benefits because when their daughter entered the family, she would not need anything, but the loser Zhuo Bufang would be a beggar all his life. In the elder brother's opinion, this whole situation was simply absolute, since it was impossible to treat your daughter like that. The man also decided to explain to Fan that he shouldn't take it to heart, since children should decide for themselves how to live, and their parents won't interfere with them. But his wife was worried that the boss might send them to Africa. Trying to calm my wife down, the man explained that this would not happen because none of this mattered. Meanwhile, the leader of the Zhang Union arrived. This man was the leader of the martial arts union in the city, and everyone wanted to meet him as soon as possible. Seeing this man, the parents realized that it might be worth talking to him, since perhaps he could solve their problem. The younger brother began to talk to the influential man because he heard that he was on good terms with Union leader Jiang. And as it turned out, he was leader Jiang's confidant. He should soon be promoted, and then he would advance in his career. Everyone was very grateful to Director Sun for his patronage, as he could solve any problem. At that time, the young man thought that when the time came, he would definitely get Zhang Tongtong and at the same time destroy the main character. Many people were indeed very glad to see the leader of the union and bowed before him to say hello. Entrepreneurs began to hand over their business cards in order to get acquainted with the influential person, and he paid attention to them. At that very second, the man looked around and seemed to see someone who caught his attention. The official began to gradually approach the protagonist, where he stood with his parents and Tuntun. The alarmed corporation employees did not understand what was going on and why the director was coming to them. As it turned out, the leader of the union came specifically to Mr. Zhuo and bowed before him in recognition. This event was shocking for absolutely everyone, since no one expected that the head of the union would suddenly decide to say hello to some student. This turn of events was indeed a surprise, since everyone had previously considered Zhuo Bufang to be literally a beggar. The influential man was very happy to meet Mr. Zhuo, as they had not seen each other for a long time. Still, the gentleman was interested in what exactly the main character was doing here. The boy decided to tell that he came here to relax with his friends, but encountered some difficulties. Having heard about the difficulties, the comrade immediately decided to find out what was going on. Pointing his finger at the villains, the young man explained that these two guys decided to send his girlfriend's father to hard work in Africa, at a branch of the Union of Martial Arts. These difficulties immediately caused dissatisfaction among the official, and he decided to find out if this was true. What questions caused concern among the perpetrators, and they began to get nervous because they did not know how to answer them. Seeing a man nearby, the director immediately asked if this gentleman was his girlfriend's father. Starting to get nervous, the old man introduced himself, saying that his name was Zhang Bingye, and that he had once met with the leader of the Zhao Union. Upon seeing the business card, the official immediately realized that this man was also an employee of the Martial Arts Union Trading Company. This event caused even more excitement among the crowd, as no one could believe that such an influential person would take a business card from an ordinary worker. Upon hearing about the problem, the official promised that he would handle the matter himself and apologized for the incident. Turning to Song Bingcheng, Jiao exclaimed that if he suddenly decided that there was a labor shortage in Africa, then he would have to fly there at 2 in the morning on another plane, which is why he needed to pack his bags as quickly as possible to fly. This made the man even more nervous, and with all his might he exclaimed that he was the leader of the Martial Arts Union and was now responsible for a large number of matters. According to the official, Mr. Zhang Binye will be a worthy replacement, so the former head of the union can confidently go to Africa. Turning to the young man, Zhao decided to ask if he was satisfied with this outcome. The main character simply modestly said that he didn't really care. The friend's father also agreed and happily accepted such a generous offer. Jiao did all this because they needed several private people to be in charge of trading activities. And thanks to Mr. Zhuo's recommendation, he found a trustworthy person, but Fang sincerely believed that the official should leave, since as long as he was here, no one would be able to rest in peace. Feeling a little awkward, the man admitted that this was indeed the case, and prepared to leave so that the others could rest. The crowd of people started chanting, "I don't understand what's going on," because Zhuo Bufang somehow forced Jiao to leave. Tong Tong decided to ask the boy if he really knew Zhang Beya, and he said that he knew a little about medicine and helped his teacher, which is why they now knew each other. Just looking at this guy, no one would think that he only knows a little about medicine. Meanwhile, the shameless family discussed what to do, since now they had no opportunity to become influential relatives. So the father ordered his daughter to go to Fan and try to build a family with him. Feeling ashamed, the girl admitted that she and Zhuo Bufang were enemies, and that she had actually insulted him recently. The father couldn't understand why his daughter was so arrogant. If they had tried to kidnap their daughter back then, it would have been really good. At the same time, the impudent man began to approach Binf, saying that he had a small matter for him. But this did not please the man at all, and he slapped the scoundrel, then told him to be less eager to be friends since he had insulted Zhuo Bufang and should leave here and not bring trouble upon himself. This really made the man very angry, but he understood that Binfu was right, and they would not be able to quickly find a way out of this situation. All this greatly upset the official, who had spent half his life striving for this position, but lost it on the same day. The family was at a loss and was already getting ready to pack their suitcases to go to Africa. They also couldn't not go, since the character of the leader of the Union Jiang was very formidable and strict, which is why no one could disobey his order. It was at that moment that everyone realized how influential Bufang was, because just one phrase from him changed everything. Other owners and employees of the company began to approach the young man in order to gain his friendship. Some even started fighting among themselves because they couldn't decide who would approach first. At that time, the main character decided to run away, saying that his wife was calling him to come home to wash clothes. Meanwhile, events continued to unfold in the club called the Qinzhou Brave, namely in the Peony Pavilion office. The bandits were surrounded by many beautiful girls, who were very happy that they were popular. At that moment, Fan's enemy was only thinking that if it weren't for the argument with this Zhuo Bufan, he wouldn't have invited this worthless person to such a club. He called the bandit who drank wine with him in this expensive club a worthless person. The scoundrel's name was Shui Dao, and he helped Jin Chizai return to the country. The Koreans really knew a thing or two about beautiful girls, which is why the bandit learned a lot there too. If he takes on the task of bringing in a person from abroad, then for him it's as easy as pie. Wang knew that Jin Chizai had a black belt in Taekwondo and would have no problem with Zhuo Bufang. One of the guards arrived to tell brother Wang that Jin Chizai had arrived. The formidable man was very glad to see his old comrade and immediately greeted him. Jin was overjoyed and hugged the boy with all his might because he had helped him return from another country. This time, Wang asked his comrade to take on the task and asked if he was sure he understood what he was asking him to do. But the man didn't care at all, because he immediately started hitting on the girls, who were very beautiful in this country. The worried young man asked Jin Chizai to talk about business first before pestering the girls. The menacing man asked the boy again if he was really asking to defeat a man with a black belt in Taekwondo. This was indeed the case, and Wang also promised that if Jin Chizai settled this matter, then the account would be transferred to him 200,000. The offer immediately made the man leave the girl alone, and he decided to get down to business as quickly as possible, since he needed the money. Once Jin Chizai defeats Fan, in addition to the 200,000, these beauties will also belong to him. The determined bandit promised that he would definitely help in such a difficult situation for a generous reward. The other bandit was not happy with this at all, since 200,000 was a very generous payment to deal with one person, and if he had known about this earlier, he would have dealt with him himself. The comrade immediately decided to ask Brother Van whether it was really worth looking for a foreigner to deal with such an insignificant boy. That's why he offered the guy to give him 200,000, and then he would help in this matter. Since his name is Shui Dao, he can settle any matter, and it is not for nothing that he eats bread. So you should not get involved with foreigners, because they are very greedy. Jin Chizai immediately became angry upon hearing this, but Shui Dao did not back down and said that he had just been talking about him, that they were all disgusting and that foreigners were losers who were only good in words. The determined foreigner began to attack and shouted that he would now kill his opponent. The blow was indeed so strong that Dao flew several dozen meters to the side and hit the wall, thereby partially destroying it. Looking at everything that was happening, the girls nearby began to get nervous, because they thought that they could also get hurt. The proud Jin Chizai now considered himself the strongest man in this city, as he was the one chosen to carry out the mission. Watching this fight, Wang was confident that the foreigner would destroy Zhuo Bufang, and if he wanted to come to their country, he would always provide him with a good reception. Sometime later, events continued to take place at the Yi family's cottage. When he got home, the young man began to complain to his wife, saying that the people at the banquet were very annoying. Seeing the charming girl, the hero was immediately surprised that she was still awake. Feeling a little uneasy, Fan realized that his wife looked like something was wrong. Then the girl said that recently many large companies suddenly wanted to collaborate with her company, and the amulet that Fan gave her saved her. The key to the cottage also turned out to be real, which is why the wife wanted to know how Fan did all this in the end. Feeling very awkward, the young man thought about how he could find an excuse, because if he told Zikin now that he was a celestial being, he was afraid that she would think he was crazy. Looking intently at the young man, the girl repeated her question and asked why he was silent. Fan nevertheless began to justify himself, saying that the amulet was given to him by a master, and the cottage was given to him by Chu Tian. But the wife understood that Chu Tian was not such a kind person. He probably gave him the cottage, which means he wanted to get something more from him, and Zikin was against such a gift and asked to return the key. Although they were not real spouses, they were still friends, and Zikin begged him to listen to her, saying that there was no point in measuring strength with Chu Tian. Was there anything in Fan's thoughts that the most important task now was to prepare the elixir as quickly as possible in order to regain his true strength? The events continued to unfold the next morning. The main character was sleeping in his bed, but suddenly his phone rang. It turned out that it was Comrade Yeswan, who for some reason called so early. In fact, he called because his cousin has a martial arts center in the city, and they don't teach ancient martial arts, and this is something he can look at next. The young man immediately began to get ready because ancient martial arts are impressive. Such a base provides great advantages, and he just wants to understand it. While putting on his clothes, the boy asked to send him the address because he was going to come right away. A few hours later, events continued to unfold at the martial arts center called Dragon and Tiger. Yiswen decided to introduce my friend to a girl named Yin Yi and his good friend named Chen Hu. The new comrades immediately began to be indignant because they thought that it would be a girl or some senior student. Feeling awkward, the comrade began to feel uncomfortable and immediately apologized to Bu Fang for his friends. The guy didn't care at all at that moment since they were going to the Dragon and Tiger Martial Arts Center, and he wanted to head there as soon as possible. The friend happily agreed with Fan, and they decided to head inside the establishment. Upon entering the martial arts center, one could immediately see many people training. Nearby, she noticed that her little sister had arrived quite late. The girl Yeswanya introduced her sister to the friends with whom she had just arrived here. Looking at her new comrades, the girl suddenly saw that one of the guys turned out to be quite familiar. Without showing it, Chen Min remained silent and asked her guest to go inside the building. The protagonist understood that Zikin didn't want other people to know about her relationship with Fan, and she was going to pretend that she didn't know him and hoped that he would pay attention. According to one of my comrades, ancient martial arts existed in chivalric novels, but now they are just a show. After hearing the opinion of one of those present, the martial artist did not understand what he was talking about and wanted to know who this person was and why he was so arrogant. The scoundrel continued to claim that standing in a stance all day long was not even close to being comparable to foreign martial arts without rules. This guy thought he was right because, for example, in America, martial arts are much more advanced than here. To clarify the situation, Master Chen Longhu came up and explained that ancient martial arts are vast and varied, but not so simple. It was the father of the girl who invited her friend here to show her everything. Bowing before the great master, the boy greeted him and hoped to hear instructions from the elder. Approaching the stone, the elder explained that ancient martial arts allow one to perform mastery, and even cut stone with one's hand, like air. To demonstrate this, the man hit a stone that stood near him with all his might. There was a mark left on the stone from his palm after he struck it. This extraordinary ability intrigued and surprised absolutely everyone. Even the main character wanted to know the secret. This was meant to show how cool ancient martial arts are, because a person who studies martial arts firmly knows that he can surpass others. To show her hospitality, the girl invited her friends to go into the courtyard to drink tea there. One of the comrades approached the master and said that he would like to join the martial arts center and asked if he could become his teacher. The other students understood that this guy had just spoken disdainfully about ancient martial arts, and only 2 of them were personally taught by the master. Thus, the great master replied that if the guys were really interested in ancient martial arts, then he could come to the martial arts center for classes. But as for being his teacher, he did not have enough skill for that yet. Feeling his weakness, the boy still agreed, because he understood that he was not yet strong enough. Soon after, the teacher began to approach the protagonist, as if he wanted to get to know him. Continuing to observe their teacher, the students realized that he was interested in this guy, but he was frail. It was immediately obvious that he was not suitable for martial arts. It turned out that the great master approached the young man to ask him if he wanted to join the martial arts center and become his teacher. This news was shocking to absolutely everyone, since not a single student had ever been invited to study in this way. The polite young man apologized to the master and explained that he was very busy with his studies and did not have time to come to the martial arts center for training. No one could believe that this guy was so arrogant that they would refuse the best master of ancient martial arts. The worried girl also understood that her father liked Fan for some reason, and he simply went and offered him to become his student. The older man laughed and agreed. saying that in that case he wouldn't force the boy, but he thought he was interested in ancient martial arts, so it was quite possible that he would come to their martial arts center later. The young man thanked the master for such a generous offer and said that it was a great honor for him. All these events irritated one of the guys present, since he was not given the honor of being invited to the training. He began to realize that it seemed like he couldn't surpass this Zhuo Bufang, since he was probably very strong. Meanwhile, the protagonist's wife was in the city and was thinking that there was a meeting at the company and she urgently needed to hurry. But the thief decided to prevent the girl from planning her next steps and stole her bag. The girl also fell because a stranger pushed her and almost started crying, since there were a lot of important documents in her bag. A strange guy was nearby and decided to help in this situation and kicked the scoundrel right in the back. Thanks to the actions of this guy, the criminal was stopped as he fell to the floor. The scoundrel began to get angry because he dared to ruin such a profitable business. Having risen from the ground, the scoundrel began to run away and promised to take revenge for the fact that he was stopped. The smart young man, meanwhile, began to approach the girl with her bag and decided to find out if everything was okay. A little embarrassed, the lady said that she was fine and was very grateful for such an act. The caring young man also saw that the injured girl had wounds and offered to help bandage them. The offer was indeed very good, but Zikin had to refuse because she was very busy. The brave young man decided to introduce himself and said that his name was Duan Shanhei. Having thanked the young man, the girl handed him her business card and told him her name. After explaining that she had business at the company, Zikin exclaimed that she had to go, but her business card had her contact information on it. Seeing that the rescued girl was the head of a large company, the cunning guy immediately came up with a plan. He wanted to gain her trust so that he wouldn't have to bother and work for many years. Sometime later, the cunning guy went into the gateway, where someone was already waiting for him. It turned out that it was the same robber who complained that his brother's blow was not at all light. Throwing down a wad of money, Duan Shanhei said that there were 5,000 in it and ordered the guy to disappear. At that moment, the scoundrel was only thinking about how he should quickly return to the Dragon and Tiger Martial Arts Center, because his little sister-in-law was probably already waiting for him. Meanwhile, events continued to unfold at the Dragon and Tiger Martial Arts Center. The little sister noticed that her brother mentor had finally returned. Among the girls, Duan Shanhei was the one I immediately noticed. Her sister had told her a lot about him, and as soon as she saw him today, she immediately realized that he was truly a gifted person. This guy was truly loved by absolutely everyone because he had many achievements that he considered insignificant. Watching this guy, the protagonist realized that he did not have any outstanding strength, and he was just bragging. The happy girl decided to introduce her mentor brother to some of her new friends. One of her friends was named Yuan Shuang, and the other guy was Yesuan, and she also introduced the main character. At that very moment, the boy received a call from Chu Tian, and this call was probably really important. As it turned out, the young man had previously asked an influential man to send people to discreetly watch his wife to help protect her, and he was probably calling because something had happened. The girl's friend immediately became interested in who exactly this guy was who was now talking on the phone. The lady with purple hair said that this was a loser, her friend's husband, who hangs around doing nothing all day. The determined young man understood that this type was completely unsuitable for Zikin, and she had to be his wife. Meanwhile, an influential man reported to the protagonist that they had found out that a certain person had staged a heroic rescue in order to get to know Lady Zikin. We managed to find out who this person was. It was Duan Shanhei. He is a mentor at the Dragon and Tiger Martial Arts Center. For the main character, this was indeed a lucky coincidence, since this guy was very close. The conversation was over, and the young man was only thinking that this guy dared to touch his wife, and now he would simply destroy him. Suddenly, some guys arrived and wanted to know if the owner of the Dragon and Tiger Martial Arts Center was still there, as they had come a long way from the Taekwondo Martial Arts Center to visit. It turns out that their Dragon and Tiger Martial Arts Center doesn't get along with them, making it completely unclear why they came to visit. The impudent guy realized that he needed to act and find out what was really going on and why the enemies had come here. Yesuan invited Fan to go with him to scout out the situation. Many angry men arrived at the Dragon and Tiger Combat Center meeting site. The students at the Combat Center were very unhappy with this whole situation, which is why they wanted to fight the outsiders. By observing one of the guys present, the hero discovered that Li Busheng was using dark magic, and it was indeed a good disguise. Politely communicating with Master Li, the young man tried to find out what business he had come for, and he told him that he had long wanted to meet Master Chen, and today he had come there especially for this purpose. and hoped that they could exchange experiences. The students immediately realized that their enemy had definitely come to undermine their affairs, and this was truly impudent. And their teacher was very strong, and it would be a trifle for him to defeat such an enemy. Everyone present began to ask the mentor to sort out this situation and defeat Master Lee. Only the main character was wary and decided that he needed to be a little more careful. This Duan Shanhe wasn't that strong, so it was completely unclear why he would so confidently provoke others. But other people didn't know how strong Fan was and thought of him as a coward. The determined boy was confident in himself and invited all three masters to fight, because if he showed himself today and it reached Zikin, then he would definitely have a chance to win her love. But the other master didn't like such insolence, and he decided to attack immediately. One of the enemy team's strongest warriors struck, and it was truly incredibly strong. The entire martial arts center team was defeated by a single blow from the opposing team's master. The stranger did not understand how such a worthless person as this guy Merit could even threaten him. Luckily, everyone was safe and sound, albeit a little battered, as the blow had truly been impressive. The protagonist exclaimed that he had previously said that one should be careful, but no one listened to him. The martial arts center's instructor understood that he was weak compared to his opponents and could not handle even one. Meanwhile, other masters also came out and saw that the instructor of the Dragon and Tiger Martial Arts Center, Duan, was lying on the ground. And since the instructor was defeated, it seemed like the center was now in trouble. The enemy turned to the mentor and exclaimed that he should call his master here. The great master was very close by and considered the strangers to be madmen. The old man used his magical attack directly on the enemy in order to resist. The palm strike was the most powerful weapon in the great master's arsenal, and he used it to demonstrate his true abilities. The enemy lay on the ground from the force of the powerful attack, screaming in pain and anger because he had just been defeated. The purple-haired girl was very glad that her father had arrived to protect them. Watching this, another master decided to ask Chen if it was too rude to demonstrate his skills on younger students. The master sincerely believed that since the student spoke disrespectfully, it was necessary to teach him a little manners. This statement seemed funny to the master, and he decided to use his magical abilities because earlier they said that Master Chen had achieved the highest mastery, and today he wanted to test it. Master Lee was also an outstanding individual. He also achieved the ability to break a stone block with one foot. In order to exchange experiences, the masters really wanted to get to know each other. However, this acquaintance looked like two masters starting a fight. Some thought that Master Chen would win, while others thought that Master Lee would win. The students sincerely wanted their master to win, and they shouted in his support to achieve this. The elderly man's daughter also really wanted him to win this battle and take revenge on his mentor brother. Watching everything that was happening, the main character felt a certain uneasiness, as if he knew something. The young man understood that Lee had more energy than Master Chen, and that the elderly master also had a hidden illness, which was why he could lose. The worried boy sincerely didn't think they needed to tell the master about this as soon as possible to prevent a fight. Fan knew that this fight could no longer be prevented. It would ruin his reputation, the challenge had been accepted, and the fight had to be completed. But Master Chen was kind to the young man, and he should at least not allow him to get seriously injured. The fight was about to begin, and Master Lee was going to attack first. Observing his opponent, the elderly man saw that he was using dark energy. The students immediately realized that their master was in danger, but they assumed that perhaps he would also use dark energy. Unfortunately, the wise master realized this too late, as his opponent had already begun to attack. The great master was going to stop the attack by using light magic power against the dark one. In order to most effectively stop the enemy's attack, the Dragon Cry technique was used. Two magical forces clashed in an unequal duel, and it was completely unclear who would win. The elderly master tried with all his might to resist the younger one, and used all his magical potential for this. The power of the attacks was impressive. It was difficult for ordinary people to even stand next to them. After the next attack, there was a pause, and the two masters watched each other closely, waiting for the next attack. No one could yet figure out who exactly had won, but Master Chen hadn't taken a single step, which meant that their strength was probably equal. Suddenly, the old man started bleeding from his mouth, which meant that he was seriously injured. The spectators present at this fight immediately became concerned, because they did not know how they could help in this situation. Having wiped the blood from his mouth, the man nevertheless admitted defeat, and this meant his surrender. Lee was happy with this victory, because he realized that it was given to him after just one blow. The nearby disciples could not understand why their master had lost, because they thought that he could not be defeated, and even began to suspect that their fighting skill was inferior to that of the enemy. The victor began to speak to the disciples of the defeated master and told them that all the people said that their master of ancient martial arts was very great, but in his opinion, there was nothing special about him. Feeling intense anger, the girl realized that she must definitely avenge her father. Her friend stopped her in time, saying that even if the master was not his opponent, she still wouldn't be able to cope. Experiencing great inner pain, the master turned to his daughter and told her that it would never be too late for revenge. Meanwhile, the comrade decided to ask Fan what would happen next and how he would act in this situation. Students of other martial arts sincerely believed that there was nothing special about their enemy. Many people started leaving, and although there are older and more skilled people in the martial arts center, it is better to close the center as quickly as possible. As it turned out, one of the opponents deliberately pushed Yesuan, which made him very angry. But the girl began to calm her boyfriend down, telling him that it was better to remain silent, because the enemy was very strong. Thus, the scoundrels began to leave and were satisfied with their victory. Suddenly, someone asked them to stop because he had knocked his friend down and didn't even apologize, after which he started to leave. Many people were immediately surprised that a brave man appeared who wanted to compete with his enemies. Everyone immediately turned their attention to the guy who said this and was against such behavior on the part of Master Li and his disciples. It was the main character named Zhuo Bufang, who turned out to be the bravest guy of all those present. The enemy group's student immediately became angry and decided to find out if he was really being forced to apologize. The hero really wanted his friend to apologize because it was impolite. Master Li was angry because he believed that Fan was seeking his own death and was not a worthy opponent. Even the young man's ally began to shout at him, asking who had given him his word to speak like that. The scoundrel even apologized to his enemies, saying that this guy was simply mentally ill and that they shouldn't stoop to his level. The students breathed a sigh of relief and even thought that Zhuo Bufang was truly not quite right in the head, as he could have just angered the enemy master, who would have carried out a brutal reprisal. Yesuan also asked Fan not to say anything, as he did not want to suffer from his friend's antics. The older man also admitted that it was the youth who were talking nonsense and asked Li not to pay attention to it. After hearing an apology from the master himself, Li agreed not to stoop to the level of such youth. Thus, the opponents began to leave, and Chikai asked the young man to be more careful. The members of the battle group were very happy that Master Li was so magnanimous. But in their opinion, Zhuo Bufang was a real non-entity. It was he who decided to start a rebellion here. The head of the center exclaimed to the main character that if they were not lenient towards him, then it would be the end for him, and Fan should immediately get out of the martial arts center since he was not welcome there. Continuing to talk to his enemies, Fan ordered one of them to apologize to his friend. This immediately caused a violent reaction among everyone present, as they thought that Fan simply wanted to die. Once again, the group leader began to apologize to Master Li, saying that this guy has nothing to do with the Dragon and Tiger Martial Arts Center, and that he was speaking on his own behalf. Bowing his head, the old master said that it was still better for a young man to stay in the shadows if he did not understand something. The enemy began to laugh and asked the young man what he would do if he did not receive an apology. This question made the protagonist laugh, and he decided to ask his interlocutor if he would apologize after all, because Yesuan is his best friend, and he cannot allow anyone to offend his friends. The students at the martial arts center were discussing among themselves that this idiot wouldn't even be able to try to win a fight against such a serious opponent. The enemy had already begun to warm up, as he wanted to compete with the boy, because he was seeking death with all his might. The impudent man also watched everything that was happening, and thought that if Fan was killed, he would be able to date Zikin instead of him. Using his magical abilities, the protagonist shouted at his enemy to apologize to his comrade. This immediately made the opponent nervous, as he had just witnessed Fan's true strength. This magical move caused the enemy to fall to his knees, which came as a surprise to everyone. After the scoundrel fell to his knees, he began to cough up blood and experienced simply unbearable pain. No one could have imagined that Fan possessed such power, because with just his voice he was able to defeat his opponent. Everyone was absolutely alarmed, since previously the heroes were considered weak, and not a loser who simply could not be cool. The Grandmaster was also shocked, as the boy had damaged the enemy using sound, and it turned out he had been hiding his skill. Master Li found this incident amusing, as finally there was one person who could show them true skill. That's why the leader of the group decided to show who was really strong here and used destructive lightning. The students were once again amazed by such a powerful technique. This was far superior to what had happened before. and no one expected that the enemy team's master had previously hidden his true strength. Chen realized that this technique was a secret one that could be mastered through hard, regular, and long-term training, and it could at least double one's strength. The enemy realized that the protagonist was truly talented, and if he were given another 10 years, he could become a great master. But he absolutely did not want Fan to become a great master, which is why he decided to finish him off today and deliver a fatal attack. The spectators watched the entire event and realized that this blow was more powerful than in the duel with Master Chen. And even the master could not cope with such a serious opponent, which is why Zhuo Bufang had no chance. With a deft jump, the young man was able to dodge such a crushing blow. A magical hand was used to strike back. The magical hand possessed impressive power and should have simply destroyed the enemy. The enemy simply began to tremble with fear and anger because he thought that things were already bad for him. After the main character's attack, only fire was visible, and it was completely unclear how the battle ended. Gradually, the smoke from the fire began to clear, and Master Li could be seen through it, seemingly unconscious. Soon the man woke up and could not understand at all how it had happened, that he was now lying on the ground. No one could believe it, and even the old master thought that Fan was not a human but some kind of demon. As it turns out, young man, ancient martial arts are as natural as a long night. The worried students began to lift the master and wanted to understand if he was okay. Fan ordered them to get out of here, and if they came here again, he would not spare them anymore. Fearing this dangerous enemy, the boys began to leave, agreeing that they should not come here. Even the head of the martial arts center didn't expect Zhuo Bufang to be so cool, because before he just laughed at him and wanted to get away from here as soon as possible. That's why the scoundrel started to leave, pretend that he was leaving on business. But the main character immediately noticed this scoundrel and exclaimed his name. The boy immediately stopped and said that he was here and was not going anywhere, after which he turned to the respected mentor, asking what instructions he would receive. In fact, Fan wanted to know whether his interlocutor had deliberately sent a man to steal his wife's bag so that he could then look like a hero in front of her. Hearing this question, the scoundrel immediately realized that Zhuo Bufang probably really knew everything. Falling to his knees, the scoundrel confessed that he had coveted Zikin's property and deserved death, but begged Lord Zhuo to spare his life. The friend also couldn't believe that her mentor brother suddenly harmed her best friend. The master also shouted that he did not need a disciple like this scoundrel. All his former friends started saying that he was shameless and disgusting, and that he didn't deserve to be a mentor at their martial arts center. The protagonist also decided to strike back, and with all his might he struck the villain right on the arm. The cunning scoundrel immediately began to fall and screamed loudly as he was in incredible pain. The guy's arm was probably broken now because it hurt a lot and it was impossible to move it. Fan explained to his enemy that now his arm was broken, so he should get out of here and not even think about coming back. The scoundrel immediately realized that it was better for him to run away and began to move as quickly as possible towards the exit. Observing everything that was happening, the girl concluded that her friend really did have a very good husband. The next day, events continued to unfold at Chu Tian's house, where he took out some box and asked Mr. Zhuo to look at its contents. It turned out that these were the very rare stones that the elderly man had obtained on the orders of the protagonist. Because of this, Ours was sincerely glad, since in this way he would be able to very quickly concentrate the maximum force and be able to extract it. These stones are truly more priceless, and even such an influential man found it difficult to obtain them. Grabbing one stone, Fan wanted to demonstrate its true purpose. This stone was intended to enhance the concentration of energy, with the help of which it is possible to become much stronger. Because of the bright light, people nearby began to be blinded, as the magic was blinding. So Fan created an amulet that would help avoid danger, it would guarantee safety, so Chu Tian could sell it. Thanks to such a gift, the influential man was sincerely delighted and thanked the young man for his kindness. As if nothing had happened, the boy took the case with the stones and said that he would go cook, and if his interlocutor had no more business with him, then they could go. At that very second, his friend stopped him and asked him to wait a little. It turned out that there was one small matter. Yang Laoba's elder brother was going to return. He said that he wanted to find Fan and take revenge. The head guard also said that this guy is a student of the Dragon and Tiger Martial Arts Center. And if rumors are to be believed, he has even learned to stop bullets, and he should not be underestimated. But the protagonist sincerely believed that this wouldn't be a problem for him, because if the enemy really dared to show up to pick a fight, he wouldn't spare him. A few hours later, events continued to unfold at the auction, where the young man arrived. He came to the auction because the amulet he gave to Chu Tianyi would be sold today, and instead of sitting around doing nothing, he was going to go and take a look. The guards immediately noticed the boy and were perplexed, as they did not understand why he arrived here in such simple clothes, as it was very impudent. Looking around, Fan remembered that Chu Tian had told him earlier that he had reserved the best room, room number 3, and that he needed to find it urgently. Suddenly, a girl nearby decided to ask Bu Fang what he was doing here. It turned out that it was Van and his girlfriend, who were not very happy to see him. In the opinion of this annoying couple, Fan should not be here, since anything is worth more than his life. Van also knew the manager, and he could recommend the hero for a job as a toilet cleaner. Such statements were unpleasant for the young man, and he asked his enemy to get out of here as soon as possible. And if Van doesn't do this, then he will be killed right away. The girl started shouting that Zhuo Bufang shouldn't be so arrogant, because there were security guards in this establishment. Having calmed down a little, the couple began to leave, as they did not want to stoop to the level of this poor man. At the last moment, Fan exclaimed that Wang should be happy because he was very lucky today. These statements only made the guy angry, as he was thinking about how to take revenge and was preparing Chazai for this. Near the young man, someone was talking about how one of today's products was an amulet that emits light, and it was an exclusive item. Fortunately, Chu Tian had already arrived and called out to Zhuo to get his attention. The auction was about to begin, and they decided to go into the office together to watch. The boy didn't mind, and they all got ready to head to the third office. A few minutes later, the auction finally began, and the first lot was sold, an antique vase worth 3.5 million. Watching the auction participants, the young man was amazed that they were so-called high society. And what a pity that in his eyes they were not at all like that. The comrade announced that they would now sell the talisman that was made by Fan. The auctioneer announced that they had finally reached a historic moment, with the last item up for grabs today being a magnificent, exclusive amulet. Its radiance was truly spectacular, causing many people to be blinded. Everyone present wanted to understand that this could be an exclusive item, and whether it was a fake. The presenter explained that the auction workers themselves had examined the amulet. In fact, it was capable of stopping bullets and preventing death from car accidents. The starting price for this item was 10 million. Thus, everyone realized that this thing could actually stop bullets and it could save lives. And because of this, everyone considered it their duty to acquire the amulet. Wang also participated in the auction and told his girlfriend to call his father quickly, because this thing was very important to him. No matter how much it cost, he was not going to spare money on it. There were really a lot of bids to buy this thing, and the price was already higher than 30 million. An incredibly rich girl decided to place a bet of 50 million in order to buy it out. Chu Tian was truly shocked, as he didn't expect that this item would be sold for such a high price. The influential man understood that their annual income was approximately 100 million. Even the head of security decided that with that kind of money, he would resign and send them off in search of immortality. For the main character, all this was quite funny, since this thing containing a little magic in the eyes of an ordinary person is like an incredible miracle. As it turned out, Wang spent 60 million but still bought this amulet, and he was really happy because the thing was really very good. Bowing his head, the impudent guy nevertheless admitted that, unfortunately, this was a family thing and did not belong to him personally. As I was about to leave, the protagonist noticed that his enemy had obtained this pendant. The villains decided to tell Fan that they had bought this pendant for a whole 60 million, and if he destroyed it, then they would destroy him. Besides, this pendant could stop bullets. And Van gave him the opportunity to admire it, because Fan would never have such an opportunity again. This whole situation made the guy a little angry, since these two were bragging about his own thing in front of him. Meanwhile, Chu Tian approached and addressed the protagonist, saying that he had brought him the money for the pendant he had just sold. The villains were truly shocked by this, as they did not expect that it was Fan's pendant. The young man said that he did not need money and asked to take him as an ally in exchange for collecting the stones he needed. For Chu Tian, this reward was truly very generous, causing him to be overjoyed and thanks Zhuo. The ex-girlfriend couldn't believe how Fan could have such a precious pendant. Wang also exclaimed that the young man was probably trying to deceive them with such a performance. Chu Tian reacted mentally and asked his bodyguard to take action. The man immediately became excited and agreed to prove the scoundrels wrong. But the main character decided to stop his allies and ask them not to do this. Now the boy himself will be able to prove it so that his enemies understand everything. The worried couple did not understand what the guy wanted to do and tried to guess what he was going to do. As it turned out, the main character took out another pendant in order to demonstrate it. Experiencing severe stress, the girl realized that this pendant was indeed absolutely identical to the one she had purchased. Upon seeing this pendant, Wang immediately wanted to know how much Zhuo Bufang wanted for it, since he was going to buy it. The purchase offer did not please the boy very much, and he realized that he needed to act more decisively. Fan squeezed the pendant with all his might, causing it to literally crack and disintegrate into tiny pieces. Absolutely no one could have expected this. The scoundrels simply watched everything that was happening and were in shock. The young man sincerely believed that the scoundrels would value these things very highly, although they meant absolutely nothing to him. That's why the boy turned around and started to leave, because he had already done what he wanted. Even Chutian realized that Fan was an outstanding person worthy of the unearthly world. He took and broke the amulet worth tens of millions. Although it was quite difficult for the main character to pretend, and he wondered why he was so frivolous. This incident made Wang even more angry, as he was dared to be humiliated, which is why he was going to destroy Fan. The events continued to happen a few days later. The young man was walking in the park and thinking about everything that had happened earlier. Some time ago, Tungtun invited him to a celebratory dinner tomorrow in honor of her birthday, and he was going to make another amulet and give it to her as a gift. Suddenly, some car started to drive up. It was driving at an incredibly high speed. An expensive car stopped right next to Fan, who was in shock. Several angry men got out of the car. They were clearly not in a friendly mood. It turned out that Wang was in control of them, and he shouted that today was the day when Zhuo Bufang would die. The young man did not understand at all why this scoundrel was constantly provoking him, as if he was tired of living. But the enemy didn't care at all, because this time he invited a special master to strip Fan. He is the holder of a 9th Dan black belt, and this time he will definitely be finished. This even surprised the main character a little, but he still wanted to know who would fight against him with the 9th Dan. This guy was in the car and he was about to fight Fan because Wang asked him to. The Grand Master was already preparing to fight, because with the exception of a few respected martial artists, he could destroy everyone. With a sneer, Fan asked the master if he could really destroy it. This question immediately caused fear in the man, as he remembered that this was the same great master who had fought with his teacher. The enemy was still brave, and ordered the stinking thing to quickly fall to its knees and beg for mercy. Because who knows, maybe he will show mercy. Suddenly, the master hit Wang with all his might and said that he would no longer work with him. Experiencing severe pain after the blow, Wang wanted to understand what was going on, since they had previously agreed to teach Zhuo Bufang a lesson. The worried master claimed that this was all nonsense and that he had never said such a thing, since under no circumstances could Fan know that he had come to disturb him. It was then that Wang learned that Zhuo Bufang was a professional martial artist, even though he didn't believe it was possible. Laughing, the hero exclaimed that it was useless to put on such a performance in front of him. Master Fan wanted to know why he still hadn't left the country and was staying here. Falling to his knees, the guy began to beg for mercy, saying that he was mistaken and admitting that he was wrong. Unable to bear such impudence from the guy, Fan lightly hit him right on the chest. This blow sent the enemy flying several dozen meters to the side, and now he was clearly no longer able to fight. The force of the blow was impressive, as it not only defeated the villain, but also caused damage to the other enemies. Experiencing severe pain, all the villains regretted that they had gotten involved with Wang, because it was he who led them to Fan. Feeling severe discomfort in his chest, the master understood that he would never, under any circumstances, come to this country again. Looking around, Wang saw that his strongest fighter had been defeated, and now there was simply no chance of victory. This caused a great shock, since the boy could not understand how Zhuo Bufang had taken out his brother with one kick. Coming closer, the young man began to claim that he had already warned his enemy, but he still did not understand anything, and it would be nothing for him to kill Van. A frightened Wang tried to find out what Fan was going to do to him and even tried to threaten him not to contact his family. These statements only made the protagonist laugh, and he decided to find out whether it was really worth getting involved with Wang's family. Trying to somehow get out of this difficult situation, Wang began to tell that his uncle is the 4th richest person in the city, and his second uncle is a general. The third uncle is in charge of the eastern part of the city. If anyone dares to touch him, the attacker will be brutally killed. After listening to his enemy, Fan laughed again and said that he wanted to try this test. Feeling very afraid, Wang almost begged for mercy and almost started to cry. There was a loud scream, and the impudent guy fell to the ground, unable to feel his arms or legs. Fan sincerely believed that it was necessary to be merciful, and since they were classmates, Even though he had crippled 4 of the enemy's limbs, he still saved his life. Trembling in pain, Wang shouted that his family would definitely not spare Fan because of this incident. Turning around, the hero exclaimed that if the Wang family dared to show up and anger him, they might disappear from the city later. Things continued to happen the next day. The young man was already getting ready for his girlfriend's birthday. Standing near the entrance of the buildings, he only thought that he didn't know whether the celebratory dinner in honor of Tong Tong's birthday had already started since he was a little late. Only brother Fan, Tong Tong immediately became very happy and greeted her guest. After apologizing for being late, the guest explained that there were traffic jams on the road and congratulated the girl on her birthday. Coming closer to her guest, Tuntun said that it was time for them to go. Suddenly, a girl nearby approached the birthday girl and asked if this was really the same Zhuo Bufang she was always talking about. It was a group of several people. Zhang Xiaoyu exclaimed that even though today was a celebratory dinner in honor of Tong Tong's birthday, Fang still dressed poorly. The guy was genuinely considered a man who dressed like a homeless person for his birthday. The young man also approached Lei Yan and decided to find out if he had really told the union leader a few days ago that he had a close relationship with Sister Long. But as soon as the guy was seen with Tun Tun, everyone thought he was a worthless Alphonse. But the girl started to defend him. Even in Sister's opinion, Fan is just Long Geiyu's toy. Such a person cannot be near her. The scoundrel heard a few days ago that a gentleman surnamed Zhuo had destroyed the power of influential people in the western part of the city. And perhaps it was him. In fact, no one believed it, because everyone thought that Fan could not be involved in this since he looked like a homeless person. One of the girls started to say that she liked men like Mr. Zhuo the most. According to rumors, he held Chutian so that he would take control of the western part of the city. This shook the whole of Qinzhou. This is why Tong Tong was also bullied, because she really liked Fan, and he was a loser in their opinion. Thinking about what was said, Fan really didn't expect that he had already become so famous in the city. Suddenly, someone else came and decided to ask Yan what she was doing here. It was Lei and Lian's father, and they were inviting them to meet the third son of the Wang family since he had returned. The enemy said that they were discussing whether Tong Tong's classmate could be the legendary Mr. Zhuo. Looking at that same classmate, the men were simply shocked, because they found out that it was Zhuo Bufang. I decided to ask the men if they knew each other, because I didn't understand why they had such a reaction. The two men politely approached the guy and introduced themselves, saying that they had seen his strength with their own eyes at Chu Tian's reception when he knocked out Yang Laoba. This was indeed the case, and the influential men sincerely admired Mr. Zhuo, as if he was imprinted in their hearts. Thus, the villains realized that this guy was actually Mr. Zhuo, and this caused an immediate reaction. One of the girls even fell down and was unconscious because it turned out that Zhuo Bufang was actually cool. Only Tuntun believed in her brother and guessed that he was really cool. Unfortunately, the hero told the men that this time he came to celebrate Tong Tong's birthday and asked them not to make noise here. Turning to their children, the influential men called them to meet Fan, because not many admired him but did not know that it was Zhuo Bufang. The stunned enemies simply didn't know what to say and continued to watch the young man. Soon after, the couple approached Mr. Zhuo and bowed their heads to greet him, saying that they were very pleased to meet such an influential person. Fan did not want to tolerate such hypocrisy and ordered them to stop putting on such a show. After all, before, the boy was called a pathetic loser, and in their opinion, he did not deserve such respect. The men immediately became angry because they realized that their children were calling Fan a loser, and they started yelling at them for criticizing Mr. Zhuo. Because of this, the two fathers were ready to destroy their children and deprive them of all the money they owned. Thus, the children were conditioned because their fathers were incredibly upset that Zhuo Bufang had been insulted by them. The whole situation made the young man laugh, because he understood that the couple was indeed at fault. Guests at the event discussed among themselves that the pendant was sold at auction for a whopping 60 million. People knew that this piece of jewelry was rumored to be exclusive and capable of stopping bullets, and many wanted to know which master had made it. Meanwhile, Tong Tong asked Fan to wait, because she was going to call her mom and dad. Thinking about everything that happened, the protagonist was glad that Tuntun finally understood him. In order to while away his time, Fan decided to eat a little, and did so with great pleasure and enthusiasm. Suddenly, someone burst into the room and kicked the door, causing an incredible roar. It turned out that it was Wang Ziyi, and he asked who Zhuo Bufang was, because he wanted to find him. This was a surprising turn of events for the protagonist, as he did not expect anyone to be looking for him. People began to talk among themselves that Z had run away and gone into hiding because he had almost killed a man. Some even heard that he had tried to get Tongnu and had returned to compete with Fan. Stepping forward, Zhang introduced himself, saying it was him, deciding to find out what the stranger wanted from him. It turned out that one of the Wang family members was looking for the guy in order to warn him to stay away from Tong Tong. Otherwise, if this did not happen, he would break his legs. These statements made the protagonist laugh, and he exclaimed that he wanted to see if his opponent had the courage to do this. The two enemies' gazes met, and the crowd of people watched the whole thing, not understanding why Zhuo Bufang was acting so self-confident as to quarrel with such an influential person. At that very moment, Tong Tong arrived and turned to her brother Bu Fang. The girl turned to the young man to say that her parents had also come here. Van decided to tell the beautiful girl that when he found out it was her birthday today, he immediately returned from another country. But she didn't care at all and ignored him. This made Van very upset, as he had put in a lot of effort to be at the event today. The guests at this event began to laugh at the brother because he got what he deserved for his arrogance. Unable to bear the humiliation, the scoundrel began to shout that Zhuo Bufang was apparently seeking his own death. Tun Tun began to stand up for the boy and decided to find out why Wang was so cruel to him. The girl's parents also asked him to calm down, since it was her daughter's birthday and it was a holiday, which is why everyone needed to be a little kinder. It was then that the scoundrel remembered that since today was Tong Tong's birthday, Wang decided to find out if Zhuo Bufang had prepared a gift for her. The boy immediately replied that of course he had prepared a gift, and Tun Tun was very grateful to him, although she was already very glad that he had come to the celebration. The gifts weren't important to the girl, because she understood that Wang's family was rich, and Brother Fan wouldn't be able to surpass him. After congratulating the birthday girl on her birthday, Van exclaimed to bring the gift he had prepared. This gift was indeed quite unusual, because when the box was opened, it began to shine incredibly brightly. When the guests saw the gift, they were simply shocked, because they did not expect that Wang would be able to buy something like this. Many people realized that this necklace was worth at least 1 million, and Wang really did not spare any money. But it was not worth giving a gift to Zhuo Bufang, because it was absolutely not comparable to this one. The cheeky guy was very happy that people reacted to his gift in such a way, and decided to find out where Fan's birthday gift for the girl was, because maybe it was something bought on credit in some shop for several tens of yuan. The protagonist immediately began to laugh, and understood that since his marriage had decided to disgrace itself, he would help it with this. Handing over a small box, Zhuo told Tong Tong that he had prepared this gift especially for her and congratulated her on her birthday. Overwhelmed with joy, the girl said that it didn't matter what the gift was, because she was very happy anyway. Van was very eager to find out that it was a gift after all, and suggested opening the box to take a look. Zhuo Bufang also didn't mind opening the box and asked Tong Tong to do so. The crowd of people cheered, as they were amazed that Zhuo still dared to say something. He seemed not at all afraid of being disgraced, and now everyone would see how he would fall into a puddle. At that moment, the enemy also thought that now he would definitely be able to laugh at Zhuo Bufang properly. Feeling afraid, Tun Tun still decided to open the box to see what kind of gift was given to her. Upon opening the box, the girl discovered an unusual stone that glowed with a rather bright light. The enemy began to laugh because Zhuo Bufang still had the nerve to bring this worthless pendant that cost several hundred yuan. Upon seeing the gift, the girl's father immediately realized that for some reason this pendant was so similar to the one that was sold at auction. Having confirmed this, the young man exclaimed that this was the same pendant, and its effect was exactly the same as the one that had been sold earlier. The man couldn't believe it when he heard this, as he couldn't even imagine how such an expensive gift could be given for a birthday. The people nearby couldn't believe that this was an exclusive pendant. If it was true, it would be worth at least 60 million yuan, and Wang's gift clearly couldn't compare to that. In the scoundrel's opinion, this pendant must definitely be fake, because where could a loser like Zheng get such a valuable item? Tong Tong interrupted this conversation and ordered Wang to stop talking to brother Bufang like that. The protagonist exclaimed that all this was nonsense because it was no one's fault that this guy was so young and inexperienced. Van decided to prove his case and began to pull something out of his pocket. The scoundrel intended to cut off this fake pendant with one blow of his knife and destroy Zhuo Bufang's reputation. The impudent man's plan failed, as the knife began to crumble from the impact with the suspension. The bastard couldn't believe it, and he started screaming out of frustration because he didn't understand how this was possible. Due to the magical wave that resulted from the magic's impact, Van was thrown several meters to the side. Now the enemy got what he deserved, and everyone was very glad that this is exactly what happened. The happy girl invited her brother to go eat cake together, and he was not against it. Thus, after this incident, the protagonist made everyone around him admire him and wonder who he really is. Only Wang was dissatisfied and promised himself that he would definitely kill Zhuo Bufang. After the main character ate a lot of food, it was quite difficult for him to move, but he decided to go for a walk in order to digest everything better. Suddenly, strange screams and shouts were heard nearby, which is why the young man immediately paid attention to it. As it turned out, there were a large number of bikers, and they were going to crush Fan because he was standing in their way. Instantly reacting to everything that was happening, the boy immediately realized that they were trying to run him over. To avoid the accident, Fan used his agility and jumped upward with all his might. One of the scoundrels had a pole in his path, which is why he was about to crash into it. Thanks to the fact that the brave young man was able to avoid an accident, the scoundrels crashed into a pole and regretted their actions. In the hero's opinion, this situation was truly funny, and those who tried to attempt on his life were idiots. All of this was actually orchestrated by Wang, because he wanted to decide Fan's life because he had disgraced him. The bikers were determined, they had guns, and their leader said that this guy had to be killed today. Zhuo Bufang was surprised by this action and said that he did not hate Wang at all, and wanted to know why he was so merciless towards him. The scoundrel began to laugh and began to claim that Fan had previously been arrogant and had made him embarrass himself, but now he was afraid. The mercenaries also could not allow anyone to insult their master, and ordered the hero to quickly bow at the feet of Master Wang so that he would forgive him. The young man warned his enemy one last time, telling him not to anger him. Otherwise, there would be no one in the world who could save him. But Van didn't care at all because they dared to take his girl away, and he ordered the mercenaries to destroy Fan. A multitude of villains began to move towards the protagonist, and he was already preparing for a fight in order to confront them. The bandits were incredibly stupid, and the young man understood this, but he still had to fight them. After completing just one strike, Fan hit several bikers at once, causing them to scream in pain. Wang clearly didn't expect his enemy to possess such impressive physical strength. Thus, all the opponents were hanged, and only their leader remained. Seeing this, Wang couldn't believe that it was possible to beat up so many people in just a few seconds. Coming closer to his enemy, the young man decided to find out again whether he really intended to destroy him. Out of intense fear, Wang even wet himself and began to claim that it was a misunderstanding and that he was to blame. Fan clearly didn't like this misunderstanding, and he hit his enemy with all his might in order to show him who the real winner was. The powerful blow made Van cry, which made him even more humiliated and finally defeated. The worthless man finally deserved his punishment, and the protagonist was only happy about it. Several hours later, events continued to unfold at the hospital. There were a lot of security guards standing near the hospital room, waiting for the guy who was in it. Sitting with the guards was Wang Wenwu, the father of the boy who had recently been beaten. The sisters immediately began discussing among themselves that the third and fourth sons of the Wang family had been crippled, and that it had been done by the same person. Meanwhile, the door to the ward opened and the doctor began to come out of it. Worried fathers began to ask the doctor how their sons were doing and what had happened to them. The doctor sighed heavily and immediately said nothing, but simply remained silent. As he walked away, the man said that the guy on the left might not be able to get out of bed for the rest of his life, and the guy on the right was in no better shape. The guy on the right shouldn't even think about procreation yet, since everything there has been damaged. Seeing what happened to their sons, the fathers immediately realized that they had to avenge their relatives. Anyone who dared to touch the members of the Wang family would meet their end. And absolutely everyone understood this. Suddenly, one of the men suggested that Pan Bingji should be released, but his brother was against it, as he was a ruthless killer who could become dangerous. However, they understood that illegal methods were needed to deal with Zhuo Bufang. They realized that the protagonist was a master, and they were curious to see how long he would last in the hands of this ruthless killer. A few days later, events continued to unfold within the Wang family circles. The worried men were very interested in why Pan Bingji had not yet arrived, since there should not be any problems in the prison. However, they felt that there was nothing to worry about, since their Wang family had decided to release someone from the prison in this city, and no one could stop them. Just then, the door swung open, and the butler announced that the very same criminal had arrived. It turned out that Pan Bingji was an elderly man, and he first decided to thank the two gentlemen from the Wang family for their mercy and releasing him. Looking around, the killer noticed that this office was truly luxurious. Sitting down at the table, the elderly man also noticed that the dishes on the table were also quite good. The guards began to discuss among themselves that this was apparently the same famous killer Pan Bingji. There were rumors that his skills had reached their peak a long time ago, but you couldn't tell that from the look of his covers. One of the leaders of the Wang family began to suspect that perhaps this was not the right person, because this old man did not at all look like a ruthless killer. Since the family had to put in a lot of effort to free the killer this time, according to their previous agreement, they would need to help kill one person. Pan Bingji decided to calm everyone down by saying that he was true to his word, and now that he had been released, he would help as they had agreed 3 years ago. But 3 whole years had passed, so he would have to pay another 100 million. These words angered the leader of the Wang company, since his profit for the year is 100 million, and it is completely unclear why an old man earns so much. Continuing to drink his tea, the old man exclaimed that he was the most wanted criminal in the country, and that was why he needed so much money. To test the assassin's skills, the man called one of his bodyguards. The strong bodyguard began to warm up and asked the old man if he knew how to fight. Swinging his arm to strike, the strong man exclaimed that if the old man dared to demand a whole 100 million, then today would be the end of him. This attempted beating only made Pan Bingji laugh, and he thought that the guard was probably looking for his own death. In order to repel the attacking enemy, the old man simply threw a cup of tea at him, causing him to fly back several dozen meters. Pan Bingji's blow caused the opponent to lose consciousness, making him unable to fight anymore. The strength of this killer was truly incredible, which is why everyone realized that he was a master of his craft. The other guards were also shocked, because using one teacup, the strongest guard was defeated. This old man is really very cool. At one time, he was deservedly called a professional killer. Thus, their agreement was valid, as Pan Bingji had shown his skill and was now ready to kill Zhuo Bufang. Another family member also said that he would immediately pay an advance reward of 10 million, but only if he helped with Bufang. The confident and elderly man exclaimed that his employer should be at ease, because killing people was his profession, and if he took on the job, then this Zhuo Bufang was practically dead. Meanwhile, the main character was heading home, since he had not been out for a walk for quite some time. Upon entering home, the joyful young man told his wife that he had returned. But at home, not only his wife was waiting for him, but also some strangers. The alarmed Zikin did not understand what was happening and only watched the people around her. Looking at all the people, Fan didn't understand what was going on and why his father and Uncle Zikin had come, as if something bad had happened. The man immediately turned to the main character and said that he had arrived on time because they wanted to talk to him about one matter. These words alarmed Fan a little, and he decided to find out what the matter was about. Suddenly, someone started shouting that there was no point in talking to this insignificant boy, and that he needed to immediately divorce Zikin because they had already found a suitable husband for her. Hearing this, the boy immediately realized that it seemed like Zikin had not yet told her relatives about their divorce, which is why he had to play along with her. The girl's father also argued that Fan needed a divorce because he was not the heir of the Zhuo family and was unworthy of their Zikin's heart, which is why they advised him to know his place and not to disgrace himself in front of everyone. Listening to this whole conflict, the girl could not stand it and ordered everyone to stop it. Zikin started to cry because she was first forced to marry Zhuo Bufang, and now they were forcing her to get a divorce, as if she were some kind of puppet. The girl nevertheless admitted that he made a mistake last time, and now there is an opportunity to replay everything, so he needs to think carefully. Feeling a strong dislike towards the man, the young man exclaimed that only the grave would correct him. After all, a man speaks so beautifully in order to ultimately benefit himself, because if Zikin does not agree, then no one has the right to force her. The girl's relatives realized that this Zhuo Bufang thought he was extraordinary and ordered him to shut up. This time, they found a worthy match for Zikin from the Wang family, namely Wang Kufan. He is only a little over 20 years old, but he is already a major and will destroy Fang very quickly. This made the boy laugh, and he exclaimed that being a major was nothing, and if he wanted, he could easily obtain the rank of general. They considered the main character a chatterbox, since he was a man who, in their eyes, was a beggar and incapable of anything. At that moment, the father of the family ordered the guys nearby to hold Fan back, because today he had to sign the divorce papers. Muscular men began to attack the protagonist and ordered him to surrender without a fight. Otherwise, today would be the end for him. His ex-wife observed this and asked Bufang to be more careful. The mercenaries turned out to be 2 professionals who served in the armed forces. Wang Kufang sent them specifically to deal with that slacker Zhuo Bufang. For them, it was a piece of cake. Other relatives also wanted Fan to be beaten, and thought that in a moment he would be on his knees and admit his mistakes. Feeling intense rage, the young man wanted to shame the scoundrels, since they had insulted an innocent man. Using his magical abilities, Fan used a technique he had used before in battle, a strike using sound. Due to the powerful sound wave, the opponents fell to the floor and were no longer able to fight as they were defeated. All this shocked everyone present because they did not expect that Fan was a martial arts master. People thought it was simply unbelievable because Fan had knocked out 2 professionals in a matter of seconds and proved to be a martial arts master. No one could have imagined that this boy was so cool. And the relatives began to realize that everything was lost, and they had nothing to say to Wang Kufan about this situation. Suddenly, the girl exclaimed that Zhuo Bufang had handled everything so well, just like the previous cases. The clever boy wanted to know what this Wang Kufan was like. A month later, the whole of Qinzhou bowed its head before him. In less than a year, the whole province would respect him. These words made the relatives even more angry, and they shouted that Wang Kufan would not spare Fan. But the young man didn't care at all about this, and he ordered all the scoundrels to get out of there immediately. The statement left everyone stunned. Even Zikin didn't expect her husband to act like that. Fortunately, the scoundrels still decided to get out of the main character's house and shouted that he wanted to kill them. Feeling awkward, the ex-wife apologized to Fan, as she should have told them earlier that they were already divorced. And then Wang Kufan would not have caused trouble. The boy decided to defend his ex-wife to the end. And while he was here, even if the gods forced Zikin, they still wouldn't be able to force her. The embarrassed girl was very grateful to her ex-husband because he had just saved her. The young man even began to think that perhaps today he would be able to win Zikin's heart. At that very second, someone began to open the door and entered the house, even though he had not been invited. It was Lian Daijian, and she wanted to know if this house belonged to Zikin. The couple clearly didn't expect this, and the stranger caught them off guard, making them feel awkward. Zikin immediately threw her husband aside and decided to ask the guest what her business was. As it turned out, the girl had previously agreed to be a housekeeper, and she had to work here. Because of this outcome of events, the main character even began to cry, since the girl clearly arrived at the wrong time. But the ex-wife thought that the girl had arrived just in time. The enterprising lady was going to leave on a business trip after lunch, and until she returned, the housekeeper would prepare food for Fan. The boy clearly didn't like this, since he had just returned and Zikin was already leaving. Meanwhile, a car had already arrived for the girl, and it was time for her to go on a business trip. Fan was really upset because just when there was hope for a better relationship, it all disappeared. Watching the couple, the housekeeper was truly shocked that in this family the husband and wife loved each other so much. While driving in the car, Zikin begged her driver to go faster because she had a plane to catch soon. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a silhouette appeared on the road, and a car was approaching it at incredible speed. There was an elderly man on the road, standing rooted to the spot, watching the car drive towards him. The driver tried to maneuver and wanted to turn the steering wheel in such a way as to avoid hitting the pedestrian. But this man turned out to be no ordinary pedestrian, as he was able to easily stop the car with just his hand. According to the people in the car, this was simply impossible, as if it were not a person but some kind of demon. The scoundrel not only managed to stop the car, but also turned it over with just one movement of his hand. As soon as the car landed on the asphalt, the driver immediately started running away, because he believed that this was an alien invasion of Earth. The killer still decided that the man could not be left alive and used a stone to finish him off. This sight made the girl even more nervous. Now she completely didn't know what to do in this situation. In a state of intense fear, the lady realized that her driver had just been killed by a stone. The stranger laughed loudly and exclaimed that his name was Pan Bingji, and that he was known as a ruthless killer, which is why he asked Mr. Zhuo's wife to help him immediately. Holding back her tears, the girl decided to find out what exactly she needed help with. The evil man wanted Zikin to help him finish off Zhuo Bufang. Meanwhile, the protagonist was at home, cultivating his abilities to become stronger. There's just a little bit left to continue cultivating, which will allow you to use the main attack. Suddenly, the phone rang, and it turned out to be Zikin calling. The young man immediately realized that something was wrong, since his wife had just left on a business trip, and there was no need for her to call. The boy decided to answer the call anyway, and immediately wanted to know if everything was okay. But it wasn't his wife calling, but Pan Bingjie. The killer said that if Zhuo Bufang didn't want his wife to die, he needed to come to an abandoned factory in the eastern part of the city within half an hour, where they would be waiting for him. The main character immediately grabbed hold, because he did not raise who exactly dared to touch his wife. This scoundrel will still beg for mercy, because Fan will do everything possible to avenge this vile act. Suddenly, the housekeeper came in and said that dinner was ready, but there was no one in the room. At the same time, events continued to unfold in the eastern part of the city, where all of Zikin's relatives were located. Zikin was also in an abandoned warehouse in the eastern part of the city, tied up, and wanted to find out how much money she needed to pay to be freed. The girl literally begged her to let her go and promised to give as much money as would be necessary for her freedom. There are only 10 minutes left on the timer, then for every minute Zhuo Bufang is late, the scoundrel will kill one person. Luckily, the brave young man had already arrived and shouted that the scoundrel might try to kill someone. But he was unlikely to succeed. The ex-wife was indeed very happy that Fan had come to rescue her. The girl's relatives were also shocked, because they did not expect that Zhuo Bufang would also be here. The assassin was very glad that Zhang arrived on time, because they had a long battle ahead of them. Zhuo Bufang exclaimed that since the stranger dared to kidnap his people, no matter what power was behind him, he now had no way out. The people tied up started shouting that Zhuo Fan was to blame for everything. And because he had quarreled with an influential person, they were now imprisoned and their lives were in danger. The first thing I did was turn to my wife to find out if everything was okay with her. Zikin was fine, but she warned her husband to be careful with this man because he had flipped the car over with his bare hands. This caution made the guy laugh a little, and he asked not to worry about it. The young hero's words caused Pan Bingji to burst into loud laughter. The man hadn't had such fun in a long time. Zhuo Bufang seemed like a very talented young man to him. If he had at least 10 years to spare, he might even be able to match the assassin's strength. Unfortunately, the old man planned to finish him off this evening, leaving him no chance to develop this talent. These loud words were more reminiscent of childish babble and made Bufang smile. He couldn't believe that someone seriously thought they could kill him. Bingji continued to stand his ground despite the fact that the boy had helped Chu Tianye drive Yan Laoba out of the city. But in the eyes of the ruthless killer, he remained very inexperienced. Pan's crimes were truly impressive. He smiled as he recounted how, at various times in his life, he dealt with enemies, kidnapped businessmen, and planned large-scale robberies. The high-ranking men who were kidnapped for manipulation almost cried in terror. They realized that this time it would definitely be the end for them. And it was all because of Zhuo Bufang. The young man remained indifferent. He calmly rolled up his sleeves. The nonsense that Pan Bingji called successes sounded to him like a fight between toddlers in a kindergarten. With a confident smile on his face, he told the old man to quickly start demonstrating his power and stop beating around the bush. This atypical reaction and lack of fear infuriated the killer, who slammed his fist hard on the table, after which he ordered the people hired to help him to attack the student before taking his life. He really wanted to see if he had any abilities at all. A dozen armed men surrounded Zhuo Bufang, pointing pistols and sword blades at him, advising him to quickly accept a quick death before Pan Bingji took him down. Jinhu ran into the room at that moment, calling out loudly to young Master Zhuo. Accompanied by several of Tianye's men, the man arrived at the scene as ordered to help deal with the enemies. Their appearance was very unexpected for everyone present. Even Bufang was surprised and asked how they got there. It turned out that Boss Chu had been monitoring Wang Wenwu for some time and learned that he had released a brutal murderer. But they didn't think that the threat hanging over not only Zhuo Bufang, but also his family was hanging over him. Pan Bingji recognized the man as the best fighter in old man Tianye's entourage, which amused him a little. A creepy smile appeared on his face. This was clearly no place for empty chatter. He was planning his next murder with pleasure. After a short dialogue with Bufang, Jinhu focused all his attention on the superhuman, whom he clearly did not take seriously. This disregard brought Bingji to the boiling point. A powerful aura enveloped his body, and the fire of hatred flared in his eyes. The martial artist concentrated his power in his hand and sent a wave of energy, shaped like a palm, towards the common man. The criminals gathered nearby rejoiced at the impending death of Jin, and looked with respect at the strength and power with which Pan attacked. But no one else shared their joy. Tianye's subordinate didn't have time to step aside. His palm was faster than the reaction of an ordinary person's body. If Zhuo Bufang hadn't arrived in time, Jinhu really could have died. But the young man, with his strength, easily and quickly parried the blow and saved his comrade. It was a worthy act that not only touched the man he saved, but also surprised everyone. Because the hero moved with supernatural speed, the counterattack sent a powerful gust of air towards Pan Bingji, and the man covered his face, protecting his eyes and nose from possible injuries and dust. The old man finally realized that the young man in front of him was not only talented, but also very strong, perhaps even stronger than himself. For Bufan, it didn't take much effort. His eyes burned with youth and a thirst for revenge, and a cruel smile appeared on his face. If that palm had hit Jin Hu, the man would have died on the spot. The criminal was much stronger than they expected, and they would have warmly thanked Mr. Zhuo for saving him. Bingji, having recovered from the shock, clapped his hands loudly. He still looked down on the young man and promised to spare his life if he bowed to the floor 30 times. The situation was getting tense. The captured men began to resemble cowardly chickens and begged Zhuo Bufang to quickly resolve the situation, or rather die, if only their lives would be spared. But their prayers went unheard. The young man didn't care at all about them or the great murderer in front of him. He would never kneel before anyone except his mother. Grandfather finally lost his temper. He happily supported Zhuo's choice and ordered his men to get rid of the impudent boy. The men, armed with bladed weapons and firearms, rushed at Jin Hu and Zhuo Bufang, who were standing in the center of the room, intending to take their lives. The reincarnated immortal called upon all his strength to help him, and he loudly ordered all those fools who were tired of living to get lost. With just one phrase, he created a large wave of energy that threw back the enemies and inflicted heavy, fatal wounds on them. It was a terrifying sight. Even the hardened criminal Pan Bingji was frightened by the power that the young student possessed. Zhuo Bufang was furious. He gave the old man 3 seconds to run away, and in the event of a miracle, if the blow did not kill him, his life would be spared. An ancient fire burned in the young master's eyes, and just looking at him sent shivers down their spines, as if a demon were standing before them. Escape was Bingji's only chance to save himself. He ran away as soon as he heard the countdown begin, and cursed the Wang family for dragging him into this nightmare. If the escape was successful, the old man planned to travel as far as possible, retire, and never return to China again. Only he didn't know yet that the young master hadn't planned to let him go from the very beginning. He counted to 3 and smiled. During this time, Pan Bingji managed to run to the open floor of an abandoned building. He was very glad that he had managed to escape. The same fear burned in his eyes, and the same hope in his heart as his victims. He was sure that he was saved, and when a beam of green light passed through his chest, the man didn't even have time to be surprised. Blood gushed from his mouth, and due to the intense shock, the killer did not even realize what had happened and that these were the last seconds of his life. When he fell dead on the floor, Zhuo Bufang could be seen standing behind him with a smile. No matter who, if you are a murderer, you will never escape justice. Zikin's related relatives were terrified, certain that after Pan Bingjie, it would be their turn to pay with their lives. Jin Hu also felt uneasy. He silently looked at the young man and wondered if this was really a celestial being who could kill such a dangerous criminal with one hand. There was also a person in this room who looked at Zhuo Bufang not with fear, but with admiration. Ye Zikin's eyes were full of gratitude and tenderness. Finally, the young man turned to her. When all danger had passed, he could take the time to take out of here the only person who was important to his heart. Together they headed towards the exit, ignoring the presence of anyone else. But Jin Hu couldn't let them go so easily. He needed to know what to do with the other hostages. Bufan turned to look at his wife's numerous useless relatives, piercing them with a cold gaze. Still terrified by Pan Bingjie's death, the men almost cried in horror at the sight of Demon Zhuo's face. With tears on their faces, they begged him to have pity on them and let them go, because they were, after all, his wife's blood family. They even admitted that they were idiots and scoundrels, sincerely repenting of their crimes. The pathetic whiners looked like bugs under Zhuo Bufang's feet. In exchange for sparing their lives, he demanded that they hand over Zikin's shares and follow all her instructions. Finally, all of the beloved's problems were solved. The men promised to do everything the martial arts master wanted and not bother the girl anymore, and the Zhuo family could go home in peace. The only ones who were left in the red and now felt sorry for themselves were Zikin's relatives. They cried and regretted that they had not immediately tried to befriend Bufan. Meanwhile, the brothers were sitting in the Wang family's house, and they were very worried because it was too quiet and calm. And while one was in a great panic because Pan Bingjie had long since left, the other tried to remain calm and believed that Zhuo Bufang was just a pathetic student. A servant burst into the room. He was very pale and scared the living daylights out of everyone, shouting that a famous murderer had been killed. The men couldn't believe what they heard. Their eyes widened. No one expected Bufan to be so strong, but that wasn't all the news. All the people who were sent along with the old man didn't survive. Not a single one remained. Vanya couldn't stand on his feet anymore. Such a defeat had seriously undermined his already weak confidence that it would really be possible to somehow deal with this guy. In less than 10 years, Zhuo would grow up and destroy their entire family. He was sure of it. But his brother had not yet lost hope, although it looked more like despair. He ordered the car to be prepared. It was necessary to find Yang Laoqi as soon as possible. There was no more outstanding person in Jinzhou. Very soon, the Wang brothers arrived at the Dragon and Tiger Martial Arts Center to find the man they needed. After his return, Laoqi went to this very place. He was eager to drive out all his enemies from the center, and that is why Wang Ya came here. Wang Wenwu looked gloomy as he headed inside. They needed to see what would happen there. At this time, two groups of people gathered in the middle of the courtyard of the martial arts school. On the right stood the head of the school, his daughter and students, and on the left stood Yang Laoqi, Duan Shanhe, and their henchmen. Chen Min was very angry. She yelled at the young man. After everything Shanhe did, he still had the nerve to return to school. The loud words did not touch the young man at all. He smiled theatrically, making a sad expression on his face, and asked his sister mentor if she had not liked him before. Today, his idol, Brother Yang, was here, and the young man believed that Zhuo Bufang, who had frightened him, would not come. He simply had no business here. The traitor's insolence and self-confidence angered Chen Min even more. But before she could say anything, the master stopped her and turned to Yang Laoqi. The older man shouted at his old master. He couldn't understand why he was there and continued to run this place. It was already very difficult to perceive the old man as a rival. He was faster, and his skill was much higher than that of the honored master. The answer didn't take long to come. Chen Longhu exhaled and calmly said that Yang had previously killed a man while practicing a technique. Such a person could not be the master of their center. A loud laugh echoed throughout the courtyard. Laoqi was laughing like crazy. Apparently, the words of his former teacher had deeply affected him. The man waved his hand and dug his fingers into the tree bark. A powerful dark energy enveloped his entire body, and he challenged the master to a duel for the center of martial arts. With a roar, the tree's roots gradually began to emerge from the ground, and spiritual power was transferred to the trunk, which was lifted into the air as if it were just a small log. The students of the Dragon and Tiger School were very scared. They had never seen such power before. Even in the graphic novels they read, none of the heroes had such power. Yang Laoqi swung his arm and shouted as he hurled the tree filled with dark energy at his old teacher, his right eye glowing scarlet from the darkness that resided within his soul and body. There was no time to protect the elderly man, and besides, there was no one there who could repel such a force. He stood alone in the path of the attack. There was nowhere to retreat, and very little time was left. Master Chen assumed a firm, stable posture. Energy began to gather. He activated a protective barrier, putting his hands forward and raising a shield. This should protect him from the blow of dark magic. The collision of the two forces caused a powerful explosion, and smoke enveloped the entire courtyard, preventing those present from seeing what exactly had happened. The students covered their noses and eyes to prevent the smoke from damaging their mucous membranes. They could not understand whether their teacher had been able to withstand the blow and reflect it. When the smog cleared and the smoky curtain fell, they could see the great and powerful master falling to the ground, exhausted. After Chen Min regained her sight, she fell into a momentary stupor and watched in horror as her beloved father lay unconscious on the ground. There were bruises on Chen Longhu's face, spiritual energy was slowly leaving his body, and faint crimson stains had appeared on the fabric of his clothes near his chest. The young woman rushed to him and carefully lifted his head to lay it on her lap. She cried and asked her father to wake up and talk to her. This scene was heartbreaking. Chen Min's crying frightened the students. They asked to see their teacher, worried about his life. One of Mr. Chen's best trainees couldn't stand it any longer and shouted that he would fight Yang Laoqi and avenge his master. Before he could rush into battle, the elderly man raised his hand with difficulty. He was experiencing hellish pain. But despite this, he still wanted to stop his students. They were no match for him. The difficult emotional situation was interrupted by Yang Laoqi, who slowly approached the seriously injured teacher. He looked terribly happy, enjoying the permissiveness. Zhou Hu was too weak, like his brothers. None of them could even defend themselves, let alone fight. The meridians in Chen Longhu's body were destroyed, and he would never again be able to use martial arts or spiritual practices in his life. Duan Shanhe leaned towards Chen Min, laughing loudly right in her face. He was sure that a real man like him should only follow such a master. Bursting into loud laughter, the traitor left after young Laoki. The situation was getting worse. The school was now owned by criminals and cruel people without honor. The Wang brothers watched all this quietly from behind the gate. Even for them, it was an incredibly cruel sight. Wang Ya was shocked. He couldn't believe that with just one move, Yang Laoki had destroyed Chen Longhu. This touched him much more than his brother, but Wang Wenwu was pleased with what he saw. After waiting for the new head of the center to finish his business and leave the building, Wang's people stopped him and asked him to spare a little time. The request had not yet been fully voiced when the man stopped them and said that he knew everything perfectly well. Only if the netherworld of the Jinling region belonged to him would Laoki agree to kill Zhuo Bufang. Wang Wenwu was overjoyed and would agree to anything as long as his enemy was killed. In a few days, an important conference was to take place, an excellent opportunity to kill the young man in a festive atmosphere. Laoki's body was filled with an aura. He could no longer wait for the right day to carry out his plan and make Junling respect him until the end of time. A few days later, Zhuo Bufang was riding in Long Gao's car. The girl came to pick him up specifically to drag him out of the house and, if necessary, use force. The upcoming conference was going to be incredible. With people from all walks of life in Junling gathering there, there are many antique treasures on display there. Bufan couldn't find a furnace to purify his qi anywhere. He really hoped that there would be one there. A few minutes later, the car stopped at the hotel where the event was taking place, and they were met at the door by the assembled young people, or rather, by Long Gaiyue. After they got out of the car, the girl said that she asked to book a room here so that he could spend time at the event in comfort. The fair-haired youth called out to Lady Yui as he and Bufan passed by, drawing attention to their group. His name was Zhang Long. He stood with his girlfriend and friend named Qinya Kang. They greeted the daughter of the Long family with smiles. Qinya wanted to offer Gaiyue his help in order to take advantage of the opportunity to get closer to her, but she politely declined. Such situations were too obvious and very common. She foresaw that many people would be attracted to her and took Zhuo Bufan with her, whom she immediately introduced to the young people. The crowd was greatly surprised by the news that a girl from the famous Long family had personally picked up the young man. It was hard to imagine that anyone so important could order such an escort. While Qinya Kong hated the thought of having to be kind to this scum, Zhang Lang tried to remember how he knew Bufan's name. The young martial artist looked askance at the girl next to him, only now realizing that he had been brought here as a human shield. Finally, the latest news surfaced in his head. The young man was very familiar with Long Gaiyu's entourage from rumors and stories from others. The entire circle of wealthy youth knew Zhuo Bufang as a gigolo who always relied on Miss Yue and committed crimes wherever he went. The young man's appearance and belongings simply screamed that he was a complete loser trying to make a living by doing bad things. Hearing this was disgusting and repulsive. Long Gaiyu could not stand it and shouted that they were not in such a relationship at all. She really wanted to protect her friend. In her eyes, the young man was truly good, but no one else knew the real him. Everyone believed the rumors and were sure that with him by her side, the girl would have a ruined reputation. The young rich men of this city had no intention of tolerating Zhuo Bufang for long, or relying on Miss Yue's presence even if he managed to enter their circle. Qinya Kong leaned over to the trash and whispered in his ear with hatred and complacency, saying that he had seen many people like him, and the result would always be unsuccessful. So it was better for him to leave immediately. These empty threats and rumors amused Bufan. He chuckled. The young man did not need to subscribe to anyone. Over time, everyone would want to avoid him. As soon as he said this, the people gathered around them burst into wild laughter. For them, this was the empty boasting of an arrogant non-entity who doesn't know when to stop. Unfortunately, they were the only ones laughing. The young son of the Qin family lost his temper and called for the guards to come out to him immediately. The men had wooden bats with them, as if they were ready to beat someone up at any moment, and they happily carried out their boss's order to get rid of the scum. The illusion that working for high-ranking people made them superior and better gave them strength and confidence, and people chased Zhuo Bufang out of the hotel. When they were about to attack the defenseless young man with weapons, the girl stopped them. Long Gayu shielded Bufang, saying in all seriousness that if Qinya Kang didn't back down immediately, he would become her family's enemy forever. Now the young master has completely lost his mind. He ordered his men to kill Zhuo, ignoring all the consequences. At this moment, any possible consequences of their actions did not bother the young people with a sense of permissiveness. They were sincerely glad of the opportunity to get even with the freak. Another minute and both the girl and her friend would have been in trouble. but Zhang Wuying stopped the armed guards in time. Seeing his father right here and right now was a surprise for Zhang Lang, and the young man was very confused. Mr. Zhang was supposed to be at an important meeting, but for some reason he went down to the hotel entrance. Surprise quickly turned to shock as the young man approached his parent, only to be hit in the face. No one expected this. The guards in Qinya couldn't believe their eyes, and only Geiwa breathed a sigh of relief, finally relaxing. Humiliated and beaten, Lan held his bruised cheek and could not understand why his own father had hit him in front of everyone. He really couldn't realize that he was only causing trouble for the family. If Mr. Zhang hadn't arrived now, the guy would most likely be dead by now. God only knows what exactly was avoided now. The man finished scolding his offspring and headed towards Zhuo Bufang. The only hope was change. Zhang Wuying bowed low and begged for forgiveness for him and his foolish son. No one had ever seen such sincere repentance from this man in his entire life. The people present at that moment could not understand what was happening here. Zhuo Bufang smiled and waved his hand. He didn't see it as a problem, but rather as the mischief of stupid children. His forgiveness and understanding were a true miracle, and the head of the Zhang family warmly thanked the merciful martial artist. Yet for outside observers, this situation was very surreal. Qinya Kong was trembling all over. He couldn't understand why his respected uncle was asking for forgiveness from some pathetic scum. But the young man had already lost all respect in the man's eyes. He sternly and coldly said that from that day on, their families would no longer have anything in common. The young man, who had not expected this, was in shock. He did not even immediately realize that not only the relationship, but also his family's business was now destroyed. Shock turned to horror. Cold sweat streamed down Qinya's body. Because of some pathetic boy, he lost his uncle's support. Having offended Zhuo Bufang, he had ruined his own future. Zhang Wuying passed by the young man and no longer wanted to have anything to do with him. And finally, when all the matters were settled, the man grabbed his wayward son by the collar, continuing to shout and scold him for the fact that he now did not want to answer for his own actions. In front of everyone, Mr. Zhang dragged the young man away like a puppy. It was truly humiliating and pathetic. Qinya Chang fell to the ground, his legs suddenly losing strength. The young man couldn't believe that this had happened to him. His father would clearly not be happy that he had lost an important ally. Without Zhang Wuying's protection and support, the Qin family's business would be destroyed. And the hotel staff were simply glad that they hadn't had time to do anything to Zhuo Bufang yet. After the Zhang family left, people gradually began to disperse. The hero called Geiwei, and together they headed inside the hotel. They hadn't gone far when Qinya grabbed Bufan by the ankle. He didn't wish him any harm. He just wanted the young man to stop and listen to him. The guy hoped that it was not too late to fix everything, that an apology would help him regain the respect and favor of high-ranking people. With tears streaming down his cheeks, Qinya Kang vowed that he would no longer look down on people and begged Lord Zhuo for forgiveness. No matter how much the young man repented, the martial artist clearly had no intention of helping him. It was he, not the others, who started the fight. And this time, he had truly made a big mistake. Qinya had no chance at all, and was left sitting in the middle of the sidewalk, crying over his reputation. In the eyes of his companion Long Gaiwei, Zhuo Bufang looked like a true prince, casually saying something that literally destroyed the family. The guy will definitely be able to conquer Jinling in the future. According to his friend, the auction wasn't supposed to start until the evening, and there was still plenty of time, so the hero decided to go shopping. But Bufan didn't have time to go far. A girl in high heels stopped him in a loud voice. The young man had no acquaintances here except for Long Gaiwei, so he turned around, feeling a faint interest in the stranger. The tall and stately woman was Lian, and in a cold tone she asked if he was the famous idiot gigolo. The acquaintance did not go well from the first seconds. The young man forced a crooked smile, trying to introduce himself with all his politeness. With every step the young lady took, the air in the corridor grew tense, and Bufan became more and more uncomfortable. It turned out that Lian was Lian Shijian's half-sister. She leaned towards the guy's face, looking menacingly into his eyes and warning him of the consequences. If he does something terrible to the eldest daughter of the Lian family, he will never be forgiven and will be forced to pay in full. Zhuo Bufang didn't take her threat seriously. He remained calm as water, and thought that the housekeeper Lian Daijian had a very interesting real identity, and an even more interesting cover story. And yet, for some reason, the girl came up with this cover for herself, and the young man decided to play along. He said that he knew nothing about Lian Shijian, but if the Lian family really cared about her, they should have brought the girl home and not let her suffer outside. Lian's eyes sparkled with mischief. She laughed mysteriously and quietly, but her attitude did not change. It was her family's business, and a goat like Bufan, in the girl's opinion, had no right to even ask about it. Footsteps were heard around the corner. A man with a smile accompanied Master Wu and politely asked him to follow him. Many young and not-so-young entrepreneurs followed the teacher in the hope that they would be able to get at least a little of his attention. Fortunately for the elderly man, Mrs. Lian was standing in front. He said that he would be busy with her all day today, and it would be better to reschedule the meeting for next time. The unsuccessful people looked on with regret as the master walked towards the young miss. She was definitely lucky to have the honor of meeting Wu first. Zhuo Bufang was very interested in the man's name. He was sure that he had heard of him somewhere before. Scenes immediately popped into my head where the young man recently beat up a martial arts master. It definitely had to be the same person. However, that was no longer important. All Bufan wanted was to find out if there was any news about Dan Lu. Lian stopped him, blocked his way, and shouted. He was an ordinary person and had no right to communicate with Master Wu. This opinion amused the young man. He pushed the girl's hand away and walked past, saying that the teacher was like an ant to him. No one in this world could harm an immortal martial artist, especially an old man like Wu. There were still quite a lot of people in the corridor. They were very angry because of the smug boy's words and shouted insults at him. A wave of his hand silenced everyone, and the spectators held their breath, watching intently to see what the old man was about to do. Master Wu became very angry and said that he would forgive the young man's insolence if he would kneel down and ask for forgiveness. It was the most exciting spectacle. The only thing missing was bread. Those present were happy that the boy would get what he deserved and most likely say goodbye to his life. Even Lian, who was standing behind her, was pleased. She smiled and gloated to herself. Any ordinary person would be horrified if they heard such a thing from the venerable Master Wu. But Zhuo Bufang was not an ordinary youth. He calmly and smilingly ordered the old man to kneel down and apologize to him, completely duplicating the verbal threats. The young student's words made his grandfather smile. He had been practicing the Zhongzhou realm for many years and considered himself the strongest. But after a second, his hands began to tremble. The hero's face remained stern and cold, but Wu's face was greatly distorted. He was frightened and surprised. His whole body was shaking so violently, as if he were standing unarmed in front of a wild beast. From the outside, it was not visible. No one noticed how the master was sweating. The joy and anticipation of a worthy public punishment grew stronger and stronger. Lian laughed quietly, covering her face with her hand. She looked at Bufan with condescension. The young man was a madman in her eyes. Amid loud laughter and cruel ridicule from the people, the elderly master fell to his knees with a thud, right in the middle of the corridor. Master Wu grabbed the clothes of the young man in front of him with his hands and began to beg him for forgiveness in a trembling voice. It was a real shock. People could not believe their own eyes. They looked in horror at the kneeling, venerable teacher. No one had ever seen a revered and great man humiliate himself so much in front of a guy with a disgusting reputation. Even Lian's face turned pale. Her world had completely collapsed. Wu was carrying out every word spoken by the one she sincerely considered a loser and a goat. A tense silence fell over the hotel corridor as the crowd froze and watched Zhuo's actions in horror. With his hands clasped behind his back, Bufan calmly called for the master to follow him to a place where they could talk in private. The man, scared to death, wiped the cold sweat from his face and had no choice but to obediently follow the young master. It no longer mattered what he had promised the girl from the Lian family, or whether he had promised her anything at all. The upcoming conversation with the young man was the most important thing in the world. Disappointment froze in the young lady's eyes. She called out to Master Wu, hoping to the last that he would change his mind and return to her. To her surprise, the man shouted at her, saying that from the moment she insulted Mr. Zhuo for the first time, they could no longer have anything in common. These words brought the girl back to reality, as if she had been doused with cold water. If she had known everything from the very beginning, she would never have humiliated Bufan and would have passed by, but now it was all over. Together, they retreated to a secluded place, where Master Wu bowed to the young student. The conversation turned to an ancient medicine kiln that was supposed to be at this auction. And it really was, so a similar item will be here tonight, but it will be fake. Miss Lian came to ask Master Wu to forge and sell it to Chen Jianmu. But since she said nasty things, the old man was not going to help. This name was all too familiar to Zhuo Bufang. In the past, his mother worked as a maid in the Chen household and experienced many humiliations. The young master could never forgive this. He was thirsty for revenge and asked Old Man Wu to tell Chen Jianmu what he thought was necessary. Time flew by. Soon evening arrived and the auction began. Rich and famous guests gathered in the hall. The sound of a wooden hammer rang out. Chen Jianmu was able to obtain the Golden Dragon Furnace for 20 million. The long-awaited item was brought to the Chen family's table and placed right in the center. It really looked beautiful. The elderly man looked at the sparkling slab with admiration. He did not expect to find it here today and buy it. His wife, Chi Yunhai, was very happy with the purchase. They would be able to sell it for at least $1 million on the foreign market and hit the jackpot. Only their daughter Chen Qingai found it strange. She was afraid that they had gotten the stove too easily and it might be a fake. An invited expert, Zhang Lao, was sitting at the table with their family and assured the young lady that the item was 100% genuine. This respected and well-known man was a representative of industrial bodies and headed the department of appraisers. His assessment was not subject to doubt. At that very moment, Long Geiyue, along with Zhuo Bufang, walked into the center of the hall. The young man loudly declared in front of everyone that, despite the appraiser's words, the item was fake. Chen Qingai jumped up from her seat and screamed, asking what he was doing here, clearly surprised by such an unexpected meeting. Following her, her father started making a fuss, calling the young man a beggar, and not understanding where the scum had gotten the courage to speak to Zhang Lao in such a tone. In a sense, he was indeed right. Old man Zhang had appreciated and examined more antiques than Bufan had seen in his entire life. There were many people in the room. They were all witnesses and were discussing the accusation in the oven, which looked quite real. Even Long Geiyue found it hard to believe the guy's words. She took Zhou's hand, quietly saying that he was a martial arts master. But among the appraisers, the master was Zhang Lao. Her words did not bother the young man at all. He touched her palm and asked her not to worry, but simply to trust him. In this world, everything can be overcome. You just need a little faith in yourself and your comrade. The situation was escalating and had already reached its peak. The emotional Chen Qingai could no longer tolerate the presence of this pathetic scum. The point of no return came when Zhuo Bufang publicly accused the Chen family of being greedy bastards who only wanted to fill their wallets with money. Life blinded them with big money and permissiveness, closing their eyes. These words infuriated the entire family. Mr. Chen was about to rush into battle, but he was held back, and Mrs. Qi asked to call security. The perfect moment had arrived. This was exactly what Bufan had been waiting for. He touched the top of the stove with 2 fingers, removing the cover from it. Obeying the command, the true form and essence of the furnace was revealed and presented to all present. The Chen family couldn't believe their eyes. Even people without appraisal experience could see that what they were looking at was a fake instead of an antique. Zhang Lao was the most shocked. The old man had now publicly lost his credibility. There was a satisfied smile on Zhuo Bufang's face. He was genuinely enjoying what was happening, and the reaction of his enemies was especially priceless. More and more people came to the table. Everyone wanted to see what exactly had changed in this stove and whether it was really a fake. Chen Jianmu pulled Zhang Lao's hand and continued to ask him what happened and why the treasure suddenly looked different. Ignoring all the words in his own eyes, the man believed that the stove was still real. But even the appraiser was sure that things were bad. The strength left the old man's body. He would never have thought that there would be a person with better eyesight than him. He admitted his incompetence and asked for forgiveness. The scam was exposed before it could be carried out, and the Chen family lost more than 20 million won. Despite all the tragedy, no one present felt sorry for them. Chen Jianmu was a real idiot and finally got what he deserved. Long Geiyue pressed herself against the young man's hand. She was delighted and considered him the most wonderful person in the world, no matter whether he understood antiques or not. Greed will destroy people if they are blinded by power, money, permissiveness, and impunity. Anger boiled up inside Chen Qingai. The girl grabbed Bufan by the collar, yelling at him for knowing about the counterfeit, but still allowing them to waste a large amount of money. Her hand was intercepted almost immediately. Zhuo looked at her with a look full of hatred. He didn't care at all about her family and their losses. Right now, her parents continued to beat his mother to death. This was just the beginning of his revenge. The mother hugged her daughter, whose arm was hurting from the push, and the father called for security to escort Zhuo Bufang out of the hotel. But their fate was already predetermined. Interesting guests appeared behind them, who came specifically for the Chen family. A large crowd of deceived customers were brought by Master Wu, who told him about Chen Jianmu's deception along the way. They were seething with rage and a thirst for revenge. People wanted to beat all the rot out of the greedy deceivers. Mr. Chen and his wife were very scared. They understood that now their money would not save them. They would have to pay for everything. The offended and angry men rushed at their offenders on command, not even bothered by the fact that they were now in a hotel and in front of many spectators. Very soon, Jianmu begged Zhuo Bufang for forgiveness. He almost cried and promised to repay all his debts. If we do not separate good and evil, then this whole world will turn into real and terrifying chaos. Standing over the defeated man, Bufan looked at him with disdain. This was the answer they deserved. Mr. Chen gritted his teeth as he lay on the floor, exhausted, vowing to take revenge and kill the pathetic boy sooner or later. His young daughter supported her father, she screamed, saying that after such insults, someone would definitely come for his life. But the young master didn't give a damn about her. He walked past without even paying any attention to her words. Maybe somewhere there really was someone who would come for him. But he was definitely not on this planet. While they were busy with their personal squabbles, two people ran quickly down the hotel corridor. Tianye's men rushed in, looking for Mr. Zhuo to tell him the bad, or rather terrible news. It was extremely unexpected to see Jin Hu and his assistant. The young man turned to them, not hiding his surprise. The bad news was that Lao Qi had conquered most of the underground forces in Jinling, moved people there, and was now planning to kill Bufang. Only the Chen family could rejoice at this. They laughed loudly, saying that this was exactly what he deserved. But for Zhuo, this meant nothing. He laughed quietly, because it was only Lao Qi. For such a trivial matter, it was just a small problem that a martial artist could easily solve. His monologue was interrupted by Lackey's voice. The man entered the banquet hall, amazed at the young man's self-confidence. He brought 3 people with him, but even without their participation, the master was confident in his abilities. Each of the 3 was the best in their region: the southern city of Dadong, the eastern side of Heibao, and the northern city of Yebeliang. They were the bosses of the largest groups in the underground Jinling. And by saying something like that, Zhuo Bufang clearly intended to die. The reason the man agreed so easily to get rid of the boy was because Bufan had beaten his nephew and thrown his brother out of the city. These people dared to insult the immortal master, but despite this, he still spared their lives. Such statements sounded very insolent and arrogant. Laoki did not have time to say a word in response when the traitor of the Dragon and Tiger School spoke up for him. Duan Shanhe truly idolized his new mentor and felt safe around him. He even dared to show himself to Zhuo again. Laughing, the young man told how Chen Longhu had fallen at the hands of his teacher and lost all respect in his eyes. These words deeply hurt Zhuo Bufang. Not only had the boy deceived his brothers and his beloved, but he had also destroyed his master. This angered the young man, who respected honor and military dignity so much that he could not forgive it, and within a split second rushed at Shanhei. The young and cowardly youth turned around, asking Laoki to help him. But he didn't even have time to take a step. The punishment for his actions caught up with him faster than he realized. Zhuo Bufang struck him with a lightning strike from behind. Life left Duan Shanhe's body, and the immortal master silently watched as he fell to the floor. It seemed that even the people in the hall held their breath. They rolled quietly and could not verify that the young man really dared to kill Yang Laoqi's disciple. The face of the self-proclaimed master of the Dragon and Tiger School was distorted with rage. He roared Bufan's name, wanting to kill him that very second. Gathering all his strength, the man used his most powerful technique, summoning the spirit of a fiery lion and sending it towards the student in front of him. Laoki was overconfident and believed that he could take the boy's life. But unfortunately, he underestimated his enemy. In response to the fire lion, Zhuo Bufang summoned the giant Buddha palm technique and waved his hand towards the man. The two energies collided with each other, and Yan had to use both his hands to hold the force, but it was still not enough. The golden palm effortlessly destroyed the spirit animal, clearing a path for itself. Laoki was left completely defenseless. He had time to be surprised before the blow reached him. Unfortunately, he had neither the time nor the energy left for any protective spell, and besides, he wouldn't have been able to do anything. The palm gained speed and strength. It was burning with spiritual fire. Such a powerful technique could not be stopped by anything. The collision created a smoke screen, and the spectators covered their faces with their hands, unable to believe that Zhuo Bufang was so strong, like a god. Old Master Yang Laoki was crushed to the floor, lying lifeless in the center of a huge palm print beneath the feet of the great immortal. Jin Hu and his assistant were very happy. They did not doubt the great master's abilities for a second. Standing to the side, Long Geiyue seemed to fall even more in love with the young man. He turned out to be not only handsome and intelligent, but also incredibly strong. The three titans of the underground Jinling gathered behind Laoki were terrified. They didn't know what to do now, or what they had gotten themselves into. Of course, Wang Wenwu and Wang Ya were also there. They wanted to see Zhuo's death with their own eyes, but they saw that they could no longer contact him. Fortunately for them, the young man decided to simply let them go. The Wang brothers cried, either from fear or from happiness, and ran away, promising that they would never lay a finger on the highly respected gentleman again. Immediately after this, Bufan turned to the three gang leaders, wondering what to do with them. In a fit of fear of death, the men learned to understand each other's thoughts. They silently agreed that there was only one way out of their situation. They and their men knelt and bowed before the immortal master, swearing allegiance. But the young man didn't need their territories and the underground forces' squabbles at all. He said that in the future, they would obey Chu Tianye. The assembled bandits unanimously agreed with the order of the man in whose hands their lives now hung. The auction guests, who had been observing the situation the entire time, agreed that the guy was indeed very strong and that he definitely had a future as the king of Zhejiang province. And only the Chen family of all did not know what to do or what to do, except to hope that he would save their lives. Zhuo Bufang turned to them as if he had heard the man, and with a smile he reminded them how colorfully they had threatened to kill him. It was high time to try it. Even if he himself did not respond in any way to the arrogant people, there was now a whole bunch of hardened thugs in the room, ready to deprive them of their heads at any moment. In despair, Chen Jianmu fell to his knees in front of the young master. In the state his family was in today, there was no way he could pay back. Following her father's example, Chinai knelt down and begged Bufan to let them go, earning her the wrath of her followers. The girl was very worried. She recalled with a trembling voice how the young man had disgraced her family and was sure that this was more than enough. Unfortunately for her, the young master had no plans to let them go just like that. He calmly told the men to crawl on their knees from that spot all the way to the hotel exit. The conditions set by Mr. Zhuo horrified the Chen family. If they really crawled like dogs, it would be a real shame. It was too much to bear the whining of these pathetic people. Hu Bao pulled his blade from its sheath, threatening them with death if they did not follow the order. This was the last straw. Chen Jianmu, his wife and daughter, begged for mercy and crawled towards the exit in front of everyone. Some of the viewers felt very uncomfortable. It was too strange and surreal a picture. But some were incredibly happy and said that this was exactly what they deserved. Finally, all the problems were resolved, and they could enjoy the rest of the evening in pleasant company. Zhuo Bufang turned to Long Geiyue, and together they headed to their seats. Unfortunately, not everyone thought so. On the way, the young man noticed how dark smoke with a talisman came out of the body of the deceased Yang Laoqi and tried to escape. The spirit rushed away very quickly and briskly, but the immortal master was stronger. He sent a huge spiritual palm in pursuit. Within a couple of seconds, the dark, evil-filled soul found itself in a strong grip and begged for mercy. But the young man was deaf to her pleas. He clenched his fist with hatred and disgust. The black swirling smoke dissipated in his palm, disappearing, thus ending the last piece of Laoqi in this world. Such a peculiar escape was not typical for human souls. This man was not as simple as he seemed, and this is what alerted the hero. At the same moment when the soul was scattered, evil awakened in a mountain cave hidden by greenery somewhere outside the city. On the ceiling, in pitch darkness, sat a flock of bats, and beneath them, an ancient demon opened its glowing scarlet eyes. His body was engulfed in flames and negative energy. Yang Laoqi was his puppet, and when she was destroyed, he felt it, and now he longed to kill the one who did this. Fortunately, nothing bad happened the next day. It was a clear and calm day, and Zhuo Bufang returned safely to his home. There were many delicious and beautiful-looking dishes on the table, and the young man sincerely praised Lian Daijin's skills. The girl thanked him with a smile and justified herself by saying that his wife had asked him to take good care of him. The sweet, homely conversation was interrupted by a phone call, and Daijin put down her plates and cutlery to answer it. It is unknown what exactly she heard, but from her reaction one could guess that something bad had happened to her mother, and the housekeeper promised to come immediately. Bufan became wary and stood up from the table, asking what had happened and why she was so scared. Tears welled up in Lian Daijian's eyes as she said that her mother's condition had worsened and she was in the hospital. It was urgent to go to her, but the girl didn't have a car. And then the young man said that he would personally take her there. Very soon they arrived at the required department. The young lady ran into the ward, asking where her mother was and what was wrong with her. In the room, besides the sick woman, there was also Lian and some man. The red-haired girl immediately asked the younger one not to worry so much. Daijin didn't expect to see her aunt here. Apparently, the relationship between her mother and stepsister was quite strained. It turned out that she had invited Dr. Kan, a professor from the mobile hospital, so that he could examine and diagnose her relative. The cause of her poor condition had already been found. According to the medical report, Ms. Zhang had scurvy, a disease that was difficult to treat. These words brought tears to the housekeeper's eyes and she gasped loudly, not knowing what to do now. It seemed as if the daughter was the only one worried about her mother. Lian looked very pleased and didn't even hide her smile, telling the doctor that the cost of treatment was not important. The man hastened to assure her that there was nothing to worry about, because he was a professor at Jinling Medical University, and as long as patients were in his hospital, he could cure them. This deception was finally interrupted, Zhuo Bufang shouted, accusing the doctor of lying and saying that there was no scurvy. The statement greatly surprised Daijian, and Lian finally saw him and was no less surprised than her niece that he had been allowed here at all. The professor's face changed dramatically. He gritted his teeth and thought about how dare this bastard ruin all his plans. Mrs. Zhang's stepsister stepped forward and yelled at the young man. Master Wu would not be able to help him deceive her family any further here. Shijian intervened in the squabble, stopped her aunt, and explained that Bufan had driven her to the hospital. She was most concerned about her mother's condition. She came closer to the guy, wondering what was wrong with her if it wasn't scurvy. According to Zhuo's words, the woman was injected with a strange poison, and now her organs are being paralyzed one by one. This statement completely infuriated Dr. Kan. Lian also didn't like the hero's intervention, or rather, she didn't like him himself. She was already rude to him out of habit. Finally, Ms. Zhang spoke up, asked everyone to calm down, and said that Dr. Kang was a professional and she trusted him more. Her daughter came closer. She wasn't sure if this was a good idea. She wanted to believe Bufan, but she herself didn't know who was right. Footsteps were heard from the corridor. People were accompanying Mr. Zhuo, who had come specifically for his research. The hospital staff followed the elderly man, telling him about the intensive care unit where they were all currently located. This was the best surprise for Professor Kang. He had dreamed all his life of meeting Zhuo Lao, a famous doctor from Taishan. He hurried up to the old man and bowed, wanting to introduce himself and make the best impression. But the famous doctor passed by and bowed to Zhuo Bufang, sincerely happy to meet the great doctor again. Who would have thought that Zhuo could treat a brazen and pathetic boy, in the eyes of those present, as the god of doctors? Daijin, who arrived with him, was also very surprised. She, of course, believed the words of her mistress's husband, but still did not expect that he was so good. Bufan didn't pay any attention to them. He greeted Mr. Zhuo with a smile, inquiring about the reason for his arrival. It was just an exchange of pleasantries. The man understood this and did not dwell on himself too much. He answered briefly and politely asked if the younger one needed help with anything. But the full answer was never given, and as soon as the young man began to speak, he was brazenly interrupted. Dr. Kan shouted. In his opinion, the respected doctor was making a mistake by communicating with a pathetic boy who knew nothing about medicine. This was the height of impudence. He had neither the strength nor the desire to endure it any longer. And Zhuo Lao shouted at him to shut up. Master Bufan saved Long Aochin's life several times, and he earned the recognition and respect of all who witnessed this miracle with their own eyes. After hearing these words, the old man who wanted to deceive the Daijin family was so shocked that his lower jaw almost dropped. Even Lian didn't expect anything like this. She thought Zhuo was a loser and would never have believed that he was communicating with the Long family if she hadn't heard it herself. A hospital staffed by such stupid and useless people couldn't possibly have a high rank. So Dr. Zhuo seriously considered demoting him. The young employees were very scared. They couldn't allow such damage to this place because of someone who doesn't even work there. To save their reputation and rank, the guards immediately threw the pathetic loser Kan out of the hospital. Within a minute, everyone had forgotten that such a person was there. Dr. Zhuo and his assistants asked what they could do for the great god, but they were refused. All Zhuo Bufang wanted was to be left alone while treating Lady Zhang, so he handed her the medicine that could completely cure her illness. The polite and kind woman agreed with a smile, but it was clear that she did not believe the young student. The medicine turned out to be the same golden pill that the young man had given to Mr. Long. Zuo Lao recognized it immediately. The unfamiliar thing made Daijin very wary. She was worried about her mother and asked how she was feeling now and what the pill tasted like. To the surprise of the relatives present, Miss Jiang began to feel much better. The pain and weakness seemed to disappear. Tears came to the young lady's eyes. She was so happy that her mother had recovered so quickly. She rushed to Bufan and hugged him. Unable to contain her emotions, if it weren't for him, her mother would never have recovered. Standing to the side, Lian hid her hatred and anger with a forced smile, politely saying that she did not believe that an incurable disease could be defeated so easily. The very next day, Zhuo Bufang met his friend Ye Xuan and his girlfriend, and together with Dai Jian, they came to Zhongzhou. The young man was very happy that his friend came to the Xinping area and, as a local, was happy to show him around. They told him with a smile the reason for their visit. Bufan simply wanted to buy something from a famous person. In his life before his reincarnation, Ye Xuan's family fell apart, and his best friend died as a result. But now the immortal master won't allow that to happen. He was pulled out of his dark thoughts by a blonde man, who put his arm around the guy's shoulder and quietly, so that Daijin wouldn't hear, asked who she was. This greatly embarrassed Zhou. He asked his friend not to talk nonsense. The girl was familiar with Zhongzhou and could take him to the right place. At the same time, a drunk man, Mr. Wang, was walking towards them, shouting at the whole corridor that he was rushing to the toilet, not paying any attention to those around him. They tried to lead him as carefully as possible, but the man was too drunk and the corridor was very narrow. And in this narrow corridor, he bumped shoulders with Ye Xuan. His legs gave out and Wang fell to the floor. The girl was very scared for her boyfriend. She held him and looked at him with worry. The man sitting on the floor flared up. The alcohol gave him confidence and a sense of permissiveness. He shouted at Ye Xuan, accusing him of pushing him on purpose. It was a lie. Shuang did not tolerate it and remained silent. She stood up for her beloved and accused the fat man of being the first to bump into her boyfriend. The assistants stood silently behind their boss like dolls. They had no plans to interfere, and the drunken Wang quickly switched from being offended to the girl's beauty. He promised to forgive and spare her boyfriend if Yuan Shuang agreed to drink with him. These vile words deeply hurt Ye Xuan, and he jumped up and rushed at the man in front of him to defend the honor of his other half. But his hand never managed to reach its target. It was intercepted and squeezed tightly, which greatly surprised the young man. A tall, muscular man, Van's bodyguard, towered over them, squeezing the young man's hand tightly with a smile. The satisfied and drunk man ordered his subordinates to beat Ye Xuan and bring his girlfriend to him. Onlookers gathered around their small group, quietly discussing how Wang Chang had started bullying someone again, relying on his half-brother from the Heibao group. The bodyguards rushed into battle, several tall and strong men against one frail youth, and for the spectators the outcome was a foregone conclusion. Suddenly, a second before they could harm their victim, someone struck them with quick and heavy blows. All the strong men flew apart from just one blow, like bowling pins. Zhuo Bufang shielded Ye Xuan and Shuang with his body, warning that he would finish them off for his best friend. Such words and strength greatly frightened Wang. He even sobered up and began to threaten the young man with imminent death if he dared to touch him, a man from Heibao. But these words meant nothing to the young master. He swung his leg for his next strike. The very next second, Wang Chang flew into the wall at tremendous speed and spat out blood. The young man's courage and his powerful blow amazed the spectators. They were simultaneously delighted and completely terrified. At this moment, Ye Min, Ye Xuan's uncle, came running out to the noise in the corridor. He was shocked and very worried about Mr. Wang. The young man did not expect to see his relative here. He asked him about the reason why the man was there. But instead of answering, the uncle shouted at his nephew, pointing to the unconscious man on the floor. The reason was very simple and even obvious. A drunken pig started harassing his girlfriend and almost beat the guy up. But fortunately, his friend managed to stand up for them. Surprisingly, Ye Min did not support the young man. He only started shouting at him louder and accusing him of crossing the line. This man was a member of Heibao's underground group, and now their whole family was embroiled in trouble. Kei Xuan felt guilty. The uncle did not accept his nephew's apology. It was now useless. He ordered the young man to take Mr. Wang to the hospital as quickly as possible. The man's hand was intercepted, and Bufan intervened in their quarrel, which greatly surprised his blood relatives. He couldn't allow his best friend to humiliate himself and ask for forgiveness from such a scum of society, even if it turned out to be Heibao himself. Such loud words disturbed even ordinary spectators. In their eyes, this boy was immortal and too self-confident. Yamin, scared to death, pulled his hand out of the grip, looking at the young man as if he was crazy. Anger boiled inside him, and fear fueled this feeling. The man shouted at his nephew, saying that tomorrow, at a family gathering, he would be happy to see how he would justify himself. At this point, their conversation ended. The uncle, gritting his teeth, walked away without even turning to the young man. Ye Xuan's biggest regret was dragging his best friend into this mess. But Bufan told him that everything was fine, and that Heibao wasn't something he was afraid of. Each of them was thinking about their own things. Zhuo remembered that gang boss who had prostrated himself before him yesterday, and his friend was planning to beg his father to help and protect Bufan. The next day, the Ye family and Zhuo Bufang, who had been invited, gathered in the head of the family's office. The assembled staff and lower-ranking members of the group were discussing how Ye Xuan had dared to beat up Heibao's half-brother yesterday. Listening to their gossip and rumors was already too much for the eldest man to hit the table with his cane, forcing everyone to shut up. The head of the family was Ye Tao, the father of Ye Minbei and his brother, Ye Minan, and he announced the start of a meeting at which a new president would be elected. The eldest son was the first to speak out. He stood up, accusing his second brother of bringing trouble upon their entire family. He smiled smugly, as if he knew that everything would go as he wanted and would end in his favor. Immediately after his words, the second son, Zhuan's father, spoke up. He had already questioned his offspring, and the situation was more than clear to him. An insolent and drunk man harassed Ye Xuan's lover and then began to threaten him. The young man defended the girl, and this was a worthy act. But his talk of honor and dignity fell on deaf ears. Ye Min insisted that Heibao would not stop and would destroy them, and that he and his son were to blame for everything. In the man's opinion, Ye Minan no longer had any right to claim the position of president of the family business. The most important question now was not to understand the reasons, but to figure out how to deal with the consequences, or more precisely, with Heibao. All this pressure had a strong effect on Ye Xuan. The young man felt worse and worse with each passing minute. He considered himself to be to blame for what was happening. A hand gently fell on the shoulder, and his best friend supported the young man with a smile, trying to convince him not to worry too much. He was confident that after today's meeting, everyone in the family would respect him. The tense silence in the office was broken by Ye Jun, who boldly declared that as long as he was here, Heibao would not dare to do anything. It was hard to survive in Jinling's underworld, but he had some reputation. This loud statement greatly interested Heibao personally, who entered the room at that very moment. The menacing-looking man almost growled as he asked if they even wanted to live if they were so bold in insulting him and his subordinates. Ye Jun approached the gang boss. He spoke very calmly and asked him not to get too angry. The young man really had some big connections. The son of Vice Mayor Jinling, the vice president of the Society of Science and Technology, and 2 young masters. He was ready to call any of them right now. The people from the Ye family were very happy when they heard this. Now they had very strong support, and Heibao no longer scared anyone present. But they were in too much of a hurry, and the gang boss loudly clicked his tongue and grinned. He swung a punch at Ye Jun's face, knocking out a couple of his teeth and greatly surprising the young man. The left hook was really very strong. The self-confident man fell to the floor, losing consciousness from pain shock. No one expected such a sudden attack, and Ye Minbei was deeply afraid for his beloved son. One of the 3 titans of underground Jinling turned out to be stronger than they thought. He was shocked by Ye Jun's impudence, and the impudence he dared to speak while looking him in the eye. For him, a person who reported directly to Master Bufang, some nameless dogs from Jinling did not frighten him at all. Even though no one had ever seen this great master in their lives, everyone was afraid of him, and even more afraid of what awaited their family in the near future. When no one dared to do anything, the honest Ye Xuan stepped forward and admitted that he was the sole culprit of what happened and was ready to bear the responsibility alone. His friends and girlfriend were very scared for him. They called him to step back, just so that the guy wouldn't get hurt. Heibao liked this behavior very much. He considered him a real man, the only one present. In honor of this, he showed a peculiar kindness and offered the boy the choice of whether to get a broken leg or arm. The fingers cracked as they were stretched, and the young man was about to get into trouble. But then Zhuo Bufang approached them. The young martial artist calmly pushed Ye Xuan aside and walked forward to Heibao. He could no longer silently tolerate such threats towards his best friend, and sternly ordered the man to leave his brother alone. Here, the boss of the group was completely stunned. He was very frightened at the sight of the young genius. He slowly turned to face his half-brother, listening to the cries that this was the man who had beaten him. At that very moment, a loud slap was heard. He Bao hit Wang hard, causing the man to fall to the floor. The Ye family members present could not believe their eyes and ears. Who would have thought that the bull would actually hit one of his own men? Because the culprit was a completely different person. Wang Tian was in deep shock. He began to stutter from fear and with some difficulty asked his brother why he hit him. Instead of answering the question, the man fell to his knees and began to bow down at Zhuo Bufang's feet, begging for forgiveness and mercy. Finally, the identity of Ye Xuan's friend was revealed. He really was the great master who had subjugated the 3 armies of the underground Jinling in one evening. Hearing the name of the man who beat him, Wang became completely frightened. He sat down on the floor and began to tremble like an aspen leaf. The mere sight of him filled Bufang with pity and disgust, and he ordered He Bao to take this trash away from here. To disobey him now would be the same as personally asking for death. The man agreed with a smile and ordered his men to take him out. A man like him deserved to die for allowing Master Zhuo to be slandered. It was already too late to ask for forgiveness or try to appeal to his half-brother's pity. He Bao's men literally carried Wang out. Finally, this whole farce ended. Zhuo Bufang asked the gang boss to stand up. There was no need to sit on the floor. He Bao looked happy. Today, he was able to avoid death and many problems. There was one more thing that needed to be clarified. The martial artist walked up to his best friend and placed his hand on his shoulder. From now on, this place and all matters related to the Ye family will be managed by Ye Xuan. Despite the young man's objections, He Bao immediately accepted this fact and, with a smile, addressed him as the second boss and promised to carry out all his orders. It was truly surprising. No one expected that Ye Xuan would become the first ruler of this place. It was time to return to the question of the future president. Bufan asked if his friend could also take part in the family elections. Not everyone liked this question. Ye Jiang had already managed to come to his senses and jumped to his feet, accusing the young man of interfering in their family affairs. Ye Tao calmly and politely replied that Zhuo Bufang's intervention would be a bit wrong, since it was his family's business. Instead of answering, the young master silently and seriously looked into the eyes of the elderly man, which made the latter feel very uncomfortable. The result was obvious. The head of the family declared that Xuan was also part of the family, and therefore had the opportunity to participate in the elections. And it wasn't just that Mr. Zhuo was very influential. The old man actually thought that the future of the family might depend on his youngest grandson. Ye Min's beloved son had no intention of backing down, and he continued to insist that Ye Xuan was a talentless and useless young man, unlike his father. Over the past few years, Minbei had provided the family with many connections and wealth, and this had clearly come at a considerable cost. But for Zhuo Bufang, this was no advantage. Meetings and connections seemed like such useless nonsense. Something like this could easily be acquired by a person of his plan. And it was at this moment that uninvited guests entered. Several high-ranking officials came here specifically to arrange a personal meeting with Mr. Zhuo. The requests were not only for an audience, but also for reading the aura of precious stones and artifacts, which finally put Ye Minbei and his son in their place. Compared to Zhuo Bufang, these people were nothing but pathetic braggarts who could only boast about their so-called connections. To help gain support for his best friend, the martial artist told all his guests that he was his bro, and they could confide in him about their problems. Now all attention was focused on Ye Xuan. The bigwigs literally pounced on him with business cards and offers of cooperation. It's very difficult to cope with such an influx and pressure, especially if you have never encountered anything like this before in your life. It was time to choose the next president. Bufan turned to Old Man Tao and asked him to begin. The family hurriedly sat down at the table, their employees gathered around the table, and finally the elections, as they were supposed to be, began. It was necessary to raise the hands of those who agreed to Ye Xuan becoming the new president of the company. One by one, the employees began to raise their hands and shout out words of agreement and support. Ye Minbei grabbed his head. This was the end. They couldn't resist the young man who was supported by Zhuo Bufang himself. After the elections, the head of the family announced that Ye Xuan would become the new president. It was so unexpected and surprising that the young man didn't even know how to react. He simply promised to lead the family to prosperity. Now that he had become a high-ranking member of the company, there was no need to fear that the young man would die of poverty. A little later, Xuan tried to convince his friend and Daijian to stay with him for a little while longer. It was so rare for them to get together. Zhuo Bufang declined with a smile. He still had business in Zhongzhou, and he suggested meeting next time. Tears came to my friend's eyes, and he was incredibly happy and grateful to Bufan for the way he helped him. If one brother is in trouble, the other two will definitely come to his aid. The farewell took place on very positive notes, after which Xuan got into the car and drove home. The girl looking after him looked upset and admitted that she always wanted a brother as good as him. Bufan was very touched by this confession. He stroked Daijian's hair and said that he would be happy to continue being her brother. This touched the girl very much. She smiled happily. In her family situation, her brother's support was really very strong and important for her. They still had plenty of time, and Jian suggested going to buy something to drink at the store next to them. The young man was glad of the opportunity to have something to drink, but warned that they still needed to find a place to spend the night. While Daijin went to the store, Bufang decided to write to Master Wu and ask how things were going with finding a suitable stove. Time passed, the dialogue had already ended, and the girl still had not returned. The martial arts master felt that something was wrong. A frightened woman ran out of the store, screaming at the top of her lungs and asking for help, saying that the girl had been kidnapped right from the store. Zhuo Bufang quickly rushed over to her and asked if it was the girl in blue clothes with pink hair. And he turned out to be right. Miss asked how he knew what this unfortunate woman looked like. She stuttered from fear. Those who kidnapped Daijin and challenged him were very brave and clearly had a death wish. Luckily, he had placed the Zeki mark on the girl, and as long as she was no further than 100 miles away, the master would be able to find her. Very soon, the guy could feel the burning fire of his sister's energy. She was indeed within reach. His face darkened. He had to hurry before Jian was harmed. While he was busy searching, the woman continued to stand nearby and shout about the need to call the police as soon as possible. But Bufan didn't need this. He pushed off the ground and soared into the air, heading to help his close friend. The sight of the flying man shocked the woman even more. She thought she had met a real god. At the same time, Daijin was standing in the room, surrounded by her aunt Lian's bodyguards, who were the ones who kidnapped her. The girl was very worried about Bufan, who remained waiting for her at the entrance of the store. But Lian tried to convince her that he was doing everything for her good. Recently, someone wanted to kill my niece, and my aunt took her here to ensure her safety. The story of the assassination attempt was too long, and the woman could not tell everything right now, but the situation was really very serious. At that very moment, powerful streams of negative energy gushed out from behind the door. Someone was banging on the door with all their might. The male guards covered the girls with themselves, tore the door off its hinges, and the burglar broke inside. When the smoke cleared, those present were finally able to see him and hear that he was looking for Lian Daijian. The intruder turned out to be a young man with white hair. He clearly had martial arts skills, like Pak Bingji and Zhuo Bufang. His name was Baimian Langjun, the best assassin of Zhongzhou and the most dangerous villain alive. The young man's gaze was wild. He pointed his finger at the guard and said with a smile that if they left right now, he would spare their lives. But the men had no intention of leaving, and if they ran away now, they would no longer have any future in Zhongzhou. Baimian's eyes turned red. He was another demon puppet and was using its power, just like Yang Laoqi, and was thirsty for blood. In just a couple of moves, Langjun cut down his enemies with knife strikes without them even having time to react. The tall and strong men fell to the floor within a second of the attack. He was really very strong. Lian shielded her niece with her body and declared that she would pay twice as much as Xu Mili just to make him leave them alone. The hitman knocked the woman down with a blow, clearing his way to the victim. This attitude outraged this madman. How could she even think about making a deal with him? The situation was very scary, but what Daijian was most afraid of was for her aunt. But everything changed when Baimian Langjun came close to her. Out of horror, the girl stepped back and fell to the floor. She asked him not to come closer. The killer leaned towards her. He was too bored to kill the victim right away, and he wanted to mock her first. Hysteria rose in her throat. Jian began to sob and scream loudly, calling for help and mentally asking Bufan to save her. A second later, a foot flew into Baimian's face, hitting him hard, knocking out his teeth and pushing him away from Daijian. The madman was thrown back almost 10 meters by the savior's force. The hero turned out to be Zhuo Bufang. He looked stern and angry, wanting to immediately take the life of the idiot who attempted to kill his adopted sister. Daijin looked very happy. She was already crying from joy that her close and good friend stood up for her. Lying on the floor next to her, Lian, with a bruise on her face, was very surprised. She would never have thought that her worst enemy would be here. Bamian Langjun struggled to his feet. He was very angry that someone dared to hit him. Clutching the knife tighter, the young man rushed at Bufan, shouting insults. This was a big mistake. Zhuo concentrated his power in his palm. His eyes burning with cold and hatred, energy burst out in a golden stream, rushing towards the killer opposite, enveloping his entire body. The golden threads pierced Bamian's throat, causing fatal internal wounds. And the young man didn't even realize what had happened. The next second, he fell dead to the floor at Zhuo Bufang's feet. Life finally leaving the mercenary's body. Daijian rushed towards her brother, clinging tightly to his chest and crying from the fear she had experienced. My eyes were completely swollen and red, and my body was shaking from adrenaline and emotion. Luckily, she was with someone who could provide her with safety and comfort. The young man stroked her hair to calm her down. Sitting nearby, Lian couldn't believe that the best assassin in Zhongzhou was lying in front of her. Zhuo Bufang came closer to her, looking sullenly, and asked her to tell him exactly what was going on here and not to hide anything. Of course, the woman knew what was going on, and unfortunately, the main reason for the incident was closely related to Daijian. Her niece's father was very ill, and she was afraid that the girl had no time left to see him. Tears welled up in Daijian's eyes again, and she grabbed her aunt tightly, screaming, asking what was wrong with her dad, since he had been fine the last time they saw each other. After her departure, the man became much worse, and the family began to discuss who would be the heir. When he was taken to the hospital and examined, lawyers were brought in to sort out these issues. It turned out that Lian Xun, the son of Xu Meili's stepmother, was the one who should get everything. Everything was going in their favor. However, Lian was able to find out that the highly respected brother was not a blood relative of Shijian's father. What was most surprising was the fact that similar family dramas exist in real life. To put it briefly and clearly, Xu Meili wants to kill his stepdaughter to avoid problems and leave his son as the heir. But this whole story did not impress Daijin enough to go and seek shelter. She wanted to see her father, despite the mortal danger. Tears streamed down her cheeks. The girl didn't care what they did to her, because no matter what, he was her biological father. But her aunt did not share her suicidal desire. She raised her voice, telling the younger one that if she went there, Xu Meili would not let her go. Bufang took Daijin's side, placing his hand on his adopted sister's shoulder and assuring her that he would go with her and protect her. They agreed on this, and the next day, Lian brought them to the Lian family villa. This family has owned Zhongzhou for years and hired martial artists several times already. The woman asked Zhuo Bufang to be more responsible and attentive. The young man knew this even without her words. He would never allow anyone or anything to harm Daijian. These words were very important to the girl and meant a lot. She quietly thanked her brother. Despite the young man's confidence and great strength, he was too young and, in Lian's opinion, had never lost loved ones. She was afraid that today he would get into trouble. They had barely entered when they heard a terrifyingly familiar voice of a man approaching them. Seeing Shijin in front of him, Lian Xun immediately began to insist that she was not their father's biological daughter. These words deeply affected the girl. She lowered her head, feeling simply terrible, and Bufang did not understand what kind of nonsense he was talking about. Lian stood up for her niece, yelling at the young man and accusing him of having no ethics whatsoever. But he didn't feel any remorse at all and thought he was allowed to behave like that. The guy came closer, continuing to insult his sister. In his opinion, the girl heard that the old man was dying and came to seize the entire inheritance for herself. Upset by the false accusations, Daijian screamed that it was all a lie and she just wanted to see her dad. The shout infuriated Lian Xun even more. He believed that such an illegitimate offspring had no right to raise his voice at him. His hand rose into the air and the man swung at the fragile lady in front of him to strike. Bufan arrived in time. He tightly grabbed Lian Xun's wrist, stopping him from touching Daijian. This went beyond all boundaries and norms, no matter if it was a sister or a stranger. No one has the right to raise a hand against a woman. There was a sharp tug on his arm, and the young man's chest collided with the outstretched knee. The only illegitimate child here was himself. Lian Xun, who was only strong in words, fainted, coughing up blood, and his subordinates were scared to death. Lian covered her face with her hand. She felt ashamed and uneasy at the same time. She knew that this is what would happen. This is exactly what she was afraid of. Young Lian's bodyguards, who had come running at the noise, began to help him get to his feet and asked if everything was okay with him. Their young master went completely mad with anger and humiliation. He yelled and ordered Zhuo Bufang to be brought to him. Several people immediately rushed at the young man with their fists. They threatened him and said that he was a complete fool for daring to attack Master Lian. In this kindergarten, there was no hint of a real threat. The martial artist concentrated his strength in his fist. Within seconds, all four healthy men were stopped and attacked with blows that were impossible to follow. They immediately knelt down and bowed to Bufang, asked for forgiveness, and, like little children, promised that they would never again help Lian Xun do bad things. This was enough. The young man left them and turned to the cause of all the misfortunes in his sister Jian's life. Slowly, with a stern, cold expression, he walked towards Master Lian, demanding that he apologize to Shijian. Otherwise, he could say goodbye to his life. It's unclear what exactly scared the bastard more, the fear of death or the fear of apologizing to a cheapskate like Dai Jiang. He's so pathetic. He only wants to humiliate someone else, but he himself doesn't look any better. He can only assert himself in words. A little more, and something irreparable would have definitely happened. Lian intervened and asked to stop before it was too late. The girl tried to reach Bufang's voice of reason, because Lian Xun was the only direct heir of the Lian family. If people found out he didn't have family blood, it would be chaos. And something like that should only be discussed in private. Fortunately, Zhuo had enough experience and intelligence to agree with this, but he did not refuse revenge for Lian Xun, raising a hand against his sister. With the toe of his boot, he tossed a small stone into the air like a bouncy ball. At that very moment, a man, resembling a martial arts master, ran towards them to stop the chaos. But it was too late. Zhuo Bufang struck the stone, filling it with spiritual energy, and forcefully launched it straight at Lian Xun. No matter how much the man hurried, the hard rock hit the young gentleman's leg with force near the knee, flying off to the side. Lian Xun immediately fell to the ground, screaming in intense pain, and his leg was broken. Kang Bo ran up to him and was immediately grabbed by the collar of his suit, howling in pain and demanding revenge. The guards were called immediately, and the master ordered Mr. Lian to be taken to the hospital. Under the man's supervision, the young man was loaded onto a stretcher and carried to the car so that he could receive medical attention as quickly as possible. While all this was happening, it turned out that the man was not just a servant in the Lian house, but the famous Kan Bo, one of the most powerful masters. He could kill 3 with 1 blow. But Zhuo Bufang wasn't afraid at all. He stood there smiling until Daijin took his hand. She was afraid for her brother and wanted them to leave now before it was too late. Despite the girl's excessive excitement, the young man did not plan to back down. He promised to help her meet her father and was ready to do everything he could to achieve this. When the running around with the young master's injury died down, Kang Bo turned his attention to the uninvited guest. Not only did he come to the Lian family's territory, but he also wounded Master Lian Xun. In the man's opinion, the young man was too arrogant, but the young man himself didn't think so, only because the old man arrived on time. All 4 of Lian's limbs were in place. Otherwise, he would have spent the rest of his life lying down. Such remarks were unacceptable. Master Kang became enraged and used his most powerful technique, the Blood Eagle Claws. A little more, and the young man could have been seriously injured, but he didn't even worry. He just took a deep breath, after which he opened his mouth, releasing a large amount of spiritual energy. This flow dealt Kang Bo quite a serious blow. It was so amazing that Lian couldn't believe her eyes. Bufang just opened his mouth. Was he even a human? The Grand Master of one of the 10 great families was far behind even Yang Laoqi. It was surprising that he even became number 1. Only after these words did the old man realize something terrifying, something that made his body tremble. It was this same Mr. Zhuo who defeated Yang Laoqi and united the underground forces of Jinling. With great difficulty, Kang Bo finally got to his feet. He regretted that he had gotten involved in the fight and underestimated his opponent. And yet, no matter how good the young man was, there would always be someone stronger. The man vowed that he would find someone who would put him in his place. The empty threats made Bufang smile, and he said he would look forward to that moment. Finally, all the problems were settled. The guy turned to the girls and told Daijian that he would take her to her father. The sister's eyes sparkled with happiness and gratitude. She looked at the young man with admiration. He was a real hero to her. They turned around and walked into the house, and the old master silently watched them go, thinking about how he needed to report Zhuo Bufang's appearance in the Lian house. His eyes burned with hatred and animal fear. Kang Bo despised and longed for the death of the young man with all his being. A few minutes later, Shu Meili received a call from the woman, who was told that her son had been injured on the family property. Sitting nearby in a wheelchair was the head of the Lian Po household, Daijian's father, who listened with a gloomy face as his wife threatened to destroy the one who did this. A smirk appeared on his face. The man looked at Mei Li with disdain, regretting that her beloved offspring had not died. He wasn't given the chance to finish his barbs. The woman suddenly squeezed the sick man's throat with her fingers. In a few days, all of the Lian family's property would be transferred to Master Gui, so she had no reason to kill her husband now. Only a strong desire to get rid of him as quickly as possible. With difficulty speaking, Lian Po regretted the day he brought this lying and vile bitch into his home and made her his wife. Finally letting go of the man's throat, the woman began to threaten him and his entire family with a fate worse than death if he gave in to his emotions at the sight of his daughter. The trembling man agreed. He had nothing else to do because his daughter's fate was in the hands of these terrible people. Just a minute later, the door to the room where they were was kicked open, and Zhuo Bufang entered together with Daijian. The young master's face was cold and stern, and he greeted her without a drop of politeness. Xu Meili's heart fluttered with unease. She didn't understand how this man had passed by Kang Bo. Without hesitation, the young man told how he easily defeated the old man, and he ran off to wander the world in search of help. Rage boiled in her veins. The woman immediately guessed that it was he who had wounded her son. She screamed that she would kill Bufan. The young man didn't object. He was ready for revenge, but not before Daijin met his father. A girl immediately came out from behind him and rushed towards Dad, asking how he was feeling and how his health was. But the young lady clearly didn't expect to hear her own beloved parents send her away. Tears streamed from her eyes. These words broke the heart of the fragile and timid lady. She could not believe what she heard. At that moment, her whole world collapsed. Daijin wiped away her tears, humbly agreeing with her father's words and saying that if that was the case, then she would go. There were tears in Lian Po's eyes. He hated himself for what he did, but he couldn't do otherwise. It was all for the protection of Shijian. But before the girl left the room, Bufan intervened and said that she also had the right to take part in choosing the family heir. It had been quite some time since Jian had been kicked out of the family, and Mei Li felt she had every right to object to her participation. However, she was wrong, because the blood of the Lian family still flowed in the girl's veins, and to say that she was not suitable was stupid. Xu Meili felt that she had no punishment and played her trump card, saying many nasty things to the young people. She succeeded in provoking Bufan perfectly. The young man covered the distance between them in a split second. A loud thud was heard. Women like her, in the opinion of the martial arts master, deserved a slap. The girls standing behind him and his father in the stroller were in deep shock. They couldn't fight back against Mei Li, but they couldn't even imagine that someone would do something like that. The woman fell to the floor from the force and surprise. She looked with hatred at the young man in front of her who dared to hit her. The words did not move Zhuo Bufang at all. He wanted to take away her miserable life, but he saved her for the sake of Daijin and Lian Po. Out of hatred and anger, Xu Meili's body was engulfed in a dark, blazing spiritual energy, and she cursed softly under her breath. The very next second, the maddened woman rushed at Bufan. Thick red veins appeared on her face, and her eyes turned red. A demonic force took over the body. It was unclear whether Mei Li was controlling the magic, or the magic was controlling her. There was something wrong with the Lian family. Behind the woman's back there was something that belonged to a powerful demon. Lian was beside herself with horror at the sight of what the harmless man had become, and Daijin was worried about her brother and asked him to be more careful. Lian Po finally stepped into the situation and yelled at his wife in an attempt to stop her. The entire family and its inheritance passed into her hands, but on the condition that there would be no violence in the house. The woman, distorted by the dark power, turned around, screaming that Bufan had harmed her son and hit her, for which he must die. The whites of her eyes turned black, as did her fingertips. Mei Li could hardly control herself anymore. She was completely controlled by the thirst for blood. The great master's body was engulfed in light energy. This woman not only changed her body with demonic magic, but also dared to use her power on it. A golden talisman, blazing with the spiritual power of an immortal, materialized in the air. The demoness covered her face with her hand, screaming from the heat emanating from her enemy. The protective talisman struck Xu Meili straight in the chest, cutting short her miserable life, full of greed and cruelty. Even the dark force could not save her. The powerless body fell to the floor with a crash. The last minutes of life were counting down. The eyes would never become human again. The woman could not believe that they had actually managed to defeat her. Standing above her was the only one in this world who could defeat her. Unfortunately for Miss Xu, he also happened to be a cultivator. Bufan repeated Kang Bo's words with disdain. No matter how good you are, there will always be someone much stronger than you. Lian Po, who was watching everything from the carriage, was scared to death. Now that Mei Li was dead, Master Gui would kill his entire family. This demon was always behind his ward's back. Everything in this house was under his personal control. His strength was very great. The man was sure that the young man could not cope with him. He asked to take Daijian and take her as far away as possible, as quickly as possible. Suddenly, an inhuman voice came out of nowhere in the room, saying that he would never let go of the one who killed him. The steps were getting closer and closer. It was too late to run, and there was no point in trying to get away. A bald man stepped forward, his entire body adorned with tattoos of demons and demonic symbols. And behind him stood Kang Bo. Lian Po's face turned pale and he almost whimpered in horror, repeating over and over that they were finished. As it turned out, Yang Laoqi was this Master Gui's mentor. Mei Li was his beloved woman, and Lian Xun was his son. And all of them were harmed by one person. The cruel and terrifying threats were ignored. Zuo Bufang did not respond to them in any way, only saying that Laoqi's death was not in vain. It was outrageous how many people in the modern world practiced demonic arts. It greatly infuriated the young man. There was a sea of innocent blood on their hands. In response to the boy's indignation, the master raised his hands and solemnly declared that it did not matter. After death, the souls of everyone in the Lian family would come under his control. They would never escape. All these unfortunate people are under his control, and even after death they will be in his slavery. The eyes of the immortal martial artist flashed with cold fury. As long as he was here, he would never allow such a thing to happen. The child's self-confidence amused the old demon, and he rushed at him with a smile, his eyes flashing scarlet. Taking a stable stance, the man extended his arms and activated the demonic technique 100 Night Spirits. Zhuo Bufang did not even flinch. He folded his hands in Namaste, concentrating all his strength and positive energy in one point. A summoning circle lit up beneath my feet, and a dragon spirit, the Shroud of Fire, appeared in the air. Master Gui directed his demon subordinates towards the youth, ordering them to devour him. In response, a fire dragon was sent. Bufan created 3 talismans and, together with the spiritual flame, attacked the enemy with them. A powerful wave of fire collided with the dark spirits, burning them to ashes and preventing them from breaking through the wall of energy. In a second, nothing remained of Gui's power, and he watched in shock as his demons dissipated. Both possessed Lian Qi's super strength, but Bufan was much stronger than the so-called master of the dark arts. Just as the Rockian University in the north was different from the Bail Qingniao University, so Zhuo was different from those on whom the demon practiced. What the young immortal studied and practiced was the magic of the most complex method leading to the path to heaven, while what Gui possessed was a jumbled mess of rubbish. The youth's strength was on a completely different level. It frightened the master. He gathered the rest of his strength to escape. With a deft leap, he rushed away, shouting that his ghost king would definitely return for revenge. But no one was going to let him go, especially since the main character, a young man, had set his sights on him. The fire dragons seemed to break loose from their chains. They rushed at the man, who flew away with the last of his strength. Realizing that this was his last chance and his last seconds, Master Gui shouted that his mentor would never let Bufan go just like that. He wanted to ask for a chance, but his words were drowned out by a bright and powerful explosion of energy. The hungry spiritual beasts caught up with their prey. The cry of the defeated dog dissolved, as did the dog itself, and not even a body or ashes remained of the man. Lian Po couldn't believe his eyes. The one who had terrorized his family for so many years was finally dead. An immortal cultivator slowly approached him and confirmed that there was nothing left of Gui except arrogance. The Lian family was finally free. The man was so happy and had been waiting for this for so long that he laughed hysterically. Finally, he could hug his beloved daughter. The old man called Daijian to him. All these years, he pushed away and made the girl and her mother suffer, all just to save their lives. Po felt guilty. The young lady cried with happiness. She was very kind, and therefore said as a consolation that she had never suffered. Her father was the only one who suffered the most. Kang Bo, the only survivor of this crazy company, cried in despair. The invincible Master Gui died just like that. The old man's suffering and sadness were interrupted by Bufan, who wanted to go into the room in the house where the demon hid and concealed his treasures. To top it all off, he was a cultivator, and his collection could contain many useful things for a young man. The cunning and sneaky old man stood up and, with feigned respect, led the young master to the secret hiding place. He had his own plan for revenge. Khan knew that the cache contained many deadly and powerful artifacts. Very soon they entered a room where, in addition to gold and talismans, there was also a strange but very large and powerful furnace. According to Kang Bo, everything that Gui had kept was here, and since Bufan had killed him, it all belonged to him. There is a rumor that after Xia Yu invited Yojo, he used Juding to make the Scarlet everlasting. But who would have thought that there would be a ghost here? Now he could finally prepare to build the kingdom of Jidan. While the young man was examining the oven with the spirit inside, Old Man Kang pulled out the talisman and laughed loudly. The power of the talisman rushed towards the slab. Everything was done to free the evil ghost imprisoned inside, but Zhuo Bufang wasn't scared at all. Maybe he was just surprised. He grinned and asked if that was all he could think of. With a terrible howl and groan, dark energy that had been accumulating there for several hundred years burst out of the furnace. Within a few seconds, the evil spirit of a dead girl appeared in the room, thirsting for blood. This 1,000-year-old ghost was accidentally discovered by Master Gui. The negative key energy was so violent that it would not stop until it killed the youth. After the greedy old man's long monologue, laughter was heard, and Zhuo Bufang extended his hand to the girl. He was going to show the stupid old man what the real great power of an immortal master was. Using spiritual power, the young man sucked in the girl's spirit like a vacuum cleaner. The crying ghost was sucked into the middle of Zhuo Bufang's palm, and she couldn't do anything to prevent it. After some time, a small black clot of dark energy landed on the palm of my hand. Hatred is a very heavy burden. The young man asked the girl to wait a little longer, and in the future he would be able to help. With the next move, Bufan sealed the ghost on his hand with a beautiful, neat pattern. In order to seal the 1,000-year-old spirit, he raised only one hand. Kang Bo realized that he had to leave immediately if he valued his life. While the young man was busy with the girl, the old man rushed to the exit of the hiding place, but it was already too late. Trying to escape was futile. Zhuo Bufang pointed his hand towards the man. A discharge of spiritual energy, close to electricity, struck Kang Bo in the back, paralyzing his body. This was one of the main rules of the young immortal master. He did not leave bad people alive. Immediately after defeating the last enemy, Bufan called Tian Ye, asking him to come to Zhongzhou immediately and help him carry something home. At the same time, in that very cave outside the city, the ancient demon mourned the death of his next disciple, Guy. But this was not the only follower of the dark path. He sent his subordinates to find out who exactly committed all these atrocities and kill them. There was one more important thing. Shading apparently got something back, and that was bad. The three followers accepted the teacher's order and set out to find the violator of eternal peace. It didn't matter at all who it was. He would pay for his insolence and for daring to kill one of his dearest students. During this time, the situation in the Lian household had stabilized somewhat, and Zhuo Bufang said goodbye to Daijian and Lian Po. The girl was supposed to stay in Zhongzhou and accompany her father, but the young man still had business in Jinling. Freed from years of oppression, the head of the family was very grateful to the young man and promised that they would always come to his aid. A happy Jian wished her adopted brother good luck and safety on his journey. After such a pleasant farewell, Bufan got into the car and drove home to his hometown. Happy people looked after him. The girl mentally promised that she would definitely return to him as soon as she took care of her father. A little later, two cars stopped in the same place in front of each other. Long Gayui stepped out of the red foreign car, looking at the car in front of her in surprise, wondering who it could be. Zhuo Bufang's wife, Zikin, came out to her, and the girl stared at the lady standing opposite her with no less surprise. Usually it was not very rare to see one on the street, but Mrs. E got tired of sitting at home and went out for a walk. This was Gayui's version. Of course, she came to meet Bufan, but upon seeing the girl, she realized that it would be better not to disturb them and leave. Standing next to her, Mrs. Long quietly laughed, covering her face with her hand. She used the same excuse. There was sadness in her soul. Zikin was Bufan's wife. She could not tell her that she came for him. It was better to leave. Very soon, Zhuo Bufang and Jinhu came out to them. The young man clearly did not expect to see two girls there. Both beauties immediately turned their attention to him. They smiled and looked at him tenderly. The young man didn't immediately choose one of them. He hadn't even thought about such a development of events, and simply came closer, inquiring about the reason for their arrival. Gayue rushed to one of the guy's hands, saying that her girlfriend heard that he was returning from Zhongzhou and she wanted to treat him. On the other side, Zikin came up. She prepared dinner especially for him and invited him to go home to eat together. The momentary desire to retreat and not interfere immediately dissipated. Now, each one was eager to win and get Bufan. The guy standing between them was confused. He couldn't remember the last time either of them wanted to have dinner with him. From the outside, it looked like a great success, but in reality, it was very scary. Only Jin Hu could envy such a thing. One said that the table in the hotel restaurant had already been reserved and that they needed to hurry. The second insisted that there was a set table at home and that they needed to hurry before the food got cold and lost its taste. It was almost impossible to choose. It was harder than just training. And Zhuo said that he had eaten recently, just to get them to leave him alone. In one loud and piercing voice, the girls shouted that he simply had to eat. At this moment, Jin Hu reported that the stove had been delivered to Feng Tianjiao's villa, as the hero had requested, and this became an excellent excuse to escape. A second later, Bufan slipped unnoticed from the woman's grasp, saying that it was time for him to go. He nudged his assistant in the back, gloomily saying that they were going to that villa right now before he himself was eaten. Within a couple of seconds, they were in the car and quickly taking off before the girls in love reached the door on the passenger side. Abandoned without any response, the beauties were left standing on the street completely alone. Watching the car drive away, Zhuo Bufang finally exhaled, smiling as he praised Jin Hu's speaking and working skills. As a reward and gratitude, he handed the man a talisman. It would certainly be useful for protection. The happy man was so grateful that he turned his whole body and took the gift with both hands, forgetting about the steering wheel. The car miraculously did not crash into the next one. Bufan sincerely wanted to live a little longer, and he asked to hold the wheel and not to be distracted. After one life-threatening trip, Zhuo entered the room where the oven and the necessary ingredients were kept. Everything was ready and everything was perfect. Finally, the immortal master could begin creating the Jiden. Until the basic foundation stage of his rise is reached, powerful weapons can protect him. When all the preparations were completed, Zhuo Bufang lit the flame in the ancient furnace. The next step was to prepare the greens. The young man burned the necessary ingredients. When they were ready, they were sent into the oven. Now, everything was ready to begin. The martial artist began meditating, regulating and controlling the ancient artifact. But time passed, and the work progressed incredibly slowly. Complete cleansing would require some more time, since there is little energy on Earth. In order not to waste time, the young man decided to go get a bite to eat for now. Nothing would happen in 5 minutes anyway. At the same time, 3 people landed on the street near the house where Zhuo Bufang was. People were hiding and trying to remain unnoticed. They were watching the entrance. According to the information they had, Xiaoding was in this very room. The girl approached her friend and corrected him. Here is the killer of their comrade, the Ghost King, Gui. The speech was much more important for at least one of them. He suggested taking her first and then dealing with the guy. Taking to the air, the dark sorcerers set out in search of the stolen treasure. Meanwhile, Bufan was eating bread in the kitchen when he received a notification on his phone. It was his mother. She was calling her beloved son to talk. More than 300 years had passed since the young man last heard his mother's voice. But for the woman, only 3 months had passed, so he needed to remain calm and not disturb her unnecessarily. Maintaining a cool demeanor, the boy answered the call, smiling as he listened to his mother's voice and the fact that he should return home with Zikin. After this, the woman said that she missed her very much, and the young man promised that he would visit her in a couple of days. When Bufan was still in his family, his mother suffered greatly, so now he was determined to make her the most respected woman in the Zhuo clan. A sudden roar alerted the young man. He turned around sharply, realizing that something bad was happening. Judging by the characteristic sound and strange energy, the stove was destroyed. The immortal rushed to the room. The broken treasure had 3 people he didn't know, and they looked coldly at Zhuo, who burst into the room. The stove was lying on the floor, its lid was off to the side, the aura and the fire were out, the ritual was interrupted, and gold was pouring out from inside, and the uninvited guests were to blame for everything. The immortal hero's eyes turned bloodshot, and he screamed that they would all die for what they had done. The girl tensed up. She didn't expect that they would be discovered and exposed. This was very bad. At that very moment, she began to blame one of her comrades for everything, because it was he who had stuffed the gold and treasures into the oven to carry everything away together. But the guy didn't consider himself guilty. He didn't know that this thing could explode. The oldest and baldest of them shouted to shut his friends up. He said that it was actually he who killed Guy and they should get rid of him. While they were arguing, Bufan began to boil and literally smoke with rage. None of the offenders would ever leave this house again. The battle was going to be dangerous and brutal. All 3 were tense. But as long as they had the amulet of the ancient lord with them, they had the advantage. They took out one of the dark talismans. It was glowing with demonic magic. And since they were so eager to play the talisman battle, Bufan took out a lot of his own yellow papers, preparing to attack the enemies. Now the trio was not just tense, but frightened. They were no longer so confident, but they tried in every way to drive away doubts about the strength of their lord. All three took out amulets, which significantly enhanced their abilities. And now the company calmly attacked the young man. The dark and evil demons rushed into battle, flying straight towards Zhuo Bufan. It wasn't even a strong threat. The angry and vengeful young man activated his talismans. More than a dozen paper amulets swirled in the air around their creator. 3 huge golden palms stopped all the evil spirits, turning them into crystals. Now it dawned on the invaders that they would truly die here. Their lord's talismans had been destroyed, and they were now defenseless. The trio ran away, but before they could even take a few steps, they were overtaken by the full force of Zhuo Bufan. Anyone who dares to anger him will have to face the consequences, and more specifically, death. Although the oven remained intact, all the ingredients inside had disappeared. Most of it wasn't that rare, but the main ingredient was silver snow lotus flowers that were over 300 years old. The young man turned around and walked out of the room, thinking that he needed to ask Long Aojin. Perhaps he could help. After some time, Bufan arrived at the Long family's house. The old man was very happy to see him. The old man wanted to throw a party in this honor, but Gaio reproachfully said that most likely he came to discuss business. It was true, but it was a very embarrassing truth, and the young man laughed awkwardly, trying to somehow justify it. Today he came here to ask for help in finding 3 silver snow lotuses that are more than 300 years old. Usually such plants are very, very rare, especially those that are so old that they are difficult to find. But fortunately, the head of the Long family knew about this. He was in the National Medical House, and he was more than 500 years old. It's not that easy to get. The man looked at Zhuo Bufan with a sly squint. There was nothing else to do, and the young man told them not to be shy. If their grandfather needed anything, he would be happy to do everything possible. A joyful Aoshin immediately told him that in 10 days there would be an exam on a desert island, an intermediate level in combat. In a few days, a helicopter would be sent for the young man. Bufan thought that the task would not be easy. After this conversation, the martial artist was about to go home, but Gaio caught up with him and asked if he wanted to stay for dinner. Unfortunately, he had several more important things to do today, and the guy refused. Before he had time to go out the gate, the girl called out to him again and asked him to wait another minute. The young man turned to his girlfriend, asking what was the matter and what was bothering her. There was a sense of awkwardness in the air as Gaio asked with a trembling voice about the relationship status of Zhuo Bufang and Zikin. The question greatly embarrassed the young man. He smiled weakly, saying that in fact they were divorced, and carefully concealed this fact, maintaining friendly relations. His words brought relief to Long Gaiwei. She was very happy to hear this and smiled broadly. Now she felt much calmer. But when the guy asked her to clarify what she had said, the girl blushed and said that nothing like that. The next time he was free, she promised to invite him to a game. But if anything happened, he didn't have to agree. He finally realized that after returning, he was faced with too many mistakes of the past. That evening, Bufan looked at the very same bridge where exactly 300 years ago he had been hit by a car. And if Master Junhe Xianzun had not saved him, he would have died at the bottom of the river. In this life, he simply has to find out who exactly was behind his death. A minute later, a strange small truck stopped behind the young man, and Zhuo tensed up. 2 strange-looking men with brightly colored hair and weapons emerged from it. They resembled Gopniks. Their dialogue made it clear that they planned to take the money and kill the boy. Bufan felt his blood boil. He looked sternly at the clowns and asked who sent them. Only if they tell everything honestly and immediately can he promise them a normal, quick death. The threat had the exact opposite effect. The guys laughed, calling him a crazy idiot. The tall, green-haired bandit was confident that such a pathetic piece of trash as Bufan would never be able to kill him. At that very second, something quickly flew past and pierced the criminal's head. They didn't even have time to notice that something was flying or react in any way. Blood from the wound was streaming down his face, and the young man fell to the ground, frightening his friend. The second comrade could not believe that he was really dead. They did not even think that the target would be dangerous. Now it was his turn. Zhuo Bufang gave him 3 seconds to say who sent them. The man fell to the ground in fear of death. Crawling back, he immediately gave away Mr. Zhuo from the Zhuo family in Qingzhou, who had ordered Bufan. It really was the same bastard who killed the hero in the past on the bridge. Thanks to these two clowns, the great master found him and took him with him. What was said shocked the young man so much that he could no longer even control his emotions. While he was going crazy because Zhuo Luo ordered his death, the red-haired freak tried to escape, but the man didn't manage to run far. Zhuo Bufang's revenge overtook him instantly, his whole life flashing before his eyes. Zhuo from Qingzhou was Bufang's biological father, a man the young man would never have thought of. The rain streamed down his face and hid the tears of pain from betrayal. He couldn't bear how useless his son was and sent the killers. It was the only explanation. After some time, the assistant entered Mr. Zhuo's office, reporting that the attempt on the life of the second young master had failed. The reaction was mixed. The man shook the ash off his cigarette, groaning quietly. This was already much more interesting. The wayward son was able to avoid death from experienced people. The next day, already in the evening, Bufang and Zikin arrived in the young man's hometown in Qingzhou. The girl was worried that she had come all the way here with her boyfriend to see his mother, even though they were already divorced and had nothing else in common. For the young man from the Zhuo family, there was nothing wrong with that. He was even very happy that his love was with him today. His mother accepted the young lady as a daughter, so it's better not to tell them yet that they are divorced. Zikin was a little confused by her ex-husband's words and actions. She was both happy about it and at the same time didn't know how to feel. Very soon they approached the gate of the house. The hero turned the lock and the door slowly opened. There was a huge, vicious dog in the yard to protect against thieves and uninvited guests. Fortunately, it was on a leash. Without getting too close to the dog, the young man shouted to his mother that it was he who had come, and not strangers, and he introduced himself by his childhood name, Xiaofan. Zhuobiu immediately came out of the house. She was very happy to see her beloved little son. She had not seen Xiaofang and her daughter-in-law for a little over 3 months, and she opened her arms to the young man. Zhuo Bufang practically threw himself at the woman and hugged her tightly, clinging to her. 3 months passed, but for the mother it felt like 30 years had passed. She really missed her little one. Of course, she didn't know that in reality it was just more than 300 years old. That her Xiaofang was no longer the boy he once was. From the outside, it looked very strange. Zikin didn't understand why her ex was so excited, because not much time had passed. Finally, the time came for her to greet her mother-in-law and give her the gift she had bought from both of them. Having taken the package, the woman thanked them with a smile and invited them into the house to rest after a long and difficult journey. But they would have to have a quiet dinner much later, because just a minute later, a stranger kicked the gates of the house open. It was a whole small gang. 3 young men came inside, shouting that today was the last day to pay taxes. Bufan turned around, going mad with rage again. He couldn't allow anyone to scare or insult his mother. However, before he could do anything, Biu grabbed his hand tightly and ordered him to go to the house while she detained those bandits. Every month these idiots raised the rent. Last month she paid 1,000 yuan, but this time they tripled the amount. The impudent and obviously leading young man said with a smile that they hadn't raised it threefold, but that now they simply had to pay 10,000. This news almost drove me crazy. It was too expensive. The woman did not have such a large sum of money. She said that in such a case she simply could no longer rent the premises. But the guy wasn't going to back down. He just grinned and said that there was no need to rent. You just need to pay him those 10,000. Otherwise, he and his friends threatened to burn down Zhuobiu's house and all property. Zikin shielded the woman and began to defend her, shouting at the young men because they had no right to raise the price on their own, especially without any justification. But her words went past his ears. The leader of the street gang saw her beauty and his brain immediately switched off. And if the girl agrees to go on a date with him with a continuation, then he will agree to forgive them for paying a huge tax. The situation began to escalate, and Biu stood up for her daughter-in-law, who was like a daughter to her. She said that she would pay for everything, but if the guy did what he planned, she would call the police. The words about the police angered the young man, and he swung his arm, shouting and insulting Madame Zhuo, intending to hit the woman. The idiot didn't have time to hit anyone. Bufan grabbed him by the arm, shielding his family with his body. Since they wanted the money so much, the young master was ready to give them the money, just so that they would not touch his mother anymore. Everything was dragging on for too long. The young man wanted to get the money right this second, and every delay made him angrier and angrier. To calm the bandits down a bit, Bufan took out a bright jade medallion. It was very expensive, and its glow alone spoke volumes about its price. The young man's trained eye immediately determined that this little thing was worth hundreds of thousands, and that was only the very least. Of course, it was worth much more than the tax, but the gang boss said it was barely enough. reaching out for the treasure. He wanted to snatch the medallion sharply, but Zhuo Bufang was much faster. He managed to clench his fist and did not call to pick it up. Since they wanted to get her so much, the young man called them to follow him and go away from home and family. The last thing he wanted was for his mother to worry about this. It was best to leave and sort it out on the side. The red-haired guy really liked this wonderful idea. He really wanted to see what other aces he had up his sleeve. No one sensed a trick. All the men headed for the exit from the yard, but Bu did not know how strong her son had become and was very afraid for him. Zikin, who was standing nearby, smiled and convinced her mother-in-law not to worry so much, since Bufan was no longer a child and could handle everything. With the great abilities he had, he would deal with this pathetic gang in no time. No matter how much Bu was worried, she could only accept it and believe in her boy. They didn't go very far. After just a couple of minutes, the group of young people entered an empty alley where there was no one, and no one could be disturbed. There was a dead end ahead. This road led nowhere, and when the boss of the small group noticed this, he immediately began to get angry. It became too obvious that Bufan wanted a fight and brought them here on purpose. They thought he had simply become too bold after several months in another city. Zhuo Bufang was already fed up with all this. He had already been holding back with all his might, so as not to beat them up in front of his mother. But now, there was no need to hold back any longer, and the fact that he was not taken seriously was even good. He would be able to create a worthy surprise effect and teach a worthy lesson. After such vile treatment of Miss Zhuo, the bandits had only one way out, and in Bufan's opinion, that was death. The young man's body was filled with spiritual energy. It accelerated his movements and strengthened his muscles, increasing his strength. He pushed off the ground and rushed at the gang of extortionists. In just a few moves, the martial artist delivered decisive blows to his enemies, knocking them off their feet and not even allowing them to take the first step. Within a few minutes, the young people were lying and hanging on ropes, unconscious, not reacting to any external factors. Having dealt with the accomplices in small fry, Zhuo Bufang approached the leader, towering over him with a stern look. The boy's tears began to flow from fear of the young man. He begged with a trembling voice not to kill. Fortunately, Bufan needed him alive. The most important thing now was to find the one behind the extortion, Dai Bing, who had sent them. No matter how much the boy wanted to live, the master standing in front of him didn't care. Dark energy from his hand reached out to him. The palm lay on the face, closing the eyes, and the ghostly seal from the wrist seemed to come to life and slowly began to penetrate into the body of a living person. Using spiritual practices, Bufan was able to instill an evil spirit into the bandit and subjugate him to his will. This technique was very difficult. Zhuo had difficulty mastering it due to the fact that the earth did not allow the 300-year-old master to restore all his powers. When it was all over, he gave the spirit the order to return home and make it so that he could meet Dai Bing in person. Because of his submission and obsession, the young man looked really bad. He stopped being himself and simply submitted to his master. Due to his lack of strength, Bufan could only control the soul for a short time, but that should be enough. His eyes were burning with a thirst for revenge. The young man was going to find the one behind the extortion of money from his mother, by any means necessary. This ended all the showdowns with the bandits. Bufan returned home, where his mother and Zikin greeted him with concern. In order not to worry Bu even more, the young man said that he had spoken to them very politely. They had realized all their mistakes, apologized, and left. It really worked. The woman breathed a sigh of relief and, with a smile, thanked her beloved son for his help. And only Z knew what really happened there. She was sure that her ex-husband simply beat them, and that was the end of it. Zhuo quickly changed the subject, taking out a beautiful bracelet made of genuine jade and showing it to his mother. This bracelet has many different formations and protective seals, as well as a mother and son seal that connects them. So if Zhuo Bu is in danger, Bufang will immediately know about it. Such a touching gift brought tears of joy to the woman's eyes. She promised to cherish this thing for the rest of her life and always wear it. At that very moment, the gates to their yard suddenly swung open again, and a young woman ran inside, loudly asking if it was true that her older brother had returned. Everyone was very happy to see Bufan's cousin, Zhuo Shanshan, who arrived just in time. When Xiaofan was a child, his aunt gave him to Shanshan's family to raise. They grew up side by side since elementary school and were always very close. Almost immediately after the greeting, the girl said that Yan and the others would be playing all night in the house on the farm, and it would be great if her brother would come with her. It was very strange because she used to hate Yang Jian, but now she suddenly wanted to go play with him all night. With a slightly strange, awkward smile, Sean explained that this was childhood, and now it was all in the past. They had grown up and changed their views. The elder brother had no choice but to agree. Their aunt's status in the Zhuo family had never been high, and the same was true for Shan Shan, and Yang Jian's father was a famous businessman. There were 3 people standing near the cars, waiting for their last guest to arrive with her brother. One of them, in a white suit, was Yang Jian, next to his friend Zhang Xing and girlfriend Biao Bingbing. Finally, the one they had been waiting for so long emerged from the shadows. The young man in glasses stepped forward with a smile, saying how glad he was to see her. But the girl herself didn't look too happy, as if she didn't want to be there. It was good that in such a situation her beloved brother and sister-in-law were nearby. Immediately after greeting Shan Shan, Jian greeted Bufan, whom he had not seen for almost 5 years, and his friend immediately set his sights on the third companion. A polite question about life was answered just as politely and coldly, saying that everything was fine. As the son of a rich and important father, Yang Jian sought to win the heart of the young man's younger sister, but so far had achieved nothing significant. Jiang Xing was grinning from ear to ear and was dying to meet the beauty Shan Shan had brought with her. But his dreams crumbled to dust. The girl stood up for Zikin, saying that she was her sister-in-law and she would not allow him to throw nasty things around in front of her. At this point, the guy's mood immediately vanished. He made a face as if someone had shoved a stinky sock under his nose. Reluctantly, the young man approached Bufan and either praised him for his choice of wife or insulted him with words like a little idiot, after which he asked to be introduced to the beauty's sisters, if she had any. It sounded so vile that it was very difficult to control himself. The hero, unburdened by moral and ethical principles, immediately kicked Zhang Xing in the chest. The impact was too strong for an ordinary person. The guy flew to the side and crashed with his back into the side of the car, sliding to the ground. The very thought of introducing his wife's relatives to such trash was an insult. Bufan would never do it. Bao Bingbing, who was standing behind him, was very frightened and hurried to Xing, worried about his health. In fact, everyone who was nearby at that moment was very surprised. They did not expect such a violent reaction from Zhuo Bufeng. The master's eyes sparkled with anger, and he promised that next time his blows would be much stronger. This reaction was too strong for Bingbing. The girl was sure that her friend was just joking and did not deserve this, but the young man didn't agree with her. Who was this Zhang Xing to joke with him so boldly and disgustingly? At about these words, the wounded man came to his senses and, with the help of his friend, got to his feet. He immediately began to scream and threaten his important stepfather, and it would actually make sense if his stepfather was Bufan's father. Now he's really pissed off. Nothing the young man said put Zhang Xing in his place. He continued to consider himself the most important person and shower him with insults. Finally, Yang Jian intervened. Someone really had to stop this, otherwise things could have ended much worse. They managed to meet for the first time in a very long time, and there was no need to spoil the atmosphere. The young man suggested having a drink at the bar later. Jiang Xing and his girlfriend Bao Bingbing left first. He snorted loudly and said that in that case they would see each other later. This impudent boy was very emotional. It was too easy to provoke him. Yan asked not to pay too much attention to him. Continuing to play nice until the very end, the young man said that he would be happy to help find a few words so that Xing would not cause any more trouble. But Bufan did not need that. In his opinion, if the guy was uncomfortable living, then let him go to Gongshang. But he was not going to specifically pick anything or hold back in any way. Yan certainly didn't expect such a reaction. He didn't even know what else to say. He could only be perplexed. There were plenty of empty seats in the car, and he invited Shan Shan to go with him. But the girl wanted to go with her brother and sister-in-law. The answer was not at all what the young gentleman wanted to hear. Waiting for her to voluntarily reciprocate his feelings and start dating him was becoming more and more painful. And now Bufan had returned. Everything was not going according to plan. Very soon, a group of young people arrived at the Ganglilan restaurant, a fairly popular place in the city. At the door of the restaurant, they stood on opposite sides, just like two opposing teams, Zhang Xing still suffering from the after effects of the blow. Many years ago, Bufan's mother had gone to Lengong. He was no longer the prince of his family, and so Xing didn't understand how this trash dared to beat him. Standing nearby with a cigarette in his hand, Yang Jian smiled and calmly advised his friend not to worry and just call his stepfather and then help him conquer Zhuo Shanshan. Zikin and Shan Shan stood behind Bufang. They did not trust the company they met, and the young man was ready to stand up for his companions at any moment. The The most sensible idea of the whole evening was suggested by the ex-wife. Since her beloved doesn't get along with these people, why don't they just go home? And since she asked, Bufan revealed his motives to her. In fact, he was only here because he was waiting for someone. The doll he had created from a living person was already close. Very soon he would be able to meet the one behind the extortion. After a short period of time, a group of young people entered the restaurant and took a large round table for 6. One of them was in no hurry to sit down. Yang Jian called Zhuo Bufeng to go outside to talk about something. But the answer was categorical. They had nothing to talk about. And besides, the young man had no desire to chat with this bespectacled man anymore. His words made Jiang Xing laugh. He still thought of himself as the coolest and most important, and continued to mock Zhuo. No one argued with him. It seemed as if Jian even preferred the option of discussing the issue in front of everyone with the bandit who was extorting money from Zhuo Biu. These people were quite dangerous, but he could help. And Shan Shan had already asked him to do so, but he didn't know that Bufan had already dealt with them. There was only one condition. The boy had to bow down and ask Jiang Xing for forgiveness. Otherwise, his stepfather would send someone to the house to intimidate his mother. Zhuo Shanshan was the first to jump up from her seat and shout at Yang Jian. They were talking about something completely different. Her words did not reach the young man at all. He smiled nastily and said that it was just an apology, and a well-deserved one at that. The rich boy's true colors finally showed. The girl didn't even know what to say, and Bufan slowly stood up behind her. Those who threaten him personally may still survive, but for the man who threatened his mother, things will not go well. In such a case, there was only one way out for a person, and that was certain and cruel death. None of those present had time to react at all. Bufan suddenly grabbed Sin by the head. The closer the smug boy's face was to the tabletop, the louder he tearfully begged to stop and listen to him. Bufan backed his blow with spiritual energy and pressed the young man with such force that he broke the table into splinters. There was a slab in the middle of the table, and it was on it that Jiang Xing's face fell. The young man lay on the floor and trembled, screaming in pain. The sight was not for the faint of heart. Bufan came closer to him and pressed his foot on the shoulder of his offender. He pushed the bastard with force and literally threw him out of the room where they were sitting. Customers gathered around to watch the drama, and Yang Jian shouted throughout the restaurant that the hero had gone crazy and that Jiang Xing's stepfather, the army boss, would never let him go. But his words fell into the void. The immortal master's eyes burned with the fire of hatred. He had already said that anyone who bothered his mother would die. This look made Jian feel uneasy. He himself was scared to death and kept calling Bufan crazy. He couldn't stand and just stare blankly any longer. The young man pulled Shanshan towards him by the hand, telling her to stand next to him. Jiang Xing's stepfather would arrive very soon, and the girl would be safer with him. But she didn't want to go and said that she would stay with her brother. They didn't let go of her hand, squeezing it only tighter. Bufan stood up for his sister, saying that if Yang Jian didn't stay away from Shanshan, she couldn't hope for a peaceful life. Finally, the young man broke down and showed his true self. He screamed like a madman that the Zhuo family wanted to form an alliance with the Yang family. Shan would become his wife and that this could not be changed. Bufan could not tolerate such impudent behavior. He squeezed Jian's hand until it hurt and he screamed, removing it from his cousin. If she doesn't want to, then no one can force her or get her. At that moment, a deep, man-like cry came from the entrance, and it was clear that Jiang Xing's stepfather had arrived. Sun Qi entered the hall with several of his subordinates, glaring angrily at the young men arguing furiously in front. Seeing him, Yang Jin was very frightened. He cried out quietly, frantically thinking about escape routes. The only chance he had was to show himself as an ally. The guy told his version of events, blaming Bufan exclusively and not mentioning the insults from Sin. But they didn't believe him. The stern man looked at the young man with a dark gaze, asking if there were two of them. Then why was only Jiang Xing injured? The young man began to tremble like an aspen leaf out of fear. He stuttered and tried to convince Sun Qi that he had nothing to do with it. The gang boss no longer believed in anything. He ordered his men to break Yang Jian's legs and leave him on the doorstep of the Yang family. In order to save himself, the boy screamed and apologized for using Jiang Xing to deal with Zhuo Bufang. But no one listened to him anymore. It was too late to justify himself and ask for forgiveness. The man cast a last indifferent glance at him. The beating of the young master from the Yang clan began right there. The bandits didn't even leave the restaurant. The sight was not for the faint of heart. Now it was Zhuo Bufang's turn to answer for his actions, and Sun Qi wanted to repay the debt in full. Because he had harmed his adopted son, the man said he would kill him, and that nothing good would happen to Zhuo's family in the future. Shan hugged her brother's hand and told him to leave as quickly as possible. She believed that all these problems were because of her, and that she shouldn't have called him in the first place. Turning to the younger one, the young man said with a gentle smile that it was not her fault, and he knew that she called him to help deal with Yang Jian and convince him that no one could hurt his mother. This nonsense was not worth paying attention to. He stroked the younger one's hair and assured her that everything was fine. Help came from Zikin. She supported her husband and said that he had never disappointed her. No matter how hard it was, Shan still agreed with them and decided to trust her older cousin. The desire to kill him was very ridiculous for Bufan. The graves of those who had previously told him such things were already overgrown with grass. This made Sun Qi very angry, and he ordered his men to attack and deal with him. Everyone who was with him that evening rushed at Zhuo Bufang with weapons, shouting threats and insults. A satisfied smile appeared on the man's face. He was confident of his victory, since he considered his opponent to be a simple boy. But he didn't know that the person in front of him was an immortal martial artist. As soon as he gathered energy in his fist and struck, a wave knocked everyone around him off their feet. Bufan approached the bandit lying on the floor, ordering him to kneel before him, blazing with spiritual energy. Fearing the loss of his life, the man immediately fell to his knees, begging to do anything to him but not kill him. It turned out that this unfortunate man was the very same man who had ordered the bandits to extort taxes from Zhuo Biu. Bufang wanted to know whether he had come up with this himself or whether someone had ordered him to do it. Fearing the loss of his life, the man revealed that the Zhuo clan's manager, Yu Shi, had given him a lot of money to cause trouble for this particular woman. It was a real shock to learn that his birth family and cousin were behind this whole nightmare. The young man decided to go to the family house tomorrow and sort everything out right there. Bao Bingbing was still nearby. When the Jiang family left, she was left all alone. And now she could not believe that the loser Zhuo turned out to be so strong. A plan immediately formed in her head. The girl wanted to get together with Bufan and get all the charms and respect. Shan, who was standing next to her, was amazed by her brother's strength, and now she believed that he could actually help her break the marriage contract. Jiang Bing was trembling and almost stuttering. He barely managed to utter his question, wondering if his life would be spared. This man's authority in Qingzhou was very high, and in order to protect my mother in the long term, it would be more profitable to keep him alive for now. Killing now would be completely stupid. So Bufan allowed the man to rise from his knees, for which he received gratitude. Instead of taking his life, he was offered two options, one of which was the loss of an arm or a leg, as punishment for offending his mother. The second option didn't even have time to be voiced. Zhang Bing immediately shouted out that he chose the second one. This behavior pleased Zhuo Bufang. He smiled, praising the captured bandit's bright mind. From this day on, Bin's new mission begins. Now he obeys the martial arts master and secretly protects his mother. Finally, the man recognized the very youth who had united all of Jinling's underground power. It was indeed so. There were people who called him Mr. Zhou. The confirmation was enough for Jiang Bing to bow and promise to obey him for the rest of his life and protect Zhuo Biu. He bowed his head so that his wide, happy smile could not be seen. From that day on, the man considered himself not the last person in the Qingzhou underground. While Bin was kneeling, Bufan handed him a golden and powerful protective talisman for saving his life. According to rumors, he only gave such a piece of paper to Chu Tianye. Having it was the same as having a spare life. Noticing the violent reaction and surprise, the young man grinned and asked if he was really dissatisfied and if he should take the amulet back. Jiang Bing objected, saying that this was a very generous gift and from now on he would be loyal to him until his death. Bao Bingbing watched all this and was absolutely delighted. Bufan had just completely subjugated all of Qingzhou. This was the best opportunity to succeed. Before the young man had time to leave, the girl rushed to him, asking him to wait for her. She hugged his hand tightly, saying that she had been thinking about his declaration of love since elementary school, and now she finally agreed to be with him. Knowing that his wife is standing nearby and hears everything, the girl without hesitation declares that she is ready to become his mistress. Shan came closer to them and warned her brother that this woman was nothing but a pathetic, selfish deceiver. Such accusations deeply offended Bingbing. She screamed that it was none of her business, but she was unable to finish her insults. Zhuo Bufang said with irritation that he had previously thought that she was just humiliating herself, but now he realized how vile she was. The most important thing is that, in order not to be sickened by this abomination, the young man yelled at the girl and drove her away. going home with his companions. The next day, Zhuo Bufang got into the car with his family to go to the Zhuo clan's house. He gave Zhang Bing his orders for the day before leaving, but did not wait for any response and immediately got into the car. From the gentleman's tone, the subordinate guessed that he had problems with his family, but he was afraid to make an exact assumption. After all, he was not aware of the entire situation. Very soon, Zikin's car stopped at the golden gate of the Zhuo family's luxurious mansion. There were 4 people standing at the entrance. Bufan's mother, wife, and sister went with him to once and for all sort out the problems they were causing Zhuo Biyu. Before they entered, the mother took her son's hand and asked him to be more understanding. After all, this was his own father. The young man promised that he would try, but he thought to himself that it would be difficult to endure everything that awaited him inside. But he would do his best. At this time, in the backyard of the house, a young man and 2 girls he had invited were swimming in the pool. And that is where the group of heroes headed. Zhuoxi was swimming underwater wearing a mask. He saw Bufan and decided to scare him because he thought it was funny. But Zhuo Bufang was faster and more attentive than ordinary people. He immediately noticed that there was someone in the water. Someone immediately jumped out from the bottom of the pool, pushing off from the bottom. This was truly unexpected for everyone except the hero. A young man, the son of the 3rd uncle on his father's side, shouted into the air that this was a welcoming surprise. The water from his jump flew straight at Zhuo Biyu. Zikin was nearby. She wanted to protect her mother, but she was too late. Bufan got ahead of her, using his hand to deflect the stream of water back at the one who had raised the wave. The water ball hit the young gentleman right in the forehead, and he fell back into the pool. The girls who had been invited earlier immediately rushed to help their friend get out from under the water, while fans smiled contentedly. This situation made Zhuo very angry. He elbowed one of his friends, ordering her to move away from him. As soon as the young man got out on dry land, Shan started yelling at him. At first he laughed at them. Then he started causing trouble, and now he almost splashed water on his aunt. Her words didn't touch the guy's conscience at all. He hissed and said that he had enough of all these stupid women. Bufan couldn't stand his mother's insults. He immediately slapped his cousin hard, sending him flying and knocking out a couple of his teeth. It was so unexpected and fast that Zhuo Biyu was a little scared, and Zikin smiled proudly. Her ex-husband had made her very happy lately. The girls standing in the water were very frightened and ran away when young Master Zhuo fell into the pool. Only Zhuo Shanshan left a positive comment. She was very happy and praised her brother for how beautiful the flight looked. The only one who thought otherwise was Mom. She was afraid that they would get into trouble because he hit shy, but her son was not worried at all. He smiled brightly at the woman and assured her that nothing terrible would happen. He couldn't allow his mother to be hurt any longer, even if it meant destroying the Zhuo family. A tearful cousin emerged from the water, looking like a little boy threatening to call his mother. Such a big guy, but he immediately burst into tears because of a simple blow. If the Zhuo family has such nobodies, then the clan's affairs can quickly decline. The clan's manager, Zhuo Yuxi, ran out of the house to the screams and noise. She ran to the poor boy and was clearly very worried. Zhuo crawled to her on his knees, hugged her legs, and continued to cry loudly, telling how Bufan beat him, and his whole face was swollen. Through his sobs, he asked for people to gather and avenge himself. Yuxi became very angry and cast a murderous glance towards the Bufan family, after which she stroked her nephew's hair, calming him down, and promised that she would help him unburden himself. It was quite a sight. A grown man was hugging a woman's legs and smiling happily, saying that she was the best aunt in the world. Bufan's family watched this silently. No one had any words for how pathetic he was. The hero even disdained to dirty his fists on him. Yuxi turned to the intruders and screamed, accusing Fan of starting a fight even though it was forbidden within their Zhuo family. Hearing the threat of punishment, Biyu stepped forward and stood up for her son. It was obvious that Zhuo Shi was the one who provoked it first. It was impossible to blame Xiaofang alone for what happened, but the manager was unapproachable and stubborn as a rock. She saw the bruise on her nephew's cheek and thought that was enough, and the rest was unimportant. Before the woman could try to protect her son again, Bufan stopped her and said that Yuxi could not do anything to them. This angered the woman, and she yelled at the young man, saying that he was too arrogant and that, if he broke the rules, he should have the courage to be punished. The people standing behind her were in no hurry to respond to the order to seize him and take him to the head of the family. In such a situation, the best solution was to do nothing and wait for everything to become clear. Because Zhuo Bufang was the headman's own son, and grabbing him would be like signing your own death warrant. The longer they stood there, The angrier Yushi became. She told them not to be afraid of the boy. He was just a degenerate born of a concubine. Nobody moved. The guards remained standing in their places, and then Bufan spoke up. He realized that the woman herself had a lot of problems, especially for her. Zhang Bing looked for people who were causing problems for Zhuo Biyu, and her sister Yu Huang was in charge of all this. Realizing that she had been exposed, the woman immediately became nervous and turned away, quickly muttering that she did not know any Zhang Bing and did not do any of this. Moreover, he even dared to slander his aunt and her sister. Yu Shi immediately tried to shift the blame onto the young man, but the case was lost from the start. The next second, the manager was slapped on the cheek. By Zhuo Bufang's standards, it was a very weak slap. The woman didn't even react right away. She just started screaming about it, not even suspecting what awaited her. Just a moment later, Bufan delivered a powerful signature blow to her, knocking Yu Shi off her feet and sending her flying straight towards Zhuo Shi, who was standing at the edge of the pool. The guards standing behind were perplexed. They believed that the young man would be finished as soon as the head of the family found out that he had beaten up the third uncle's son and the manager. Yu Huang, Yu Shi's sister, came out into the courtyard. She looked at her loved ones with excitement and could not understand what had happened. Her sister and son were splashing around in the pool, looking more miserable than unhappy. Bufan, who was standing behind him, sighed heavily, stretching his arms. He really wanted all the culprits to come out at once. He was afraid of getting tired if he continued to hit them one by one. Yushi and Zhuo Shi complained to their relative that they had been beaten by Zhuo Bufang and asked her to avenge them. This was enough to anger the woman. She turned around to hit the young man and called him an adopted brat. The most unexpected thing was that it was not the young man who hit Yu Huang, but his mother, Zhuo Biyu. For the first time in a long time, the woman became so angry that she screamed, forbidding anyone to call her beloved son names. Insulted and embittered, Wan shouted to the entire yard that this was a real betrayal of the family. In the Zhuo clan, Bufang's mother was always considered a pitiful servant. She had no right to raise her hand against the wife of the third brother of the head. The young man standing next to him chuckled. He didn't see anything wrong with it, and he wasn't going to let anyone hurt his mother. Indifference and lack of fear drove Yu Huang completely crazy. She rushed at Biyu, screaming that she would kill them, but Zhuo Bufang didn't let her come closer. He pushed the woman away from his parent with his foot, not allowing her to lay a finger on her. The beloved sister and mother flew into the pool after her family, who still haven't emerged from the water. The whole family of scoundrels swam together, a real treat for the young man's eyes. Soon, both sides of the quarrel were gathered at the head of the clan, and the third uncle joined his long-suffering family. Mr. Zhuo sat on his chair, nervously silent. His son had barely returned and had already caused trouble. The investigation was initiated by Zhuo Wei, Zhuo Bufang's second cousin, who insisted that the boy had become extremely insolent. Of course, no one told all the reasons and why. The beating and throwing of his family members into the water was already unforgivable in itself, and it didn't matter whether it was deserved or not. Before answering anything, the leader turned to Bufan and asked his version of events and the reasons that prompted him to do such a thing. There was no answer. The young man smiled weakly and said that his beloved uncle should know himself why he threw the ants into the water. He knew perfectly well that he was a pathetic boy in the eyes of his father. No one would believe him no matter what he said. It was better to just remain silent. Bufang's words made Zhuo Wei very angry. He rushed at his nephew with his fist, wanting to teach him a lesson and put him in his place. But it was not destined to happen as planned. The martial arts master easily intercepted the hand. Squeezing it tightly, no one in their family had ever dared to speak so openly in front of their superiors before, and the uncle was angry and confused at the same time. His reaction and demands to let go of his hand threw Bufan off balance. His eyes lit up with a furious fire. With just one wave of his hand, he sent the grown man flying several meters. Wei fell on his back and hit himself hard. Compared to this, the verbal bickering was nothing, and my lower back was burning from the collision. Yu Huang and Zhuo Shi rushed towards him, frightened when they saw their husband and father flying almost across the entire hall. Such behavior in front of the clan leader could easily be considered pure betrayal. His older sister was supported by her nephew and his mother. All four believed that Zhuo Bufang should be punished. This whole circus had already become quite annoying to the head of Zhuo. The man punched him, rose to his feet, and ordered his brother to calm down. Zhuo Wei's family was frightened and immediately became depressed. And the man tried to justify himself by saying that he simply wanted to teach his nephew a lesson. Now Bufan finally told how Yu Shi had persuaded a man to cause trouble for his mother and paid for it with Biyu's own pocket money. The head of the clan simply could not remain silent. He turned to the manager and sternly asked if it was true. The reaction alone spoke volumes. The woman didn't respond right away and became very nervous instead of calmly refuting. The woman trembled and began awkwardly making excuses, saying that she had inadvertently forgotten to give the money to Biyu and that she would never have dared to cause trouble. Her words were simply ridiculous. Bufan interrupted her, saying that he could easily bring a person for a confrontation. Before the situation went too far, Biyu tried to stop her son, saying that she herself had not gone to receive her payments and that it was all a misunderstanding. This was enough to convince the head of the family of the truth of his son's words. He fired Yu Shi and imposed a fine equal to 3 of her salaries. What worried Zhuo Wei most was not the fate of his wife's sister, but whether Bufang would be punished for his insolence. But to the surprise of everyone present, the man turned to leave and said that was all they had left for the day. The head of the Zhuo family and his confidant silently walked out of the hall, Zhuo Bufang watching them. Now, Zhuo Lo did not plan to kill his son, so he did not take advantage of the situation, but on the contrary, he helped him. The Wei family didn't say a word to Bufan. They walked away, angry that they had failed and lost to the adopted child. But they didn't plan to end it there. The third brother wanted to return tomorrow with his eldest son, Zhuo Fan, and take revenge. In the corridor leading to the garden stood Zhuo Luo, the head of the family, talking to his closest horseman, who was supposed to find out important information. The body of killer Zhuo Xiao was found in Jinling, but the man was unable to determine who helped kill him. It felt as if Bufan himself had killed the killer, but that was impossible because the whole family knew him as a useless, pathetic loser. This was not enough. And yet this was all the information that was available. The chief ordered to search further. It was really important for him to find out who helped his wayward son get rid of the hired killer. The next day, at the same time and place, the same people met, but now they were joined by Zhuo Fan, the beloved grandson of the head of the family. There were rumors that the old man wanted to hand over the business to him. The best, handsome, intelligent, and successful heir, he was on everyone's lips in the clan. And only Shan considered Bufan a much better brother in person than Fan. She tried to calm the elder, but the young man was not at all bothered by the empty rumors of the family, even if they were true. He stroked his cousin's hair with a smile. From the outside, they looked very cute, which infuriated Zhuo Wei even more. He looked at his second cousin with hatred. The strongest weapon was his eldest son's brain. The third brother really wanted Zhuo Fang to scold and stump Bufan with his words. The conversations between the family members stopped when the one everyone had been waiting for came out of the main door into the hall. Zhuo Shixian, the grandfather of Bufang and his cousins, finally arrived, meaning the meeting had officially begun. All those present except Bufan bowed in greeting to the family's honorary grandfather. Seeing this, Biyu loudly whispered to her son to quickly bow to avoid trouble. But the young man didn't think so. He became a tool of the family. The old man doesn't consider him his grandson, so why should he bow down? Grandfather didn't react to such impudent words. He walked past and asked everyone to stand up. When Shixian took his seat, he asked everyone to sit down. It was time to discuss what happened yesterday. But before that, the old man, with a smile, ordered that a chair be found for Zhuo Fan, his beloved grandson, who had come a long way from abroad. The chair was immediately given to the young gentleman. He thanked his grandfather for his concern and sat down. Usually only the second generation has the right to sit at family gatherings, and whispers spread through the hall that the old man would probably actually appoint Fan as his successor. The disrespect was too blatant, but now Bufan had the strength not to tolerate such treatment. He proudly asked where his chair was. One of the older members of the congregation immediately spoke up. The third generation does not have the right to sit. Bufang quietly chuckled and asked if Zhuo Fang was sitting there because he was of the same generation as the respected elders. Loud moralizing began in the hall. The members present were outraged by the brazen behavior of the parasite, who even dared to compare himself to the god of the family, Fan. Zhuo Wei's eldest son, who was watching this, silently rejoiced. His cousin had caused his own problems, and now it would be quite easy to deal with him. Finally, he got to his feet and started his plan. He took something out of his pocket, explaining why he had the right to sit. In the last 6 months, he sold his shares and made a lot of money, so he was able to buy a rather expensive gift for his grandfather abroad. The wooden box contained a jade pendant worth $1 million. According to the young man, it was a gift from the heart. A sigh and a gasp went through the room. Such an expensive thing? He earned so much without even finishing college, unlike Bufan, who is sitting on the family's neck. Zhou Wei and Yu Huang quietly laughed and added fuel to the fire, saying that their nephew didn't even bring a gift for his grandfather and was generally only capable of burning through the clan's money. All these stupid and empty accusations only amused Bufan. He smiled, repeating his uncle's words under his breath. Coming without a gift at all was much better than giving a fake piece of jade, as Zhuo Fang did. Of course, no one believed him. People decided that he didn't understand precious stones and was simply jealous of his uncle's family. Zhuo Wei was the one who got the most angry about this and started yelling at his nephew, saying that he had no right to accuse Fan of deception. Immediately after his father, the highly respected son began to defend himself. He swore that he had bought this jade in an antique shop for a huge sum. To prove that the accusations were not made up out of thin air, Zhuo Bufang began to explain that the surface of the stone was smooth, but there were chemical impurities inside. The structure of this jade was disordered. It was obvious that it was the work of modern people and had no place in an antique shop. This pendant had absolutely no aura. The young man only felt the disgusting smell of a factory. It was 100% fake. Zhuo Shanshan shouted that she believed her elder brother. She was ready to stand up for him always and in everything. Zhuo Lo intervened in the argument, interrupting the children and ordering them to calm down immediately. To avoid any misunderstandings and quarrels, the head of the family decided to personally check the pendant for authenticity. Before Fan could say anything, his father took the box from his hands and said that of course it was all real. Not long ago, my grandfather hired someone to teach him how to distinguish real jade from fake, because he has a huge collection at home. Shixian could check the gift for authenticity himself. He really wanted to help his beloved grandson clear his name. Zhuo Fan, who was standing nearby, turned pale, as if he was about to vomit, stuttered, and thanked his grandfather. Things were bad. He didn't know that the old man knew how to evaluate jade and bought a real fake. Now he could only hope that they wouldn't betray him. Zhuo Shixian's collection was renowned for its rich selection of expensive and high-quality jade. He had a keen eye, extensive experience, and his words could be trusted. For a long time, the old man examined the gift with a magnifying glass. He was silent and frowned, unable to find words. This silence greatly disturbed people, and Biyu was the most worried. She asked if Bufan was sure of his words. It was a stupid question, but how could one not blame him? The young man gently took his mother's hand to calm her down. With a broad smile, he assured the woman that he was absolutely certain that the stone was fake. Soon the old man's eyes widened. He could not believe that this pendant was really not real. Zhuo Fan's stomach twisted with fear. His grandfather had recognized his deception, and now he was finished. And in front of his entire family, only Zhuo Bufang was glad that his grandfather had finally managed to see the truth. It was his own small victory, one of many. His cousin decided to play ahead. He pretended that he himself did not know and leaned over, asking his grandfather if he could figure out whether this was a real artifact or not. The old man did not answer right away. He smiled and said that the jade was real and he really appreciated his boy's efforts. It was hard to believe. Bufan silently looked at Shixian and wasn't even surprised. Fan even had tears of happiness in his eyes. He was incredibly glad that his grandfather hadn't noticed anything suspicious. To protect his grandson, the old man publicly accused Bufan of not being able to evaluate jade and said that the meeting was continuing. Of course, since he was just trash, and Zhuo Fan was the future of the clan, it was necessary to preserve his reputation at all costs. Zhuo Wei's eldest son shouted at his cousin to shut up and stop being cunning, because his grandfather himself had said that he was wrong. Only thanks to Shixian's support was he able to avoid disgracing himself and humiliating Bufan. Yu Huang came forward and began to defend her son and demand that the young man apologize to their family. This behavior greatly amused the young master. He was only once again convinced that this family would happily pass off untruth as truth for the sake of profit. Shixian was very nervous. He could do little but shout and call Bufan names, threatening him. In a second, the young man was a couple of centimeters away from the old man's face. He continued to smile, looking at the man in front of him with disgust. Abruptly snatching the stone from the box in Zhuo Shixian's hand, he said that his grandfather was not worthy of being the eldest in the family. This really scared the man, and he yelled at his grandson, reminding him that he was actually his grandfather. Uncle, mother, and father shouted in one voice, asking the young man to come back immediately. But Bufan only calmly told him not to worry so much. All the hero wanted to do was show his beloved grandfather how much the so-called expensive jade really cost. The very next second, the young man threw the pendant with force onto the floor in order to break it and prove his point. The stone shattered into pieces, looking more like glass on the inside than a real semi-precious stone. The whole family was in great shock. No one could believe that he actually did this in front of everyone. Zhuo Wei shouted, accusing Bufan of damaging property and demanded compensation for the cost of the expensive item. But he just couldn't figure out that it was a fake. The young man was even happy to refund its cost. He took a shard to take a closer look at the composition. There were traces of sand, flint, and dog bone inside, and it was probably worth 2 yuan on fixed price. With great pleasure, the young man thrust 10 yuan into his uncle's hands and decided to let them keep the change. A real scandal ensued. The man turned to his son, asking what was going on, but Fan decided to play the fool until the very end. His excitement was very noticeable, but in words he was a deceived, unhappy boy who gave $1 million for a fake in an antique store. People in the hall began to gossip. Now everyone could see that it really was a fake, and Shixian was covering up her favorite's lie. This lie was very strange. How could someone so easily deceive someone out of 1 million yuan? Apparently, Zhuo Fang studied so much abroad that his brain began to melt. Even in this situation, Fan's mother continued to defend her son, accusing Bufan of slandering her deceived little boy and of not even bringing a gift. This is where Biu came into play, showing off the beautiful jade bracelet her son had given her as proof of his filial piety. While Huan was saying that this terrible thing was a fake, the grandfather almost dropped his jaw at the sight of the bracelet. He ran to his former daughter-in-law to take a closer look at this treasure and make sure it was exactly the same bracelet as the one he had once bought at an auction. But the one he got from the auction could never, under any circumstances, compare to the one his mother was wearing now. Who would have thought that the old man would ever see such a treasure? And he didn't even know what power it possessed. Zhuo Wei and Zhuo Fan approached their grandfather, trying to convince him that he was probably mistaken, that such trash could not be worth more than a fake pendant. Recently, there was an auction in Jinling. A similar bracelet was sold for 60 million. This thing was a priceless artifact. The men's faces were simply priceless. They instantly turned pale and forgot all the words. But what can you say in such a situation? The sum was unimaginable. It was the entire family's income for 6 months. The people who had gathered for the meeting could not understand what was going on here and how Grandpa could cover for Fan after all this. Zhuobiu was more worried about her son than she was in her own life. So she suggested that if he liked the precious gift so much, he should give it to Shixian and consider it to be from Bufan. Of course, no one was going to refuse her offer. The old man reached for the bracelet with a smile, apologizing for the sake of decency and considering himself very lucky. But at that moment, the woman's hand was carefully moved away, and the grandfather was not allowed to take the jewelry. Bufang said with a smile that, since Zhuo Shixian was asking for forgiveness, they would take it seriously and would not bother him anymore. In a simple way, the young man took his mother away from her grandfather, telling her not to give the bracelet to anyone, since he had chosen it especially for her. Zhuo Wei and his son had no intention of retreating. They continued to quarrel, trying to convince everyone that Bufang had bought the jewelry from the buyers through deception and haggling. In response to their hysteria, Zhuo Bufang turned around and said with a smile that he had never tried to compare himself to Zhuo Fang because he was not worthy of it. Despite all the circumstances, Yu Huang continued to protect her son, who would soon graduate from college abroad and become the mainstay of the Zhuo clan, while Bufang would never achieve such success. At these words, unknown people burst into the doors of the hall. They literally broke down the entrance, knocking down the guards standing nearby. The whole room was filled with a cry that people should pay back their debts, and they chased away anyone who had nothing to do with it. The situation was unusual. This time, it wasn't even Zhuo Bufang's fault. The young man was just as shocked as everyone else, and only Zhuo Fan was pale, as if the ancestor of the Zhuo family had personally come from the other world for his soul. A large group of armed men entered, led by Bloody Tiger. The reason for their appearance was that Zhuo Jr. owed a loan with a high interest rate. Because the debt had not been paid for 3 months, and 10 million had accumulated, Tiger promised to cut off the young man's legs if he did not return them today. The accomplices standing nearby shouted threats with smiles and offered to cut off the debtor's third leg. Rumor has it that this boss has risen quite a bit in Qingzhou recently, and he controls half of the southern city. Since the name was not announced, everyone present decided that this Zhuo Jr. was Bufang. Zhuo Wei laughed and began to humiliate his nephew. He and his wife were beside themselves with happiness. Such a disgrace in front of everyone. Bufan dragged the family into problems, and now no one will give him money to help. The cry of the young man's father echoed throughout the hall. The leader shut up his brother and his crazy wife. The most important thing now was to find out which member of the Zhuo family had taken out such a loan, and whether Blood Tiger had any evidence. Fortunately, or unfortunately, for whoever started it all, the man had a signed contract for several million yuan to win back the money at the local casino. But he still lost. While Zhuo silently read the contract, Zhuo Wei and Yu Huang, behind him, were happily pouring fuel on the fire and trying to figure out how to punish Bufan. But here's the problem. The sheet had Zhuo Fan's name written on it, and it was also certified and signed by him personally. The assembled nobles of the Zhuo clan couldn't believe it, because this young master was the family's hope. And besides, he had been abroad for these months. They thought that the head was covering for his son. Fan's parents became nervous. They shouted that it was a lie and their good boy would never do such a thing. All this shouting got on the nerves of Headmaster Zhuo so much that he threw the contract right in his third brother's face so that he could see for himself. At the bottom of the paper was not only Zhuo Fang's name, but also his fingerprint, as proof that it was him and not anyone else. It was very hard to believe that the perfect son could actually do such a thing. And Fan, meanwhile, quietly crept away. The situation was getting very bad for the young man. He was frantically thinking about how to escape and what to do next. The cousin was unable to escape from the room. Bufan appeared in front of him with lightning speed and stopped him. Not only did this bastard slander the hero, but he also runs away at a time when the whole family is in danger because of his debt. Bufan grabbed Fan by the collar and threw him back onto the floor so that he wouldn't go anywhere else. The frail and weak bespectacled boy hit the floor painfully with his shoulder blades, falling practically at the feet of his parents. His mother sat down next to him. Until the very end, she could not believe that this was the work of his son, and asked him to confirm her beliefs. While his father simply asked him to explain what it was, Chief Zhuo shouted at the young man, demanding an explanation. Otherwise, he would hand him over to the bandits and let them deal with him. Unexpectedly for the parents and the people present, the ideal god Zhuo Fang knelt down and admitted his guilt. It turned out that he was expelled this year due to his academic performance, and it was scary to say that he had lost money at the casino. Tears and snot were running down the young man's face. He had lost all his money and given his grandfather the pendant in order to take money from him and repay the debt. The people watching this, who not long ago envied the parents, were now glad that they did not have children like this loser. Yu Huang fell to her knees, completely broken and unable to believe that what was happening was real. While she was grieving over her son's ideal, her husband was mercilessly beating Fan, cursing him with all his might. Zhuo Shixian, who had seen and heard everything, was very disappointed. He did not want to interfere anymore and allowed Chief Luo to decide for himself what to do. All this whining got on Bloody Tiger's nerves and he started shouting for his money. Zhuo was very gloomy. He stood aside and remained silent, and his brother's family became very tense, realizing that if they did not give the money now, it would be bad for them first and foremost. Of course, they didn't have that kind of money, so Zhuo Wei turned to his older brother, asking the family for money. He crawled closer to his uncle on his knees, begging him to save his miserable life. He really didn't want to die today, but it was unfair for the whole family to be responsible for one person's problems. Zhuo Shanshan expressed her dissatisfaction and recalled Wei's words that the one who is at fault should pay. Zhuo Wei laughed awkwardly. He said that this was his son, and he couldn't just watch him get killed, so he was asking for help. Hearing this, the head of the family became furious, which meant that the brother's son deserved help, and Zhuo Luo's son was no longer a son. The only help the clan can provide is to help with the amount, by deducting it from Zhuo Wei's own pocket money. And if it is not enough, then he must give up the property. But then Tiger intervened. He changed his mind and decided that he wanted something else besides the money debt. He wanted to get a percentage in the form of the beauty Zhuo Shanshan. The girl was very scared after these words. Who would have thought that the Zhuo family was so weak? They should have taken advantage of this and ripped off as much as possible while they had the chance. But it was not to be. The impudent bandit was immediately hit in the face. No one dared to offend Zhuo Bufang's sister. The blow was so strong that the man fell to the ground. The young master was in his element. The young man's face darkened. He looked at Tiger with the gaze of a killer. He was clearly tired of living since he said nasty things about Shan. The man sitting on the floor was so stunned that he even started to talk nonsense. He asked who this kid was that he decided he dared to beat him, the Bloody Tiger. Bufan didn't answer. He leaned over the bandit with a face as if he was about to start torturing him, and ordered him to break his own arm and leg if Tiger wanted to save his life. The boss's subordinates rushed to him, scared to death, asking if everything was okay with him and whether they should kill this kid. People started to mutter behind Bufan's back, afraid that because of him and his impudence, the entire Zhuo family would be dragged into trouble. Everyone was scared except Zhuo Wei and Zhuo Feng, who were happy that Bufan would most likely be killed. Even the young man's mother was worried. She said that he had done it in vain and was afraid that everything would get worse. And Shan Shan began to ask for forgiveness. Zhuo Bufang turned to his family and reassured them with a grim smile. It was only a blood tiger compared to Yang Laoqi and Gui. It was truly a trifle. Eventually, the man rose to his feet, clutching his swollen cheek, and shouted at the youth, ordering his men to kill him. Within a second, the bandits rushed at Bufan with weapons, shouting threats and insults. The young man found himself surrounded by reckless thugs. The clan members preferred to move away to avoid getting hit. Meanwhile, the same close man in the cloak appeared behind the head of the clan. The escort detachment was already in ambush. All that was needed was an order, and this whole bunch of bandits would be destroyed. But Duo Luo decided to wait and see what his son would do. It was quite strange, but the man had no choice but to agree with his boss's order. Before anything could happen, Jiang Bing and his men entered the hall and ordered the tiger bandits to stop. No one expected to see him here. This man was much more important in Qingzhou than Blood Tiger. In a rough bass voice, the man shouted at the extortionist, asking what right he had to threaten his boss. The red-haired man bowed to Zhang, wondering what he was doing here. To everyone's surprise, Bin walked past Tiger. No one could understand who he was going to or why. The man knelt down and apologized to Zhuo Bufang for arriving so late. The members of the group who came with him did the same and fell on one knee, asking for forgiveness in one voice. The family members, Head Zhuo and Blood Tiger were all in deep shock. No one expected that Zhang Bing's boss was Bufang. Maintaining his calm, the young man said that everything was fine and they had arrived just in time so they could get up. In one loud voice, the men thanked him and stood up in unison, just like in the army. Tiger was the most horrified of all. He realized that he had been rude to the boss of the most important person in the city and the district. Jiang Bing turned around with a stern look. The man immediately fell to his knees, saying that he was sorry. Coming closer, Zhang reminded that Blood Tiger was ordered to break his arm and leg. But he disobeyed, and now must cut off all his limbs. It was a miracle that you were able to survive after insulting Mr. Zhuo, so the man should be grateful for that. Within a minute, the tiger had taken the knife and done what he was ordered to do. The sight was brutal, and many people turned away. After a long period of time, it was all over. The man remained conscious and asked in a hoarse voice if what he had done was enough. Zhang Bing contacted his boss, but he was told that Blood Tiger should get out of Qingzhou and never show his face there again. Despite all his injuries and the fact that he could not even stand up without the help of his people, the man was very grateful that his life was spared. The whole family watched this, and when the bandits left, Zhuo Fang assumed that now he did not have to repay the debt. This premature assumption made the young man and his mother very happy. Their happiness was interrupted by Bufan's voice, of course. He couldn't let them get away with it like that. Hearing the order to stop, Tiger became very scared. Was he really not going to leave here alive? But he worried in vain. The young man reminded him with a smile that he was still owed 10 million yuan. No one expected this, neither the bandit nor the martial arts master's cousin, and for a moment, it even slightly frightened the man. Bufan was an honest man, or rather, a man who hated a good part of his Zhuo family. After the arm and leg were crippled, all issues between them were resolved, but Fan's debts were now his problem. There were two options for solving this problem. Either Tiger would continue to demand money, or he would transfer this loan to another person. It was a direct, undisguised hint that Bufan practically said to the man in plain words. A quick-witted man with a great zest for life immediately understood everything. The thought came to his head by itself. He immediately announced that the debt on the loan was transferred to Zhuo Bufang. Fang now owed him, as the boss of all of Qingzhou. The family took this news quite differently than they should have. They decided that since Bufan was a member of the family, it would be enough to simply suck up to him, and everything would be forgiven. While he was in a good mood, Yu Huang decided that this was a great opportunity to tear up the IOU. After Blood Tiger parted with his not entirely legal 10 million yuan, he said goodbye to Mr. Shuo. Uncle Wei spoke immediately after him, thanking his nephew for helping Fan and promising that they would remember his kindness. His brazen wife approached Bu as if they were best friends, and it wasn't she who was commanding the extortionists, and began to praise Bufan. And of course, Zhuofang himself curried favor with his brother, thanking him and promising to help him in the future if he canceled this debt, as if no nasty words had ever been spoken. But they had seriously miscalculated. After so many years of humiliation and cruel treatment of him and his mother, the young man would never clear the debt. Zhou Wei's family immediately began talking about blood ties and the importance of helping relatives. These words made Zhuo Bufang laugh. He smiled coldly and asked again if they were really one family. The only relatives he had were his mother, sister, and wife, whom he loved infinitely. But the people standing before him were not worthy of being called members of his family. Zhang Bing was ordered to ensure that every last penny of the debt was paid into Zhuo Biu's account. A creepy smile appeared on the man's face. He was clearly a true master of his craft and would definitely make sure everything was properly supervised. There was a loud thud. Wei, Huang, and Fang all fell to their knees in unison. They realized that they had screwed up and regretted how they had treated Bufan all this time. Having dealt with this issue, Bin immediately handed the papers to his boss, and the marriage contract with the Yang family was successfully terminated. They personally wrote the termination document and left several villas as compensation. All of this was documented by the Yang family representative. Bufan took the paper, running his eyes over it. It was an unconditional victory. The young man turned to Shan Shan and said with a smile that the promise was fulfilled and she was free. Tears of happiness welled up in the girl's eyes. She looked at the termination of the contract, unable to contain her smile. She rushed to her older brother, hugging him and thanking him warmly for his help. Everything changed in one meeting. The whole family saw the true face of Zhuo Wei and the god Fang, after which they abruptly changed their opinion regarding the loser Bufan. When it was all over, Zhuo Bufang and Zikin were already sitting in the car. The young man was in a great hurry to get to Jinling, and they chose the fastest route. It turned out that he had recently promised something to a good person, and it needed to be fulfilled as soon as possible. The certification that Long Aoshan spoke of will be coming soon. He needs help to cope with it, and then he will be able to obtain the Lotus again and refine the base. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a large, heavy white truck appeared on the empty highway. The car rushed at full speed straight towards Ye Zikin's car. The man behind the wheel was apparently a simple mercenary, he was shouting, clearly wanting to kill everyone in the car. There was very little space on the road. It was a mountainous area, and one could either turn uphill or into a cliff. Zikin was very scared and did not know what to do. Things were very bad. Bufan could not lose his beloved, and he himself would have a hard time surviving something like this. Something had to be done urgently. The distance between them was decreasing with every second, and there was less and less time left. While the girl was trying to at least brake, the young man jumped out of the convertible onto the hood. Before the driver can kill the immortal master, he will lose his life first. The man behind the wheel pulled out a long, thin, rod-shaped shuriken, clearly prepared for this encounter. With a sharp swing, he released the hidden weapon, the metal bow shurikens shattering the windshield. Together with sharp shards of glass, they flew straight towards the young man. With one blow, the cultivator deflected everything that flew towards it back to its owner. Now his life was in danger. The bow shuriken pierced the driver's chest at the same second. He didn't even have time to say or do anything. All this happened in a matter of seconds. The truck was still rushing towards Zikin's car, but now there was one less threat. The girl managed to steer the car into the oncoming lane, hoping that this would save them, but the heavy vehicle still hit them. Due to the intense pressure and speed, the convertible spun violently, and Sue was thrown out of her seat due to the missing top. Trying to stay on the hood and avoid being hit by a truck, Bufan did not immediately notice what had happened. But when his beloved screamed, he finally saw her. Unfortunately, the girl flew off the track, and the young man jumped after her. He couldn't let her die. Zikin was the love of his long life. Finally, Bufan managed to catch his wife and hugged her tightly, calming her with words and telling her that there was nothing to be afraid of. There were tears in the eyes of the young lady. She covered her beloved's cheek with her palm, regretting how badly she treated him. And now he was saving her and flying to death with her. In such a touching moment, the guy assured his beloved that they would not die today, after which he took out the talismans. At once, he activated the Vajra spell, the life amulet, the bright future spell, the water shield, and the tree spirit. A bright, warm light engulfed her body. Zikin hugged Bufan tightly, and he pressed her to himself. The girl entrusted her life into the hands of her ex-husband. She believed that they would survive, but a minute later both fell into a pond at the foot of the mountain. Over time, the couple was able to get to the shore. There were abrasions on the master's body, but the lady was unharmed. Fortunately, she only lost consciousness. Bufan carefully wiped the tears from his beloved's cheek, tenderly examining her face. At the foot of the mountain where they found themselves, there was an incredible accumulation of ki, spiritual energy. It was quite possible that there were useful artifacts here that could be used to heal wounds. Very soon, Zikin regained consciousness, opened her eyes with difficulty, and the first thing she did was call her husband. At that very second, a young man leaned towards her, placed his hand on her cheek, and said that he was here with her. The girl hugged her beloved tightly and began to cry. She was afraid that she would never see him again. It was a little awkward. They had hugged so rarely in the past that Bufan even closed his eyes to the pain from his wounds. The reaction did not go unnoticed, and Z became worried about her companion. She decided that something was seriously wrong and could not imagine that it was all just embarrassment. If the topic continued, it would become even more awkward. So Bufan changed the subject and said that they needed to find a safe place. Suddenly, Zikin's face changed dramatically. She looked very scared. Pointing behind Zuo, a huge wild tiger jumped on a young man. Apparently, they had entered his hunting grounds. Bufan turned around, frowning at what kind of danger was waiting for him again. No one in their right mind would expect to meet a tiger. The animal didn't have time to attack. The girl screamed in fear, closed her eyes, and didn't see what happened. Within a minute, everything was in perfect order. Zuo Bufang called his beloved, calming her down. It turned out that this was not a simple animal, but a magical tiger. It was no wonder that it appeared here so suddenly. Now the young man could regain his strength. This was all beyond the understanding of an ordinary person. The girl was confused, but agreed with him. Bufan became stronger and stronger, and Zikin realized with regret that she could no longer understand him, but she had never truly understood the young man. After replenishing his strength, Zuo Bufang took them back to the highway, and the girl drove him to the Long family villa. The guy sent Zikin home to rest after the stress she had experienced, while he would be busy. The fact that this was the Long family's house and her husband, now ex, would be left alone with Geiyue made Madame Ye tense. The bad thoughts upset her greatly. She was afraid that Bufan might actually be dating the daughter of the Long clan. Meanwhile, Grandpa Long, Geiyue, and another young man gathered together and waited only for Bufan. When he finally arrived, Long Aochin was very happy. He was really worried that the young man would change his mind. A girl approached the young man and scolded him for being so late. She already believed that he would abandon them. Zhuo Bufang apologized with a smile and explained that he had to wait a little longer due to some problems. The unknown young man turned out to be Long Man. He was very confident and expressed hope that the guy would not get underfoot during the certification. It was a little unpleasant to hear this, and Old Man Aotian hastened to explain that his second grandson simply had a slightly rude character. With a sly smile, Bufan assured his grandfather that since he was his grandson, he would take good care of him. However, Mana could be understood. The young man looked very young, younger than himself, and looked more like an ordinary student than a great master. Lun's grandson really did have a sharp character. The boy decided to personally test his partner's abilities and unexpectedly attacked him. Realizing that he could lose his child now, Long Aochin hastened to stop him. Geiyue, who was standing next to him, laughed at her stupid brother. She couldn't wait for Bufan to put him in his place. Zhuo Bufang didn't even flinch. He stood in place and said with a smile that such strength for Long Man's age was quite good. However, he underestimated his opponent and challenged someone stronger, which was a big mistake. A light layer of spiritual energy enveloped the young man's body. He stopped Man's fist with his finger, and that was enough. The very next second, the guy was thrown back into the wall by a wave. It was really too early for him to challenge Master Suo. From such a blow, the young man fell to the floor, losing consciousness for some time. With just one finger, he pushed Long Man away, and Aochin was even afraid to think about Bufan's level of strength. Long Geiyue's eyes sparkled even more brightly, and with every minute she spent with the young man, she fell more and more in love. Only one grandfather was genuinely worried about his grandson. He was afraid that Manu was ill, and asked if everything would be okay with him. In fact, nothing terrible happened to him. The young boy just got a couple of scratches and will soon come to his senses. This calmed him down, and Mr. Lun advised his guest to rest a little before the certification began. Geiyue, meanwhile, approached her brother, trying to bring him to his senses, and finally expressed her concern for him. This year's certification will take place on an uninhabited island in the middle of the ocean. something that has never happened before. You had to get 10 battle badges to pass, and it wasn't easy because there were many masters participating. Only those who pass the certification will be able to become a mid-level fighter. Everyone who attended this event dreamed of victory. Before the start, participants were free to wait on the ocean shore and chat or prepare. The concentration of ki on the island was very high. Apparently, Old Man Long wanted help with more than just certification. Long Man, in the company of a girl, distracted him from thoughts about Grandfather Buffin's hidden intentions. It turned out to be Qian Luo. All three were on the same team for certification. The young man quickly introduced them. With a very awkward and bashful bow, the young lady introduced herself and greeted Zhuo Bufang. It immediately became obvious that the immortal master had become the captain of their small squad. He asked the two friends to stay close to him during the competition. Happy and satisfied, Long Man promised with a smile that they would do just that. Just one blow and he would already be a good boy. Even Qianluo thought it was strange. Usually with the young man's character, he never listens to anyone. Someone slowly approached them, immediately starting to insult Lun Man, as if he had the courage to come here. Tuye and his minions mocked the young man with smiles, ridiculing his abilities. The words that he was there through connections angered the young man the most. He shouted at them and was about to start a fight, but Lo stopped him. According to rumors, this man was somehow connected with secret and suspicious forces. Man was no match for him, and it was better not to get involved with all sorts of trash. The impudent and vile Tuo Ye did not calm down. He continued to say that Long Aotian should be ashamed of himself for having such a grandson, hiding behind a girl's skirt. Usually people with a hot temper are easy to offend, and many take advantage of this. You just need to know where to put pressure, and now it was enough to offend the grandfather. The man got what he wanted. He provoked Long Man into a fight and easily stopped the young man's fist. There was a rule at the assessment that no battles were allowed, and if Tuo Ye killed the boy now, Ocean wouldn't even be able to make any claims against him. The power in the brute's body was too great, as was the spiritual energy. Man felt severe pain and asked to let go of his hand. Qianluo ran up to them, asking Tuo Ye to let her friend go, otherwise she would call the teacher and then everyone would have problems. The only problem was that he wasn't the one who started the fight. So if she did call him, then he wouldn't be punished. Realizing that it was time to intervene, Zhuo Bufang tightly gripped the provocateur's wrist. He definitely should be scared before it was too late. The man felt uneasy. The strength in the young man's hand was no joke, and he visibly tensed up. Before doing anything, Tuye decided to find out who was in front of him. Maybe it was a well-known name, but he simply didn't recognize the face. But he couldn't finish the sentence. Bufan forcefully twisted the participant's arm, pulling it away from Long Man. Instead of a name, the young man said that he was someone who was best not angered if one wanted to live longer. He forcefully pushed Tu Yi away, causing the man to fly away from the shockwave of the master's spiritual energy. Man, who was standing nearby, supported his friend with a smile and praised his throw. It was a very beautiful flight. With one blow, Bufan threw Tu Ye from the secret organization into the air, which greatly impressed Qianluo. The girl looked at him like a hero. Two henchmen rushed to their boss, helping him up and asking if there were any wounds on his body. Other participants also observed this, and from their words it became clear that Tu was the leader in the assessment and also very vindictive, and it was unlikely that he would simply leave the young people alone. These rumors were confirmed by the man himself. Before leaving, he threatened that they were not finished yet and that next time he would win. But the exit wasn't so epic. He had to lean on one of his friends because his back hurt from the blow. Bufang's vindictiveness and desire to get even with anyone who dared to threaten him did not allow him to ignore this. He was determined to show Tuo Ye that it was better not to mess with Master Zhuo. They didn't let him do anything now. The man shouted loudly, calling all the participants to him. The teacher who would conduct this exam arrived. He was a stern man, and also a high-level master. For the certification, it was necessary to collect 10 wrist badges within a week, bring them to the beach, and only then would the test be passed. The selection process was very tough, and the young people became very worried. Many were afraid that they wouldn't be able to handle it. There were 80 people participating in total, meaning that only 8 would be able to remain in the end. Qianluo felt uneasy. Long Man was the most worried. The young man was afraid that he would let his grandfather down. But Bufan calmed him down and said that he would help collect the required amount. While the friends were happily discussing the plan, Tuye was making his own plans behind their backs. Immediately after the assessment began, he wanted to kill Zhuo Bufang to avenge his shame. It was no longer about the badges. At this point, the explanation of the rules was over, and the judge loudly announced the start of the certification. Immediately after this, the participants rushed in different directions. From that moment, they had a week to survive and collect 10 badges. This trial had a CCTV room, and cameras were placed all over the desert island so that security and judges could watch the proceedings without a care. And Zhuo Bufang was right. It was not just about the exam, but under its guise, the greats of China wanted to deceive foreign powers. But capturing the Power Stone was too important. So much so that anyone who tried to interfere would have to be killed. The team in the observation room had a plan. They sent the fighter Tanso, who would easily obtain the relic for them. One of the masters was afraid that this man might not succeed undercover, but his friend did not share his doubts. The man from the Zhao clan was confident that everything would work out. If Tanso couldn't do it, then not a single warrior from the fighting union would be able to cope with it. The only one who had every reason to doubt was Long Aochin. He personally saw Bufan's abilities. He didn't tell his partners about this. It was a secret of the Long family in case the man from Tanso couldn't handle it. The last hope to obtain the most important treasure in the world, the Energy Stone. Meanwhile, Zhuo Bufang, Long Man, and Qian Luo walked together along the path of the desert island in search of badges. For some reason unknown to the two friends, they had been wandering around for half an hour, although they could have already found something worthwhile. 3 people came out to the meeting. One of them was definitely Tuye. Bufan assured his friends that they would now be given badges. A dark smile appeared on his face. A battle and wonderful revenge on the arrogant scum were ahead. Tuye approached with a smile. His accomplices smirked. The vengeful and not the smartest man did not understand at all that it was not worth opposing someone who was stronger. Man and Lo stood up to defend their friend's honor, shouting at the trio, saying that he was no match for Bufan. Tuye had trump cards hidden in his sleeves, or rather in his pocket, and the man pulled out a green ball. The snake summoning stone sparkled in his hand, and with it, he could summon a large number of poisonous, deadly snakes. Within a minute, the 3 friends were surrounded by huge and small snakes, vipers and cobras. Out of fear, the girl stepped back and fell. She screamed and was almost crying. These were not simple crawlers, but real fire snakes, whose venom is capable of killing a herd of elephants. Standing nearby, Tuye laughed. Those who offend and humiliate him deserve death. Unexpectedly for everyone, one of Bufan's legs caught fire with spiritual fire up to about the knee. The bright glow attracted the attention of both comrades and enemies. Everyone was interested in what the young man was going to do next. With one sharp blow, the cultivator killed one of the largest snakes. The poor thing didn't even have time to do anything. Immediately after he stunned the beast and grabbed it by the throat, a powerful bolt of divine lightning pierced the reptile's body. Bufan pressed the snake into the ground with a frenzy, dealing fatal blows to the uncomprehending creature. From the amount of spiritual energy and the force of the impact, the ground beneath the young people's feet literally exploded with a shockwave. Smoke rose up. Tuye and his men covered their faces, unable to see what was happening, but the sounds alone were enough to frighten them. The man tried to make out something through all the dust that had risen from the energy explosion. All the huge fire snakes were torn to pieces or simply hung lifeless on the trees. It was so amazing that it was impossible. Tuye finally realized that he had gotten involved with the wrong person. With just 1 foot, Zhuo Bufang destroyed all the snakes that were summoned with the stone. It was too cool and even terrifying. Watching this, Longman suddenly realized that if it weren't for his grandfather, he would already be dead. In the midst of all this chaos, Zhuo Bufang stood there, looking like the calmest person in the world, as if he hadn't just exterminated the evil creatures. Spiritual weapons like summoning pearls were forbidden during the certification. The young man asked in a serious tone where the man got it from. Apparently, this was not enough for Tuye to understand that it was better not to show his character. He did not even think of obeying. The man swung and threw the ball straight at Zhuo Bufang, inviting him to see for himself where the stone came from. The summoning pearl had already activated. It began to glow and become enveloped in spiritual energy. Such things are very dangerous. Even Man and Luo, who were standing aside, realized that something was wrong with her. Such things could not be handled carelessly without proper knowledge. It was too late to dodge. Tuye activated it mid-flight, exploding the spiritual weapon. A second later, the ball exploded and a wave of heat engulfed Bufan. No one could see what happened to him. The wave was so powerful that people standing nearby were swept back. Qian Luo decided that no one would survive this, not even their friend. Even the strongest cultivator of the dark arts cannot withstand the power of Vova's spiritual weapon, let alone a simple youth, even a very strong one. But Zhuo Bufang was no ordinary person. He had cultivated and refined for over 300 years across many different galaxies. He walked out of the billowing smoke calmly, stretching his neck. Even the clothes he was wearing were undamaged. The reaction was mixed. The hero's friends were very happy and Lo even cried. But Tu Ye was in shock. Finally realizing he was in deep trouble, the man shouted to his comrades to run in different directions. All three of them scattered in all directions, just to escape from the demon, who didn't even care about the explosion of the summoning pearl. Zhuo Bufang raised his hand, and a beautiful, bright whirlpool of energy flowed toward the center of his palm. No one could escape retribution. No matter how far the men managed to run, bright rays of spiritual energy caught up with them. None of them wanted to die, but it was already too late. The impact of the rays was so strong that they left deep dents in the ground. Nothing but dust remained of the smug idiots. Not even bones or ashes were visible. There was something wrong with the certification, or more precisely, with the island itself. It shouldn't have such powerful pearls. Bufan advised his friends to hide there until the end of the event. Longman was upset. He dreamed of passing the certification, but they did not have enough points yet. But Qianluo explained to him that it was not worth his life. Without the examiner's order, this test would not end. A clear plan of action was needed. A smile appeared on Bufan's face. Since he was going to take badges from the other participants, he was going to collect all 80 of them. Such confident words greatly surprised Mana. Nothing like this had ever happened in the entire history of certification. Qianluo's face sparkled with admiration. She was confident that her hero Bufan would be able to handle this task. Not very far from where Longman and Qianluo were hiding, one of the bushes was moving suspiciously and talking. There were 3 young guys hiding inside. They wanted to sit there for a while and then come back to find everything ready and collect the badges. They didn't even notice that Zhuo Bufang was standing behind them. No observation at all. While one was trying to shut everyone up, the other started getting angry at him because he was making more noise than all 3 of them, but they were both just idiots. The friends' quarrel was interrupted by an immortal hero who came out of his hiding place, frightening the children. His eyes sparkled, and there was a far-from-kind smile on his face. He leaned over and greeted the boys. Something went wrong in their little cunning plan. The friends still hoped that they would be able to ask for mercy. But no, they won't make it in time. Zhuo Bufan is faster. He swung his fist, intending to disarm the participants at once. It was impossible to follow his movements. He struck all 3 of them in a split second. Within a minute, the young man was tossing 3 shiny tokens into the air, enjoying his victory. It was even too simple. At this rate. If he speeded up, he would finish in a day. Wandering around the island, Bufan dealt with one team after another, taking away badges like candy from children. The unfortunate ones didn't even have time to react. He caught many of them off guard. By midday, for half of the participants, the certification was over before it had even begun. In the observation room, Xiao was very angry. He couldn't understand what was going on there and why all the participants' badges were being taken away so quickly. Within a day, their plan fell apart because one person took the emblems from all the participants. Even Old Man Long was tense. He sighed heavily and said that it no longer mattered who he was. It is no longer possible to carry out the certification anyway. All that remains is for them to go out there themselves and scout out the situation. The 2 comrades even agreed with Long Aoqian a little too quickly, and they set off on their journey together. This time, Zhuo Bufang ran into some truly serious problems. Not just street gangs, but something much more global. The participants gathered in one place. Everyone was discussing the same thing. Some guy took all the badges. It all happened so quickly that no one even remembered what he looked like. Longman and Qianluo stood apart from everyone, whispering about whether their friend could have done all this. The girl smiled and said that they didn't have to wait long. They would soon find out what was going on here. 3 organizers came out to the center of the clearing. A man from Xiao's house assured them that they would deal with this unusual situation. But this was not enough. Zhuo Bufang came out to them with a bag of badges, demanding to know what this certification was for. When he arrived, Old Man Long reacted as if he was very surprised to see him on this island, while Luo was glad to see her comrade. The onlookers were very surprised by the young man's arrogance. The organization itself came to them, and he didn't even give way to anyone. Emotions were already at their limit. The young man frowned, asking what exactly these old men were hiding from them all. Long Aoqian and the elder were at a loss. like school children who didn't know how to justify themselves to the principal. Only Old Man Xiao did not give in. He was very angry and shouted at the guy, saying that this was the secret of the alliance. Now, Zhuo Bufang got angry and poured out all the badges he had collected, asking if he had the right to know now that he was the only winner. Gasps of surprise and admiration spread across the clearing. The participants couldn't even imagine that it was he who had interrupted the certification. Longman and Chen Luo were the happiest of all. The young people were very proud of their friend and hoped that he would share the victory with them. It was really impressive. Even Old Man Xiao acknowledged the youth's coolness. But the union has its own rules. Ordinary students like him cannot delve into secret information. The word sounded very arrogant, and yet, it could be forgiven. Many underestimate Bufan, and he was already used to it. But he could not forgive the fact that they were going to use him in the dark, as a living weapon. The young man created a thin and sharp blade from spiritual energy, demanding that they immediately tell everything. If the hero doesn't hear what he wants within 3 minutes, he won't stand on ceremony with the old people anymore. A scream was heard from behind. The examiner had come to the noise and was now trying to stop the impudent boy. Such an attitude towards management was usually severely punished. The man stretched the joints in his hand, thus warning, "It's funny to see how people one after another overestimate themselves and challenge the immortal cultivator." When the young man broke into a run, the high-ranking master was ready, but he didn't even notice the young man's quick movements. One swing of the spiritual weapon and not a trace of the enemy's confidence remained. All the man saw was Zhuo Bufang already behind him. Bright traces of sword blows remained in the air in the places that the hero struck. Everything happened so quickly that the teacher screamed in horror and covered his face with his hands. Already saying goodbye to his life? A few seconds passed, and all the body parts were in place. There were no wounds. Everything was in perfect order. While the examiner was bragging and mocking Bufan, who hadn't even injured him, all the participants behind him were having a hard time holding back their laughter. One of the young men advised him to look down, and now the whole clearing burst into laughter. The man's pants were torn to shreds, and everyone saw a cute little lamb on his underpants. All the spirit left the teacher. He turned red and shrank. His voice became ridiculously high, almost a squeak. While the participants were busy laughing and the examiner was busy picking up his pants and running away, Zhuo Bufang turned to the elders. He could just as quickly cut off their heads. Master Xiao was at a loss. He didn't know what to do. But Old Man Long immediately rushed to calm the young man down. 3 months ago, energy crystals were being investigated on this island. Now they have found their supposed location, and the certification was a cover. Even such a great 300-year-old master as Bufan heard of such things as energy crystals for the first time. Before Long Aochin could finish explaining, a man ran out into the clearing and reported an attack on the island. The man was covered in wounds. One of his hands was bleeding. He was breathing heavily and was very scared. The situation was serious. With the last of his strength, he warned the young participants that there were enemies of the Union here. At that very moment, a man with blonde hair caught up with him, plunging his sword into the unfortunate man's chest. 2 more people stood nearby, a girl and a scarred man. All 3 were dressed in black. Long Aodian stepped forward and shouted at the young men, asking how they dared to attack their allies. Instead of a clear answer, the leader of the group said that Shu Luo brings death everywhere. Shu Luo's group of foreign assassins was renowned for its ruthlessness. Everyone knew about it, and everyone knew that they were finished. Tanso wasn't there, and no one else could protect the participants and organizers. Bufan watched them silently and was in no hurry to reveal his powers. The authorities ordered everyone who took part in the certification to leave the area as quickly as possible. The remaining examiners stayed here with the man to confront the people from Shu Luo. A smile finally appeared on the girl's cold face, and she took out 4 balls that vaguely resembled the summoning pearl. The spiritual weapons were thrown towards the people running for salvation, and they glowed brightly in the air. Inside these capsules there was poison. Green smoke descended to the ground, slowly but surely killing those present. Zhuo Bufang stepped forward, a neon blue spiritual fire blazing on one of his hands. This kind of smoke attack was nothing to him. One swing, and a powerful stream of qi dispelled all the poison in the clearing, returning clean and safe air. Slowly, the certification participants were able to return to life, helping each other get back on their feet. The people from Shu Luo didn't expect that there would be a martial artist here, but it didn't seem like a big problem to them. More than anything in the world, the mercenary liked to brutally kill masters like Bufan. A smile spread across his face. In this, they were very similar to the young man. The hero smiled, feeling the adrenaline rising in his blood. Finally, a worthy opponent and a good fight. The clever turn angered the killer, who screamed as he rushed at the young man with another fierce attack. The sword blade was engulfed in flames, and upon impact with the ground, waves of fire struck in all directions, but Bufan easily jumped back. In addition to the fire, the impact caused a split in the ground, and an explosion occurred behind him. This was the so-called superpower of the Shu Luo member. In fact, these are just basic and very simple manipulations with Qi. Any beginner can do this. Before Bufan could easily repel the next attack, a man jumped out in front of him and counterattacked first. The young man's eyes glowed with a noble light. He was truly strong and was able to surprise the killer. This was the same famous Master Tanso, admired by the participants, a fighter of the highest level. The self-confident man reassured everyone that he was here to save the students. But Zhuo Bufang stood aside and felt as if the main character's role had been stolen from him. It was really cool, but unfortunately, a C-level superpower master would hardly be able to help. The killer felt very sorry that there was only one master of such a level standing in front of him. He would have liked to have the fun of killing more. Besides, there is only one of him, and there are 3 of them, highly qualified mercenaries. And they were all level C. It will be very difficult for the young man. The forces are unequal. Now Tanso was scared. He was very excited, because he understood that he would hardly be able to win. Only Bufan in the background patiently waited for his role to be returned to him. The participants standing behind went from tears of joy to tears of grief. They were all finished. There was no chance of survival. After giving those present time to comprehend the situation, the leader of the trio extended his hand and said that he knew that they had collected all the energy crystals. Today was a beautiful day and he was in a good mood, so he was ready to let everyone live if they gave him the stones. The best decision was to give them what they wanted. The students' lives were much more important. After some hesitation, the noble master Tanso agreed and handed over the crystal in exchange for the lives of the participants. But no one planned to let anyone go alive. Such powerful things couldn't be allowed to fall into the hands of the Union. Before the assassin could take the energy crystal, Zhuo Bufang appeared, intercepted it, and landed to the side. Shulo was furious. The man screamed at the top of his lungs, threatening the cunning thief with death. The martial arts master, who knew the young man's name from somewhere, also shouted at Bufan. He couldn't allow everyone who was there to die. Everyone who was there shouted at him to return the stone and save their lives. They were sure that if Tanso couldn't handle them, then he certainly couldn't. Words and appeals to conscience remained unheard. The hero was confident in his own strength. For 300 years he had fought with opponents far stronger than this trio. The leader of the mercenaries leapt high and swung his sword at Zhuo Bufang, a huge, terrifying tail of fire trailing behind him. In response, the immortal master summoned huge palms made of spiritual energy, with which he planned to crush the impudent killer. It was already impossible to dodge the giant hand. There was nowhere to run, and there was no point in running. You can't run away from something like that. At the last second, the young man realized the full horror of his opponent's power. And once again, someone fell victim to a false assessment of the situation. One of the strongest assassins of the Shulo group was crushed by the palm of his hand, like an annoying mosquito. His comrade joined the battle. The man created black lightning and threw it at Zhuo Bufan. Behind him, a girl created a bow from energy, aiming at the impudent boy who dared to kill their friend. This behavior greatly angered Bufan. He screamed, and the familiar spark of bloodlust lit up his eyes. To him, the two were like children. The youth summoned divine lightning, attacking them. The young people standing in front of him turned white with horror. They were so frightened that they couldn't even move from their place. Divine punishment overtook the killers within a few seconds. No one could survive such an attack. It is one of the most powerful techniques in the world. Master Tanso's face turned pale. It was practically impossible for one person to kill 3 C-level masters at once in just a few minutes. No one present had ever seen such power in their entire lives. Only in legends can one learn of the existence of such masters. When all 3 problems were resolved, Zhuo Bufang approached Long Aochin, reminding him of their agreement and the Silver Lotus. Moreover, he returned the crystal and said that he would very much like none of the people who are now on the island to disturb him in the coming days. Otherwise, he will kill anyone indiscriminately. Old Man Lun promised with a smile that he would arrange everything. There was absolutely nothing to worry about. Old Man Xiao stood to the side, white as a wall, thinking that he was very lucky not to have provoked this man's anger. Otherwise, all the people here would have died. In response to the question of who he was, Bufan indifferently replied that he was a master, very far from civilization. On the far side of the island, a young man created a powerful spell ring, holding in his hand a lotus that was at least 500 years old. The flower's power was simply incredible. This time, it would definitely succeed. After swallowing the seeds of the 500-year-old silver snow lotus, Zhuo Bufang began to meditate. A golden core of qi began to form in the lower abdomen, which was exactly what the cultivator had been waiting for so long. The energy flowed smoothly through the entire body. It was so great that it burst out and flared up with a colorful fire. The young man merged with the island's currents, and because of this power, the air became more saturated with magic, and even the ocean seemed to sparkle with spiritual energy. All this time, the certification organizers were on a ship near the island, waiting for the hero to finish and discussing what such a powerful ingredient could be needed for. The one who was most worried was the old man from the Xiao Palace. He kept pestering his friend with questions about what was going on and whether he had assigned guards. All this curiosity was already making even the calm grandfather Lun angry. It was better to do as Zhuo Bufang told them and not anger him. Only he knew that the young man was not just a great sorcerer, but also a magnificent healer. If the others had known about this, their surprise would have known no bounds. Old man Lao Xiao finally calmed down. This young man's superpower level was at least B. He could easily rise to A, but his character is too arrogant. He will never obey the rules of their martial arts union. In Long Aochin's opinion, this was not a problem. A true warrior is not one who follows rules, but one who creates them. Behind them stood the forgotten master Tanso. He was very angry, because all this admiration and recognition should have belonged to him. Some newcomer dared to take the glory that should have been his. The man vowed to join the alliance and show Zhuo Bufang who was stronger. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a voice came from somewhere, demanding that the one who killed Xu Luo's people be handed over in exchange for sparing the lives of those currently on the ship. An unknown man surrounded by lightning appeared in the sky above the deck. He looked very dangerous. He looked at the old men and the useless boy standing in front of him and couldn't understand how they managed to kill 3 masters. The already angry young man lost his temper and rushed into battle to defend his honor and release his emotions. Unfortunately, it was too late to stop him. The unknown master pointed 2 fingers in his direction and released a bolt of lightning. An incredibly powerful stream of energy incinerated the young man right before the eyes of 2 old men from the Union. The strength of the uninvited guest was at least level B, and maybe even A. None of the people present on the ship would be able to cope with him. The man was literally mad with rage. He could not forgive the death of his comrades from Xu Luo. More and more lightning appeared in the sky. He created a powerful wave above his head to get rid of everyone who was here at once. Energy and lightning gathered into one large ball of magic. No one could resist it. A giant, frightening ball of spiritual energy flew straight towards the deck, where the helpless old men stood. The certification participants ran in all directions. They didn't want to die and were panicking and looking for escape routes. Unfortunately for the young warrior, he had survived the previous attack and was now lying on the floor, realizing how futile it was to resist and run. When everyone was already in despair and said goodbye to life, a savior appeared. Zhuo Bufang kicked off the floor and flew high, calling upon divine lightning to help him repel the attack. Flying through such a blow without being wounded was nothing for him. The young man quickly broke through to the unknown master in the sky. Young people were hiding behind the railings and protruding parts of the deck, looking with hope at the hero who had come to save them. The fair-haired man shouted at Bufan and asked him who he was and how he dared to stop him from taking revenge. With a smug grin, the young master declared that this stranger was not worthy of knowing his name. At that very moment, not only dark lightning bolts but also ice spears appeared behind the master. Such impudence greatly angered him. The spirit weapon was aimed at Zhuo Bufang, the Xu Luo member who wanted to kill him more than anything. The immortal cultivator stood calmly in the air and didn't even flinch as several sharp spears shrouded in lightning flew towards him. For him, such an attack was like a mosquito bite. He raised his hand with a smile, thin threads of energy flying around, one swing and all the ice rods were destroyed. Bufan directed magic towards the enemy. The master from Xu Luo only had time to be surprised. He would never have thought that his spells could be so easily destroyed. The young man's attack pierced his entire body. The man screamed in unbearable pain. He didn't even understand what exactly was happening to him. Since his superpower is lightning, death by lightning is the most suitable option for him. Bufan carefully descended to the deck and first inquired about Long Aotian's health. The sky cleared and it was light and calm again, except for the corpse on the deck. A young man was training nearby and saw that the ship was under attack. He pulled the lightning towards himself, thereby saving people, and this power turned out to be very useful. The one who was most surprised was again Old Man Xiao. He was shocked that the young man was able to attract magical lightning. The surprise of the two old men must have been the strongest in their entire lives, but the hero didn't see anything special in it. He was just training. Master Tangso lay to the side, exhausted, raising his head with difficulty, silently watching Zhuo Bufang. It was becoming increasingly difficult to believe that this guy was so strong. It was that very stage of grief when a person denies the obvious in order not to break down. Not long after his return, Bufang returned to Feng Tianzhao's villa. This time he was away from home for a very long time, and Zikin was probably very worried all this time. As soon as the young man entered, his beloved wife met him with a tray full of food. She was very happy to see him. A smile blossomed on the young master's face as soon as he saw the girl, and both his body and soul immediately felt lighter. Soon, the table was groaning with the amount of food on it, and Bufang and Zikin finally sat down to eat together after a long time. The dishes smelled simply delicious. The young man could not calm down. He looked at everything with a smile and praised the culinary skills of his beloved. It was very pleasant to hear this, but Z did not show it. She insisted with a smile that he talk less and eat more. Just as the wife was about to feed her husband, someone knocked on the door and interrupted them. An important and long-awaited moment was ruined. Bufan was already starting to get angry and just hoped that this was really something important. For many years, he dreamed of improving his relationship with the woman he loved, but someone always got in the way. Behind the door were people from Chu Tianye's group, whom Zhuo had subjugated. The men were breathing heavily and were very excited. As soon as the young man stepped outside the threshold, the bandits fell to their knees and began asking him to help them with an important matter. Dozens of grown, strong men were almost crying at the feet of the young student. It was quite a sight. It turned out that immediately after his departure, Wang Kulyu from the Wang family returned to the city. He did not come alone, and all this time he was greatly harming Tianye's business and reputation. By force, he wants to subjugate the entire underground Jinling. He has already managed to recruit many, except for those who were under Bufan's protection. Each of the people who came began to complain about their problems. Van Kului was interfering in all the territories. Even the port was taken away by this barbarian. Business was collapsing, money was running out, and very soon all these people and their subordinates would have nothing to eat. Zhuo Bufang listened patiently, and now finally asked what kind of fruit this Wang Kului was, and how he was able to oppress so many factions. At this moment, an unknown voice was heard. He was making arrangements with Miss Ye Zikin about having dinner with Mr. Wang. It was Wang Kului's man. He came specifically for an audience with Zikin, and didn't expect to see the whole pack of losers here. Tianye's men started shouting at the man. This was Mr. Zhuo's territory, and he had no right to act so brazenly here, as if his boss was already the master. The mention of the hero's name sent the gorilla into a fit of rage, and he began to threaten Zhuo Bufang with death for allegedly stealing Ye Zikin from Wang Kulyui. These threats turned all the bandits in the yard against the man. They were ready to rush at him for their master. It was already becoming too noisy. It was impossible to continue watching this chaos. Bufan lazily interrupted their screams. Tianye's men stepped aside, allowing Mr. Zhuo to walk forward unhindered towards the uninvited guest. Very soon the young man stood before a pile of muscles. From the outside it looked funny, but the question of how he wanted to die made anyone who knew Bufan well enough shudder. A smile appeared on the man's face. He was having fun. He swung his fists at the boy in front of him, planning to kill him with a couple of blows. All the immortal cultivator did was raise his hand, and the air sparkled with shimmering blue rays of spiritual energy. One touch to the chest made the man cough up blood. He bent over, experiencing internal pain. Zhuo Bufang's strength was very strong, and upon contact, the mountain of muscles flew back several meters. Since he was just Van Kului's watchdog, the young man did not kill him, but instead had to tell his master that Bufan would come visit him tomorrow. The man rose to his feet, clutching his chest, and all he could say were empty threats, like how the boss would teach the insolent boy a lesson tomorrow. Praise and admiration flew in the young man's direction. He even enjoyed the universal recognition to some extent. Only Tianye understood that everything was not so simple and fun. Wang Kulyu was a mid-level master. It was necessary to properly prepare for this meeting. His slow thinking angered Bufan. But the man had never encountered anything like this in his life, and therefore simply did not know what exactly to do, but was ready to leave everything to the master. Of course, the frightened old man thought about weapons, but Zhuo, with a smile, ordered champagne and beer to be prepared, after which he ordered everyone to leave and give him something to eat. What Tianye wanted most was stability in his life, and with such a life there was no certainty about the future, and there was no way he could hand over Mr. Zhuo. The next day, Bufan, as promised, arrived at the Silver Moon estate where Van Kului lived. At this time, a young and handsome man was giving a speech to his people, motivating them to work together to create a more harmonious Jinling. His subordinates even gave him the title of King of the Underground Forces. But Bufan had never heard of such a thing. He abruptly opened the door, drawing attention to himself. Following behind him were Tianye and the three titans of the Jinling Underground Forces. The young man's mood was very sharp today. The people present knew about him only from words. Many saw him in person for the first time, and his first impression was that of a very ordinary student. With a bright smile, Wang Kului began to praise Bufan, saying how much he had heard about the young hero long before his arrival. The words were very beautiful and the speeches were ornate. The young man truly gave the impression of a king to everyone, but not to his guest. Sitting down at the table, Bufan coldly asked if he had really only come looking for him to suck up. The reason was much more laconic. Kului wanted the young man to submit to him, become his loyal man, and help build a new Jinling. Bufan's eyes lit up with anger. He didn't care at all about this little town, but that didn't mean that any trash could talk to him so brazenly. Two of Wang's men standing nearby shouted, threatening the young man that if he continued like this, things would get worse. In the eyes of those present, he was an overly arrogant weakling who thought too much of himself. The kings of the underworld entered the dispute. For Lord Zhuo, Wang Kulyu is just a pathetic worm. How dare they even ask him for obedience? Suddenly, Bufan's face darkened. He smiled, assessing the opponent sitting opposite him with his gaze. The situation was developing interestingly. King Wang waved his hand elegantly, ordering his men to remain quiet and calm. He had some connections in the military union. The third rank said a lot. He hoped that this would make his guest change his mind. The last hope was that after meeting the important people of the Bufan Union, he would come to his senses. Du Weijin stepped forward. He was the second boss in the Jinling Rich list, the head of the Chenlong Pharmaceutical Company. At the sight of this man, the entire mood of Zhuo Bufang's companions plummeted. If a man like Du Weijiang was helping Wang Kulyu, then what was the point of all this? Tianye, who was standing closest, was no less worried, but he still continued to believe in his master. He knew that money meant nothing to him. A servant approached the table and silently poured tea for the young man. With indifference on his face, Bufan said that he had never heard of such a man before. In the eyes of those present, he looked like an arrogant bastard who did not take the second billionaire Jinling seriously. Chao Tianhai, Qin Zhaoyang, and Wang Futong, the fourth, fifth, and seventh richest people, came out on top. These three people run the land, clothing, and food industries in the city. It was just incredible connections. But even now, Zhuo Bufang remained indifferent, calmly drinking tea and not even raising his eyes to them. He jokingly and out of curiosity asked if that was all. Maybe there was someone else. And then Van Kului completely lost his patience. It was hard to believe that third-rank captain, Mr. Du Zhao, Chief Qin, and Boss Wang weren't enough for this smug brat. Ignoring the words of the self-proclaimed king, Bufan calmly asked his companions if they wanted to go over to Van Kului's side. Seizing this opportunity, the men immediately ran to the other side, asking for farewell and thanking Mr. Zhuo for his concern. Only Chu Tianye remained by his boss's side, shouting at his comrades, accusing them of betraying him in return for all the good the young master had done for them. Old man Tianye's attitude greatly angered Kulyui. He was sure that everyone would immediately go over to him as soon as they saw the whole company of rich people. He remembers kindness and values it, always responds in kind. He won't blink an eye if he's killed now, but he will never betray Mr. Zhuo's trust. Another uninvited guest slowly entered the room. It was so noisy inside that he even became indignant. This guest turned out to be an old acquaintance, Mr. Zhang. He was literally the ruler of all of Jinling. Everyone knew and respected him. Just meeting him was much more important and cooler than all those rich people that Van Kului brought. Having seized the initiative, the young man decided to curry favor with such a pleasant, unexpected guest. But to the surprise of everyone present, the man silently walked past Kului, without even looking at him for a second. Everyone who was at this meeting, including Wang Kuliuyu, thought that Lord Jiang had come there for him, and the reaction was simply explosive. The man approached Bufan and, just like the young master's assistant, began to gently tell him that there was no need to solve such issues alone, and he promised to help always and in everything. The world of bandits collapsed in an hour. No one would have ever imagined such a scene in their worst nightmare. Only the blind hadn't seen Mr. Zhang's bow. It was hard to believe that Zhuo Bufang's status could be higher than that of the Long family, since even Zhang Wuying didn't dare sit in his presence. He had just learned that Bufan was here, so he came here specifically for the young man's sake and hoped that he had not influenced the meeting. Wang Kuliu forced a polite smile. Now he needed to understand whether his enemy really had such friends, or whether Zhang Wuying was acting like this on purpose. The somewhat strange conversation was interrupted by Wang's assistant, who quickly reported that advisor Guo had arrived. This was quite unexpected because no one had invited him, and King Jinling would not have risked calling an advisor for such a thing. A few seconds later, Guo Ruihu entered the hall, a tall and handsome man who asked with a smile who was causing problems for Captain Wang. With all his pretentious politeness and mannerisms, the young man quickly explained that it was a simple trifle and not worth worrying about. A heavy hand fell on his comrade's shoulder, and the men exchanged smiles and a couple of phrases before getting down to business. Before Guo could ask about the problems, Jiang spoke up and reminded him of his existence. Unlike Wu Yin, Ruihu was an advisor to the Chinese military alliance. He was no less important, perhaps even more so. The man said with a quiet laugh that he had not noticed Lord Jiang at first, but even a blind man would have realized that it was done on purpose. Finally, the time had come to talk about the young king's pressing problem, or rather, about Zhuo Bufan. It's good when young people have talent, but if the talent is too great, then they can suffer. Whether this was wisdom from the advisor or an obvious hint, only he himself knows, but Bufan had no intention of thanking him for his words. The hero slowly rose to his feet. Some minor counselor from the Union has no right to teach him. He is just dirt under the feet of the immortal master. People's views were divided. Some thought that Zhuo Bufang was crazy to talk like that to the second person in the alliance, while others thought that his connections were more complex, since Jiang was on the same level as Guo. Almost in unison, Wang Kuliu and Guo Ruihu began to accuse the young man of impudence and rudeness. Such an attitude would break him, but it wasn't up to them to decide what would break the hero. If the man didn't leave here right now, then they would break him. The open threat caught the advisor's attention and he became very angry, and such people do not forgive insults without reason. He gave Van Kului permission to deal with the impudent boy and promised to take on all the consequences. The young man did not rush into battle immediately. He decided to give Bufan a chance to bow his head and submit, in which case he would be spared, but they didn't know what kind of person they were setting conditions for. Zhuo Bufang never bowed his head to anyone. He had a way to solve absolutely any problem in this world. Who knows whether the young man really provoked them to get them emotional and fight, or whether he was just that kind of person, but he managed to drive Van Kului to rage. Now the threats were quite real, and Guo Ruihu began asking whether the young man could stand up to a gun or a grenade launcher. Although he said that he could solve any problem, not everything in this world can be solved with the help of martial techniques. During this time, Captain Wang managed to dial someone's number. He was going to call a warrior from the Union to teach Zhuo Bufang a lesson. Another uninvited guest entered the hall. The man asked who the young man was going to call. It was the general instructor of the combat union, the same examiner with the lamb. In such a situation, it was unclear who he came to help. Since he was a high-ranking official, it was safe to assume that he had come for Wang Kului. With a bright smile, Guo Ruihu asked how his old friend Liu Yun knew that Wang was gathering people from the martial alliance here. Imagine their surprise when the man sternly said that he had not come today for the sake of the boy prince. Even advisor Guo could not have imagined that one day Liu Yun would come to Zhuo Bufang in person. Moreover, he could never have imagined that this smug student would one day become the new general of the Union. General Bufan's order was finally ready. The man smiled and handed over a neat box, inside which lay the order itself. The whole situation was more like some kind of strange dream. No one expected that such a young guy would one day become a general. Guo Ruihu loudly asked if Chief Liu was joking, because it was impossible to believe that the Union had decided this way. A man like Liu Yun was not one to joke about such things, and it was a great honor for the Martial Alliance to award the medal to Zhuo Bufang. Now the advisor and Captain Wang realized that all this was really happening. It was not a joke or some kind of deceptive trick. Even the most impossible things are possible in our life if we put in enough effort. Turning sharply like a soldier, Liu Yun placed his right palm to his temple and began his report. Following him, the warriors from the Union who had come with him greeted the new commander in exactly the same way. Smiles blossomed on the faces of Tian Ye and Lord Jiang, both proud of Lord Zhuo and glad that they had remained on his side. Unlike the three idiots who ran away at the slightest opportunity, they were under Bufan's complete protection. No one more powerful had yet been born in this world. Cold sweat was running down the faces of the Jinling leaders. They had just handed over Mr. Zhuo, and now they definitely couldn't live in the city. With fewer and fewer options left to do anything, Guo and Wang were driven into a dead end. The only difference was that the advisor had the good sense to give up the part and welcome Zhuo Bufang as the new general of the Union. It was too late. The young man was already angry enough and now did not want to hear a word from this man, and the Wang family had to leave Jinling immediately. Only Kului didn't have enough intelligence. He still underestimated the young man, who was clearly not given such a high title for nothing. Zhuo Bufang decided to give him a chance. If he could not withstand any of Wang Kului's attacks, he would lose and recognize him as king. At that very moment, a flame burst forth, and the evil captain of the Union summoned a spiritual beast, a fire tiger. The people standing aside felt the heat emanating from the youth's powerful strength. It was no wonder he was able to achieve the position of captain in so many connections. A glimmer of hope appeared in old man Guo's eyes. If Wang could win, they would regain their good position and lost dignity. Standing on the sidelines, He Bao, Da Dong, and Ye Bei Liang had no choice but to support their new master, because if he lost, Bufan would clearly not forgive them. On the other side stood Lord Zhuo's supporters, shouting at the top of their lungs about how excellent their general was, and how Wang was not fit to hold a candle to him. A smug grin appeared on the hero's face. He found it funny that Kului actually thought he could defeat him. The opponent took this as blatant insolence and directed the fire tiger straight at the young man standing opposite him. Compared to the entire power of an immortal cultivator, this was a mere child's play. He swung, creating a spiritual giant fist. Faced with the giant hand, the tiger did not last even a minute, immediately disintegrating into energy particles. When there were no more obstacles left, the fist flew straight into the surprised Van Kului's face. The very next second, the young man was flying across the entire hall from a strong blow with his face smashed and bleeding. The young captain of the Union fell to the floor, completely defeated and humiliated, with blood streaming down his face. When Zhuo Bufang came closer, the young man immediately surrendered, publicly declaring his defeat. After this, the hero turned to Kului's other companions. Everyone, as one, agreed with the outcome and obeyed the orders of Commander Zhuo. The Wang family members bowed and openly declared their willingness to leave Jinling once and for all. Luckily for them, Bufan was in a good mood and allowed them to leave alive and unharmed, as long as he never saw them again. Immediately after this, the young master, accompanied by Liu Yun, Tian Ye, and Jiang Wuying, headed out of the house. The three bosses looked at them silently and regretted their decision. If they had stayed with Bufan, they could have just as easily left now. Each of those present had their own thoughts. Even Chief Liu. He was sure that giving the young man the title of general was a black decision and that he would be able to win the respect of the entire Union. As he was leaving the room, Zhuo Bufang stopped. His phone rang, and the young man immediately reached for it. The name Zhuo Shanshan was displayed on the phone screen. His sister usually didn't call him, so something must have happened. As soon as the young man answered with a smile, the girl immediately, without greeting, asked her older brother to come to her school. Within a few minutes, Zhuo Bufang was standing in front of Shuzhou School affiliated to Jiangnan University, waiting for his cousin. Time passed, but the girl still did not come out. She asked to wait for her and did not appear for quite a long time. A real drama broke out nearby. Two young men surrounded a classmate and shouted at the top of their lungs because she refused to go to a restaurant with one of them. Zhang Huan was very nervous, clutching the strap of her bag in her hands and still could not escape from them. But the young men did not hear her. Oddly enough, it was the headman Kang Ning who was pestering her. He wasn't used to being refused and continued to push and insist on going to the restaurant. Together with his friend Liu Chun, he did not move away, on the contrary. With every step he became closer to the girl. Unbeknownst to Huan, she was pushed into a corner, and Kang Ning was looming over her, smiling as he told her that it was her fault she was losing her reputation as the coolest kid in school, the one no one ever turned down. The students standing aside had no intention of helping the girl. They could only blame Jiang Huan herself for the harassment. You see, it was her own fault that she was the most beautiful in school. With tears already in her eyes, the girl pushed the headman away from her and tried to run away. This was not the only chance for salvation in the current situation. She really didn't want to go, but Kang Ning didn't care about her wishes. He grabbed her hand and declared that she had to go with him. At this moment, Zhuo Bufang came over. He couldn't allow two big guys to bully a little girl. Such bold statements greatly angered the young man. He approached the stranger in a thug-like manner and swore. When they asked who he was, Bufang didn't answer. It was absolutely unimportant. What was important was that they were offending the girl. If Kang Ning and Liu Chun left right now and left Jiang Huan alone, the hero promised to spare them. The whole show was ruined. Some guys were discussing how this man was tired of living since he was contradicting the headman. But there were also those who were glad that at least someone stood up for him. Liu Chun entered the game, simply not being able to allow his friend, who also happened to be his boss, to be spoken to in such a way. The young man swung his fist and ran straight towards Zhuo Bufang, ready to give the idiot a good beating. But, unfortunately for him, it was a big mistake. Trash like them doesn't dare raise a hand against an immortal master. As soon as Bufang simply raised his hand and hit Chun, a powerful stream of energy threw the villain back several meters. During the flight, the headman's henchman lost a couple of teeth and regretted attacking such a strong man. Watching this, Kang Ning became even more angry. Apparently before this, none of the students in the school dared to raise a hand against him or his people. In this area, and especially in this school, everyone knew who Headman Ning was, and no one wanted to mess with him. So the young man did whatever he wanted. The loud words about how he was not the last person here did not particularly impress Zhuo, and he simply kicked Khan in the stomach with all his might. By the time the boy lost consciousness, a decent crowd of male students had already gathered around, and they all, as one, insisted that it was not worth getting into trouble with the Khan family because of some girl. Jiang Huan walked up to Zhuo Bufang and bowed, thanking him for saving her from those annoying idiots. Immediately after this, the girl straightened up and introduced herself with a smile. Maybe it wasn't worth getting into a fight, but saving her was definitely worth it. Turning to her, the young man smiled and also introduced himself as a polite gesture. After examining the guest with her eyes, Huan immediately came to the conclusion that he was not a student from their high school. From his appearance and behavior, it was too obvious that he was not from their school and was waiting for someone here. Besides, Zhang Kan would definitely know if there was someone so handsome and cool studying here who wasn't afraid of Kang Ning. At that moment, Zhuo Shanshan came out of the building and called out loudly to her older brother with a smile to attract his attention. The girl ran closer and hugged Bufang's hand, asking why he hadn't come so early. But he replied that it was she who had come late. Now that she was standing next to him, her brother's back was not blocking Zhang Huan's view, and Shanshan was able to see the young lady she did not recognize. The smart schoolgirl immediately heard that he was her brother, and with a smile she introduced herself, saying that the young man had just saved her. From Sister Zhuo's reaction, it was clear that she knew her at least by word of mouth. The whole school had heard about the most beautiful girl, Huan. Jiang Huan turned out to be not only smart, but also a gifted speaker. She said with a smile that Shan was much more beautiful and that she should be the first beauty of the school. After that, she said goodbye and ran away, leaving her brother and sister alone at the entrance to the schoolyard. Unpleasant thoughts about Bufang possibly having a crush on this Zhang Huan came to Zhuo Shanshan's mind, and with a gloomy face she asked her brother not to offend his little sister. Just from these words, the young man felt uncomfortable, assured his sister that he was not that kind of person at all, and asked why she called him. It turns out that there's a rich kid at school who won't let Shanshan off the hook. He keeps pestering her even after numerous refusals, and only her older brother can handle him. But now that Zhuo Bufang had taken charge of the matter, there was nothing to worry about. He would definitely be able to deal with his beloved sister's problem. Around this time, a large group of people were having dinner at the Yun Su Club, as it was an elite business. And the people sitting there were very important. One of the henchmen of the leader at this table fawned with a smile and said how ungrateful Shanshan was, who refused to go with Mr. Qin. But Qin Silian himself wasn't at all worried about this. Even if she came later, nothing terrible would happen. The main thing was that in the end, everything would work out as he planned. The guests and friends sitting at the table laughingly supported their boss. The girl really was beautiful and many would like to start dating her. At this moment, the doors of the hall swung open and Zhuo Bufang's shadow appeared in the passage. He was an uninvited guest, because everyone Qin wanted to see was already at the table, and the young man's arrival greatly surprised those present. Behind her stood an angry Zhuo Shanshan. Her elder brother immediately asked where Qin Siliang was. One of the guys got up from the table, attacking the girl with accusations that she was invited to dinner, but she came with another guy. Shan snorted in response. No one in their right mind would eat at the same table with such trash, and she called her older brother specifically to deal with them. Qin Siliang didn't even let her finish speaking. He immediately called her his wife several times and ordered her to give the chair to her brother, but they didn't have time to put the chair next to him. Bufan kicked Qin's henchman, sending him flying along with the chair. He had absolutely no time for long conversations. The young man simply ordered them to stay away from Shan Shan. Such statements towards the boss were unacceptable. All males rose to their feet, defending their master. The barking of these guard dogs was simply ridiculous. Zhuo Bufang smiled, only further provoking the already hot-tempered people. The insolence of the uninvited guest infuriated Qin Silian. He rose to his feet and gave the order to deal with the young man once and for all. With chairs over their heads, with knives, and simply with bare fists, men and boys rushed at the hero, cursing and threatening. With a couple of blows, Bufang incapacitated them and killed them, effortlessly passing by Qin's subordinates. He calmly repeated his demand to stay away from Zhuo Shanshan and not to bother her anymore. The young man's eyes sparkled with excitement. He raised his glass of wine, now understanding why the girl had come here after all. She had found herself a protector. Behind Silian's back, all this time stood his uncle Qin. He was a warrior who knew secret techniques and could be compared in strength to warriors of the sea level. But he didn't know that Bufan was the general of the alliance. An elderly but clearly experienced man stepped into the center of the room to teach his younger comrade a lesson. Zhuo Bufang swung his arm, his hand surrounded by a blue glow, more like an arrow in shape, and ordered the old man to get out of the way. Before he received the blow, Uncle Qin realized that the difference between them was too great and he would not be able to cope with the young man. They didn't let him say anything. The hero's fist turned out to be much faster than the man's tongue. A second later, the old man fell to the floor unconscious, having lost his pride, military honor, and a couple of teeth. He fell right at Qin Silian's feet. The young man stood silently and looked at his uncle. He did not expect such an outcome. Who would have thought that a simple-looking guy could defeat a C-rank martial artist comparable to the Tanso warriors? The young man was trembling with fear. His uncle was incredibly strong, and he was finished off with one blow. While he was recovering, Zhuo Bufang slowly approached him, asking if there were any other techniques he wanted to show him. The young man screamed in horror and swore that he would never touch Zhuo Shanshan again, if only they would let him go. Just when everything was supposed to be going well, Kang Ning burst into the hall with several other people and loudly announced that he had brought those who would help him get the girl he wanted so much. Such a loud statement attracted Bufan. He turned around at the familiar voice, while Silian was dripping with cold sweat. Noticing the same guy who had beaten him up and humiliated him in front of the school, Ning became very cheerful and started shouting that now it was definitely the end for him. Since Qin was his friend, now they could teach the impudent boy a lesson together as a crowd. Behind his fiery speech, the young man didn't even notice how his friend was trembling and going crazy. The angry Qin Silian walked closer and hit Kang Ning with all her strength, shouting at him and calling him an idiot. The young man fell to the floor, looking at his friend with tears in his eyes, and asked in confusion why he was hit and what he did wrong, since Bufan needed to be hit. This question made the gentleman even more angry, and he took out all his anger on Ning, beating him and shouting that Zhuo was able to knock out his uncle with one blow, and he still decided to teach him a lesson. As a result, a real fight broke out, with Silian doing most of the hitting and shouting. Zhuo Bufang stood to the side and silently watched all this, thinking that these people were the real pathetic scum of society. After giving his so-called friend a good beating, Qin Siliang approached the hero and asked for forgiveness, saying that he actually barely knew the guy and had no idea what he was talking about. At that very moment, Kang Ning crawled closer on his knees, looking at Bufan with tears in his eyes and begging for forgiveness. He never thought that this student would be able to defeat Uncle Qin. The guy really screwed up badly. This time, they managed to escape the immortal cultivator's wrath. But if they dared to approach his sister even once more, they would definitely pay with their lives. The frightened and upset idiots swore not to touch Shanshan again and apologized again. Anything, just to make him go away. When everything was settled, Bufan and his beloved cousin finally went home. Kang Ning and Qin Siliang, who remained standing at the club, suffered heavy damage and lost face today because of the hero. He couldn't just let this go. Mr. Qin swore that he would take revenge on Zhuo Bufang and kill him. Some time passed and everything was quite calm. Zhang Huan managed to find her hero and invite him to lunch with her grandmother to thank him for his help. Zhang Xiaokuai was very worried and did not trust the young man. She believed that the guys were all cheating together to get the girl's attention. For some reason, Grandma saw Bufan as a bad person, and this hatred was very strong. Ignoring all her granddaughter's persuasions, the woman asked the young man opposite her with a serious expression about the reason for his arrival in Chuzhou. This attitude was quite stressful for the young man. He felt like he was being interrogated and believed that he was not obligated to answer such questions. The words of refusal added fuel to the fire of discontent of the old lady. She shouted, demanding that Bufan answer her politely, since she was the older generation. Zhuo Bufang was too proud for this. Whenever someone treated him without due respect, he would respond in kind. And now, in his opinion, was exactly such a situation. Since he was not welcome here and was invited without good intentions, he decided to leave and stood up. But Xiaokui could not allow him to leave like this. Before they could quarrel any further, the manager of the Liu family entered the room with his entourage. The stern woman was very unhappy with the unsuccessful dinner with the young man, and the arrival of unexpected guests got on her nerves even more. It turned out that she was a healer and had made a deal with the Liu family that she would help their eldest daughter if they found 3 types of the best seeds. The people accompanying him also bowed to the famous and respected healer Zhang and presented the necessary ingredients. But to their surprise, Xiaokui was not ready to treat anyone today. She was in a bad mood, and she told them to come tomorrow. These words caused great anxiety in the manager. Zhuo Bufang, who was watching the scene, was very unhappy with the way the grandmother sent away people who needed help, and he loudly slammed his palm on the table to stop the screaming. Even though she was called a healer, she had no regret or sympathy for people, and the young man considered this unacceptable. The people seeking help complied with her demands, meaning she was obliged to fulfill her promise. To provoke the woman, Bufan suggested that she simply did not know how to treat, and it worked. The woman got angry, and to prove that she was an excellent healer, she told her granddaughter that they were going to Lu's house right away. Jiang Huan was very impressed by the teasing method, and she realized that Bufang did it on purpose and was able to change her grandmother's attitude. The family's manager came to the same conclusion, and the man sincerely thanked the young man for his help. In his defense, Zhuo Bufang said he simply couldn't stand people who were posturing. Zhang Xiaokui's pride was hurt. She sternly ordered Bufang to go with them and wanted to show them in person how she treated people. It was a wonderful opportunity to see how worldly healers from Earth treat diseases, and the young man immediately rushed after them. Very soon, they arrived at the Liu family mansion. The manager bowed and announced the arrival of healer Zhang. In the center of the room were Chu Tianyun and Zifair. They had heard a lot about the reputation of the healers from Chuzhou, and were happy to host one of them today. Zhuo Bufang found it very strange that the manager had gone to great lengths to bring Zhang Xiaokui. But when she arrived, the Liu family seemed to be indifferent to her. Immediately after they arrived, a girl named Chu Lingding entered the house and brought Dr. Wei Fuxian with her. Now, the head of the family and his wife jumped up from their seats. They approached the man and greeted him with great enthusiasm. Mr. Wei returned from the capital after a medical seminar and learned that Mr. Chu wanted to see him. The man simply couldn't help but make time for them. The tension was rising. Zhang Xiaokui felt her dissatisfaction returning at how poorly these people were handling things. Not only did the elderly woman feel left out, her granddaughter also felt the difference and voiced her dissatisfaction with the fact that they called another doctor at the same time as her grandmother. The Chu family's daughter was to blame for everything. The girl assured her parents that these folk healers were all charlatans and were simply deceiving people, pointing the finger at the Zhang family. The head of the Chu Tianyun family completely agreed with his youngest daughter. He said in front of Xiaokui that doctors like her were unlicensed and could deceive the entire family. This vile monologue was interrupted by Wei Fuxian, who wanted to quickly examine his eldest daughter, and Mr. Chu led him into the girl's room. It became too obvious that Zhang Xiaokui was invited purely for show. Huan felt sorry for her grandmother and wanted them to leave as soon as possible. In that case, the woman would no longer be considered a wise healer. She refused her granddaughter's offer and said that they would go upstairs and observe. On the second floor, in a room, Chu Xin was lying unconscious on a bed, connected to a respirator. According to the medical history, the girl suffered from selective amnesia due to poisoning. In the future, The disease may worsen and reach the point where she will have a memory of 7 seconds. According to Dr. Wei, treatment would be incredibly difficult, if not impossible. There was virtually no chance, and all that was left was to pray. The girl's mother sat by her bed, crying and blaming herself for allowing her daughter to take up martial arts and to attend the fighter certification. Zhang Xiaokua, who was standing nearby, also thought that the treatment would be very difficult, since it was related to memory. Such diseases are related to the nervous system, and, due to the small number of people with such diseases, she had almost no experience, and she was also unlikely to help. Zhuo Bufang silently observed the situation and was even ready to help, because fate brought them together again after the certification. Pushing Dr. Wei aside, the young man stepped forward and asked if he could try to help. Chu Tianyun stepped forward and tried to stop the stranger. Even Wei Fuxian, who had been invited, couldn't help. He was sure that the guy would be even less able to cope. It didn't matter who he was. The main thing was that he really could help the girl. But her family didn't want to give him even a chance. Even Zifair, who had agreed to accept Zhang Xiaokui, didn't want to listen to him. She was sure that he was nothing special. The woman decided that he was a student of the healer, who did not even say anything. But the young man proudly declared that he did not need mentors. After these words, Wei Fuxian's competitive spirit flared up. He stepped forward and began shouting about how important he was to Zhuo Lao's disciple. But even he couldn't help. With pride and a smile on his face, Bufang said that this great master Zhuo himself bowed at his feet with honor. After these words, anger completely overshadowed the man's feelings. He could still tolerate insults directed at him, but he was not going to silently listen to them insult him. The head of the family came closer and closer, threatening and saying that if the young man did not stop arguing, the guards would take him away. Such statements already irritated Zhuo Bufang, but he couldn't just leave. The guy suggested that they just silently watch how he tried to cure their daughter. No matter how convincing the hero tried to appear, Chu Tian could not resign himself and allow him to get closer to his beloved Chu Xin. Suddenly, the girl opened her eyes and spoke with great difficulty. She had already seen Zhuo Bufang, although she couldn't remember where, but she remembered that he was very strong and wanted him to try. After this, the man simply could not argue any longer. All he could do was agree and retreat. Finally, the immortal master stopped being disturbed. He came closer to the bed and asked Grandma Zhang to give him the silver needle. Granny was in her element. She insulted the young man with a sullen face, but still gave him her set of needles. With a smile, the young man shared that he had studied briefly with a monk in the past, so he knew and could do some things, but he didn't say that it was Jun Xianzun, the wrath of the galaxy and his respected teacher. While Dr. Wei haughtily criticized Bufang's every move, the young man prepared himself with a smile and took out the acupuncture needles he needed. The memory disease was not simply connected with the nervous system. It was a disease of the soul. He knew something about it and remembered the method of treatment well. Wei Fuxian, who was watching him, frowned and became angry. He could not come to terms with this boy's insolence and knew that if he failed, the Chu family would not let it go. Zhuo Bufang's movements were precise and polished, and it was truly fascinating to watch him. The young man never stopped pressing the points on Chu Xin's body. Finally, he stuck a needle into the center of the girl's forehead and concentrated spiritual energy there. This was the last and most difficult step in the treatment. The next minute, he raised his hand, pulling out all the unnecessary things from the body. The hero finished, and now Xin was completely healthy. She immediately ran up to her daughter. She was very worried and hoped that her dear one really was feeling much better. But there was no need to rush. Dr. Wei reminded him that the disease was serious, and even if Bufang really did recover, recovery would take a long time. Moreover, he was sure that the guy had failed and had no understanding of medicine at all, when Chu Xin jumped up and sat up abruptly on the bed, saying that she had remembered everything. The girl's face turned pink and regained its healthy color. She smiled and looked very good, but her mother was still worried. Her father was much more emotional than his wife. The man was practically jumping for joy that his eldest daughter had recovered. This outcome completely infuriated Wei Fuxian. He grabbed the young man by the chest and began yelling at him, accusing him of witchcraft. Unexpectedly for everyone, it was Chu Tianyun who stopped him and pushed him away from Zhuo Bufang. Because this respected guy did what neither of the two doctors could do, Zifair supported her husband and accused the invited man of envy, which was completely unacceptable. In her opinion, he was unworthy of being a doctor. This man had absolutely no medical ethics, only envy and anger. Such people have no right to treat anyone and save lives. Now the entire Chu family hated him, and his medical reputation was seriously damaged. The man began to yell at Bufan, blame him for his troubles, and threatened to take revenge. At this moment, Chu Xin's memory gradually returned, and she remembered that Zhuo Bufang had saved everyone at the assessment, after which he was appointed as the honorary mentor and supreme general of the Union. Everyone was shocked, from the head of the family and his wife, who had recently insulted such a respected man, to Grandma Zhang, who was finally convinced that he was a good person. Wei Fuxin's body trembled and he was in a panic, and when Bufang approached him, he slowly backed away. There was nothing left to do but fall to his knees, especially after the man had just threatened revenge on the general of the fighting union. He begged for forgiveness for threatening, being rude, and underestimating the young man, but he never received forgiveness. Bufan was already offended, and this was forever. He kicked him in the ass and said that he was disgracing Zulao with his presence. The frightened man immediately ran away so quickly that only the heels of his patent leather boots sparkled. The room finally became quiet. No one shouted. After waiting for a while, Chu Tianyun bowed and thanked Zhuo Bufang for saving Chu Xin. With a broad and polite smile, the young man asked not to thank him. They had been together at the certification, and fate had brought them together again. He simply could not pass by. Since the girl had just recovered from a serious illness, she needed rest, so the young man headed for the exit. Zhang Wen and her grandmother remained in the room. She admitted that his skills were much higher than hers, since he was able to do what she could not. Meeting such a person is a rare thing. He should not be missed for anything in the world. Xiao Kuai, with a smile, advised her granddaughter to get closer to him. This amused the girl. Just recently, her grandmother had assured her that Bufan was a very bad person and a liar. But now she wanted them to continue communicating. There was nothing to say to this. The woman coughed and quietly said that everything had changed a lot. And who knew that Zhuo had such a brilliant store of knowledge? The next day, Zhuo Shanshan invited her older brother to a student corporate party so that he could have a good time with her there. It wasn't that the young man was particularly against it. He was even glad to spend the evening with his beloved little sister. But the feeling that something would happen again didn't leave him. The hall was quite crowded. Not only pupils and students had gathered, but also professors had come to have a few drinks and relax. Already at the entrance, Shan Shan was able to spot her acquaintances and friends in this huge crowd. Unlike his sister, Bufan didn't look so happy. His face turned pale. The young man also noticed some of his acquaintances, whom he never wanted to see anywhere in his life. Kang Ning and his boss, Qin Xiliang, approached them closely, telling them how diligently they had arranged this corporate event in order to lure Bufan out. It was a plan to gather with the people under his command and take revenge for the shame that Xilian had suffered. The four were immediately surrounded by a whole crowd of men in suits, leaving no escape route. The fear in Shan Shan's chest grew stronger and stronger as she realized what was happening around her. And this made her even more afraid. Tears welled up in her eyes, but her worry for her brother was much stronger. And despite all her fear, the girl asked him to run away and let them take it out on her. Since this situation had initially arisen because of her, Zhuo Bufang patted his little sister's head to calm her down a little. He wasn't worried at all. With his strength gradually recovering and growing, he can easily deal with these people. Such confident words made Xilian laugh. He prepared something else for his family, and his faithful dog Ning ordered it to be released. The next second, a dog stepped onto the floor with a heavy and huge paw, and at the mere sight of it, the people who came with Mr. Qin were frightened. The mouth was simply enormous. The dog was breathing heavily and growling angrily. Apparently, he was often deliberately set on it. There was a scar from a claw on the mastiff's face, and the handler was struggling to keep the dog on a leash. He really looked more like a monster than a simple animal. Such a large dog could easily kill a person. And besides, it is quite difficult to find, and making it so angry and thirsty for blood is even more difficult. It turned out that Kang Ning's father's friend had brought this mastiff. He is one of the 100 strongest fighting dogs in the world and is capable of killing an entire pack of wolves in an instant, single-handedly. According to rumors, this modified breed of dog can remove half of a person's body with vinegar alone. With a sly smile, Kang Ning advised his boss not to let this monster off the leash, otherwise there would be trouble. But this was exactly what Qin Xiliang wanted to do. The very next minute, the huge fighting mastiff was completely unleashed. No one was holding him, and the dog could attack anyone he saw in front of his eyes. All those strong and scary men who came here to fight scattered like mice from a cat when the dog handler couldn't hold the chain. The only people left standing in the hall were Qin Xilian, his faithful dog, a mastiff, Zhuo Bufang, who chuckled softly at such childish games, and Zhuo Shan. Feeling his superiority and enormous power, Lord Qin ordered a huge dog, as tall as a man, to attack his enemy. With a loud, ferocious roar, the animal rushed into battle, opening its mouth to bite. Watching this, Kang Ning and Siliang were grinning from ear to ear, their faces filled with anticipation as the dog tore Bufan apart with its powerful jaws. The immortal master's body erupted in scarlet spiritual flames, forming a large skull. There was a fire burning in his eyes. The young man exuded dominance and danger. He shouted the order to sit. Any animal that felt this power on itself would not be able to resist. The mastiff landed on his paws and was momentarily confused. Hearing the order and seeing the threat in the man in front of him, a loud laugh echoed through the hall. Qin and his accomplice mocked Bufan, certain that such a dog would never obey an order, and it was difficult to read the animal's emotions because of its stern face. While the boys were sure that their opponent had gone crazy to so boldly stroke the head of a cruel killer, Zhuo was establishing contact with the mastiff. The very next second, the cruel predator fell on his back and, with a satisfied look, opened his belly to the hero. The dog wagged his tail cheerfully and resembled a puppy. He no longer posed a threat to Bufan and Shan. On the contrary, he considered them friends. Silian and Kang Ning's jaws dropped. They couldn't believe what they saw with their own eyes. The huge fighting dog resembled a stupid husky. The panic subsided a little. People began to gather around them again and discuss how easily Zhuo Bufang subdued the mastiff. It was true love at first sight. Almost in one nasty voice, the leader of the gang and his subordinate shouted, ordering the young man to release their dog. The young man really liked this request and he smiled slyly. It was just a wonderful idea. Pointing to the two idiots, he ordered the attack dog to teach them a lesson, literally setting the animal on its own master. The mastiff's eyes lit up with bloodlust. He growled and immediately began to carry out the order. He didn't need to be told twice. A huge dog the size of a man, and with strength greater than that of a pack of wolves, rushed towards Silian and Kang Ning, making them hesitate and doubt whether to run away. Before they had time to come to their senses or even move away, the mastiff, with burning eyes, jumped on them. A real fight for life ensued. The dog bit the young people and they screamed and called Uncle Can for help. A man appeared out of nowhere, jumped into the air, and directed a stream of spiritual energy at his own dog. The beam hit the unfortunate animal straight in the head, knocking it off its paws and stunning it. The force of the blow sent the dog flying right under Zhuo Bufang's feet, without immediately losing consciousness. For some time, the poor fellow breathed heavily and trembled, lying on the floor with his tongue hanging out. But just a minute later, the dog died practically in the arms of Shan, who had crouched down next to it, and tears welled up in the girl's eyes. Bufan sat down next to his new friend and stroked the mastiff's muzzle. Death brought relief. Now he could sleep peacefully, and the young man would take revenge for his hard life. But the head of the Khan family didn't perceive this as a tragedy at all. For him, it was just an ordinary animal whose life was worth nothing. He died and died. There was nothing to be sad about. Such a scum of society was unfamiliar with empathy, and therefore he did not understand why anyone would take revenge for an ordinary dog. Zhuo Bufang, barely able to control himself, quietly replied that he really wasn't human. But despite this, he was much more humane than all those people who were now standing in front of him. They were worse than dogs. With tears in his eyes, Ning crawled to his father and began to cry about how badly he had been hurt, and that he had to take revenge on Fan for it. Siliang supported his friend. He also wanted to get rid of the boy through Uncle Kang's hands, and even promised to give up one share of the Qin family's port profits. This was a great opportunity for Kang Yuman that he simply couldn't refuse. The man released his energy for battle. One share of the port is worth several million wing, and to get such a huge profit, all you had to do was teach one boy a lesson. Tang Yuming was a member of the Su Province Martial Alliance, whose strength was comparable to a B-rank super ability. Even Uncle Qin, who had recently been defeated by Zhuo Bufang, would be unable to do anything to the man. The young people were confident that their enemy was finished. Everyone present at the corporate party knew how strong Mr. Can was, but no one knew about Bufan's abilities or his rank in the Union, so no one doubted that he would die today. Even Shan was starting to worry about her brother, but the young man reassured her that even if he had to fight with this whole crowd, he wouldn't even get tired. Such confident words made Kang Yuming laugh. He decided to give the boy a head start and allowed him to attack first and deliver 3 blows. It was an unheard-of generosity, simply screaming that the man was confident of his victory. Many would have long since been begging on their knees for mercy, but for Zhuo Bufang, this was the most tempting of all the invitations. He usually dealt with opponents in one blow, but here he had three. The guy even asked if the elder was really sure, to which he received an approving answer. With a wide smile, Kang continued speaking. He was too absorbed in his speech and did not notice Zhuo Bufang approaching. The young man swung, delivered the first of 3 blows, and did not allow the man to finish his thought. The impact sent Yuman flying a couple of meters and breaking the table, knocking over snacks, drinks, and jugs onto the floor. It was so unexpected that everyone who was in the hall at that moment turned pale. The young people didn't even notice at what moment Bufan got so close. Giving 3 hits was a mistake. The opponent didn't value his life at all, since he decided to let the immortal cultivator deal so many blows. Having risen with difficulty, the man immediately started shouting about how dishonest the guy had acted and that he was not following the fighting ethics. Of course, Bufan had heard of this, but due to his long absence from Earth, he was not closely acquainted with her and did not understand what exactly human meant. The whole problem was that the man gave him 3 blows according to ethics, and the young man attacked covertly, not giving his opponent a chance to react properly. It was unfair. Standing nearby, Kang Ning and Qin Siliang supported the elder, and also began to accuse Bufan of not adhering to fighting ethics. This all only seemed more like child's play to the master, but he decided to play along and promised to wait until Kang Yuming got ready, and only then attack. The opportunity was immediately taken advantage of. The man jumped to his feet and assumed a pose to activate one of his most powerful techniques. With a wave of his hand, the senior master summoned lightning bolts, which immediately took the form of sharp claws on his hands. It was a famous lightning whip technique. Everyone in Suzhou knew about it, and no one had ever escaped death from such an attack. Kang Yuming kicked off from the ground and rushed towards Zhuo Bufang, swinging his spiritual whips made of pure electricity. The man's eyes burned with a thirst for revenge and self-confidence. He already felt the taste of victory and the joy of complete retribution. However, this electric whip was too showy, and what's more, it didn't impress the 300-year-old martial artist at all. The young man thrust his hands up in a sharp motion, erecting a barrier whose power was capable of completely severing any magic or energy. When the lightning struck the shield, the 2 opposing energies repelled each other. The resistance was so strong that it caused quite serious internal wounds to Yuman. The barrier threw the man aside with force. He flew very far and fell to the floor from a great height. No one could believe that the strongest man in the city was defeated so easily, and the one who was most impressed was Yuman's son, Kang Ning. The happiest of all was Zhuo Shanshan. She shouted with pride for her older brother and admired him. The young man looked at his sister with a smile, observing her happy face until he was drawn to Kang Yuming, who had come to his senses. Blood that had accumulated in his mouth was still dripping onto his palm. The man couldn't believe that he, a member of the fighting union, had fallen from just 1 blow. To Bufan, he was just a pitiful member of the alliance with a B-level strength. There was nothing to praise himself for. Even if he were the main teacher of this union, he still had to kneel before it. Seeing the immortal cultivator getting closer and closer to him, the man became frightened and screamed, reminding himself of his fighting ethics. With great difficulty, the wounded master managed to crawl away a short distance, but he could no longer move. Then Zhuo Bufang swung his leg. He didn't care about any ethics at all. The young man simply wanted to get this man out of his sight as quickly as possible. The blow was incredibly strong, so much so that the man flew through the ceiling high into the sky. Even without spiritual energy, the master was physically strong. Kang Ning ran closer, screaming in fear. He was very worried about his father who was sent flying. The experience was so intense that the boy didn't even notice Bufan approaching him from behind. This little wretch had gotten to him so much these days that the young man with joy and pleasure threw his son into the sky after his father. Now it was Qin Silian's turn to answer for his actions. The young man addressed him quite calmly. Sensing danger, the young gentleman immediately began to shout, saying how important and powerful his family was, and that he would greatly regret it if he got involved with them. To Silian's surprise and fear, Bufan didn't care at all who he was or whose son he was. Fear completely overshadowed common sense. The young man almost fell to his knees. He begged to be let go and admitted his defeat, but it was already too late. He had already managed to greatly anger the immortal cultivator. Zhuo Bufang swung his sword and hit young Master Qin with such force that his vision darkened. The scream pierced everyone present. It was deafening and desperate. The young man rolled on the floor and cried in pain. The blow could have left Cillian unable to bear children, and the Qin family would never see another generation again. Xianxian came closer to her brother. She also knew that this scum's family was the most influential in the city, and therefore she was afraid that the young man would suffer greatly because of this. But she was the only one who was afraid. Bufan was not worried at all. From this day on, the main family in the city would be another. Taking Qin Cillian by the collar of his jacket, the young man walked out of the banquet hall, and the girl hurried after him. In response to his sister's question, Zhuo shared his intention to eliminate future consequences related to the Xiliang family. At this time, in the Qin family villa, the head of the house was leisurely watering the colorful flowers in one of the flower beds on his plot. One of the servants came to him, but the man already knew perfectly well that his wayward son had taken the mastiff and gone off to play pranks. This behavior had long angered the head of Qin, but he could hardly do anything. This guy was no longer a child, and it was too late to raise him. All he knew was to constantly create problems for his own family. And if he angered the powerful people this time, it would be very difficult to do anything. While the servant was smilingly assuring that no one would dare harm Cillian, the entrance to the house's garden was literally knocked down. Security was called at that very moment. It was necessary to protect the head of the family at all costs, because who broke in and why was unknown. But people with good intentions don't break down doors. A crowd of bodyguards gathered around the broken and shattered wooden pieces that had once been doors. The dust slowly settled, and from behind the wall of smoke, Zhuo Bufang emerged with a gloomy expression, calling for the head of the Qin family to come face to face with him. Pushing his men aside, the man calmly stepped forward and asked the reason for such a rude invasion of his private territory. The question amused the young man, and with a smile he threw Qin Cillian right at his father's feet, advising him to find out all the answers to his questions from him. The guy, with dog-scarred clothes and bruises on his face, couldn't even stand up because of the injury to his groin from the hero's blow. He looked really bad. The father sat down on his knees and lifted his son, asking what was wrong with him and how he felt. With tears in his eyes, Cillian pointed at Bufan with a trembling hand, saying that it was he who beat him like that, and that it was he who was to blame for everything that happened to him. Zhuo listened with a satisfied smile to the story of how he had beaten this man and deprived their family of any chance for future offspring. This was enough for Mr. Qin to shout at the intruder and threaten him with death for crippling his eldest son. In Zhuo Bufang's opinion, Xiliang had merely lost his ability to reproduce, but his beloved younger sister had lost her chance for a decent, good rest. So the guy had gotten off easy. These words were the last straw for Qin's leader. He shouted and ordered his men to deal with the scoundrel. Several trained men attacked the student, accusing him of harming their young master. But he was too much for them. Zhuo Bufang sent them packing with a loud cry, releasing energy and throwing people aside without any movement. The well-trained men fell to the ground a few meters from the intruder, unable to get close to him. The head of the family was speechless. He could not believe what had just happened before his eyes. These were the main guards of the Qin family. No one had ever been able to resist them in any way. If this was truly the elite of the most important and high-ranking family in Chuzhou, then Bufang would definitely become a celebrity today. Carefully lowering his wounded son to the ground, Mr. Qin slowly rose to his feet and warned the young man to stop in time. He may think he's strong, but he can't handle the large number of people from the Qin family. They have hundreds of millions of dollars in wealth, and the whole city works for them. Using his connections, the man thought he could easily eliminate the young man who had decided to single-handedly take on a huge clan. But he didn't expect that Zhuo Bufang wouldn't be alone that day. There was another uninvited guest hiding behind the tree's shadow. Zhang Xiaoqui's grandmother came out into the garden, and Zhang Huan stood next to her, both of them ready to take the young man's side. Chu Tianyun followed her out with his assistant. After Bufan saved their daughter, the Chu family was always ready to protect the young man. It was a completely unexpected turn of events for father and son. Some of the influential people in Chuzhou after the Qin family stood by Zhuo Bufang's side and looked quite serious. If the Qin family continues to threaten the hero, Grandma Zhang will ensure that neither her students, nor her friends, nor any doctor in the city will accept them. The Chu family cut off all communication with Qin Kaiwen and his family. And if he touched Bufang, Tianyun promised to use all his strength to destroy the Qin clan. The Qin clan's status and connections did not frighten these people at all. Zhuo Bufang's will was their will. The hero's face at that moment was difficult to describe. The selfish motives of these people were too obvious. Qin Kaiwen had no other choice. He warned Chu Tianyun and Zhang Xiaoqui that he would drive their families out of Chuzhou. After these words, Bufang joined in. He couldn't remember who gave this man the right to drive people out of the city. The fact that he has the largest clan in the city does not give him this right. It is time to change the main family of Shuzhou. The guy's audacity and impudence were simply unheard of and angered the head of Qin even more. He shouted that if it weren't for his defenders, he would have died long ago. Since he's so cool, he can confidently show what he's capable of. Zhuo Bufang smiled and showed with his whole appearance that he was open to any attacks. It was literally an invitation to a duel. The man's eyes lit up with a thirst for revenge. Turning to the servant, Qin Kaiwen ordered that several respected martial artists who served their family be invited here. Zhang Xiaokui and Chu Tianyun, who came after Bufang, became a sort of advisor to the young man, telling him to be careful, because the Qin family's servants were quite powerful. Before Ms. Zhang could finish her sentence, the young man interrupted her with a gentle gesture. All their advice was useless. Today, Bufang was in the right mood and he wanted to beat up the entire Qin family. Very soon, the elderly men, Qin Kaiwen's servants, arrived. They were usually called when something serious happened, so the men hurried. If they were invited, it meant the enemy was really strong. One of the old men boasted that they had learned a new technique, and his friend warned them to be careful not to destroy the house. The Qin family had fighters with B-level superpowers, and one of these gentlemen would soon reach A-level. Now it was completely clear why the Qin clan became the main one in the city. They hid strong warriors who came into play at difficult moments. Qin Kaiwen pointed at Zhuo Bufang and asked the revered masters to kill him for crippling his son. Just looking at these three people made one feel disappointed. If this was the Qin family's trump card, then today they could be crossed off the list of famous clans. Such words were too offensive. The masters immediately began to defend themselves and came to the decision to use a new joint attack. The streams of three energies merged into one large ball of magic. The spell was indeed quite powerful for an ordinary person. Very soon, this spiritual energy took the form of a huge palm, reminiscent of Zhuo Bufang's spell. Only in their case, it took as many as 3 people. The magic was quite heavy for them, but this did not stop the men from attacking the young man with furious zeal. A purple glowing palm flew straight at the young student, but he didn't even move aside. Everyone who had come for Bufang moved back a little and from a safe place shouted to their friend to be careful. The same cannot be said about Qin's father and son. They smiled and did not hide their glee, rejoicing at the young man's impending death. But for Zhuo Bufang, such a trick was just a child's play. He raised his hand to demonstrate the true power of Mount Taishan. A bright golden light broke through the clouds, magic flew in the air. Even a person without skills felt that something huge was coming. The next minute, the enormous Mount Taishan loomed over the entire mansion. The faces of the 3 masters were distorted with horror. They screamed and hurried to escape while they were still alive and able to walk. But the men didn't have time to move away. Bufang lowered his hand and, following the order, the mountain began to fly down. A huge glowing piece of earth and rocks flew at high speed straight towards the Qin family mansion. After hitting the ground, a wave of dust and smoke rose up, and the fall fell right on the spot where Qin Kaiwen's secret fighters were standing. Using the power of the mountains, the young man destroyed his opponents, and to protect his allies from the blast wave, he concentrated all his power in the opposite direction. But Qin Kaiwen didn't care. He covered his face with his hands and coughed because of the smoke and dust, trying to figure out what exactly had just happened. Only after some time did he manage to open his eyes, but what the head of the family saw plunged him into deep shock. In the hole that was formed by the impact, old men lay in only their underwear. It was not only a crushing defeat, but also a humiliating moment. With one blow, Zhuo Bufang was able to deal with Shuzhou's best fighters. Kaiwen had no chance, and his allies urged him to submit. It was not only humiliating, but also very painful for Mr. Qin, because his family had remained great for hundreds of years. The man had another chance to take revenge and defend the clan's honor. His eldest son, Qin Aosan, was the highest mentor in the martial alliance, and his strength was comparable to that of level A. This did not frighten Zhuo Bufang. He smiled and said to call Aosan right away, so that the entire Qin family would completely lose all hope. The faith in his son was so strong that Qin Kaiwen couldn't even think rationally. He called his son to call him right now. The whole situation was becoming more and more amusing, especially for Bufang's allies, since they knew that the young man was a general of the fighting union. The Shuzhou Union Hall was in full swing, but Qin Aosan couldn't help but answer his father's call and agreed to come home immediately. It turned out that his mentor was that very same lamb man, Liu Yun. The young man briefly reported that his house had been attacked and asked to let him go. He couldn't leave his student in that situation, so he said that he would go with him and help him, and then they would discuss Aosan's participation in the competition. Less than an hour later, the young martial artist arrived and walked quickly through the ruined gates, shouting to his father that he was back. The father rushed to his eldest son, grabbing him by the shoulders and began to tell him everything that had happened. Pointing at Zhuo Bufang, he began shouting about how this man had crippled his younger brother and killed elite fighters. The man's intense agitation was very noticeable, but the boy hastened to calm him down, assuring him that since he had returned, the death of the family's enemy was near. Since he was from a fighting alliance, Bufan expected that Aosan would first find out the truth, assess the situation, and only then dispense justice if he deemed it necessary. But for the heir of the Qin clan, the main law was his own family, so the rules of the union now played absolutely no role. The main thing was revenge. In the eyes of one of his best followers, Bufan was nothing but an empty nobody, deserving neither mercy nor forgiveness. Qin Aosan vowed to kill the young man himself first, and then to exterminate his entire pod down to the last man. Who would have thought that a member of the fighting alliance could deteriorate so much? Zhuo had no choice but to kill him. The last words finally infuriated the young man. He swung his fist and put all his strength and rage into the blow. This was Aosan's best move, an icy wild strike. No one had ever been able to resist or even reflect this ability. An ice wolf formed from the spiritual energy. It opened its mouth and flew straight at Zhuo Bufan, as if it really wanted to bite. The immortal master, who had gone through 300 years of practice, considered such use of energy to be wrong and wasteful. He thrust his hand, engulfed in energy, forward, right in front of the open mouth, and commanded Aosan's technique to dissipate. The unstoppable flow of magic flew towards its target, without turning or slowing down. Two powerful forces collided with each other, and the ice began to shatter into pieces, disintegrating. The collision created a strong wind with dust, and the shockwave completely covered the allies. The strong gust made it difficult to open my eyes. I had to cover my face with my hands to protect myself from the sharp, icy chips, but it was practically impossible to see right away who emerged victorious. We had to wait until the smoke screen cleared. It was obvious to Qin Kaiwan that his son had won, and all that was left of Zhuo Bufang was a frail corpse. A voice came from behind the dust, causing the man to panic in a second. Bufan's figure was holding Aosan's figure by the throat. It was very difficult to watch the eldest son being strangled. The man screamed, not believing what was happening before his eyes. In truth, his favorite son from the fighting union was quite the weakling, especially for Bufan. Immediately, more people from the union appeared, wards whose mentor was Aosan. They shouted threats and demanded that the elder be released, but their pathetic insults and attempts to attack were a waste of time. The young man threw Qin's eldest son straight into the crowd of fighters. 5 young and strong warriors were literally swept off their feet by the body of their older comrade. Standing to the side, Zhang Huan, Zhang Xiaokui, and Chu Tianyun were completely delighted. They supported Bufang and praised the youth's strength. Kaiwan's legs buckled and he slowly backed away, unable to believe that his son was no match for this man. It had become too obvious that their family would die today, and now he could face reality. But he could not believe it or come to terms with it. Qin Silian crawled with difficulty anywhere, just to hide and save himself from death. He really didn't want to die, but fortunately for the Qin family, not all was lost yet. Aosan stood up with difficulty, trying to calm his family. He called for help from a master from the martial union, a master so strong and respected that he should definitely be able to deal with Bufan. It was very clever, so much so that the father immediately began to be proud of his boy for such a move. The invited assistant was a special-level master, Commander Liu Yun, who was currently outside, waiting to be called. This was very interesting, so much so that Zhuo Bufang could not resist asking if he had heard correctly the name of the person Qin Aosan had called. The family members thought he asked because he was afraid that such a strong man would not spare him. But they had no idea how wrong they were. Grandmother Xiao Kui came closer to the young man. She was very worried about him and wanted him to leave here as soon as possible before it was too late. But she was immediately reassured, because it was the Qin family who would be kneeling and begging for forgiveness today. The young man's words greatly amused the wounded Aosan. Such self-confidence in the face of death was very amusing. Turning towards the entrance, the young man screamed at the top of his voice, calling for the commander's help. At that very moment, a man entered the garden of the Qin family mansion and personally presented Zhuo Bufang with the position of general. Strength and power were literally blazing within him. Liu Yun looked stern, and in a commanding tone called out to the one who dared to offend the Qin clan. The slain warriors of the Union saw such a high-ranking person for the first time in their lives, and they had no doubt that death awaited Bufan. Almost all the family members began to shout in one voice that this young man was an enemy who had crippled them and trampled the dignity of the entire clan. A smug smile appeared on Liu Yun's face. He was confident in himself and already felt the taste of easy victory. But as soon as he turned around, Zhuo Bufang greeted his old acquaintance with a slight smile. The master didn't even try to contain his emotions. He jumped up in surprise and his jaw dropped to the floor. This was definitely an unexpected meeting. After their last battle, he would never have asked for a fight with General Bufan on his own, and now he didn't even know how best to respond. Before the man could say anything, Commander Zhuo stepped forward and addressed him exactly as Aosan had always called him. Surely the mentor really wanted to teach the young man a lesson, but Liu Yun became very nervous and began to justify himself by saying that if he had only known right away who he would be fighting, he would not have come here. Zhuo Bufang began to scold the man very strictly for the fact that Qin Aoseng had used the alliance's power for personal gain, and he had contributed to this and completely disregarded the rules. The martial alliance gave Liu Yun power, but he uses it as he pleases. The general asked why he still did not kneel before him. The adult standing in front of him was so frightened, like a schoolboy in front of his principal, that he immediately fell to his knees begging for forgiveness. For the Qin clan members present, there was only one justification for this scene. Bufan was definitely using a mind control technique. For some reason, very few people knew about the appointment of a new general, as neither Kaiwan nor Aosan knew that there was a young commander in the alliance. With great difficulty and holding on to the vase, Qin Siliang rose to his feet. He couldn't believe that Liu Yun wasn't joking. On trembling legs, he approached the commander and began to motivate him, telling him not to disgrace himself and to get rid of Zhuo Bufang as soon as possible. After these words, the man slowly rose from his knees. The youngest son of the Qin family already thought that now everything would be as they hoped. But, to the great surprise of everyone present, Liu Yun gave the young man a strong and resounding slap, ordering him to shut up. It was a huge shock. Qin Kaiwan and Qin Aosan screamed in excitement for their son and brother. Qin Siliang deserved this treatment for daring to question Commander Zhuo's rank. If Zhuo Bufang hadn't helped at the assessment, everyone who was there would have certainly died. So the military alliance appointed the young man as supreme general. Hearing this, all the young fighters immediately began to scold the Qin family. Some even disowned them. But Qin Aosan did not give up. He did not believe the teacher's words as easily as his allies, and demanded proof. To end all this once and for all and to finally force the Qin clan to submit, Zhuo Bufang threw at them the sign created and given to him by the Union. Even the real and obviously genuine order did not satisfy the young man. He only became even more angry when he caught it. The moment has finally come when the Qin family will understand who is really right here. Seeing the symbol on the medal, Aosan's eyes widened. It was simply unheard of for Bufan to actually be better than him. It dawned on him that he was in the minority. It wasn't just some Zhuo Bufang against his family anymore, but Mentor Liu, the Chu family, the Zhang family, and the entire martial alliance. Despair fueled the young man's rage. He screamed at the top of his lungs that everyone around him was definitely deceiving him. Gathering his last strength, Aosan rushed at Bufan, swinging his fist at him even without magic. This was the last straw for General Zhuo's patience. He had already been too merciful to this man, but he had asked for it. Before Aosan could even touch Bufan, the young man thrust his hand forward and a powerful stream of spiritual energy struck him straight in the head. The next second, the young man fell to his knees before the immortal master. Life left the body, and the boy fell to the ground, and even breathing could no longer be heard. Qin Kaiwan rushed to his son, calling his name and hoping to the last that he would be answered. Having lifted the young man from the ground, the man cried over him and blamed himself for everything. If only he had known how everything would turn out, he would never have gotten involved with Zhuo Bufang. While the father mourned his son, the brother crawled away in terror, hoping that he could be saved. But before he could crawl away even a few meters, someone stepped on his head and stopped him. It was the height of naivety to seriously believe that anyone would let him escape. And when the boy realized this, he began to admit his guilt in the hope that he would be spared. After this, Liu Yun turned to Commander Zhuo and asked what to do next and what orders he would receive. The young man turned around and walked away, saying before leaving that the main culprits needed to be gotten rid of and the innocent ones left alive. And also that neither he nor anyone else would ever hear of this family's presence in Chuzhou again. Commander Liu bowed, promising to carry out all orders as soon as possible. The people who came here to support him silently watched the great master leave. In such a short time, he had destroyed a prestigious family and was so powerful that it seemed as if Bufan could solve any problem. Once outside the Qin family's territory, Shan Shan met her brother and hugged him, praising his strength and new status as a general. Now no one would dare touch her anymore. The girl could calmly go to classes and have fun. The main thing was not to forget to study well. But before they could leave, Liu Yun ran out of the courtyard and shouted, trying to stop Zhuo Bufang. This was already starting to bother the young man. He thought that something had happened, and so he frowned, mentally preparing himself. But things weren't that bad. Now that Qinao Song was gone, there was no one left to participate in the upcoming competition in Chuzhou. There was no problem with that. Bufan smiled and said that he would be staying here for a while, so he wouldn't mind helping the union out a little. This was great news. Tomorrow afternoon, the young man would have to come to the Chuzhou Martial Association, and in exchange, Liu Yun would have to keep his status a secret. The next day, Zhuo Bufang came to the main hall with Master Liu. Opposite sat one of the members of the Combat Association Council, Mr. Hu, who looked with curiosity at the young man whom the Union commander had welcomed with him. At first glance, the young man looked very ordinary. It seemed that he had no strength, but it was not up to Mr. Hu to decide whether he had the strength or not. Everything would become obvious when the competition began. Jing Yuqian joined their conversation and asked Bufang if he belonged to any martial arts school, or if he had a famous master in his family. The immortal cultivator honestly admitted that his teacher was not on this planet, and he himself did not come from a family of masters, but they didn't understand him. The man decided that this young man's master had died, which meant that he was unlikely to have achieved great results during the time he had been studying. This time, Liu Xuandao's grandson, Liu Honglian, wants to stir up trouble in the fighting circle, and the man he brought is too weak to withstand even one blow. Despite the mistrust from his colleagues, Liu Yun was confident in the strength of the general of the martial union. Compared to him, everyone in this room was a dud. His words did not convince anyone, and Mr. Hu decided to take advantage of the situation, question the union's position, and push through his family. This was a good chance for his grandson, Hu Bo, to show off and prove that he was much stronger and better than Liu Yun's men. In the old man's opinion, his grandson would at least not disgrace the association, unlike the union and Zhuo Bufang, who looked as if he couldn't withstand even one blow. Mr. Ma spoke next and invited his grandson. He was not going to give in. Ma Zhenyong entered the hall, bowed and greeted the elderly masters present with a smile. Old man Liu decided to join in the general pride for his grandchildren and invited his granddaughter. A young girl came out from behind a column and greeted all her acquaintances with a smile. All these young people were outstanding talents of the association, and they showed great results at a fairly early age. But from all these talents, only one had to be chosen who could protect them all from the Liu family. Even if this Liu Honglian is at least a little bit of a good and cool warrior, he still won't be able to defeat the Union fighters. At these words, a red-haired young man entered the room and said with contempt that everyone gathered here was just a pile of trash. The elderly masters were very shocked. They thought there was still time, and they never expected to see Honglian right now. Hubo was the one who was most hurt by Liu's grandson's words, and the young man stepped forward, calling his opponent arrogant. A nasty smile appeared on the young man's face, and he clarified that he didn't consider anyone in particular to be trash, but rather everyone who was part of the fighting association. With these words, the impudent young man walked into the center of the hall, eagerly awaiting a reaction. The answer was not long in coming. People jumped to their feet and began shouting at Liu Honglian, scolding him for his insults. The fun only grew. The young man beckoned with his finger with a smile. He was already impatient to start fighting. 3 outstanding grandsons of the association's top masters, the very same representatives from Chuzhou who would oppose him, attracted attention. Liu Honglian urged them to attack together to quickly settle the matter, which hurt Hubo's pride, and he decided that he could deal with the insolent man alone. The energy in his body increased his physical strength. The young man swung and rushed at the enemy, but Hu was unable to attack. As soon as he approached, Liu immediately hit him in the face. The blow was so strong that the tall and strong young man flew several meters, as if he weighed only 50 kilograms. All the people present in the hall ran towards Hu's grandson. It was simply unthinkable that Brother Bo would be killed with one blow. Fighting each one in turn was too long. Liu Honglian didn't want to waste time and continued to insist that they all attack together. Finally, it was heard. Ma Zhenyun and Liu Cho stepped forward and activated their techniques. Their courage was truly admirable, but unfortunately it was not enough to repel Honglian's attacks. A powerful wave of magic erupted from the wave of his hand, knocking two young men off their feet at once. They fell a couple of meters from the intruder, and even in that position it was hard for them to accept their defeat. Liu Honglian stood above them and laughed loudly. These kids from Shuzhou were so weak that they couldn't even withstand one blow from him. With his behavior and insolence, he disgraced the name of the fighting association. But they could do nothing. There was nothing to be done. Zhuo Bufang sighed heavily and stood up, taking control of the situation as usual. Actually, today he just wanted to watch, but he was left with no other choice, and the young man calmly went out one-on-one with Liu. None of the people who came to this meeting were happy about this event. Everyone, without exception, thought that Bufang would disgrace Shuzhou, even though the association's top disciples had just fallen from a single blow. Even Liu Honglian himself believed that the guy was no match for him, although he respected him for his courage in going into battle. But if he kneels down and begs for forgiveness, Honglian promises to consider sparing Bufang. The young man's vileness and insolence crossed all boundaries, and the martial arts master decided to teach him a good lesson instead of his parents. Such loud statements greatly angered Liu Honglian. He drew his sword and rushed at Zhuo Bufang with the weapon, wanting to kill him. Everyone in the hall was sure that blood would be spilled, but the hero easily stopped the sword with just 2 fingers. Young Master Lu's eyes widened. He was in deep shock, because he had never seen anyone stop a weapon with their bare hands. As soon as Bufang ordered the young man to kneel down, the force of his words pressed Honglian to the ground. The strength of the master's spiritual energy made it difficult for the boy to raise his head or lift his body off the floor. The mere fact that Zhuo had no mentor and looked like a student already gave the public the impression that he was weak, and that everything that was happening resembled a dream. And only Liu Yun smiled and thought to himself about how lucky the union was to have the young man as an ally. Without him, they would have been disgraced throughout Shuzhou. Honglian, shaking from the stress and humiliation, threatened through clenched teeth that his grandfather would take revenge on Zhuo Bufang for his grandson. But he still had a long way to go before he became a hero. And the immortal master decided to take pity on the boy and promised to spare him if he would kneel for an hour. Such a kind gesture from the noble Bufang was not appreciated. Liu Honglian immediately jumped to his feet, grabbed his sword and attacked from behind. This was pure meanness and a disregard for military honor. The sword blade passed straight through the body, and the young man standing in front of him disappeared into thin air. It was just a spiritual hologram. At that very second, Bufang appeared behind Honglian. The guy didn't even have time to react or turn around. The palm hovered over the young man's head, and before he could finish his sentence, Zhuo Bufang ordered him to die. The crowd there was in complete shock. The young man had barely arrived before he had already done his work, killed Liu Xuandao's grandson, and found a new enemy for the fighting alliance. Jing Yuqian jumped up from his seat. He was incredibly frightened by Zhuo Bufang's strength and the fact of Liu Honglian's death. This behavior made the hero very angry. At first they despised him based on his appearance, but now, as soon as he showed his strength, everyone was trembling with fear in front of him. How could they be called the best fighters in Shuzhou? At first, Jing wanted to scold the young man for his complacency, but then he decided to simply warn him that Liu Xuandao, the chief martial artist, would soon arrive and deal with Bufang. These statements did not frighten the young master at all. He was confident that he had done the right thing and believed that Mr. Liu was a wise man. Otherwise, he would have to kill him too. Footsteps were heard from the entrance to the hall. Xuandao heard Zhuo's words and loudly asked who was so brave that he wanted to kill him. The people who came to the meeting hurried to hide as quickly as possible, so as not to fall under the hot hand of this man when he saw his grandson. Just a minute later, this is what happened. The elderly master noticed Honglian lying on the floor without a trace of life in his body. The man squatted down and carefully lifted the boy, calling his name several times, but there was no answer. Realizing that the boy would never wake up again, the old man jumped to his feet and shouted that he would kill the culprit for his grandson. Zhuo Bufang stepped forward and calmly said that he was the one who killed Liu Honglian. These words finally broke the man. Tears started flowing from his eyes, and his hand automatically reached for the sword. Still remaining calm, the young man asked if he didn't want to know the reason for what happened, and if it was his grandson's fault. But there was nothing to talk about here. Liu Xuandao was completely confident that his grandson was always right, even if the whole world ended up wrong. A powerful spiritual energy burst out immediately as the heavy two-handed sword was drawn, and many people present felt the best from this power. He was the same as his grandson, who despised everyone, did not value life, and would eventually be killed by someone anyway. But no matter what Bufan said, Liu Xuandao didn't hear him. He could only think about how he would kill him and take revenge. Smiling, Zhuo Bufang waved his hand and summoned a huge, incredibly sized spirit sword behind his back. The man's confidence never wavered. He was too overconfident and consumed by a thirst for revenge. A powerful blood strike was aimed at the youth, but he did not flinch and waved his hand, directing his spiritual blade to counterattack. With one blow, Bufang shattered Liu Xuandao's sword blade into tiny pieces. The man couldn't believe his eyes. He, the greatest martial arts master, could not lose to some boy. Zhuo Bufang's sword didn't stop there. It continued to move, getting closer and closer to the old man. The collision was so powerful that the explosion of energy blinded everyone, filling the hall with a bright white light. To his surprise, Liu Xuandao was still alive, standing on the large sword mark on the floor without moving, quietly asking what technique the young man had used. Zhuo Bufang said in a loud voice that it was the heavenly fracture technique. There was no longer any strength left to hold on. The elderly man fell to the floor, dropping the remains of the sword from his hands. The top martial artist in Shuzhou was killed, and if people hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. In this stunned crowd, Liu Yun stood with a satisfied smile. Now everyone knew that Zhuo Bufang was invincible, and no one could compare to him. When everything had calmed down, the young man turned around and sternly asked if there was anyone else who doubted his powers, and immediately odes of praise and vows of loyalty poured out. At the back of the crowd, the elders of the association stood in complete shock, and then Liu Yun asked if it was time to change the leader. If Jing Yuqian is as afraid of difficulties as head of Jin, then he has no prospects for promotion. The old man immediately stepped forward and bowed. Although Master Zhuo was very young, he was very strong. We must at least maintain a good relationship with him if he suddenly did not want to become the head of Shuzhou. Mr. Ma and Mr. Liu, who were standing nearby, thought the same thing. They hoped that Bufan would not refuse them and would help them become the best in the union. Everyone who was in the hall at that moment began to beg the young man to become their leader. They really needed such a strong and incredible person. A bunch of sly people, they just laughed at him and humiliated him, and now they praise and pray to him. But they were disappointed. Zhuo Bufang turned around and coldly declared that he had no intention of becoming their leader. It was so unexpected that most of the fighters froze with their mouths open, wondering why he refused. For many members of the association, the offer to become the head is a great honor, but they had no idea what position Bufan holds. But before Commander Liu could reveal all his cards, a young man stopped him, shielding him with his body. According to their agreement, the youth's identity and position must remain secret. But Liu Yun almost revealed it in his joy, for which he apologized. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Jing Yuqian guessed that the young general who had recently appeared in the alliance was Bufan. It was a fiasco. Liu felt very awkward, and just like a child, he guiltily declared that it was not his fault. The man had figured it out himself. Now it became clear to everyone why the young man refused the position of head of the association in Shuzhou. He occupies a much more prestigious position. Zhuo Bufang was already quite fed up with this whole circus. He turned around and headed for the exit, since Commander Liu's task had been completed and nothing more was required of him. They had to hurry before the hero left. Jing Yuqian really wanted him to help them explore the valley. Curiosity was stronger than fatigue, and Bufan stopped, wondering what they needed. The thing was that their predecessors left them ancient books, which told about one secret valley in which they could find one ancient thing. This place is extremely dangerous and eerie, which is why the association needs Zhuo Bufan's help. And as a reward, he will receive an ancient and very valuable bracelet. The young man immediately agreed. There could be even more magical artifacts there with which he could raise his level. And the very next day, the research team set out on their journey. The entrance to the secret valley was blocked. Bufan asked why they had not yet entered inside. The whole point was that the passage was sealed. Mr. Jing invited an expert who could remove the seal. For the young man, it even sounded funny. The seal was too weak, and the fact that they had to call an expert for this says a lot. The crowd of association members dispersed, letting the elderly Master Bian go ahead. He heard the student's words, and he thought he was too impudent. The man said the seal was the strongest he had ever seen in his life, and he pointed at Bufan and forbade him from saying anything about the magic castle. It was funny to hear something like that, especially for someone like Zhuo Bufang, who could put up 100 of them in a couple of seconds. Although the young man didn't say anything, only grinned, this alone angered the master, and he shouted at the impudent man. Jing Yuqian intervened in the quarrel, explaining that the guy was a general of the military alliance and had come here to help with research. All the old man's anger vanished, and he apologized. Initially, the man wanted to use the fighter's energy to open the seal, but now he had much greater prey. It was time to open the entrance to the valley. Master Bian activated the technique of 10,000 dragons encircling the mountains, the magic of opening the seals. But this power alone was not enough. A bright symbol lay on the mountain wall, and the opening procedure began. Most of the people present were simple fighters and knew nothing about magic or seals, so for them, this spectacle was something worthy of celestials. Even for Jing Yuqian, this was a sign of true skill. He turned to the expert with a smile and asked how long the autopsy would take. Master Bian knew secretly that this would require a blood sacrifice, but he couldn't say it out loud, so he simply said with a smile that it would take him an hour. It was too long. Zhuo Bufang didn't want to wait for an hour, especially when he could handle it in a second. For members of the association, who had never encountered anything like this in their lives, it didn't sound so incredible, but rather impossible. The situation began to escalate, and Jing Yuqian began to calm Bian down so that the master would not lose his temper. But it was no use. In fact, the man wasn't angry. He was rather amused. He was glad to see how the young man would screw up. Everyone there was sure it was impossible. But to their surprise, Bufan released a rather powerful stream of spiritual energy. The emblem that the young master activated was much larger and stronger than Bian's, and this could be seen even by the most inexperienced. The old man felt a chill inside him. All his plans collapsed along with the ancient seal on the valley. Within a second, the passage to the cave collapsed, as if there had never been a castle there. It was an incredible sight. A seal that would have taken an expert an hour to remove was destroyed in less than a second. Behind the seal was a barrier placed by Master Bian's master. But even that was broken by Zhuo Bufang's power. Jing Yuqian was very happy on one hand, but on the other hand, he regretted inviting an expert when the young general could have opened the way for them himself. Now that the secret valley was open, they could finally begin exploring and searching for magical artifacts. Everything was not going according to the plan of the Dark Lord standing behind Bian, but it was too early to give up. A small magical item helped the master contact the owner, who reported to him that the victims had already entered the cave. The wave of dark energy was very small. None of the fighters felt it except for Zhuo Bufan, who had a particularly high sensitivity. At the same time, the assistant reported to the mysterious gentleman that the guests had arrived ahead of time. Bian had not been able to buy them the time they had expected, but it didn't matter. The trap seal was already ready anyway. Qing Mu calmly told them to proceed according to plan. Going a little deeper into the cave, the research team came across an ancient, suspiciously well-preserved castle. Zhuo Bufang agreed that it looked good and was not protected in any way. But it all looked too good to be true. The young man did not say that he felt dark magic inside him, so as not to disrupt the enemy's plans ahead of time. The interest was very strong. The immortal cultivator smiled and invited his entourage to go inside and explore the place. Inside the palace, there were high ceilings, and it seemed as if it was even bigger than on the outside. In the main hall, huge, untouched piles of gold, treasures, and magical items awaited them. Before Bufan could do or say anything, the fighters reached out their hands to the jewels to get their hands on as much as possible. But it was already too late. As soon as the first person took the treasure in his hands, Old Man Bian activated the trap seal. An array of things on the floor caught fire. Long, strange threads rose up and, as if alive, began to grab unarmed and surprised people. The more they were pulled to the ground, the more blood and life energy the seal sucked from their bodies. It finally became clear that Master Bian was behind everything and that he had not appeared here by chance. He created this terrible seal specifically to draw out all the blood from them for his master. In a few minutes, they would be completely devastated. When the man turned around, he saw that Bufan was standing right in the middle of the seal and didn't even grimace. The dark magic didn't bother him at all. There was a barrier around his body that was invisible to the naked eye. No seal could suck out his blood. But even if it allowed it, Bian couldn't handle even 1/3 of his entire strength. His companions' only hope lay in Zhuo Bufan. They asked him to spam their lives and deal with the traitor. Anger boiled in Bian's veins. He formed a seal with his fingers, releasing all his strength to deal with the insolent youth. Walking Dead emerged from underground. With the help of dark magic, the master could summon and control the dead. For ordinary people, it was indeed scary. But for a great immortal master, such a weak technique was simply insulting. With a wave of his hand, the young man summoned the Tai Chi technique. An inverted yin-yang and golden light filled the cave. With her help, all the spirits of the once fallen warriors submitted to the will of Zhuo Bufan, bending one knee before him. For someone like the hero, it was no problem to mirror such a basic technique. Now, Bian couldn't do anything. Still, he tried to concentrate and lure the dead back to his side. But it was all in vain. Obeying Zhuo Bufang's orders, the skeletons with swords rushed at their master, and the man could only stand defenselessly and watch. A heavy ancient sword pierced Master Bian's body, and the traitor got what he deserved. The power of the press began to decline. The members of the association were finally free, and their lives were not yet in danger. Even though the trap had been destroyed, no one had returned the blood and energy to the people. Jing rose to his feet, asking Zhuo to lead them out of here, but it was too early to leave. Old man Bian, who had lured them here, was just a pawn. Now the real main villain had to come out. And he was absolutely right. A satisfied Qing Mu emerged from the shadows and loudly applauded the young man, thanking him for the fascinating show. After this situation, everyone present was already tense. And besides, they no longer had the strength or health to resist the new enemy. Qing Mu laughed and spread his arms, saying that he and his men were the first to find this secret valley. Although they found her, they were unable to open the seal. It would have required a lot of strength, more than one person had. So they lured all these people. But Mr. Qing did not think that such a strong man as Bufan would appear among them. He promised to spare the life of the young man if he became his follower. Such impudent and self-confident words amused Zhuo Bufang. But there was no one on this planet who could become his master. Refusal meant only one thing to Qing Mu. The young man had just chosen his own death. With a wave of his hand, he ordered his 3 companions to attack Bufan and kill him. To the immortal cultivator, these 3 were just retarded animals. He didn't even give them a chance to swing his sword and immediately attacked with the Buddha palm. The golden light energy destroyed the wall of dark magic, demolishing everything in its path. It was too late to retreat anywhere. The men simply froze in place, looking at their approaching death. The palm knocked the warriors off their feet and threw them into the cave wall, causing an explosion. Zhuo Bufang not only broke the Qing Mu seal, but also used a technique of power worthy of the Celestials. The Martial Alliance could not have raised such a strong warrior. All this was beyond my comprehension. The Dark Gentleman asked directly who this young man was and where he came from. But in response, he heard only his name and nothing more. It turned out that Qing had heard this name before, and more than once, and it was Bufan who killed Lian. Now the man was completely enraged. He turned the dead accomplices into zombies with his magic, subordinating them to his will. This resurrection technique frightened everyone who was with Bufan. The members of the association had never seen such a thing in real life. Within a minute, everyone who died at the hero's hands was resurrected with a loud roar and turned into terrible monsters. The spell that was cast on them during their lifetime made them invulnerable after death. But even this didn't frighten Zhuo Bufang. He only smiled and stood in a more stable posture, ridiculing Qing Mu's magic. All techniques and magic were useless against them. The man gave them the order to attack, watching the enemy, calm as a rock. No matter what Qing said, the young man had his own plans and his own techniques capable of defeating such creatures. Zhuo Bufang formed a seal with his fingers using one of his most powerful techniques, and the image of Buddha appeared behind him. The 6 words of Buddha fell with all their might on the zombies, killing them in one blow. The remaining 2 words flew straight at Qing Mu. The man covered himself with his hands, unable to believe what was happening. The ancient technique threw the dark mage back several meters. He was so exhausted that he couldn't even get to his feet. It is useful to learn something new to broaden one's horizons. So Bufan leafed through a Buddhist treatise to glean something from it for himself. The words sounded so indifferent and frivolous that Mr. Qing decided that the young man was laughing at his intellectual abilities. Zhuo Bufang didn't care what the man thought. He was going to send him to the next world to see Grandpa Lian. But before he could do anything, Mu opened his shirt and revealed a tattoo of a demon's face. The man folded his arms across his chest and activated the summon sacrifice technique, causing dark demonic energy to surge out. A blood-colored hurricane swirled around Qing Mu. The magic was so strong and heavy that many simply could not stand on their feet. A strong wind blew people away, and dust flew into their eyes. They couldn't even really see what exactly was going on there. An evil spirit of incredible size appeared in the air. He had not been in the world of the living for a long time and had not seen people for many years. Things were getting more and more interesting. Bufan watched the events with a smile and felt that the ghost was actually quite badly crippled. It was the true spirit of the master of Yulan Castle. Qing Mu was willing to pay a high price to take Zhuo Bufang to the afterlife with him. The awakened ghost turned its gaze to the man, listening to his plea for help with revenge. The evil ruler had no reason to refuse. He was thirsty for blood and was only too happy to kill the man, but Qin would have to pay for it with his power. Immediately after these words, the spirit reached out to its resurrector and began to absorb his vital energy. A minute later, Qing Mu fell to the floor completely drained, like a mummy. His strength was pleasant, but it was too little for Yulan. The members of the association started to run. They were beside themselves with horror at the impending death, but no one was going to let them go just like that. The spirit extended its hand and began to suck in the energy of everyone who was nearby. The life force and spiritual energy left the bodies of the old masters of the Shuzhou Association. Feeding the evil ghost, his former strength was gradually restored to his body, and human features returned to his disembodied soul. The master's assistants and disciples screamed in fear, fell to the floor, and only they, Zhuo Bufang, and the ancient monster remained, which would devour them without choking. This behavior greatly disappointed the hero. It was just a crippled demon soul that there was no point in being afraid of. The young man's resources and body greatly interested the demon, and he leaned towards Bufan with a smile. It would be foolish to let go of such an ideal vessel with good power, so he invited the student to join him. The people standing behind him saw this as a chance to save themselves and began to beg Zhuo Bufang to agree to the spirit's conditions and submit in order to save their lives. But the young man quickly saw through the plans of the dead man, who pretended to be a god and refused, ridiculing his intentions and powers. At this point, the demon's patience ran out. He stopped playing comedy and shouted that he would absorb Bufan's soul and finally be able to return to his physical form. Not wanting to waste any more time, he used the same technique as before to suck out the blood and energy. Such impudence and self-confidence delighted and amused the hero. Such a wounded ghost would never be able to devour his soul. The demon's power rebounded off the barrier created by Zhuo Bufan, causing the spirit great pain. Finally, the man realized how strong this young man was. He had been much weaker in his prime during life. Before the demon could say anything, the immortal master attacked him. With the help of Buddha's palm, Bufan struck down the crippled spirit, giving it no chance to escape. All that remained on the ground was a huge palm print and a small object in the center of the hole. People behind the hero rejoiced at his rescue and praised him. Descending into the depression, Bufan carefully picked up what was left of the demonic soul. It turned out to be a soul fragment, a small but very powerful artifact. The palace was ancient and could no longer withstand everything that was happening inside. It began to collapse, and people needed to get out as quickly as possible. To save all those lucky enough to survive, the martial artist used one of his own talismans. A powerful amulet pierced the cave wall and opened a safe path for them to exit. As soon as they came out, the walls and ceiling of the cave began to collapse. If it weren't for Zhuo Bufang, no one would have ever gotten out of the secret valley. The small soul stone was tightly clutched in his hand. The young man silently looked at it and thought about how he needed to return home as soon as possible. Having changed his clothes and tidied himself up, the young man went to his mother's house. Since he was in Shuzhou, he simply had to see her. A woman came out of the house and hurried to her son with a smile. A lot of time had passed since they last saw each other, and she was even afraid that he had forgotten about her. They hugged, Bufan hugged Bu tightly, and saw his beloved Zikin behind her back. Actually, she shouldn't have been here, but the girl missed him so much that she came here to see her mother-in-law and to see her beloved. The spiritual illness that had been plaguing Z for a very long time had become increasingly severe and was now practically visible to the naked eye. Fortunately, the artifact that Bufan picked up was perfect for their situation, and the young man carefully hung it around Zikin's neck and presented it as a gift. The small fish immediately gave off a warm feeling. The girl felt much better, and she immediately realized that this was not a simple gift, but some kind of artifact. The mother, watching this, became jealous and pushed the loving lovebirds away. She slammed the gates behind them and ordered her beloved son to spend more time with his loved ones. The couple didn't object too much. Zikin reminded them that she had recently lost her car and invited Bufan to go choose a new one with her. As soon as they entered the car dealership, They heard shouting and sounds of fussing. An employee was sitting on the floor of the salon holding her cheek. She had just been hit by another girl who had come there with her boyfriend. It was their friend Guo Yan. Zhuo Bufang advised Zikin to go look at the cars for now, and he would see what happened. According to Dim A, the employee immediately set her sights on her boyfriend, Zhuo Huan, when they first walked in. And she didn't hit him for it. Guo Yan, who was sitting on the floor, was extremely angry. This was complete nonsense. She only looked at them because she was curious why this scum Huan was still alive. The words deeply hurt the young man's pride. He lost his temper and swung at the defenseless girl. But he was unable to strike. Zhuo Bufang stood up for Guo Yan, covering him with his body and pushing away the idiot's hand. All attention immediately shifted to his acquaintance. The young man crouched down and helped her to her feet, feeling how weak her body was. Holding her friend's hand, Guo Yan pointed at Zhuo Huan, telling her how he tricked her into bed and now didn't want to admit it. The young man chuckled. He didn't think that the girl would take this seriously, but now he began to humiliate and insult Bufan. The hero was not going to tolerate such treatment. He came closer and hit Huang in the face with all his strength. Dim E, who was standing nearby, screamed and started calling the administration for help. The shouting brought together the employees and the owner of the car dealership, the Lun family, to sort out the problem. When the man saw the beaten Zhuo Huan, he immediately rushed to his respected client. Guo Yan was blamed for the incident, saying that she called her boyfriend, who hit him. And now Huan refuses to buy the car. The owner of the car dealership immediately turned to the girl and fired her without even a hearing. After this, he turned to Bufan and ordered him to apologize. Otherwise, the guards would not stand on ceremony with him. Guo Yan wasn't going to give in so easily. She yelled at her boss, saying that Huan had started it and had brought the situation to this point. But the problem was that they had completely different statuses in society. And besides, Zhuo Huan had left several million in this salon, and the girl was just an insignificant ant compared to him. Over the years, Mr. Zhuo had achieved a high status in society and was now far above most people in Chuzhou. Listening to other people's rumors, Bufang realized that this was Zhuo Wanli's son. But he behaved in a manner completely unworthy of his famous name. The young man standing opposite was clearly proud of his position. He could make a call, and in just a few minutes all of Bufan's limbs would be broken. But he wasn't going to do that yet, especially when others could do it for him. Huang promised to buy the car right now if the dealership security dealt with the impudent scum. The next second, the car's bumper buckled under the pressure of Zhuo Bufang's fist. The expensive limited edition Ferrari was vandalized, and now no one would buy it. No self-respecting owner would forgive such a thing. And now, the owner of the car dealership ordered his security guards to seize the saboteur. All the security guards who were on duty today got together to kill the hooligan together. With one swing of his hand, Bufan pushed the two healthy men back, knocking them off their feet. One of them knocked down the director of a car dealership, and the man immediately began shouting and threatening the authorities of the Lun family for whom he works. At these words, Zhuo Bufang smiled and threw the black card that Long Geiyue had given him to the owner. The card fell right into the hands of the man, who was almost driven crazy with panic at the sight of such an important thing. These cards were issued in a very small circle. There were only a few of them. Mr. Lun made them personally and gave them only to the most important friends of the family. But for Zhuo Huan, none of this mattered. He was too confident in himself and his power in the Qingzhuo territory. All he needed to do was make a phone call to have Bufan killed. The young man approached his brother Bin and asked him to bring a few people to the Lun family's car dealership so that he could grow with someone. The name seemed painfully familiar to Zhuo Bufang, and he asked with a smile if it was Zhang Bing. It turned out that Zhang Bing, Bufang's subordinate, was Zhuo Huan's older brother. In Qingzhuo, many people knew about Bin's strength and cruelty. Guo Yan turned to her friend and asked him to leave quickly to save himself. But the hero was not afraid at all. On the contrary, he was very happy and really wanted to see the reaction of the great and all-powerful Zhang Bing. Just 10 minutes later, a man entered the salon with several of his subordinates to deal with the offender for his brother. The cocky and arrogant Huan pointed at Bufan in front. He sincerely believed that such a weakling could be easily destroyed. A smile played across the fighter's face. He was only too happy to punch someone in the face once again, but as soon as he saw his master Zhuo in front of him, all his confidence and joy disappeared. Zhuo Bufang smiled and gently hinted to Zhang Bing what he should do, saying that he had heard about his ferocity and cruelty, and fortunately, the man understood him immediately. Noticing that his brother had hesitated, Huan turned to him, but before he could say anything, a fist landed on his jaw. Everyone who was in the hall at that moment could not understand what was going on. Why Zhang Bing hit the wrong person? The young man fell to the ground from the blow. He looked at his brother with incomprehension and asked why he attacked him and not Bufan. Instead of answering, Bin hit the younger man again, this time breaking his nose. After this, the man ordered his men to beat Zhuo Huan until he ordered them to stop. Such a fate awaited all those unfortunate souls who crossed Zhuo Bufang's path, and therefore Zhang Bing's. While the bandits were punishing Huang, the man walked closer to his master and bowed in greeting. He promised to teach the boy a proper lesson, who knew that this child could cause problems for Bufan. At this point, the hero lost interest. He learned everything he needed and waved off Bin, walking away. Having received permission to do whatever seemed necessary, Zhang Bing bowed once more and said goodbye to the master. After this, he turned to his men and ordered them to bring Huang to him so that the man could cut off his fingers, or better yet, his hands. Lying on the floor in tears, Zhuo Huan could not understand why his senior comrade was treating him like this, since they were allies. Zhang Bing could not forgive him for insulting Zhuo Bufang, and when the younger man heard the name of the person he had offended, he was even more surprised. According to the young man, it could not have been Bufan, because he knew for sure that this man was dead, which meant that this someone was definitely a fake. The hero, standing to the side, heard this and was no less surprised than the guy, because if he knew about the attempted murder, it meant he was somehow connected to the killer. He wanted to come over and talk to him about it, but Guo Yan insisted that she wanted to leave here as soon as possible, so as not to be in the same room with her offender. Although Bufan knew his friend well, he still didn't understand whether she wanted to let the bastard go or not. But he didn't say anything, just obediently followed. To prevent anyone from seeing the rather brutal scene of punishment, the bandits dragged Huang into the next room where he screamed in pain, but no one came to his aid. Zhuo Bufang left everything else to his loyal subordinate and walked with his friend towards the exit. Happy Zikin had been waiting for her lover for some time. She waved to him with a smile when she saw him. With an awkward smile, the young man apologized for the long wait and urged his girlfriend to choose a car as soon as possible. It was then that the young lady showed the keys in her hand and said that she had already completed the purchase, so it was time for them to go home for dinner. The next day, Zhuo Bufang was sleeping peacefully in his room when he was awakened by a phone call. The call came from the number of Guo Yan, whom the guy called Yan Zi in everyday speech. And of course, Bufang answered, but a man's head in a hood appeared on the phone screen, and he laughed and said that it was not Yan. At that very second, the young man jumped up on the bed, asking who it was and where Guo Yan was. The stranger never revealed his name, but he set the condition that Zhuo Bufang come to the Sitong warehouse alone if he wanted the girl to live. Immediately after this, the call was dropped, and the young man never received any further information. He squeezed the phone in his hand so hard that it shattered into pieces. Anyone who threatens his friends will go to hell. Very soon, the hero arrived at the right place completely alone, and he didn't need any help to get rid of a few idiots. In the middle of the room, Guo Yan was sitting tied to a chair. Bufan opened the doors and ran inside. The girl was in very bad condition. Her whole body was covered with abrasions and wounds, and her clothes were torn. A young man immediately ran up to her, removing the ropes from his friend and asking what was wrong with her and how she was. He still didn't get an answer to his questions. Yanzi hugged Bufan and asked him to run away as quickly as possible because it was a trap. But the hero already knew this. He hugged the girl and began to care for and heal her with his spiritual energy. At that very moment, bright spotlights turned on, and a familiar, unpleasant voice sounded from the second tier of the room. The kidnapper turned out to be Zhuo Huan. He brought with him many fighters and was eagerly awaiting the arrival of his enemy. Seeing him again wasn't all that surprising, but it didn't matter anymore. The hero had drawn his conclusions from yesterday and wasn't going to let him go alive today. This guy's self-confidence and arrogance simply knew no bounds. He was so sure that his enemy was nothing that he actually decided that he could take revenge. With a wave of his hand, he ordered his thugs to attack Bufan and break all his limbs. But before the bandits could even get down, the young man used his abilities to launch a preemptive strike. Unprepared, ordinary people were immediately sent on a long flight. They could not resist spiritual abilities. Zhuo Huan didn't expect this. He didn't think that Bufang could actually be a martial arts master. Standing behind him, Lu Chengshou hastened to reassure his comrade. He was a god among gods, the best master who was confident that he could defeat anyone, let alone a student. Zhuo Bufang's interest was piqued, and he urged the man not to hold back and to attack immediately so that he could see the one who called himself a god. With a smile, the man took out the talisman and asked everyone to watch carefully at the miracle he was about to perform. The amulet in the palm of the hand lit up with a spiritual red flame at the same second, obeying the wolf of the owner. This 9-phoenix fire talisman could move as the owner wished, and anyone who touched it would turn to ashes. One-armed Zhuo Huan laughed like crazy and shouted at Bufang that he was definitely a corpse. But for Zhuo Bufang, these were just tricks that could deceive someone who had never practiced properly. The young man quickly created a real, huge 9-phoenix talisman made of flames. This was real magic, not a puny little flame in Master Lu's hand. The very next second, the huge phoenix rose into the air and, obeying its creator, headed straight towards the enemies. The frightened and defeated god among gods fell to the floor and acknowledged the strength of the pitiful mortal who was able to demonstrate the true power of the 9 phoenixes. A huge scarlet bird loomed over the men. It was too late to cry and beg for mercy when you had angered a true deity. All that remained was to humbly accept death. Zhuo Bufang waved his hand and commanded his opponents to die. This was the end for the overconfident martial artist. The next second, the phoenix incinerated Lu Changshu, who thought he was a god, alive. Not even ashes remained of him. The shocked Zhuo Huan stood nearby and trembled with horror. He could not believe that the great master was so easily destroyed. While it was not too late, he wanted to run away and save his miserable life. But before he could even finish his sentence, Zhuo Bufang appeared next to him. The angry young man loomed over his enemy, looking him straight in the eyes, and graciously offered the boy the choice of his own death. Han fell to his knees and began to beg for mercy. He cried, swore that he was simply confused, and even remembered that they were one family. Bufen leaned even lower over him. He could spare the pathetic brat, but only on the condition that he tell why he was sure that the hero was dead. It turned out that Zhuo Wanli, his father, had ordered the murder of Zhuo Bufang and Zhuo Luo, and when they arrived at the family home and did not see the young man there, they assumed he was dead. Now the whole picture was clear. The real customer was Wanli, and the guy had wrongly accused his father. While the young man was lost in his thoughts, Huan began to shout that since he had answered the question and told everything he knew, now his life should be spared, and Bufan kept his promise. He did not kill the young man himself. Instead, he gave the sword to Guoyan and handed the scumbag's life into her hands. The girl looked confused. She clutched the handle with her palms, wet with excitement, and could not bring herself to take someone's life. In the face of death, Zhuo Huan finally admitted his guilt and repented. He walked back to the abyss of the phoenix fire that remained from Bufan's talisman and begged for his life. At the very edge, the stone crumbled right under his foot, as if fate itself did not want to leave such a fool alive. The next minute, the young man fell off the edge and flew straight into the sea of flames, screaming and asking to be saved. But it was already too late. No one could do anything. The girl recoiled in horror. She did not expect such an outcome. Zhuo Bufang put his arm around her shoulder and led her towards the exit, calming her down and saying that it was fate. That evening, at the Zhuo family home, an advisor approached Zhuo Luo and reported that his second brother had returned to Qinzhou and would most likely attack him at the meeting the following day. At first, he refused to accept the fact that Lo had become the head of the family, left the city, and now he has returned and declared that he wants to take his place. All these years, Chief Zhuo suspected that there was someone else behind Wanli, but he couldn't figure out who it was. The last time he attacked Bufan, the man had to take the initiative into his own hands. After he kicked his son out of the house, he tried to confuse the second brother and prevent him from attacking the young master. But Zhuo Luo didn't expect that Wanli wouldn't leave Bufang alone and would continue trying to kill him. All this time, the young man stood on the roof and heard the conversation. He was simultaneously happy and felt guilty for suspecting his father. At the same time, on the other side of the city, Zhuo Wanli learned that his son had been killed just a couple of hours earlier. He wanted to take revenge on someone, took people and went to an unknown direction. What exactly happened there and who he wanted to fight is unknown, but everyone who was with him is dead. The man was most interested in who his son wanted to meet and who was to blame for what happened. The man working for him didn't know how to answer this question. All he knew was that Huan had a fight with Zhuo Bufang yesterday. The man's nephew's name caused a real explosion of emotions. He screamed, wanting to tear him to pieces. The next day, the family meeting began, and the entire room was filled with rumors about the second brother of the Zhuo family. There was no doubt that he would come. Zhuo Luo waited impatiently and was confident of his victory. A minute later, the doors opened and Zhuo Wanli entered with his armed men. It was unheard of to allow his subordinates to come to a meeting with bladed weapons. Wanli ignored all his brother's words and started shouting that he wanted to see Bufan right now. Hearing this came as a shock to Zhuo Luo. He didn't know what his son had done, or why his brother needed him. But he wasn't going to call him anyway. The anger that had been building up for a whole day burst out. The man grabbed his brother by the collar, shouting that Bufan killed Huan, and that it was probably he who ordered his son to do it. Zhuo pushed Wanli away, saying that he couldn't do such a thing because they were one family. For the second brother, it was simply a terrible family. He ordered his men to surround the clan members present at the meeting. Not a minute had passed before sharp swords were at the necks of everyone present except Zhuo Luo. If Bufan was not in Wanli's hands right now, he would kill the entire Zhuo family. The clan leader didn't expect to hear this because his second younger brother was also part of their family. How could he say something like that? Anger and a thirst for revenge completely clouded the man's mind. He wanted to bury them all along with his son, and then create a new one, his own Zhuo family. One of the clan's people said that if Wanli really wanted to kill Luo and Bufan, then he should do it boldly, but not touch him, because he had always been loyal to his second brother and considered him the true head of the family. Everyone who was at the table at that moment followed the same example. They wanted to save their lives, and this was more important than loyalty to Zhuo Luo. This betrayal hit the man hard. He sat down on a chair, clutching his heart, and could not believe that his comrades had so easily turned away from him. Zhuo Wanli laughed. This was what the Zhuo family was like under his brother's leadership. But he decided to give him one last chance to survive if he handed over his son to him. But the man was not so easily broken. He refused to hand Bufan over to certain death. This was the decisive answer. Zhuo Wanli immediately swung his sword and struck his own elder brother with his blade. For the sake of his son's continued life, the man bowed his head obediently and clenched his teeth, awaiting death. But before the blade touched the man's hair, someone's hand stopped it. Zhuo Bufang shielded Zhuo Luo with his body and shouted at his uncle, asking how he dared to threaten and attack his father. His teeth gnashed quietly. His uncle was beside himself with rage. He knew perfectly well that his nephew was incapable of anything and was confident that he could deal with him. Laughing, the young man said that he really wanted to see this. He couldn't wait to see exactly how his uncle would take revenge on him. To help him, Wanli brought one of his good friends who was a master of martial arts. A man jumped out of the crowd and immediately attacked Bufan with dark arrows of spiritual energy. The stream of black magic was easily repelled. The guy blocked the attack without much difficulty. For him, this was truly child's play. If this was all the forces that Zhuo Wanli brought with him, then it would be better to order a coffin in advance. The invited warrior turned out to be Wei Yi, the third elder of the Hehuan sect, the pinnacle of the Dragon Realm. The Hehuan sect was known for its power and ruthlessness. No one survived an encounter with them. It was no wonder that Wanli dared to attack Zhuo Luo with such allies. The only one who didn't take this seriously was Zhuo Bufang, who asked with a smile whether the best sect in the country was really engaged in pig breeding. Master Wei saw incredible potential and great strength in the young man and secretly wanted to make their boy a puppet. But out loud, he promised him his life if Bufan followed him. This turn of events threw Zhuo Wanli off balance. He wanted Wei Yi to destroy the one who killed his son and not make him his disciple. In response, the man forcefully knocked the second brother down, ordering him to shut his mouth. The blow knocked out several teeth, and Wanli sat on the floor, unable to understand where he had gone wrong and why everything had not gone according to plan. The situation was becoming increasingly interesting. Bufan was afraid of losing the thread of the plot and clarified whether he had understood correctly that if he served the sect, his life would be spared. Moreover, Wei Yi promised to kill Zhuo Wanli as a favor for the young man, also that he would defect to him. Hearing this, the man fell on his knees before the old master and began to beg for forgiveness and for his life. The situation was getting more and more difficult. Zhuo Luo walked up to his son and put his hand on his shoulder. He had been a terrible father. The situation was getting more and more difficult. Zhuo Luo walked up to his son and he promised to support any choice Bufan made and was ready to die with him that very day. But the young man promised that they would both survive. Taking a fighting stance, the young man declared that he was going to fight for his family and asked his father for his blessing. The Zhuo clan members present there were very frightened by such a selfish decision. No one knew what Bufan was capable of, but everyone knew about Wei Yi's strength and were sure that this was their last day. And only for Zhuo Wanli, the situation was turning out in the best possible way. His son's killer would receive the revenge he deserved. As time passed and there was no answer from the master, the young man pointed at him and asked if he was afraid to take on a one-on-one challenge. The man struck the floor with his staff. Since the stupid child refused to go with him, he would gladly send him to hell. Such threats no longer frightened the immortal cultivator. He smiled and remarked that this place would be more suitable for Wei Yi. Without waiting for an answer, the young man began their fight and activated one of his techniques, which made him appear larger, and his body was filled with spiritual energy. The technique of the world of law was quite difficult. It is not surprising that the man considered Bufan an arrogant boy. He waved his staff and attacked his enemy with an army of skulls. Zhuo Bufang chuckled and pointed his hand towards the old man, shooting out guard balls. The collision of the two forces caused a powerful explosion, and Bufan's energy surged straight towards Wei Yi. The blow caused the man's nose to bleed. The wave knocked him off his feet, and the great master of the country's best sect couldn't even do anything about it. With one attack, the young man threw the elderly man aside a very large distance. No one would have ever thought that the Bufan family exiled him would be so strong that he could kill Wei with just one blow. The man sitting on the floor could not admit his defeat. Nor could he believe that such a young boy could possess such strength. He was sure that some monk had taken possession of his body. At these words, the young man only laughed. He activated one of his talismans and advised Wei Yi not to approach him in the next life. The old man's body began to tremble. He did not want to die and began to threaten that if he died, his people from the sect would come for revenge. But Bufan didn't care about this. He didn't even let Wei finish his sentence and attacked with a lit talisman. The weakened Wei Yi was engulfed in flames, and at the last moment he only managed to shout curses at the young man. Even though people were standing at a safe distance, the execution right before their eyes was still horrifying. Now everyone knew that there was a great master in the Zhuo family. Everyone who came here with Zhuo Wanli rushed to run away. They were afraid that the same fate as the elder would now await them. The second brother, sitting on the floor, was trembling with fear. All his plans had collapsed, and now only one outcome awaited him. Zhuo approached his son. He was worried that he would be in danger after what he had done. But Bufang reassured him. The Heihuan sect members were just pathetic ants to him. Now that all danger was behind them, it was time to deal with the family traitor who had risen up against the head of their clan. With slow steps, the young man approached his uncle, who continued to sit on his knees and beg for his life, because they were one family. But when he ordered a hit on his nephew several times and tried to overthrow his older brother, he didn't think about his family. Bufan thought he should follow his son, but the man hit his forehead on the floor and began to beg even louder, as if that would fix anything. In exchange for his life, Wanli was even willing to reveal all the secrets of the Heihuan sect that he knew. But the young man was not at all interested in secrets. He launched a small flame straight into the head of his hated uncle. The man's body was engulfed in flames, and Bufan placed 2 fingers encircled with blue energy on his forehead. He didn't even need to listen to what was coming out of Wanli's mouth to find out the information. He transferred everything necessary from his uncle's head to the golden talisman, and that was all. Whether the second brother wanted to die or not was no longer important. He should have thought about it earlier. The people who had turned their backs on Zhuo Luo and those who had worked for Wanli fell to their knees and begged for mercy and forgiveness. Their words influenced the man. He approached Bufan and asked him to let them go. Luo considered himself guilty of the fact that they went over to the enemy's side. Since his father himself asked for it, the young man agreed, but broke the table in front of the clan members and said that next time the same thing would happen to them. This really worked. People unanimously promised that this would never happen again, and once again swore allegiance to the leader Zhuo Luo. Since all the problems were over, Bufan told his dad that he was leaving, and his mom asked him to come home for dinner today. Then something unexpected happened. The man asked to take him with him to this dinner. Now that they were finished, it was time to go home. For Bufan, this was a wonderful idea. He agreed with a smile and, together with Zhuo Luo, set off for his home. At this time, a whole crowd of people gathered at Zhuo Biu's house, and they brought with them 2 boxes that looked suspiciously like coffins. It was clear from just one look that nothing good could be expected from them. The woman cautiously asked who they were. Zikin was nearby, and she immediately shielded her mother, saying that it would be better if they resolved the issues with her, but not to bother the elders. The named guests turned out to be Liu Honglian's father and mother. Liu Chunfeng was very angry and shouted at the hostesses of the house. Liu Taiji, standing next to him, ordered her men to do whatever they wanted with the girl and the old woman, and then, in the end, throw them into the coffin. The enraged Liu family guards rushed at the unarmed women, eager to deal with their master's enemies. At that moment, Zhuo Bufang arrived and jumped from the sky onto all the cruel and vile people who were trying to harm his family. With a few blows, he knocked down everyone who was there, scattering them in different directions. The men flew into the fence, but the two women were now completely safe. They no longer had to think about how to escape. Bufan ran up to them and sat down next to them. He was very afraid for his loved ones and sincerely asked for forgiveness for being late. Tears streamed down Biu's face, but she still said that she was completely fine. But Zikin, who was protecting her, could have been hurt. There was tenderness in Bufan's voice as he addressed his beloved. Fortunately, they hadn't managed to harm her, only greatly frightened her. Once he was satisfied that everything was all right, he stood up and swore loudly that he would not allow anyone to harm the girls again. Liu Chunfeng smiled. He sincerely enjoyed the suffering of his enemies, but he decided to stop there because he wanted to take revenge first and foremost on Zhuo Bufang. These words completely unsettled the young man. He turned to the man and said that he would never survive today, since he dared to harm his family. In order to kill the entire Bufang family, Liu Chunfeng and Liu Taiji prepared a lot of things and invited many people, all for the sake of revenge. After clapping their hands, several experienced and strong fighters jumped out of the shadows. Now there were 3 people standing in front of the house with firearms, a bazooka and explosives. Liu Taiji screamed at the sky, calling out to her father and son, promising that today they would avenge their deaths. A lot of money was invested in this revenge. Great connections and forces were involved. The man was confident of his victory. A smile appeared on Bufang's face. Although Liu Xuandao and Liu Honglian thought that human life was worthless, they still fell at his hands, and in their memory, he was willing to let Liu Chunfeng go. The words that he would forget all this if they left right now brought the man to mad laughter. He sincerely believed that the boy simply did not understand the situation he had gotten himself into. But in fact, Chunfeng was the only one who did not realize what was happening. While they were talking, Liu Taiji took out a pistol, pulled the bolt back, and pointed it straight at Bufang. Explosives and bullets flew towards the Zhuo family. But the hero stood calmly and did not even think of running away. Zikin and Biu clung to each other and screamed in fear. They were very worried about their unarmed lover. The sheer volume of weapons created a veritable explosion, and the Liu family members and their subordinates looked at the results of their efforts with a smile. The professional killers rejoiced like children, looking at the smoke. They hadn't killed anyone on such a grand scale for a long time. Expectations did not match reality. Men expected much more from Bufan, but so far it looked as if he was simply trying to inflate his value. The husband and wife standing nearby could not believe that their revenge had actually been accomplished. They smiled madly and looked at each other. Liu Taiji spread her arms and joyfully shouted that they had repaid them with their blood. The confidence that her father and son could now rest in peace was shattered the moment Zhuo Bufang emerged from the smokescreen alive and well. The beloved family was protected by a spiritual barrier. None of them were harmed. The people standing in front almost fell over from shock. After so many grenades and a bazooka shot, no one could have survived, and the young man didn't even have a scratch. The only way he could survive such an attack was to use a high-level defensive magic tool. But even if that was the case, it didn't matter anymore. They should have learned his defensive techniques first, which would have helped them understand that firearms wouldn't harm him. Then Liu Taiji pulled out a machine gun and ordered everyone to shoot until Bufang died. No defensive tool could work forever. Her husband supported her. Repeating almost verbatim her words, he took out the same weapon, and together they began firing at their enemy. The subordinates standing nearby took out their weapons and also began shooting. They were sure that no one could withstand such pressure. This zeal made Bufan smile, and he cast a reflective spell since the Liu family was so fond of firearms. Surprise appeared on Liu Taiji and Liu Chunfeng's faces. They clearly didn't know enough about the young man and underestimated his strength. There was nothing new in Bufan's life, the same selfish, self-confident blind people. But this time they would die by their own weapons. All the missiles and bullets that were intended for the hero were reflected from the golden field and hit those who fired them. Another powerful explosion, but this time people were unable to reflect it or protect themselves from danger. Liu Chunfeng could no longer stand on his feet. He looked at his wife with pain in his eyes and asked for forgiveness for not being able to take revenge. The wounded woman screamed. She herself could no longer stand and tried to crawl on her knees to her husband. To her regret, the man fell and life left his body, the remains of the family crumbling before her eyes. But no matter how touching and sweet they may look now, their family destroyed the lives of many people, caring only about themselves. Liu Taiji and her loved ones lost the moment they stopped respecting others. Even on the brink of death, the woman did not realize her mistakes. She continued to blame Bufan and curse his entire family. The young man didn't respond to this, but with a wave of his hand he dealt the final blow to Tai Chi, ending this entire farce. The Liu family's henchmen, seeing the death of their mistress, fell to their knees and began to beg for mercy and release to their family. But it was already too late. All those who helped these rotten people harm the Zhuo family must die. The spiritual fire of the phoenix ignited in Bufan's hand. He swung, and all those who had recently boldly attacked defenseless women fled and cried in fear. With a wave of his hand, the hero attacked the Liu clan's guards with fire, wishing them to find a worthy occupation in their next life and not get involved with all sorts of trash. Biu, who was watching this, turned to her daughter-in-law and asked if she knew that Bufan was so strong and when he learned all this. But the girl was just as surprised. Zikin looked at her beloved with regret and mentally turned to him, asking how many more secrets he kept. At that moment, Zhuolo approached Biu's house. He had been a little late and missed everything that was happening there, so now he was in complete shock from what he saw. It was only worth going to the store for a minute to buy oranges, when his son immediately got into new trouble and wrecked the whole street. Zhuo Bufang approached his father with a smile and said that nothing serious had happened. He had just dealt with a couple of bandits, and although everything looked much more serious than just a street fight, the man did not want to argue with such a strong young man and simply resigned himself to it. Now that all the problems and questions were resolved, Bufan could not wait for his father to finally come home and meet his mother. Seeing his son's smile, Zhuolo beamed and became more like a child. It had been so long since he had spent time with his child. Together they approached Zhuo Biu, who was standing at the entrance to the courtyard, and the young man smiled and pointed at the man next to him. Unlike him, the woman was not so happy. After years of humiliation, she had become accustomed to the fact that the appearance of her ex only promised problems. Zhuolo carefully took his beloved's hand and suggested that they return home together. When peace finally reigned in the house, the young man locked himself in his room, wanting to meditate and learn more about the Heihuan sect from Zhuo Wanli's memories, which he had managed to obtain. Very soon, the uncle's soul made contact with Bufan's mind, giving him access to this man's life. From them, he learned about the existence of the ghost market, a place where you can sell and buy anything. And today, Heihuan will be there. The hero could not miss this opportunity, so at night, he went alone to the ghost town where the event would be held to meet the people from the sect in person. The market was very crowded. The ancient buildings in the semi-darkness of the cave and the thin air added their own special atmosphere, and the selection was simply enormous. Walking through the streets of the city, Bufan immediately noticed the frozen grass that he so desperately needed. In this market, you could really find anything you wanted. The man selling the weed immediately noticed an interested buyer and struck up a conversation with him. The young man was not in the mood for much chatter, and he immediately got down to business, asking how much the frozen grass cost. Jumping to his feet, the seller immediately declared that he was ready to exchange this spiritual ingredient for 3 mid-level talismans. Wanting to clarify whether he understood everything correctly, Bufan said that he did not have talismans of the middle level, but did not have time to finish the thought. The second son of the Jin family, Jin Baoyu, interrupted him and told him to get lost since he didn't have any talismans that were at least mid-level. Coming closer, the young man declared that he was buying this grass, holding a stack of papers in his hands. These were 4th-tier protective talismans, and upon seeing them, the seller immediately beamed. The words about the rarity of the amulets made Jin Baoyu laugh. He waved the papers right in front of Bufan's nose to tease and make him envious. He didn't really want to lie, but he didn't want to brag either. So the hero honestly admitted that he didn't have anything of the 4th level. After that, he took out red and incredibly powerful talismans, wondering if these would work. It was very hard to believe that someone would actually want to buy ordinary grass for such high-class and powerful talismans. Zhuo Bufang shrugged. He was told that it could only be purchased with mid-level talismans, but he didn't have any, so he wanted to use these. The seller choked on air at such a statement. If only he had known from the very beginning that this was a worthy buyer. The rich young man standing nearby was immediately taken aback. He didn't expect that anyone would have such things with them. Bufan shook the red papers with a smile, asking if the man was willing to sell the spiritual frozen grass for them. And of course, he was ready. Who would refuse such wonderful talismans and a profitable deal? Jin Baoyu's pride was hurt, and he wanted to take revenge on the boy who had so shamed him in front of people. His thoughts and desires were immediately noticed by Bufan, who smiled faintly, thinking that if this guy really tried to take revenge, he would be digging his own grave. When the deal was completed, the young man wanted to leave, but the man stopped him and offered to become a guide, since there was a place in this market where treasures were regularly exchanged. There was something related to treasure in Zhuo Wanli's memories, so Bufan was immediately interested in this possibility. In fact, the seller could only recommend his candidacy since he could afford to buy the herb. But whether he would be given access depended on the wealth the young man had with him. There was no need to worry about this. Zhuo Bufang could afford such an event and asked his new comrade to conduct it. But the seller apparently had his own plans. He was genuinely happy with the opportunity to earn more money thanks to his new acquaintance. They soon arrived at the Jubao Pavilion, where the treasures were examined and appraised in the hall on the first floor. Mr. Qin was sitting at the table. Apparently, it was up to him whether a person could participate in the exchange or not. And it was to him that the seller wanted to introduce Bufan. Qindal, the pavilion inspector, was not very happy to see the man. All those he had brought before turned out to be empty shells. This time everything was different from before. The seller was persuading me to give him one last chance, but the inspector didn't want to hear anything. He jumped to his feet and shouted at the two people to get out of there. Bufan was not used to tolerating such an attitude. He grabbed the man by the hand, and behind his back the spirit of a terrible demon appeared. Just one look from the young man could cause horror. The force was such that Qin Lao couldn't even resist. His whole body froze from the horror that had rolled over him. There was coldness and indifference in Bufan's eyes. He did not take his eyes off the inspector, wanting to know something. But before he could ask the question, the man shouted and said that he would give him a chance. Having finally received permission, the young man let go of the stranger's hand and Qin sat back down, trying to remain calm. It was time for the treasures to be assessed. Without this, no one would have given Bufan access to the exchange itself. Right now, the young man didn't have any treasures. He wasn't preparing, but he could create several spiritual pills right now. This statement greatly surprised both the seller and the inspector. They did not expect to hear something like that. To gain access, you had to bring level 4 tablets, but no one could just create something like that right here and right now. The man ran after the guy, talking about the required level and quality. He really doubted his new acquaintance. Zhuo Bufang hasn't tried to create 4th level pills yet, so that would be a new and interesting experience. Hearing this, the seller began to persuade the young man to leave and not waste time on attempts, since he would not be able to create something of the required rank. But he was wrong. The hero's words only meant that he had never tried to create anything below the 6th level of power. It was a real shock. No one had ever made 6th level pills in the middle of the pavilion. Everyone who was in the room at that moment decided that he was just bragging. But in reality, he would fail and would embarrass himself. Zhuo Bufang's body was engulfed in flames, and he raised his palm, which was being used to create a pill under the heat of the spiritual fire. All eyes were on him, and people finally began to notice that it wasn't just an aura of fire. He was actually doing something incredible. Within a few minutes, a genuine high-level spiritual pill lay in the palm of the young man's hand. No one had ever seen exactly how such things were created, but no one disputed the fact that he had succeeded. The real void. Condensing pill lay right in front of them. The legend came to life before everyone's eyes. Even the seller didn't expect this. He was in deep shock and thought that in front of him was a real monster, not a human being. Zhuo Bufang walked up to Qin Lao and handed him a pill as if it was something unimportant and ordinary, asking him to determine its class. It was a genuine 6-tier high-quality soul purification pill. With such abilities, this man did not have to worry about anything in life at all. People simply could not believe that they were actually witnessing the creation of a real treasure. The weed seller quickly recovered from the shock and was glad that he had finally found a worthy person. Now Bufan can not only participate, but also become a VIP client of the Jubao Pavilion, which will give him many privileges. There were many guests inside the pavilion, and since they were rich people, they were all dressed in luxurious evening attire. And of course, Jin Baoyu was there. He noticed Bufan almost immediately and couldn't believe his eyes. There were 2 girls standing on the 2nd level, one of whom told her friend that a new participant who had just arrived had created a 6th level pill in front of everyone. This friend turned out to be Reverend Yu Yufei from the Heihuan sect. She was very interested in the young man and wanted to recruit him. Zhuo Bufang walked through the hall and noticed that there were empty seats at one of the tables, which he immediately headed towards. The start time was unknown, so the guy decided to just sit here and wait. Sitting at this table were Murong Changfeng, the Kendo Master, Zuo Gankyu, the Array Master, and Huang Hui, the King Beast Master. And they were clearly surprised by the young man's presence. It turned out that the seats in the hall were intended only for Grandmasters, and ordinary exchange participants were not allowed to sit there. Even the two friends realized that the young man was facing almost fatal problems. The girl asked Yu Fei if she wanted to help him, but the power that allows one to create 6th-level pills would not let him die now. So the woman was sure that the guy would be fine. In reality, she just wanted to enjoy the show and see how Bufan would get out of the situation he found himself in. Surprisingly, it wasn't just one of the masters who flared up first. Jin Baoyu shouted that the young man had disgraced all the grandmasters and should now kneel down and beg for forgiveness. He was really getting on his nerves, but Bufan didn't start a fight. He just calmly asked why he was insulting these people with his presence, and had to kneel just to apologize. The first of the greats to stand up was Murong Changfei. He said that he would simply break the guy's arm and that no one needed to kneel. The second man, however, was not so generous. He noted that in order to get out alive, the impudent fellow would also have to get rid of his leg. The woman sitting furthest away smiled and advised Bufan to wipe his neck so that her lion could bite him. Chuo Bufang noted that all three offers were very generous and he liked them, and he thanked them for such a wide choice. The reactions were quite mixed. Some were horrified, some thought he was crazy, and some even supported the young man in his decision to cause a stir here. Jin Baoyu, who was standing nearby, was simply happy. He had just lost the need to come up with a plan for revenge. The guy had chosen his own death. Murong Changfei jumped to his feet and shouted at Bufang. Now he was really angry and wanted to kill the young man for his insolence. All three masters were eager to join forces to get rid of one small youth. The last one to get to her feet was Huang Hui. She stopped her comrades and said that her pet could handle it easily. In their opinion, the guy should be proud that three masters and their faithful lion would kill him today. Before anyone could die, Qin Lao intervened, stopping the respected masters. He tried to understand what was going on here and what these three were doing with their toothy pet. Angry and offended, Murong Changfei continued to shout and did not remove the sword from Bufan's neck. He pointed out to the inspector that the guy was sitting next to them. What right did he have to stop them? The most important thing in life was to know one's place. And Zuo Gankyu and his comrades were going to show the young man that very place. The Jubao Pavilion had its own rules, and Qin Lao had no right to interfere and express his opinion now. The inspector hurried to intervene before he was shut up again. He had just prepared a VIP seat for Zhuo Bufeng on the second floor. He had the right to be here. All three masters were shocked and screamed, not expecting to hear something like this. Who would have thought that someone at such a young age would be worthy of such a place? He must be either very rich or talented. Even Jin Baoyu jumped back in fear. Both he and the grandmasters had offended the wrong person. Coming closer, the inspector bowed and asked the young man to take his place on the second floor. But the hero was in no hurry to leave. Before leaving, he wanted to finish one problem here and now, so as not to drag it out and let it slide. This look and words sent shivers down the master's spines. Murong Changfei tensed up and asked what the young man meant. Zuo Gankyu quickly defended himself and stated that they had no time to deal with the young man, and besides, he could only rise to the top thanks to the strength behind him. Huang Hui supported her friend. She didn't want to waste her time on Bufan's strength. These were all beautiful excuses. The insolence continued to flow like an open tap. No one tried to bite their tongue, and this infuriated the young man. The first to pay for his insolence was Murong Changfei, who wanted to cut off his arm, and now one of his own limbs was torn off. Next up was Zuo Gankyu, who loves to break people's legs. Bufang did to him exactly what he wanted to do. The last one to receive the punishment she deserved was Huang Hui, whose throat was slit by the hero, because she so loved to set her lion on others. All those pathetic grandmasters should have been glad that they didn't want to kill Bufan, otherwise he wouldn't have spared their lives. The spectacle was very impressive. The guy defeated all three great people in one go. Now it is clear that he was not just hiding behind someone with great power. He himself was this power. Somewhere off to the side, Jin Baoyu was trembling in horror. The guy was simply glad that he was still alive and hadn't tried to harm this terrible man in any way. Not only did he demonstrate his power by creating the pill, but he was also able to defeat three masters and send one of them to the next world. Now it was possible to go to the second floor. Bufan asked Qin Lao with a smile to take him upstairs. Standing on the balcony, Yu Yufei didn't expect something like this to happen today. This evening is really very interesting. Now that he had finished dealing with matters, it was the Heihuan sect's turn to act. After a few minutes, the event finally began, this time hosted by people from Heihuan. 4 girls in red party dresses came onto the stage to show off today's treasures for exchange. The first lady brought out the first artifact on a tray, covered with a red cloth. And from that moment, the exchange officially began. All the guests were incredibly pleased. All the previous events were too vulgar and lacked their elegance. But this time, Heihuan did her best. Many people came here only because the sect promised to show a rare treasure that has been passed down from generation to generation, and the time has finally come to present it. Under the red cloth lay the enchanting 9-tailed pearl of Meiju. This was the main relic of Heihuan. Some people even thought they were crazy. It was not a fact that anyone would be able to afford something like this. Even Zhuo Bufang didn't expect this. He didn't think that such a high-quality demonic pill could be found in the human world. Suddenly, the life force of the guests present, all but the cult members, began to flow out of their bodies, as if a pill were sucking it out. The 9-tailed Meiju's ability was to enchant and absorb essence. But Bufan didn't expect the Heihuan to take such a decisive step. While the girls were distracting the guests, the Meiju pearl sent all the life and blood out of the guests, and only 2 people were able to resist it. Yu Yufei's assistant wanted to deal with them, but the girl refused. She was sure that she could handle it herself. Besides Zhuo Bufang, Zhen Xinan was still alive. The young man was clearly not the smartest and looked around, trying to figure out why everyone was sleeping. At that moment, Yu Yufei came up to him and hugged him around the neck. She was confident that she could attract all the young man's attention to herself. A second later, she sat on Shinan's lap, offering to go with him to a more secluded place. But the biggest failure of her life awaited the beauty. The young man rose to his feet, throwing her off himself, and screamed. He could not stand it when someone unceremoniously touched him and flirted with him. Angry and hurt, Yu Yufei walked away, calming herself down and saying that this failure did not mean that she was ugly. The energy coming from Bufan was completely different. The girl almost immediately stopped being angry and smiled. She was completely confident that this time there would be no failure. She sat down next to him and hugged the young man around the neck. He would certainly appreciate her beauty. Unlike Shinan, who likes men, Bufan certainly shouldn't have any problems with women. But she didn't expect that the young man would push her away and hit her with complete indifference. The immortal cultivator had no problem with this, but he was not interested in Yu Yufei at all. Zhuo Bufang never thought he would encounter something like this. And now he was wondering if he should kill this woman so that there would be no misunderstandings with Zikin later. A furious cry spread throughout the hall. Crowds of men were running after Yufei, and no one had ever refused her as soon as this guy dared to say that he was not interested in her. 3 girls, her assistants, emerged from the shadows, only too happy to carry out their reverend's order and kill the young man. They all reached the Golden Core realm. The Heihuan sect had a truly rich history. Yu Yufei was willing to spare the life of the impudent boar if he was also in one of the higher realms. Neither the words of threats nor the dagger piercing the chair right next to his head frightened Bufan. He had heard all of this more than 1,000,000 times already. If she really wanted to kill him, she shouldn't have relied on 3 incompetent men who were 400 years old in total. The girls got angry, but they didn't have time to do anything, just scream. And the next second they were struck down by a single blow. The frightened Yu Yufei walked away, covering her face with her hands. If he could defeat 3 masters with one move, then he had definitely reached at least the Golden Core realm. In the eyes of the Heihuan sect, the Golden Core realm may have been the ultimate dream, but to Bufang, it was no bigger than an ant. Now it was time to deal with the all-powerful Yu Yufei, who had been hiding behind the backs of her assistants and was now trembling with terror. All the girl could do was use the 9-tailed pearl of Meiju to deal with her offender. Now she was truly able to arouse the interest of the young master. He, with a smile, supported her desire to do at least something. The next second, Yufei pulled the pill towards her and ate it to take possession of all the souls and blood power that had accumulated inside. It was even a little disappointing. Zhuo Bufan thought that she would use her for some grand trick, but she was still at the stage of absorbing the blood essence. Since the girl enjoyed absorbing blood and energy so much, he intended to give her the opportunity to enjoy it to the fullest. A wild laugh filled the hall. The pearl could have absorbed the lives of over 100,000 people, but one pathetic loser wouldn't be able to blow it up without an excess of energy. But this was entirely possible. Bufan smiled and did not even feel tired. He allowed the girl to freely absorb his powers. The little game only intrigued Yu Yufei more and more. She smiled and was glad that she had finally met a worthy opponent. The desire to explode the Meiju Pearl with an excess of energy made not only the Reverend One but also her assistants laugh. The mood was getting better and better. The contented girl continued to flirt and play with words. She wanted to devour the young man's soul as quickly as possible, but this process had to be smooth and gradual in order to be enjoyed. Bufan's sharp tongue amused her even more. Yufei insisted that he use his strength to the fullest. Immediately after she said these words, the nine-tailed pearl cracked. Even though not even 1% of its potential was filled, it would have taken the life force of 100,000 people to split it. But no one could believe that this boy's body actually contained such power. Yu Yufei's eyes lit up with horror. The impossible was happening right before her eyes. Zhuo Bufan saw that the girl was not going to leave this world and decided to help her. Shrugged his shoulders and attacked her with his magic. Golden smoke swirled around the young man's finger. He smiled and compared his opponent to a frog at the bottom of a well. Just like that poor amphibian, Yufei didn't see the whole picture and didn't realize that Bufan's life was worth at least 1,000 souls. A powerful stream of spiritual energy hit the girl, and all her futile attempts ended there. The Heihuan sect's venerable lady lost consciousness, and the pill she had swallowed fell straight into the hands of an immortal cultivator. Using only his own spiritual power, he was able to destroy the Meiju Pearl, and their sect was in for a tough time. All the lives of the exchange guests that had been absorbed a few minutes ago burst out of the cracked treasure, and the men thought they had simply fallen asleep. The pearl itself was very powerful. Even in this form, it could be useful to Bufan. If he combined it with the dragon pearl, he would get a golden tablet without flaws. The wounded Yu Yufei lay on the floor and tried to wriggle out of it, saying that she would gladly become his girlfriend if he spared her life. But Zhuo Bufang was more interested in throwing her out into the street and never seeing her again. The Heihuan sect's venerable died in front of all her subjects. It was hard to believe. Now that no one was protecting the sect members, they started running away as quickly as possible to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Bufang's actions were indeed very bold, but in fact the main culprit was Heihuan. It was they who provoked the conflict. At this point, the Great Master finished and calmly walked towards the exit of the Jubao Pavilion. The next day, Long Ayochin came to meet Zhuo Bufang in person. Apparently, something serious had happened. The World Martial Arts competition was about to begin, and the old man wanted the young man to become the leader of his team. The cup clanged loudly on the table. Bufan was ready to solve any of Ayochin's problems and help him with everything that bothered him. But he was not interested in participating in competitions for the sake of glory. And of course, Mr. Long knew about this. He wouldn't have just asked the young man. But there was a reason why he personally came. The man smiled and showed a photo of an ancient artifact that would be part of the competition. This was the very same dragon pearl that Zhuo Bufang had planned to find in order to create the golden pill. Last night, a young man posted a request that he was looking for it, and Long Ayochin decided to take advantage of this, since the pearl is one of the prizes in the martial arts competition. For such a prize, Bufan was ready to do anything for Grandfather Lun, even teach his students. The old man already knew that he could convince the young man, so he had already told his family everything and wanted them to leave as soon as possible. He was really impatient. They soon arrived at the imperial capital, Tianyuan Budokan, where they were met by Long Gayu. The young people greeted each other. They had not seen or communicated with each other for quite some time. While her grandfather and Bufan were away, the girl gathered everyone her ancestor had asked for, and everything was ready. Putting their arms around the young man's shoulders, they walked through the large wooden gates together, like one family. Inside, all the best fighters in the country had gathered, discussing the new arrival, a member no one knew. But Mr. Lun had personally invited him. The members of Long Aodian's team couldn't accept the fact that this stranger would become their leader, and Li Zuo was the one who was most against it. Gradually, the whispers and rumors began to die down. Mr. Lun and the guest he had invited were already approaching them. Very soon they would find out who their captain was. The assembled warriors bowed in unison and greeted Master Long Aotian in unison. With a smile, the elderly man greeted everyone and introduced Zhuo Bufang, whom he had invited. No one present had ever heard of such a young man. He looked too young to be a great master, and someone suggested that Aoshin had simply brought his granddaughter's fiancé. Li Zuo stepped forward. He considered himself the strongest, and knew that in addition to strength, one must also consider return, qualifications, and reputation in order to become a leader. The fact that he brought a 20-year-old boy indicated his suspicion. In other words, the man doubted Zhuo Bufang. How can you be sure of a boy you see for the first time in your life? Zhuo wanted to at least check him out. To satisfy him, Bufan proposed a fight to find out which of them was more suitable for the role of leader. Long Ayochin was very worried, but it was not clear for which of the two he was more worried. He asked the young man to be more careful. Geiyue came closer. It was obvious that their friend would easily convince the participants of his strength. She did not understand what her grandfather was worried about, but it turned out that the man was worried that Bufan's true power would leave an indelible mark on the psyche of his people. Li Zua had no intention of holding back or showing leniency towards his opponent. He planned to send him to the hospital. Zhuo Bufang waited with a smile for the young man to show his strength. He was rather interested in finding out what the Long clan members were capable of. The attack and technique were quite good for a near master at 30 years old. The man clearly had potential, but he couldn't stand up to the young man. Bufan struck Li Zuo down with one blow, and he fell unconscious. Everything happened as Ayochin feared. If anyone ever encountered Zhuo Bufang, they would feel extremely inferior and confused. For people with a strong spirit, fighting him seems quite difficult, but for ordinary people it was simply impossible. Bufan turned to all the participants who were at the master level and suggested that they all attack together. These words really hurt the fighters. They decided that he had simply become proud after one victory and wanted to teach him a lesson. Uniting into one team, all the masters rushed at the young man at once. But they were in for a complete failure. Bufan only needed a couple of hits with a stream of energy to knock everyone off their feet. When no one was left on their feet, the young man turned to Long Ayochin and praised his choice. The fighters were indeed quite good, but now they had confidence in Zhuo Bufang and wanted him to become their leader. The team lined up and greeted the new commander. Everyone calmed down. It was truly amazing. And since everything had turned out so well, Mr. Lund suggested that everyone have dinner together and get to know each other better. A little later, the entire team went down to the Budokan dining hall, where they had a sumptuous dinner and drank in honor of the new leader, Zhuo. After asking everyone to sit down, Bufan explained that his methods were a bit extreme, but he wanted everyone to adapt quickly because they would have to work together to participate. This became a new toast. The men shouted it out and began to drink. Now to teamwork. Zhuo Bufang's guidance and the fighters' tenacity will lead their small squad to victory in this competition. Long Gaiyue urged everyone to quickly start eating the food prepared by the top chef. It was difficult to simply balance the nutrients, and even more difficult to complement the flavors of the various ingredients to make the dish so delicious. No matter how hard the training was, delicious food would always take away all the problems. The fighters really loved delicious food. Wang Bukun came out into the dining room and said with a smile that he had not tried as hard while cooking as described. Long Gaiyu stood up from the table and greeted the chef with a smile, saying that he was being too dismissive of his abilities. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the girl introduced the team leader, Zhuo Bufan, to the man. The young men shook hands to introduce themselves, and Mr. Wang asked the young man to talk about any food preferences he had at any time. The hero's politeness and good manners greatly pleased the cook. He wished everyone a bon appetit and a good evening, and returned to the kitchen. The suspicious person's intentions did not go unnoticed. Bufan sensed the vibrations of the energy crystals. This Wang Bukun is not what he tries to appear. Deciding that he needed to take a closer look, the martial artist rose to his feet and announced that there would be no training today. All fighters could rest, and tomorrow at 8 in the morning everyone will meet to begin the practical teaching method. The next morning, all the team members gathered in the hall, lined up in several rows, with Zhuo Bufang and Shangguan Yuner standing in front of them. As soon as the girl raised her voice and demanded silence, everyone who was there fell silent and stood at attention. The roll call began. The lady quickly went down the list, receiving an answer for each name spoken. All the members were present. Shangguan handed the leader a tablet with a sheet of paper on which today's training was scheduled. But there was no need for that, because Bufan planned to introduce his own training from today. This outraged the girl. She considered her methods to be the most advanced in the world, but the young man did not even look at them. Completely ignoring the assistant's indignation, Zhuo Bufang explained that Mr. Long had allowed him to train the team as he saw fit. For the first training session, the young man wanted to use only conditions and not give any orders, as there would be no point in that. This training method was personally compiled and simplified by the immortal cultivator, and fighters were required to meditate and practice according to the plan. Li Zuo was very impressed by yesterday's battle and was now ready to follow Leader Zhuo's instructions with precision and devotion. The offended Shangguan Yuner silently watched the new commander and accumulated resentment. She wanted to quickly personally see the true skills of the so-called master. From 8 in the morning until 12 o'clock in the afternoon, the young fighters meditated in the garden, and gradually, it was time for lunch. Such a long meditation made all the team members hungry, and the men smiled as they discussed how they were feeling much hungrier than usual today. Shangguan stepped forward again, not intending to give up so easily, and invited everyone to dinner. This is where Zhuo Bufang intervened. He did not allow his students to get up and go to lunch. The girl began to object, trying to convince them that if they did not get enough nutrition, the training would be unproductive. Instead of arguing and arguing, the immortal master simply calmly reminded them that before training they had decided that everything depended on him. This was the last straw. Shangguan Yuner lost her temper and turned around to look for someone who could control Zhuo Bufang's actions. None of the participants were able to follow her or object in any way. They all remembered the leader's strength and were afraid of receiving another blow. Time passed, it was late evening, and the meditations continued. The young people were practically dying of hunger, but they endured. Assistant Shangguan brought Mr. Long. Everyone hoped that he would definitely be able to convince Bufan to let them go out to eat. Coming closer, she immediately began to scold the team members for sitting there since early morning without receiving any water, food, or rest. The girl demanded that the leader be removed from training. But Long Aotian knew very well that Zhuo Bufang's methods were very strange and incomprehensible. He suggested giving him another 2 days, and if there was no breakthrough, then they would think about what to do. However, it was unlikely that simple meditation without food and water would achieve anything. Shangguan Yuner did not believe in the young man's method and wanted to see the effect now. Suddenly, Li Zuo, who had been focused only on meditation since morning and was not distracted by anything else, opened his eyes. Those nearby felt something unusual, a sharp flow of energy emanating from one of the students. The man's aura was burning brightly. It was completely different, much stronger than before. By meditating all day long, the young man broke through to the realm of the Great Master, becoming one step closer to the level of immortals. Gradually, one by one, the diligent participants broke through to the next kingdom. Shangguan Yuner couldn't believe her eyes. They were actually awakening, becoming stronger and stronger. There had never been a time when Zhuo Bufang had been able to disappoint Old Man Long, and now he had done his best. The chatterboxes sitting behind, who hadn't been able to finish the training, were no less surprised than the assistant. They still didn't understand what had happened. Everything was very simple. The difference was that, unlike them, Li Zuo was not lazy and always performed all the practices, following the instructions. Like his friends, he was focused only on self-improvement and did not pay attention to anything else. The cultivation was not in vain. And those who had been sitting and waiting for the training to end all this time had missed their opportunity and now regretted it. Pleased, Zhuo Bufang advised them not to waste time on idle talk, but to follow his method for a week, and then they would be able to awaken. This greatly motivated the young people. They were delighted and promised to always follow the instructions of Leader Zhuo in the future. Shangguan walked closer to the martial artist, clearly feeling very sorry for having doubted the young man not long ago. Admitting her mistakes, she bowed and asked for forgiveness right in front of everyone. It was touching, but completely unnecessary. The young man helped her stand up straight and convinced her that everything was fine. He understood perfectly well that she wanted the best. Thanks to this incident, Bufan was able to win everyone's hearts, not just with words. All this time, Wang Bukun was watching them. He believed that the young man did not pose a threat at all. In front of his Shura organization, he was just a small spark, incapable of causing a fire. Meanwhile, at the Victoria Hotel, an unknown man killed a young man with a blow to the chest. Now no one stood in the way of him and his boss, who stood behind the scenes and watched the competition. Raising a glass of red wine, the man wished the gentleman in front of him good luck in their future collaboration. The head of the World Martial Arts Competition of the Country of the Eagle, Trump, wished the same. Now this Mr. Alex and his organization could take part in the competition in their country. After the worldwide competition, Shura's organization could finally fully awaken and emerge from the shadows. As long as it could weaken the power of other countries and maintain the harmony of the Eagle Nation, there was nothing Trump could not do. A week later, the team members were training in the gym and time flew by for them. Shangguan Yuner came to them and conveyed the leader's words that there would be no intensive training today. Tomorrow was a long journey ahead, so today they had to focus on rest and relaxation. Thanks to Zhuo Bufang's exercises, the young fighters did not get tired and did not feel any heaviness at all. They wanted to continue training. Bufan was not pleased with this news. Their intentions to continue training went against his training plan. The only condition he set for the students was unquestioning obedience. So now they had to silently do what the commander told them. The young man shouted and ordered them to obey immediately and go to rest and relax their bodies before the upcoming competition. The next day, Mr. Luna's team arrived in full force in the land of camels. The event took place in the desert city of Baidita. In the main hall of the tall building, many people had gathered. Long Gaiwei and Zhuo Bufang approached the reception desk to register their team. But before the employee could begin her work, someone's scream was heard. Two teams arrived, one of which was from Country X. They believed that they should be the first to register because they were the best in the world. The second to arrive were the participants from Country R. Mr. Yamamoto believed that they were much more worthy of being first. Unlike Mr. Park and his Country X, Li Zuo intervened in the argument between the two old men, saying that the corridor stank when they opened their mouths. His teammates supported the young man, demonstratively covering their noses and complaining of nausea due to the smell. No matter how much the representatives of the X and R countries, the Dragon Kingdoms where the Luna Squad came from, hated each other even more, and therefore Zuo's joke offended them more than anything. The country of dragons was much weaker than them and wasn't even close, but it still continued to appear and say something to them. Bufan was fed up with the constant insults from the two old men, and with a couple of moves he knocked out Mr. Yamamoto and Mr. Pak. The two chairmen were completely defeated by a man from what they called a pathetic dragon kingdom. The members of Bufana's team were as happy as children. They supported their leader and were proud of him. Li Zuo's eyes lit up. He admired Commander Zhuo and dreamed of one day becoming as strong as him. The enamored Gaiwa stood nearby, her eyes fixed on the young man, and she sincerely believed that their meeting was predetermined and they were destined to be together. There was no need to worry anymore. The two ill-behaved dogs had been defeated, and they could continue with the registration in peace. At these words, Trump, the owner of these very same slain dogs, appeared. And he was very unhappy with the chaos that had been created. They may have dealt with them, but it wasn't over yet. Bufan's team was in for more trouble. Having come to their senses, Yamamoto and Puck immediately bowed to their master, thanking him for his protection and praising his thirst for justice and willingness to make decisions for them. Although this was a rather disgusting and pathetic sight, if the people from the Eagle Kingdom took action, it could turn out badly for the team. Mr. Trump gave Zhuo Bufang a choice. Either all his friends from the Dragon Kingdom would kneel and beg for forgiveness, or they would be disqualified before the competition. The original plan was to make registration easy and simple, but people are looking for problems for themselves. To finish it off quickly, Bufan suggested that they all attack together, which amused Trump, who underestimated the boy and ordered one of his men to attack him. Martin stepped forward, looking quite strong, stretching his joints in preparation for battle. Being the youngest champion in the land of the Eagle, the man was confident of his victory in advance, like Yamamoto and Pak. The guests present were eager to see true power. They all bet on Martin, and that the guy from the Dragon Kingdom would say goodbye to life. And only the members of Bufana's team were confident that no matter how strong and ruthless this muscle man was, their leader could handle him. Long Gaiwei, who was standing next to them, supported them. There was no doubt that Zhuo Bufang would easily win. This is just a registration, but their team has already become a target. The rest of the match could become much more difficult than expected. Maintaining as much calm as possible, Bufan walked closer to Martin, not even listening to the words that came out of his opponent's mouth. The strongest fighter in the Eagle Country couldn't wait to prove himself. His hand was enveloped in spiritual flames, and he jumped on the young man in front of him. A quick and obviously powerful blow was stopped with one hand, mocking the enemy. The hero asked if he had eaten in the morning. After a failed attempt, it was Master Zhuo's turn. He struck the man's jaw once with his fists, resulting in a cracking sound and a groan of pain. Having lost a couple of teeth, the best of all Trump's men fell right at his feet. He couldn't even withstand a single blow. No one could believe that someone from the Dragon Kingdom could actually do something like that to make Martin lose to such a boy. With just one attack, Zhuo Bufang was able to deal with the best fighter from the Eagle Country, and his participants rejoiced at their victory like children. The hero himself did not share his students' joy. He turned to Trump and advised him and his team to go home and not participate in the match if that was all they were capable of. At that moment, the group's leader, Shura, jumped out of the shadows. He was so confident in his strength that he couldn't wait to send the guy to the hospital. This man's spiritual energy was indeed strong and interesting, but it meant little to Bufan. Yet they did not finish immediately. Their spiritual energies collided, and neither of them fell. Both masters looked at each other with caution and doubt. No one had ever been able to withstand the blows of an immortal cultivator like that. And Alex thought the same. This did not suit Mr. Trump at all, and he ordered his partner to kill the young man as quickly as possible. A fight now would reveal Alex's full power and ruin his plans. He tried to convince his boss to let him get rid of him during the match. The idea of humiliating him in front of a large public appealed to Trump very much, and he was only too happy to kill Bufan in front of everyone. The only ones who didn't like it were Mr. Yamamoto and Mr. Park. They couldn't let the impudent guy live until tomorrow. Otherwise, they would lose face. Such persistent complaints made the man very angry. He pushed them away with force and shouted, ordering them to shut up immediately. Rising to their feet, the heads of the two teams bowed and asked their boss for forgiveness. They were not at the level to try to discuss anything with Mr. Trump. After this small quarrel, the man bowed and led Mr. Alex inside the hotel to the exclusive floor. He did not need registration. Following them, all the members of the teams from countries X and R left. They were clearly unhappy with having to be subordinate to the country of the Eagle. Finally, there was silence in the hall, and the Dragon Country team could check in peace. Standing to the side, Yamamoto and Park were seething with anger. They couldn't wait for tomorrow when Zhuo Bufang would pay for all the shame they had endured. Bufan himself stood and silently analyzed the recent skirmish with Alex. His energy was unusual and resembled the fluctuation of an energy crystal. At night, in the room, the head of the Shura ordered his followers to force all participants to drink the prepared medicine by any means necessary. But more than this potion, he was concerned about the issue of monitoring the team from the Dragon Kingdom. Wang Bukun raised his head and said loudly that he was watching over them and keeping everything under control. During the battle with Bufan, Alex realized that the guy was very unusual, so he ordered him to be given a dose of medicine 10 times higher than usual. It was very unexpected. Who knew that this boy's potential would be so high? The next day, Mr. Lun's entire team gathered at the hotel restaurant early in the morning, and the cook hired by Gaiwei brought the medicine, which he called a nutrient solution. This thing really interested the fighters. They trusted Wang Bukun and were therefore only too happy to try something new. Following Li Zuo, all the team members came to get the drink. It was really very tasty. The last person to be given the so-called medicine was Zhuo Bufang. The young man smiled, but he immediately felt that something was wrong with the drink. Now the cook was acting very calm, as was his boss. So the young man decided to please him and pretend that his trick had worked. Bufan drank the entire contents of the glass in one gulp. He was sure that whatever was in it would not affect him. It was simply amazing to Bukun. He couldn't believe that Zhuo Bufang actually went and drank it. When everyone had finished eating, Long Gaiyu called the boys to go together to the gathering place before the competition. Most of the players from the Dragon Kingdom managed to administer the cure, and Alex's plan will soon be completed. Once they had moved further away from the Shura faction's spies, Zhuo Bufang asked Li Zuo to distribute 1 jar of elixir to each of the participants. But he was misunderstood. The young man decided that their leader wanted to feed the team a banned drug to increase their strength. Gaiyu came to the rescue. They both looked at Bufan with disappointment and even fear, because this was not the way to act. This greatly upset the young man. Who could have thought that his comrades would have such an opinion of him? The elixir the hero gave them was a toxin pill, which is used to remove poisonous substances from the body, and the whole problem was in the solution that Wang Bukun gave. Zhuo Bufang did not expose him. It was more profitable to make the enemies believe that their plan had worked. The idea was to give everyone the antidote now, and, most importantly, not have to tell others about the poison. Everything was clear. Li Zuo and Long Gaiwei agreed with him, and were ready to follow any instructions from their leader. When they entered the hall, Long Aoshin greeted them and showed them where the seats for players from the Dragon Kingdom were. The team is at risk of becoming a target, and other countries will join forces to deal with them. It will definitely be a tough match. The mood was very combative, and people were offended. With such a situation, there could be no talk of any fairness in the decisions. At this rate, all these emotions would hinder them. Bufan intervened and reminded them that no external factors should influence them. And when the time comes, they will be able to show their strength. While they were busy competing, Their leader would take care of everything else. This speech greatly raised the morale of the participants. Mr. Yamamoto and Mr. Park heard all this, and they found it funny how proud the people from the Land of Dragons were of themselves, especially when their sad fate was already predetermined. Bufan's team covered their noses again, saying that yesterday he had already pointed out that the two had bad breath. But they hadn't done anything, and it had gotten worse. Words like these completely enraged the men. But before the team leaders could say anything, Zuo Bufang yelled at them, reminding them how he had beaten them yesterday and that it could happen again. Their heated argument was interrupted by the loud voice of the presenter, who announced that the competition would officially begin in 20 minutes. This meant that it was time for the participants to enter the arena. The hero hurried to bring his team and promised that with him, victory would belong to the Dragon Kingdom. Long Aochin looked at the young man with hope. The fate of their country now depended only on him. A few minutes later, the competition began. Each team had to take its place, and the first team was the country of the Eagle, the reigning champion. The spectators were delighted. Many bet on the Eagles. One of them even wanted to sell his house and bet money on this team. While the participants were being announced, the participants from the Dragon Country stood next to the places of the Camel Country. They were usually weaker than everyone else, so Chris, their captain, began to humiliate them right away. The humiliation turned into intimidation and attempts to force them to leave, and then into humiliation again. But this time from the whole team. This deeply offended Li Zuo, and he shouted at everyone who had the courage and impudence to insult his accomplices in such a way. And since they were so impudent, let them rise up and fight them. The comments did not embarrass Chris at all. On the contrary, they provoked him. He declared that he was not afraid to say out loud that they were all weaklings, and he wanted to use this to show the superiority of his country. While the quarrel was going on and the shouting was going on, the group from the Land of Dragons was being followed by several suspicious people. Mr. Park suggested to his friend that they go out right now and destroy the Dragon Nation to avenge yesterday. But Mr. Yamamoto had a different plan. The country of camels and the country of dragons are not as strong as them. It was more profitable to wait until one destroys the other and then reap the benefits. This seemed so delightful to old Paku that he became proud to be friends with such a vile and cunning man. Attention has grown exponentially during this time. Spectators were already on fire at the very beginning of the match and arguing about who would win. Of these two teams, most bet on the Camels, who finished second last year, and only the Loon family laughed at them, because their dragon country was reborn this year, and a truly wonderful show awaited everyone. The first stage of the competition began. Chris was completely confident of his team's victory. The dragon participants rushed into battle. They had waited a long time and now they could finally punish their enemies. While they were easily dealing with the Camel Nation team, Zhuo Bufang reminded them that their main enemy was the Eagle Nation, so they shouldn't show off their full strength just yet. The quiet laughter was drowned out by the screams. No one heard Yamamoto and Puck discussing how weak Bufan was and how lucky they were. The more people from his team died now, the better off they were. As they spoke, there was silence. The leader from Country X decided that the dragons had lost and were weaker than he thought. But when he looked at the arena, he froze in shock. Yamamoto did not look and was happy, wanting to go there and sympathize with the dragon team. His friend's reaction surprised the man, and he peeked around the corner to find out what was going on and what had gone wrong. His jaw dropped to the floor at what he saw. The land of camels was completely destroyed. Of those who could stand on their feet, only Zhuo Bufang's fighters were still standing, and they had become much stronger than they had been in all the previous years. The young people were simply delighted. They themselves did not expect that they would cope so easily and quickly. Li Zhu loomed over the camel captain and asked with a smile if they wanted to continue. Beaten and frustrated, Chris did not want to be beaten again, or worse, killed, and raised the white flag, which meant they were surrendering. Immediately after these words, Zuo turned to Captain Zuo and, with a smile, loudly announced that they had beaten last year's second-place team. For a moment, there was silence in the room. No one could believe what had just happened. The dark horse of this competition has shown its strength, and the country of camels has been completely destroyed. Everyone who bet money on them has now lost all their savings. The land of dragons has proven too strong. Long Gaio looked the happiest in the world. Now the whole world could see how powerful their team was. The girl sitting next to her nodded approvingly. Inviting Zhuo Bufang was the best and most correct decision of his entire life. Yamamoto and Pak stood behind the scenes in confusion, both of them not knowing what to do now. After thinking for a bit, the head of Country R suggested running away and waiting for the Eagle team to take action. Otherwise, they would not be able to defeat the dragons. This wonderful and most importantly simple plan really pleased Mr. Pack, and he supported his friend. The two teams, consisting of a large number of people, tried to run away as quietly and unnoticed as possible, just to avoid encountering Zhuo Bufang and his people. But they did not leave unnoticed. Li Zuo approached his captain with a proposal to fight them. But this pile of trash was not worth wasting their spiritual energy and strength. Such people are not worthy of it. The first stage of the survival zone reduction was about to begin. And now everyone is adjusting their status in accordance with the current situation. Half an hour later, the life area had shrunk. The Dragon Country team was still in the same place. They didn't need to move anywhere or look for a new space. And yet, this will not stop the others from coming here. Since they are here, there was no longer any point in them hiding. Zhuo Bufang knew very well that these people had been watching them the whole time, and loudly urged them to come out and join in. Armed men from the country of VH emerged from around the corner, led by Roland, waiting for the right moment to attack the enemies. Firearms were illegal contraband in these competitions, but the VH nation somehow managed to smuggle them in anyway. Li Zuo stepped forward and addressed Roland, reminding him that using weapons against other players was illegal. This statement made the man chuckle. He was silent for a moment. From his calm look, one could tell that something was wrong here. Within a second, he was laughing and shouting loudly about how they could participate without even knowing the rules. In this competition, you can use anything that is available at the venue, and no matter what it is, it will not be a violation. The news came as a great surprise to the participants from the Land of Dragons. No one had heard of such an announcement, but now was not the time to think about it. Even Long Aodian was surprised. No one had warned him that firearms could be used, meaning that someone had deliberately betrayed their country. The use of weapons allowed some weak teams to compete on par with the rest, and no one believed in the strength of the Dragon Nation anymore. Li Zuo turned to Zhuo Bufang. Their enemies had not only pistols but also bazookas. They were no match for such weapons. The anxious participants wanted to run away now, to preserve the hope that in the future they could still at least make it into the top 3. But Bufang was very calm. He looked at his friends with a smile and did not perceive this as a problem anyway. Firearms would not harm either him or his team. Everyone who was nearby was hearing this news for the first time. They were still worried and had a hard time believing that the bullets really wouldn't harm them. As good as it sounded, they were sure that their leader simply had too high an opinion of their abilities. This touched Zhuo Bufang. He turned to the others and loudly ordered them to listen to him during the fight with the BH country. He would train them right there in the process. At the moment of battle, they needed to weaken their defenses and allow the firearms to strike. A strong fear passed through the team. The participants considered it pure suicide, but Zhuo Bufang was not joking. He was serious and quite confident that his students could cope with this problem. A wild laugh erupted in the arena. The people from the WH thought their dragon country was an amazing place of idiots who actually allowed themselves to be shot at. The presenter couldn't believe what he heard and deliberately repeated what Bufang had said, hoping that then it would begin to make at least some sense. If anyone survives, it will be only a couple of people at most. The entire Dragon Country team will be completely destroyed. It seemed that everyone except the team leader understood this. Long Aoshin and his granddaughter sat tense and silent, sincerely believing that Bufang had some kind of plan. Li Zuo couldn't calm down and believe that the hero actually wanted them to fight the VH without any protection. Time passed, and the leader did not say anything new. In order not to waste time, the comrade took Zuo by the hand and pulled him along with him. Since it had been decided they must carry out the order. Nothing bad would happen. There was no point in thinking about it too much. The sooner they started, the sooner it would be over. Laughter turned to anger. Roland could hardly stand this circus and just wanted to quickly shoot these idiots who were eager to die. At that very moment, grenades, bullets, and missiles began flying towards the Dragon Kingdom team. A loud explosion was heard, drowning out the screams of the members of the affected team. Nothing could be seen through the rising smoke and dust. Only the team leader stood nearby, alive and well. Meanwhile, in the stands, the presenter apologized for calling the Dragon Nation the greatest underdogs. He was very wrong about them. Her example showed that no matter how good the team, if the leader is so stupid that he allows them to resist firearms with his body, then nothing will work. Of all those sitting in the hall, only Geiwa still believed that Zhuo Bufang had a plan. Meanwhile, in the arena that served as a warehouse, A single buffoon stood in front of a smokescreen of hot air and smoke, and since he was the only one left alive, Roland decided to show mercy and give him a small advantage. He could choose the weapon of his death from grenades, pistols, or rockets. But all these laughter and offers of various types of weapons did not frighten the young man in the least. He believed that it was too early to utter such loud words. These words made Roland tense. The man frowned, trying to understand what he was talking about. The smoke slowly settled along with the dust, and it was finally possible to see what was hidden behind this wall. All the spectators in the stands froze, but the more visibility opened up, the louder it became in the hall. All those people from the Dragon Country not only survived the explosion, but were also able to awaken, reaching a new level of power. Tears flowed from the old man's eyes. Aoshin was incredibly happy that the entire team survived and everything was okay. The energy of the explosion did not harm any of the young people. On the contrary, they were able to absorb it and strengthen themselves. But now was not the best time to talk. Zhuo Bufang gave the order to get rid of all the trash with a smile, looking at the WH team. At the same time, they could test their new powers. The participants were very happy to finally beat their enemies. Roland trembled with fear, like an aspen leaf in the wind, and began to back away in the hope of saving himself. He quietly asked what they were going to do, and in response he heard that of course they were planning to beat him up properly. As soon as the battle began, people from the country of VH already began to cry, surrender, and ask for mercy, to stop beating them and to let them go. In just a few minutes, the team from the Dragon Kingdom was finished and not a single enemy was left standing. Zhuo Bufang nodded approvingly. He was very pleased, but he needed to leave quickly because the safe zone would soon shrink. The Dragon Nation successfully defeated the Camel Country and the VH Country. These guys have proven themselves to be future champions. Full of determination, Longyue joyfully shouted that with Bufan, they would definitely win. But it would have been rash to rejoice prematurely, because the country of the Eagle, which had won several times in a row, had not yet appeared. At the same time, not far from the warehouse where the competition was taking place, people from Shura's group were hiding, waiting for the right time. The medicine given to players from different countries has almost worked, and it's time to reap the fruits of their labor. Obeying their leader's orders, the men rushed to their places to begin putting the plan into action. Mr. Trump came closer to Alex. He was not aware of the poison plan, so he did not understand what activity his partner was talking about, but it was none of his business. The man had no plans to dedicate this person, moreover. He planned to get rid of him as soon as the Eagle Country ceased to be of use to his group. Meanwhile, Chris and Roland, along with their people, were somehow limping towards the exit. They did not expect that they would lose to the Land of Dragons this time. This time their strength was too great. Perhaps only the Eagle Country could somehow deal with them. To everyone's surprise, the people from the Eagle Nation landed in front of them at exactly the same second. They had been looking for the participants for a long time and finally found them. Roland didn't understand why they were being looked for, since both teams had been soundly defeated by the people from the Dragon Nation. Instead of an answer, they heard a short report that members of the Camel and VH countries had been found. But they were not ready for an operation to collect weapons. With 10 seconds left until the decisive moment, Chris flared up, reminding them that they were allies. Immediately after this, the man fell to the ground, coughing up blood. No one except the Eagle people understood what exactly happened. Time ran out. One of the allies stood and watched indifferently as the solution that all the participants drank took effect. One by one, the team members fell to the ground, losing their strength and feeling death slowly approaching. They finally realized that they had been poisoned and that the Eagle's people were to blame. Chris couldn't believe that the people he trusted had betrayed his country like that. But the country of the Eagle did not betray them. The Shura organization was behind everything that happened to them. Fear appeared in the young man's eyes as soon as he heard the name. He could not fully comprehend what exactly was happening around him. The man waved his hand and advised Chris to get some sleep, and that they would see each other again later. The second of Shura's men ordered his partner to quickly send these people to the assembly point and head to the next target. The next and closest in location turned out to be the Kingdom of Dragons. Meanwhile, the Dragon Nation players were gradually approaching victory and began to take the initiative in the competition into their own hands. To find out what the team members would do, the presenter looked at the screen, but it suddenly went dark. The signal was lost, which was very unexpected because we had prepared thoroughly for this competition. Bottles, glasses, and even balls were thrown at the man. People were unhappy and began swearing loudly, demanding a refund for the live broadcast. Trying to calm people down and figure out what was going on at the same time, The presenter was tossing and turning like an eel and was dripping with cold sweat. The equipment on the side of the hall and the stands was in perfect order, which means something happened on the side of the competition venue. The live broadcast signal never cut off. Long Aochin was sure that something serious had happened, and someone wanted to attack their dragon country. Long Gaiyue sat closer to him and hugged her grandfather's hand, calming him down with words that Zuo Bufang was with them, which meant nothing bad would happen. Whatever his granddaughter's words, the man could not feel any relief or peace. He really wanted to believe in the best, but he could hardly. At the same time, the team was walking towards the center of the competition circle. The area was large, and the journey took a long time. Many were complaining, and the others were shutting them up. Suddenly, their step was interrupted. Zhuo Bufang threw out his hand and ordered them to stand still. He felt someone's presence. The team members were very inspired by their previous victories. They asked the leader not to interfere and to watch with pride how they would cope on their own. But they are more likely to be disappointed. Only 2 people came, and there are not enough for everyone. And judging by the energy fluctuations, these were people from Shura, and they finally began to act. When the smoke cleared, people could finally see each other. The live broadcast signal was blocked so no one could see anything. As they got closer, the Shura members finally felt that something was wrong. The poison should have already begun to take effect. All the participants from the Dragon Country were full of strength and energy, while the people in the Eagle Country uniform retreated back when they realized they were about to be attacked. One of the pair covered the other. He was sure that some of the outsiders could not get rid of Shura's poison, and most likely physical resistance was simply delaying the effect. The required amount of time passed for the solution to take effect and for people to spit out blood. But nothing happened. Not only did the participants not bleed to death or fall, they were also full of strength and desire to do the same to them. Gathering all their strength together, the members of the Dragon Nation team pounced on the 2 Shura members. These guys were very energetic and dealt with 2 enemies in a few minutes. And Bufan was already tired while just looking at them. To somehow stop all this, 2 of the Shura made white flags from whatever came to hand and asked for mercy. But it was not easy for the fighters to decide their fate. Li Zuo turned to the leader with a question about what to do with these 2. Zhuo Bufang asked to leave them in his hands. He needed to find out what plan their gang bosses had made. To find out everything he needed to, he didn't intend to torture them, but simply used the soul-searching technique. 2 members of the group began to have terrible headaches. All their memories and even part of their souls left their bodies and went to Bufan. Thanks to these memories, he was able to find out that Alex was preparing a big conspiracy. But, to his personal regret, he met a hero on the way, and now all of Shura's plans came to an end. Meanwhile, a large altar was erected in the very center of the arena, where all the participants from other countries were moved. They had already managed to come to their senses and were shouting in unison at Trump and the people from the Land of the Eagle, accusing them of treason. Yamamoto and Pak were lying tied up at the feet of the head of state and Alex. They also did not understand what was happening, because they were loyal supporters of the Eagle Nation. Moreover, Trump himself did not understand what was going on, where the altar came from, and why their friends from the countries of R and X were connected. To avoid unnecessary questions and answers, Alex used hypnosis techniques to temporarily control his partner's actions and lied to him. He explained that in competitions, all allies are as much enemies as anyone else, and that all means are good for victory. And the man under the spell agreed. The operation was going extremely well, and one of Alex's assistants suggested immediately finishing off the people from the Eagle Country so that they wouldn't interfere. But there was no need to rush. According to the leader's plan, they still needed Trump for photographs in which he was giving orders to make this country a target. After the explanation, the man asked if everyone was already gathered and if all the preparations were completed. Only the people from the Dragon Country were not brought to the altar with the others. Wang Bukun believed that something had happened to the third group. This shocked Alex. He was sure that no living person could resist his poison, including Zhuo Bufan. He gave the order to contact the third group, but then a hero appeared and reported the death of members of Shura's group. Rumors spread across the clearing. The Dragon Country team looked energetic and healthy. Someone decided that Bufan might have known about Alex's plan in advance. With a satisfied smile, the Immortal Master triumphantly announced that he had known about the plans for a long time and would be the cause of failure. It all sounded very presumptuous. Of course, Alex's subordinates were confident of their boss's victory and underestimated Bufan. Before it was too late, the Shura leader ordered Trump to detain the boy while he absorbed energy crystals to become an S-level master. At that very moment, the hypnotized man and his fighters attacked Zhuo Bufang, wanting to destroy the Dragon Country to become the winner. But this pile of trash couldn't do anything to the immortal cultivator. He got rid of all the attackers with one technique. Not a minute had passed since Alex gave the order, and all the participants from the Eagle Country were already lying on the ground. Things were bad, especially for the head of the organization. He ordered his men to stop Bufan and rush to the altar as quickly as possible. Immediately, everyone who served Alex ran towards the young man and his team to detain them, or better yet, kill them all. But Bufan had no intention of letting him go so easily. He once again used Buddha's secret technique, swinging his palm straight towards Alex. Focusing, the young man attacked his enemy with Buddha's 1,000 hands, one of his most powerful spells. To save himself, the man tried to block the blow with his thunder magic, but it was useless. No spell or barrier could protect against Buddha's blow. Alex flew to the side, coughing up blood. The blow was so powerful that it blew up the altar on which all the participants were sitting, and they were thrown into the air by the wave. After such an attack, it was unlikely that anyone would survive. Shura's men thought that their boss was probably dead and were wondering whether they should run or whether there was no point anymore. The innocent and bound team members managed to survive. They lay and sat on the ground, recovering from the shock of what they had experienced. Yamamoto and Puck looked at their saviors. It was truly an unexpected turn of events. Those they were targeting ended up saving them. No one expected that such a big conspiracy would be involved in a martial arts competition. Li Zuo, standing nearby, thought that the show was over, but he was wrong. It was just beginning. Alex emerged from under the rubble, alive and unharmed, laughing and confident that even the heavens could not kill him. Having swallowed the energy crystals, which were exactly what he needed, the man waited to awaken and move to a new level. Energy was oozing out of his body, destroying everything in its path, and he felt like he was about to reach the S level of a master. With each passing second, the flow of energy grew stronger. The spiritual flame burned brightly behind Alex, and the earth was destroyed under such pressure. The Shura members watching this rejoiced and shouted. They were sure that victory was now theirs. The remaining participants were horrified. He had actually become stronger, and many were sure that even Zhuo Bufang could not cope with this power. Now Alex could directly absorb the energy of human blood for self-improvement. Deciding not to waste time, the man targeted the people in the clearing to become even stronger. Those present began to have headaches and their bodies weakened, their blood and vitality slowly draining away. At this point, the presenter decided to fly to the center of events by helicopter so that viewers could still see the live broadcast. He eventually saw that all the participants were trapped at the altar, and the situation was getting worse with each passing minute. Now viewers from all over the world could see Alex absorbing the blood of other participants to become stronger. Moreover, he began to absorb the life juices and strength of his own teammates. One of the spectators recognized Alex's actions as a forbidden technique of S-level masters from the Shura organization, which means that this organization is now killing young talents from all over the world. For someone who was only an A-level to reach such a high level, it took a lot of effort. Things were clearly bad. Long Geiyui only thought about Zhuo Bufang and how he would definitely be able to defeat the enemy and lead their team to victory. Meanwhile, at the altar, things were getting worse. Li Zuo turned to the leader with a request to save him. His life force was leaving his body uncontrollably, and he was already at the limit. As long as Zhuo Bufang was with them, they would never get into trouble. The young man walked forward. All that had to be done was to simply kill Alex once and for all. Such a bold statement amused the man. He was sure that there was heaven and earth between them, and did not even suspect that in front of him was a great immortal master. When threatened to crush him with one finger, Bufan said with a smile that he had the same finger, and it was unlikely that Alex would be able to stop his attack. For the overconfident head of Shura, everything was going just perfectly. He was glad that the young man was losing his temper and believed that he could easily deal with him. Pointing his palm at his enemy, the young man summoned the Blood Demon's Nirvana Palm. This spell was the strongest offensive technique from the organization. The other members had no doubt that Bufan was about to die. The pressure was too much. Many participants couldn't take it anymore, and few even believed in Zhuo Bufang's victory. But he was all they had. Even the presenter high in the sky felt the pressure from Alex. He didn't know what exactly was happening there, but he was already feeling terrified. No country could defeat a man with the strength that the head of Shura now had. All hope lay in the immortal master. While everyone was under intense pressure and fear, Zhuo Bufang was cheerful and smiling. saying that it was too trivial to finish off an enemy with just one finger. Raising his hand to the sky, the young man used the magic finger technique, and a bright beam of light burst out from his palm, striking directly into the center of his palm. The Dragon Country team members believed in their leader. They watched this blow with hope and shouted words of support. Even former enemies Yamamoto and Pak looked to Bufan with hope. Their lives now depended on him. The collision of forces caused an explosion. Smoke and heat rose, creating a wall and blocking the view. Horror appeared on Alex's face. He couldn't understand how it was even possible for the most powerful S-level technique to be reflected. When the smoke cleared, the man saw Zhuo Bufang approaching him with inhuman speed. Alex didn't even notice it. Now the young man swung his fist, shrouded in flames and about to send him to hell. The hand passed through the body. The death of the group's leader was as quick and terrible as his powers. The strength slowly left the body. The man fell down from a bird's-eye view, losing consciousness. The body fell to the ground with a crash, the impact raising dust and creating a crater, as if from an explosion. Within seconds, there was a lot of noise. People were shouting and crying with happiness, thanking Bufan for saving them. The Dragon Country team ran up to their leader, praising him. Members of Shura's group were bustling about on the sidelines. They were very frightened by how easily their master had been killed and wanted to escape. But there was little point in that. A little while later, Mr. Trump came to his senses. After Alex's death, hypnosis slowly released his mind. Immediately after he woke up, he saw the corpse of his partner and the happy people from the Dragon Kingdom nearby. After him, other participants began to come to their senses, who were not so resilient and lost consciousness when their blood was sucked out. Before they could say anything important, Trump turned and ordered them to be quiet, so as not to spread the word about how dire the situation was in their country. Now that Alex was dead, the strongest nation was the land of dragons. The man began to frantically think about what he could do to achieve his victory. The outline of a plan slowly began to appear in his head, but then someone's shadows appeared. Someone approached from behind. These were the embittered and resentful leaders of the teams participating in the competition, who had been betrayed by the country of the eagle. Naive Trump decided that they were still his allies and that idiots like them would definitely help him get the title of champion. Seeing the amused expression on his former ally's face, Mr. Park asked mockingly what Mr. Trump was laughing about. Rising to his feet, the head of state approached him and put his hand on his shoulder, trying to look like a best friend. And as proof that they really were best friends, the man suggested that everyone call him Lao Te. Trump then went on to say that he knew nothing about the trap in Alex's plans, and that he himself had been deceived. In the end, he smugly declared that the result was excellent. Everyone remained alive, and the main culprit was dead. Some of what he said was indeed true, and the group of leaders agreed that Alex did indeed deserve all of this. Upon hearing this, Mr. Trump was immediately delighted and thought he had won their trust and told them of their plan to unite against the Dragon Nation for the sake of his Eagle Nation. Bufan's voice sounded from behind him. He heard everything perfectly well, and the man's persistence was already getting on his nerves. His appearance scared Trump to death. He jumped back and screamed. Full of confidence and courage, he shouted at the young man, calling on his allies to attack him together. After these words, the team leaders from different countries surrounded Mr. Laute, rejoicing that they could finally begin the attack. It had been hard to endure all this time. The chatter of the old idiot was getting on their nerves, but now they could finally let go. Trump got scared and started walking back, covering his face with his hands. The next second, Mr. Park struck his former ally with all his strength and hatred, and the entire team pounced on him, defending Zhuo Bufan and accusing the Eagle Country and Shura of betrayal. The team members standing on the sidelines were a little confused and didn't know whether they should join in and help beat Trump up for everything they had been through. After some time, security services arrived to arrest and take away those responsible for the tragedy. The presenter had already descended from his helicopter and, camera in hand, was interviewing the savior of all young talents from different countries, Zhuo Bufan. When asked how he felt after everything, the young man answered with a smile that for him this is quite a normal thing, and now he is more worried about whether he and his team are declared champions. And since the prize was what interested him most, the man promised to contact the organizers so that they could prepare for the Dragon Nation Awards ceremony. The young man's words were taken not simply as light humor, but, so that the other participants would not feel burdened, there was no sense of self-love or arrogance in the hero's speech. Long Gaiyue was genuinely happy about her beloved's victory and turned to her grandfather, wondering if there was anything in this world that Bufan couldn't do. Ayotian's reaction was not so clear-cut. The strength of his family friend made him think deeply. Not much time had passed since everything had ended, and the Dragon Kingdom was already being awarded gold medals for first place. Now it's time for the most important and valuable prize of the World Martial Arts Championship, which even Zhuo Bufang dreamed of. Girls dressed in red festive dresses carried out trays with bright pearls. One of them was the very dragon pearl that the immortal master so wanted to obtain in order to create the golden pill. A wave of noise rose up through the hall. The audience was simply delighted. It's not every day you see such an expensive and priceless thing. According to the competition rules, team captains can receive half of the reward and have the right to choose first. With respect, the host let the young man go ahead so that he could choose everything he needed, while the people went crazy with envy and delight. Most of the guests were sure that Bufan would take the most valuable and expensive thing, and only Gayue believed that he was not that kind of person and would definitely not take away half of the most valuable prize. The girl's grandfather, Long Ayotian, was also sure of this. He knew the young man's character and believed that Zhuo would only take what he needed. The team members standing in the stands whispered among themselves. They hoped that their leader would not deliberately take the cheap prize in order to protect and help them. The guys believed that he deserved everything. While they were chatting, Zhuo Bufang walked up to the dragon pearl and carefully picked up the glowing ball in his hands. And that was the end of his choices. From a multitude of ancient treasures and golden statues, he chose just one thing, and not even the coolest one, which shocked the presenter. Ignoring the man's shouts and the noise of the hall, the young man nodded affirmatively with a smile, confirming that he really only needed the pearl. The hall was buzzing. Compared to valuable artifacts like a magic pestle or a high-level protective talisman, this thing was ordinary. The naive and love-struck Gayue believed that in reality Zhuo Bufang simply wanted to give the best to others and did not care about money. In all the time they had been communicating, she would never have thought that he cared so much about the people around him. And only Ayotian truly understood what Bufan wanted. The young man never hid his true intentions. All the team members surrounded their leader, trying to convince him to take something else, because he had made the biggest contribution but took practically nothing. Even Li Zuo tried to dissuade his idol. All the guys understood his intentions perfectly well, but they wanted him to take at least something else. This scene was very touching. Even the host was in tears. He also tried to push Bufan to choose something. Gathering together, the participants once again loudly asked Zhuo Bufang to agree. But the hero was adamant. He firmly refused. He no longer needed anything that the organizers offered. This was definitely an answer no one expected. Even the team was stunned when they heard that he wasn't interested. Then the cheerful and contented Bufan admitted that nothing but the Dragon Pearl was of any value to him. And that's why he happily gives all the prizes to his friends from the team. It was very hard to believe this. Li Zuo decided that the captain was saying this on purpose so that they could get more treasures. Smiling slightly condescendingly, Bufan assured that he had no hidden intentions and that his words carried no intent. It finally dawned on them that none of this really mattered to their great leader, and the participants almost fainted from shock. The reason he took the pearl was because it was simply useful. The hero didn't even need treasures. The presenter was already crying in despair. All the spectators in the hall felt like pathetic clowns. They had been looking down on Bufan the whole time. But in the end, they themselves ended up looking like fools. Sitting in the hall, Long Gaiwei realized that she did not know her love at all. She was very wrong, and now she felt disappointed. The only one who was not disappointed, but on the contrary, was convinced of the correctness of his choice, was Long Ayotian. He looked at his young friend with a smile and rejoiced at his luck. After the competition, the entire delegation of the Dragon Kingdom arrived at the Longgu Hotel, where Old Man Long thanked Zhuo Bufan for his help. The young man hastened to thank his grandfather in return. In fact, he was even more grateful than they were, because without their help, he would never have obtained the Dragon Pearl. At this point, the speeches of thanks ended and a serious conversation began. The country of dragons sincerely considered Bufan their hero, because he led them to victory. But because Shura's spies are everywhere, they planned to hide the hero's identity in order to protect his family first and foremost. It was indeed important. Zhuo understood Mr. Long's intentions perfectly, but he thought that there was nothing to worry about. The problem was that no one would know that he was a hero, and he would not be able to enjoy all the honors he deserved. This was what worried Ayotian. But Bufana was not at all worried about this. He repeated that there was no need to worry so much, and added that he had never suffered from vanity. None of this mattered to the young man. His true goal was brighter than the entire galaxy. Suddenly the phone rang, and the name of Teacher Yan from the university where Zhuo Bufang was supposed to attend appeared on the screen. Picking up the phone, the young man greeted her politely and immediately asked what had happened and why she was calling him. The angry and offended teacher screamed so loudly that she almost deafened her student, threatening that if he did not return to the university tomorrow, she would call his parents. The next day, the classroom at Jinling University was in chaos. The students couldn't believe their eyes. Zhuo Bufang had actually returned to school. The calm young man sincerely did not understand what all this shouting was about and calmly asked what the next pair was. The next lesson wasn't a class, but an exam on introductory history. Bufan's friends were very confused and still couldn't get over the fact that he had returned. Me too. The history professor had something to do and decided to hold the exam early. One of the students had literally just finished studying the textbook, but didn't even have time to test his knowledge. Of the three, only Bufan remained calm. He took the book and declared that a 10-minute break would be enough for him to learn it all. The young men, having just come to their senses, were again in shock. No one could have learned the entire thick textbook in 10 minutes. A burst of laughter ran through the audience. All the students were laughing out loud and thought this guy was crazy. Ignoring the reactions of those around him, Bufan continued to say that he could handle such a thickness in 3 minutes. And as long as the questions did not go beyond the scope of the textbook, it would be easy to get a high grade. After this, Teacher Yan would no longer chase him and demand. The young man did all this only for his own peace of mind. Huang Lun emerged from the ground in front of him, and the young man grinned and arrogantly declared that this was the first time anyone had dared to speak these words in his presence. The situation took a strange turn. Bufan turned to his classmates and asked who it was. It seemed to him that he had never offended anyone before. He turned out to be the best student this year. He scored the highest marks in 6 out of 8 courses on the midterm exams. Since childhood, this guy had received a lot of awards, and now they didn't fit in one room. It was enough for Bufan to realize that from the outside it looked like he was provoking Huan. After patiently waiting for the young man to be told everything, Huang Lun placed his hand on the book and said that there were 327 pages in it and that even he needed 3 days to learn it all. And yet, some crazy guy claims he can learn everything in 3 minutes. Lun wondered who he thought he was. Zhuo Bufang shamelessly raised his middle finger, stated his name, and began teasing the boy by saying that it would be awkward when he learned in 3 minutes the material that he had studied for several days. Angry and resentful, Huang Lun continued to fight verbally. He was the best among the geniuses from the elite association of national memory. But Bufan didn't see anything in this that could help them resolve their small dispute. The guy insisted that this meant the hero was lying, because even he, a man with a perfect memory, could not reach the level they were talking about. It was already getting boring to continue this useless conversation. Bufan asked Lun to leave and not waste time. This attitude made the young man very angry. He began to shake with rage and wanted to continue swearing. Luckily, the history teacher came and interrupted him. The exam would start as soon as the bell rang. All the students sat down in their seats, following the teacher's instructions, and Huang Lun managed to shout at Zhuo Bufang before doing so. He was confident that the exam results would prove that he was right. Unlike the genius, the other students were very happy just to see him upset. Finally, the long-awaited silence arrived, and Bufan was able to immerse himself with pleasure in studying the 327 pages of the Introduction to History. As a result, he was able to finish the test in 10 minutes and now sat bored. There was still plenty of time until the end of the exam. He didn't really want to just sit there, so the young man stood up and decided to hand in his exam paper. The professor certainly didn't expect to see a student with a sheet of paper in front of him so early. The man was very surprised. Zhuo Bufang placed the test right in front of the teacher, saying that he had finished it and now wanted to leave quickly. No one could believe it. The genius Huang Lun had not finished yet. So how could this man have written everything already? Many thought that he had simply handed in an empty work. Here, Huang Lun himself spoke up, proudly asking the teacher to evaluate the work of the student right then and there, who had learned everything in 3 minutes and written it in 10. The students supported their best friend's idea. Everyone was very interested in what Zhuo Bufang had written and how many points he would receive for it. It was indeed irritating, especially for the one who didn't want to be involved in the testing. But there was nothing else to do, and the professor agreed. Still, he was also very interested in what results could be achieved in 10 minutes of work. Shouts of joy spread throughout the audience. Everyone was eager to see the show that was supposed to take place in the next few minutes. Bufan's 2 friends turned pale. They did not believe in their spiritual leader and were afraid that he would now be publicly disgraced. Only a few minutes had passed, and the history professor had already turned white and was sweating from nerves. All answers on the forms were correct and accurate, not a single mistake during the entire exam. From the outside, it was unclear why the teacher was sweating so much, and someone decided that he was simply very angry about the exam paper. Finally, the alarmed man cried out. He did not understand how it was possible to get the highest mark in 10 minutes. It was hard to believe because Zhuo Bufang hadn't shown up for a single class the entire school year, meaning he really had learned everything in 3 minutes. Even Bufang's friends were shocked. They didn't believe in him and sincerely thought that this time he would disgrace himself, but everything was the opposite. Huang Lun flew out of his seat and ran to the teacher's desk to personally look at the exam sheet and make sure that it really had the highest score. And although there was no need to check, the guy still read it and was convinced that it was an error-free, perfect work. While they were recovering from the shock, Bufang asked permission to go if nothing else was needed from him. At first, the history professor wanted to let the student go. Why detain him unnecessarily? But Huang Lun interrupted him. He couldn't let Bufang just leave and was sure that this man was cheating. These words did not benefit the genius. The teacher only became angry, saying that he could not say something like that. But Huan was confident in his words because the words in the test were exactly identical to the expressions in the textbook. Before he could finish speaking, an introductory history textbook fell with a loud thud onto the table next to him. Zhuo Bufang was willing to undergo a small test. He offered to open any page in this book. This shocked the guy even more. He couldn't believe that the hero could actually retell him any page. Now things were getting much more interesting. Bufang, smiling, began to urge the genius to open the book and check whether he had cheated or not. Huan had no intention of retreating. He wanted to prove his case and opened the textbook to page 215. Quite calmly and easily, as if in one breath, Zhuo Bufang quoted the contents of the chapter on the historical process in the world and the current situation. The professor's eyes widened as he followed every word, and the student actually recited the entire page by heart. The show was absolutely amazing. The students were screaming and admiring Bufang in delight, a handsome guy from a wealthy family with extraordinary strength and abilities, and also a genius compared to him. Most here felt like they would live their lives like dogs. Having finished with page 215, the young man suggested continuing and asking him about another topic from the book. But there was no longer any need for that. Everyone was convinced that he had not cheated. But that did not prove that he had learned the material in 3 minutes. Huang Lun suggested that they compete right now. Here, the professor intervened. There was an exam now, and the young man needed to return to his seat to finish the test. Despite the teacher's words, Huan did not calm down. He shouted, demanding that he be allowed to try to maintain his dignity and see how much better Bufang was than him. The hero was already fed up with all this. He slapped the noisy genius and contemptuously put him in his place so that he wouldn't dare interfere any longer. Huang Lun lost his footing and fell to the floor, where he continued to shout at his attacker, continuing to boast of his membership in the National Remembrance Association. Before finishing school, he had already been accepted as a major in the military union. And with such connections, he was sure that Bufang would no longer attend this university. Unfortunately, it was true that it was not worth angering the common people with a man like Lun. Otherwise, they would then be killed. With a smug smile, Bufang asked again if he really was a major in the Union. At that very moment, the young man took out a title plaque similar to the one General Zhuo had obtained and continued to make threats. The Martial Alliance exists to protect the common people, not to bully them. Bufang broke Huang Lun's order, saying that he did not deserve the title. The young man's face turned red. He clenched his jaw and practically growled that it was not Zhuo Bufang's decision. But he was wrong. It was the Union General who could decide these issues, and Huan would be able to see this for himself in a minute. Right in the middle of the exam, in front of everyone, the hero called Long Aochin. This was a great rarity. Usually the old man called first. Without any pleasantries, the young man immediately got down to business and said that there was a Union major named Huang Lun, and they needed help to expel him. There was no problem with this, especially for Bufang, and yet Aochin wanted to know the details. This man was a member of the National Memory Association, so he most likely got into the Union thanks to his memory, and relying on his title, he behaves arrogantly and imperiously. This was enough for Long Aochin to understand everything and carry out the order of his respected friend. From that moment on, Huang Lun was no longer a major in the fighting union. All his actions came back to him like a boomerang. But signing the papers took time, and now they only had Buffon's words, which absolutely no one believed, especially Huan. The joking assumption that he was a general was supported by the immortal cultivator, who confirmed that he was indeed the leader of the Union. This caused a great stir. No one believed that such a young man could rise to a high rank so quickly, which meant that he was posing as a member of the Union. In order to somehow save their friend, the inseparable couple dialed Professor Yan's number so that she would come and do something. Huang Lun stood up, his spirits lifted and his confidence restored. He decided to call the president of the University Fighting Union. The young man didn't protest. He was glad to fulfill the wish of someone who so desperately wanted to die today. Meanwhile, Yan Chunyi learned that her troubled student had pretended to be an alliance general in front of everyone. Moreover, Huang called the university's martial union president to prove young Master Zhuo's identity on the spot. There was nothing else to do but run there and solve the problems of my students, as befits a curator. Where has it ever been seen that someone would pretend to be not just anyone, but a general of the Union? If Bufan had not been her student, then she would not have cared about him. At the same time, Huang Lun called Liang Xiao, telling him about an arrogant liar who was deceiving everyone and threatening him. Hearing that it was Professor Yan's student, the man beamed with happiness. It was obvious that he liked her. He wanted Huang to help him get Yan Chunyi, and in return, he would help him get rid of the guy who thought he was a general. When the call ended, a satisfied Lun declared that his enemy was now definitely doomed. All that remained was to wait for Liang to change his clothes and come. In response, Zhuo Bufang said nothing. He sat down in his seat and immersed himself in thoughts about how, if people like Huang Lun could become majors, it was no wonder that the alliance's fighting strength was declining every year. Not even a minute had passed when Yan Chunyi burst into the office. The woman was very worried and loudly shouted the name of her troubled student. She stopped only at the table and tried to catch her breath, while the young man rose to his feet and joyfully greeted her. But the teacher wasn't so happy to see him. This guy hadn't even had time to really get back yet, and he was already causing problems. Slightly embarrassed, the young man tried to explain what was going on, but he wasn't even given a chance to say a word. No one was going to listen to him. Yan Chunyi grabbed Zhuo Bufang's hand and dragged him to the center of the auditorium to apologize to Huang Long. It was just ridiculous. Asking for forgiveness from a selfish idiot like Huan was too much. It wasn't so easy to calm the teacher down. She was sure that Bufan was lying. Everyone around her was sure of it. And the only way out she saw was an apology. And yet, the hero tried to justify himself once again. He had already personally told the professor that he was also a member of the Union, so there would be no problems. But unfortunately, Chunyi didn't believe a single word. She continued to push her student towards the genius and demand an apology. But Huang Lun didn't want any apologies anymore. He was such a jerk and wanted Bufang to pay in full for his actions. He was supported by Liang Xiao, who entered the room. For deception and attempts to impersonate a general, the Union cannot get by with just one forgive me. Fear appeared on Yan Chunyi's face as soon as she saw the man, and now everything became even more complicated. This man was known for his cunning and greed. All the students knew that he liked to take advantage of others' weaknesses and advantages. Realizing that things were really bad, the girl covered her student with her body in order to somehow protect Bufan and buy time. With a creepy smile, Liang Xiao walked closer to Yan Chunyi. He had been looking for an opportunity to get her for a long time, and now such a chance finally came. Immediately there was talk about there being a quick way to resolve the issue. The woman backed away, asking what could be done. Rubbing his hands, the man told her to come on a date to his house today, and then they would discuss everything in person. What Bufan didn't expect was that there were idiots like Liang Xiao in the alliance, and it was impossible to turn a blind eye to that. Meanwhile, the vile member of the fighting union continued to intimidate the teacher, saying that if she did not want to go with him, then she should watch her student go to jail for his lies. Yan Chunyi always takes her students very seriously, so the man was confident that this would work, and she would agree to be his girlfriend. The girl standing in the center of the audience was shaking with disgust. She hated this man, but she simply could not act otherwise. Zhuo Bufan's hand was on Leshka's shoulder. He tried to calm her down in a soft voice. They still couldn't catch him. These words had the opposite effect and angered Professor Yan. She began to shout at the young man. Then the hero's voice became more serious. He confidently declared that he had a solution to the problem and he would not allow his beloved teacher to go anywhere with this man. Bufan stepped forward past the girl and, with a smile, asked Liang Xiao to check the database to see if he was lying or if he was really a member of the Union. This greatly amused both Liang and Huan, and they happily took the tablet to confirm that they were right and to get rid of the interference in the form of the young man. Confidence was bubbling up from the man. He knew perfectly well that to become a general, you had to be at least 35 years old, and a boy like him simply couldn't be one. He may not have known the names of all the leaders of the fighting union, but he continued to accuse Bufan of lying until he was given an answer to his request. The information he was trying to find was strictly confidential, and access to it was prohibited, which in itself was the answer to their dispute. As he stood there, silently staring at his tablet, a proud and satisfied Zhuo looked at him, waiting for him to finally tell him what he had found. The hero's name was found in the system, but Liang Xiao did not have access to it. Even if he was not a general, his status was not so simple. The longer the young man waited, the less patience he had left. And in the end, he repeated his question in a shout about whether he had found anything. Trembling with fear, the man admitted with difficulty that he had found nothing, no information, but added nothing more. With no context or additional information, Huan assumed he had won and began laughing at Bufan, rejoicing at how much he would suffer for his lie. In the past, he was sentenced to 3 months in jail, but for pretending to be a Union general, he will probably get much more, maybe even more than 10 years. A pleased Zhuo Bufang corrected the young man and clarified that the penalty for this was death, not imprisonment. This answer plunged the young genius into shock. He didn't even really understand what exactly he had just been told. When Bufan repeated that the deceiver would receive the death sentence, Huan literally exploded with indignation. How could one know what awaited him and still smile like that? Words continued to pour out of Huang Lun's mouth, and he didn't stop even when Liang Xiao gritted his teeth and told him to shut up. Then the man tried to reason with him again, and again gave the argument that he had checked the information and found nothing. But his stupid young friend couldn't figure out what the problem was. Zhuo Bufang was just an ordinary student, so it was no wonder there was no information about him in the martial union system. Liang Xiao showed the tablet screen with the access denied notification, and finally explained what exactly he meant. Even after that, it didn't immediately dawn on Huang Lun why information about some pathetic boy from his group was confidential. He finally realized that Bufan was a member of the Union, and his position was so high that Liang Xiao did not have permission to verify the information. Even as a colonel, the man could at least do something. If such a person is not registered in the system, it will show directly. But at the moment, he could not view the data. This only meant one thing. Zhuo Bufang was much higher in the task than the one Huang called for help, even higher than an ordinary general, because a simple colonel could still look at general information. But in this case, he found nothing at all. Now Huang Lun realized that he could actually be expelled from the Union, because Bufan had called someone earlier. The older comrade hastened to reassure him, since they hadn't yet managed to do anything bad, which meant there shouldn't be any problems. Then, the guy admitted that he had had a big fight with Bufan, and he had called demanding that he be kicked out of the fighting union. Hearing this, Liang Xiao almost went crazy. Because of this idiot, he could now also get into trouble. He literally jumped back from his friend. Drenched in cold sweat from fear, Yan Chunyi peeked out from behind Zhuo Bufang. Her hearing and vision were poor, and she had trouble understanding what was happening. With a quiet laugh, the young man suggested that they were discussing countermeasures, which baffled his teacher. This intelligent but doubting woman still could not believe that her student could be a member of the Union, and that he could not be caught. When Bufan told her again that no one could arrest him, it finally began to dawn on Chunya that he really was a general. The young man did not give more details. He had already received the Dragon Pearl, so in the future he would not need to come to the university often, so he did not want to hide this from the teacher. For Yan Chunyi, this was simply unbelievable. She was not too happy, but she was not upset either. She was only thinking about what else her student could do. The students sitting at the exam didn't understand what was happening. They couldn't hear well, and some couldn't see at all. But from the fragments of words, they understood that Bufan could turn out to be a general. Liang Xiao and Huang Lun trembled and smiled nervously. They tried to carefully ask the young man for forgiveness and convince him that all this was just a misunderstanding. But it was too late. The Union general saw for himself what kind of rotten snobs had been recruited by the country's most powerful weapon. In order to somehow apologize, Colonel Liang began to say that they were indeed trash and scoundrels, but he still hoped that they would be given another chance. But any chances had long since ended. Bufan dialed the phone number, abruptly refusing them. Huang Lun started to panic when he saw the phone. and he was already afraid of any calls Zhuo made. Realizing that nothing could be resolved with the younger one, Liang Xiao fell to his knees and began to beg for mercy, at least for him, since he had not yet managed to do anything. Zhuo Bufang had no intention of giving a chance to either this scumbag who took advantage of his position and bullied people, or to Huang. The hero forcefully kicked the man away, who hit his back against the wall and quietly said goodbye to his position. A few minutes later, 3 Special Forces helicopters appeared over the university roof. Armed soldiers descended and quickly ran into the building. The students were filming everything that was happening. It was obvious that they had come to catch criminals. But what kind of criminals could there be here? People in full uniform were running along the corridors, shouting at the young people standing in their way. The commander of the special operation immediately approached General Zhuo of the Martial Alliance and reported, asking him to give them an order. The young master pointed to 2 people behind him and ordered them to be arrested. Obeying their superiors, the military approached Huang Lun and Liang Xiao, who blamed his young friend for everything, and captured them. The students' eyes widened. Their classmate really did turn out to be such a respected person in the military union. The most amazed and delighted were Zhuo Bufang's friends. They looked at their older brother in a completely different way. Standing behind her, Yan Chunyi was very scared, worried that she had criticized the Union general and might now get into trouble. The hero himself was completely exhausted. He sighed heavily and wanted to leave as soon as possible to avoid inconvenience from others. Before he could leave the classroom, Teacher Yan stopped him and asked him to take a moment to talk with her. The young man didn't refuse. He was only too happy to chat with his favorite teacher. But he asked to wait a minute while he exchanged a few words with his friends. Within a minute, he was in front of them. But instead of the usual reaction, the 2 young men flinched. It was very unexpected, but they immediately jumped to their feet, as if in the army, and greeted the general. Seeing such a reaction, something in Bufan wavered. It was unpleasant, and he asked him not to behave like that, because they were classmates. But after these words, nothing changed. One of the friends clearly outlined the boundaries. They are ordinary people, and he is now a general. The young man could no longer communicate with them as before. The boys were too afraid of him and did not dare to be sincere. Despite this, he still considered them his good friends and classmates, and therefore gave each of them a pill of health and longevity and advised them to contact him if any problems arose. This melted the ice between them a little. The young men were delighted and thanked their older comrade, promising to remain his devoted brothers. With that, Bufan said goodbye to his classmates and headed towards Professor Yan, who was still waiting for him. While he was walking towards the exit, the students discussed what had happened and even rejoiced at how Huang Lun had been put in his place. In a spare room, away from prying eyes and ears, they were finally able to talk, and Yan Chunyi immediately asked how she should address the general of the Martial Alliance from now on. This question immediately made him feel awkward. The young man became confused and asked to simply address him by his first name and not to dwell on his nicknames. After an awkward laugh, the girl carefully said that she could not treat him so disrespectfully anymore, because in the future he might arrest him. Bufan smiled with a slight regret. He tried to explain that he would never do such a thing, but arrested Huang Lun and Liang Xiao because they behaved outrageously, and one of them threatened Yan Chunyi. The topic was quickly dropped. The teacher immediately became serious, saying that in the future he would hardly be able to attend university, since his personality was already half revealed. It was a very sensitive topic. The young man said that he always wanted to graduate from university to fulfill his long-held desire. He hoped that he would graduate smoothly. This confession greatly surprised the teacher. She thought that big shots like him did not waste time and talent on studying, because they already had a high position and money. Perhaps this was indeed the case, but Bufana was happy with it. It was what he sincerely wanted. At this point, the conversation ended, and the young man headed towards the exit of the classroom to go home when Yan Chunyi asked how to contact him in the future. Turning around, the hero said with a bright smile that he would always definitely come as soon as she called. Watching him go, the professor silently wondered what kind of person Zhuo Bufang really was. It had been a long time since the hero had been home, so he planned to go visit his mother next. The immortal master called Daijian and asked his assistant to book him a ticket on the high-speed train to his hometown. Very soon, the 2 of them were already in the carriage. The girl brought her master a glass of water, but Zhuo Bufang refused and asked to give the water to the girl who was sitting in the next seat next to him. The young lady looked very weak and sickly, and the skin around her eyes was red from tears and fatigue. Judging by what the hero was able to sense, not by reading her energy, She is a student and she literally just had a miscarriage. A joyful and smiling Daijian leaned over to the stranger and handed her a glass of water. When the girl reached for the glass, her sleeve fell down, and a red birthmark on her arm became visible. Zhuo Bufang immediately recognized her. He only knew one person with such a remarkable feature, and that was Xiao Yue. This greatly surprised the student. She really was Yue, but she did not recognize the young man in front of her and did not understand how he knew her name. As children, they often called themselves by such affectionate suffixes to remind each other of themselves. The boy called himself Xiao Fang. When the girl began to remember him little by little, Bufan became very happy and smiled. When they were children, he was often bullied, but Xiao Yue and her brother, Wang Chao, always helped and protected him. 10 years flew by like a few days, but it was clear from the girl that these were not the easiest years. Ye usually doesn't go to Qinzhou, so Bufan was curious why she was going there now. This question noticeably upset her. The girl's face darkened, and she said that she wanted to find a relative. Now that his childhood friend was at the age where he needed to look for a university, but she had a miscarriage and returned to Qinzhou, the young man decided to find a suitable opportunity to ask around. A small group of young men walked past along the corridor of the carriage. Their leader lingered his gaze for a moment on Daijian and Xiao Yue. He approached Bufan with a rather brazen request to move and give him the opportunity to talk to these two girls. Yue's face was distorted with horror, as if she saw a real monster instead of a living person. Seeing her new acquaintance's anxiety, Jian turned to her and tried to calm her down, saying that Bufan would be able to protect them. These words made the head of the company of idiots laugh loudly. He leaned towards the hero, promising to let him go if he pretended he hadn't heard anything. Zhuo Bufang's eyes lit up with rage as he shouted at the man in front of him, using his spiritual abilities to influence him without physical contact. The effect was so strong that the young man staggered. A beastly fear appeared in him, and his body trembled. He stepped back, genuinely not understanding what had just happened to make his heart beat so wildly. Having picked up their leader, his friends began to ask him questions and worry about him. But Hu decided that he was simply tired. When the fear passed and anger returned, the young man shouted at Bufan, giving him one last chance to leave peacefully. The noise and shouting brought a conductor from the next car. He loudly asked about what was happening and interrupted the threats mid-sentence. The arrival of train staff and police was not part of Hu's plans. He tensed up and, gritting his teeth, listened to the man's instructions. Saying he just needed to go to the bathroom, the guy and his gang walked away, deciding to put the whole girls and threats thing behind them for now. Immediately after they left, the guide warned Zhuo Bufang that they were very bad people and also left. Xiao Yue, who was sitting next to her, was shaking like an aspen leaf and was paler than death. And when she was asked if she knew them, the girl even twitched. It was too obvious that everything was much more complicated and worse than it might seem at first glance. She replied that she did not know them. This answer pleased Bufan, but did not calm him down at all. He stabilized his girlfriend's body and left his mark on her. Very soon the train arrived at the station, and a group of young people exited the carriage one after another. Xiao Yue said that she should leave first and, without waiting for an answer, ran away. Standing nearby, Daijian tried to stop her new friend, but the girl ran so fast as if she was being pursued. There was no point in running after her. Bufan stopped his assistant, but she didn't like it. She couldn't leave the wounded girl alone after the miscarriage, but it was no use. Yue clearly didn't want to talk about it or ask for help. The hero had left a spiritual imprint on her and would come to her aid if she suddenly got into trouble. The words sounded reasonable and even logical, but the girl still couldn't calm down. She was too worried about her friend's condition. Before Jean could say anything, a familiar guy addressed them with a nasty intonation. The idiot Hu and his group stood in the way, talking to Zhuo Bufang and blaming him for not changing trains when he was told to. The leader of the group took out a weapon that looked like scissors and approached the hero, demanding that he give up the money, or he and his friend would be seriously injured. In response to these threats, the guy was sent flying with one blow to the stomach, and the metal object fell out of his hands. Coughing up blood, the young man flew several meters to the side. Everything that happened greatly surprised his comrades. Surprise turned to anger. People took out various weapons and rushed towards Zhuo Bufang in a crowd. The whole situation was too absurd. They didn't understand anything, and all they could do was shout at him and wave their hands. The young man sighed and began to joke about their inferiority. Despite the impending danger, the hero stood and did not move. He remained calm. The next second, all the weapons that touched his body broke. After this, the shock only became stronger. The men stepped back, horrified by what they saw. It was one of the techniques of martial artists, Qigong. When the bandits realized this, they knew that they could not harm him in any way. Immediately after this, they fell to their knees, burst into tears, and began to beg for mercy and release, saying that they were not guilty, that Brother Hu had forced them. Ordinary people were too boring. They were predictable, and Bufan didn't even pay them much attention, immediately leaving with Daijian. Before leaving, the girl turned to the group of men and advised them not to provoke someone like Bufan again. It would be like holding a gun to your own temple. Very soon they arrived at Zhuo Biu's old house. The woman immediately rushed to hug her son, rejoicing at his arrival. After greeting them, the young man introduced Daijian, his classmate, and said that she would stay with them for a few days. The girl also brought a gift for her friend's parents, which touched her mother deeply, and she allowed her new friend to stay as long as needed. After greeting them and exchanging gifts, the woman invited them into the house and told them that Zikin was also home. The fact that the young man brought his classmate with him seemed very strange. Biu was very worried that there might be a misunderstanding between Bufan and Zikin. Father was not at home. He was very busy, but he promised to return soon. And while they were alone at home, Mother asked her son to treat Daijian to lunch. Z herself was now in her room. The woman asked the young man to go to her and invite her to dinner. As soon as the door to the room opened, the ex-wife rushed to her beloved, sincerely happy about his arrival. The atmosphere between them was very tender and touching. Bufan looked at her lovingly, stroking her cheek. But everything changed when the girl saw her former housekeeper Daijian in front of her. Zikin said she was very happy to see her friend, but in her heart she began to doubt that her ex had brought her along. To please his beloved a little, the hero showed her a beautiful and neat bracelet in an expensive box, a gift. Z's happiness knew no bounds, but then she noticed an almost exactly similar bracelet on Daijian's hand. At that moment, the girl felt like she was on the scale, and right in front of her stood one of the housekeepers. They were equal, as if they were both equally important to Bufan. It was as if Jian was in the same place in the young man's heart as Zai, if his ex-wife still meant anything at all. This reaction greatly surprised Zhuo Bufan. He saw the disappointment on his beloved's face and did not understand why she did not accept the gift. Zikin took the box and liked the bracelet, but the feeling of inferiority did not go away. This did not go unnoticed. Daijian understood perfectly well what the girl was feeling and felt a strong sense of guilt for what was happening. To clear up the misunderstanding, she explained that she had simply volunteered to be his housekeeper, and that he had given her the protective bracelet some time ago when she was having problems. No matter how hard Jian tried to convince his ex-wife that there was nothing between her and Fan, Z still didn't believe her, continuing to be angry in her thoughts. Seeing that they were still standing and talking, Biu hurried the young people to the table to eat before the food got cold. Very soon, everyone sat down at the round table and ate a leisurely dinner, and only Zikin was in a bad mood, which she tried not to show. Daijin didn't see anything wrong with her behavior. Without any ulterior motive, she put pieces of meat on the elder's plate. It was extremely sweet and thoughtful of her. Bufan felt as if they were truly brother and sister and sincerely thanked the girl. On the other hand, Zikin felt intense jealousy and anger, and she squeezed the chopsticks in her hand so hard that they almost cracked. Putting a smile on her face, the girl began to put fish on her lover's plate to show that only she could take care of Bufan. But to her regret, it didn't stop. Shijian continued to put food on her older brother's plate. Zikin also did not back down. She continued to do the same thing, repeating after her opponent. Together, they piled a whole mountain of food in front of the young man, who sat in awkward silence between two fires. There was too much food. It was a wonder this construction of chicken legs, eggs, and fish hadn't already collapsed right on Zhuo Bufang. The guy screamed that he couldn't eat it all, but they didn't give him any leeway. Zikin angrily declared that he had to eat it all. Sitting on the other side, Daijian also insisted that the young man eat everything, since food cannot be thrown away. There was nothing else to do. The hero was too afraid that his family would be offended, so he began to devour a mountain of food. After quite a while, Bufan was finally able to sit down and calm down. His plate was empty, but his stomach was so full that it was practically bursting from the amount of contents. Daijin sat down closer to him and carefully wiped the young man's mouth and cheeks with a napkin to remove grease and food residue. This was the last straw. Zikin jumped to her feet, loudly slammed her hand on the table and headed to her room. Zhuo Bufang jumped up and tried to stop his ex-wife, shouting after her. But the girl slammed the door behind her and didn't even turn around. Either he genuinely didn't understand, or he was pretending. But the young man sincerely believed that since he had eaten everything, Z shouldn't be angry. Everything would have ended like this if Bu had not brought her son to his senses and sent him after his daughter-in-law. Without a second's hesitation, the young man immediately rushed after his beloved to calm her down and ask for forgiveness if necessary. Having burst into the girl's room, the hero immediately began to explain that he and Daijiang have nothing, that she is like a younger sister to him and will never be anything more. But for Zikin, everything was too obvious. They were so close that she decided they were a young couple. These words surprised Bufan. He came closer, saying that he and Z were a real couple. Tears welled up in the girl's eyes. She thought that everything was over between them, since they were divorced. But for the hero, all this meant nothing. He always perceived only Zikin as his wife. She still remains the only woman for him. In Bufan's heart and in the whole world there will be only her. The young man lightly kissed his beloved, hugging her tighter. The next day, the young man decided to go visit Xiao Yue and her brother, Wang Chao, and warned his beloved in advance that he might be late. After everything that had happened between them over the past day, Zikin looked at the young man with even more tenderness than before. She wished him good luck. After saying goodbye, Bufan waved his hand goodbye to her. Their relationship is gradually becoming warmer. Perhaps the topic of marriage will soon be raised again. It was time to find out how his childhood friends were doing. The boy treasured the memory of their friendship and wanted to help if Xiao Yue's family was facing difficulties. The mark left on the girl's body led Zhuo Bufang to one of the poor and dirty alleys of the city. Previously, Wang Chao and Wang Yue were from a wealthy family, and the hero did not understand why they now lived here. At the same time, a girl named Xiao Qian came to the brother and sister's house. She brought something for them, and from her address to Chao, one could understand that they were close. Soon the doors were opened for her, and the man was clearly surprised when he saw his friend on his doorstep. Thinking that their friend needed help fixing the plumbing again, Wang Chao wanted to go get some tools, but Xiao Qian stopped him. In fact, she came here because she knew how much she and her sister needed money to pay the rent on the house, and she had just received a bonus at work and wanted to give the money to them. It was too much to accept them. The young man refused. He was ashamed that they so often used the girl's help. Besides, she needed this money for the treatment of her grandfather. But Xiao Tian insisted. She literally thrust an envelope into her friend's hands. She had the means for treatment, but the Wang family had nothing. Despite how ashamed and unbearable it was for Wang Chao to take money from the girl, he still agreed. After this, he immediately solemnly vowed to return every last penny as soon as he found a job. It was at this moment that Zhuo Bufang approached them and greeted his old childhood friend with a smile. Familiar images flashed through Wang Chao's mind, but he couldn't remember them all. To make it easier to remember, the young man said his childhood name, looking at it with joy. Over the years, the young man had changed almost beyond recognition. And for the better, so Chao was surprised when he heard this name. Zhuo Bufang recalled how he was constantly bullied as a child. But Wang Chao protected him and fought against all those who bullied the weak. Many years had passed since they last saw each other, and the hero was very interested in what his friend was doing now. It was a very long and sad story, which was awkward to tell at the door, so the man invited his comrades inside. They were met at the house by Xiao Yue, who was very surprised, if not scared, to see Bufan. Although the girl's health had improved significantly, her body was still in poor condition, and the young man was very worried about her. She was clearly uncomfortable talking about this. She looked away, as if trying to escape the presence of an old friend. It turned out that her brother didn't know anything. He was very surprised and asked what happened to Yue. Xiao Yue became nervous and sweated all over and ran off to get water for Xiao Fang. But Cao said she was fine. Observing the tension in the room, Bufan realized that the girl had not told anyone about the miscarriage. The house had peeling walls and trash everywhere. Wang Chao began to persuade him to go to a restaurant for dinner and talk, and even remembered the dishes his friend liked. But this was a poor attempt to change the subject. The hero seriously demanded to know what happened right now if he still treated him like a brother. Such directness touched the man. He took a deep breath, forgetting how to breathe for a few seconds. They were almost like brothers to each other, and if Chao had something to say, he didn't have to hide anything. Tears welled up in his eyes as the young man fell to the floor, since he had become a disappointment to his own family. Bufan was the only one who treated him like a brother. The company run by the Wang family had always done well and had a great future. But something happened. Now that was all in the past. The people who were persecuting his family were too powerful. Wang Chao still thought that Bufan had been abandoned by the Zhuo family and did not want to add to his problems. But the young man continued to insist that his friend share his difficulties with him. He really wanted to help him somehow. Xiao Qian sat down next to him and took the young man's hand. If there was a comrade who could help, then why refuse? Wang Cao pulled his hand away and answered the girl very rudely, telling her not to interfere in his problems. He would sort everything out himself. This reaction did not surprise her. It only upset her. She wanted to say something else but did not have time. At that moment, the front door of the apartment was smashed to pieces and a crowd of people with weapons burst into the apartment. The leader of this gang was Jun Li. He was looking for Wang Chao to collect the money he was owed. Seeing the man, Xiao Qian was frightened and crawled back. It was clear that her relationship with this man was also very bad. Wang Chao shielded his friends with his body, shouting at Li and asking how he dared to invade private property. The rude and boorish man didn't care at all about this. He wanted to get his money because Chen also owed him. The girl screamed. She had borrowed 20,000 yuan, but had already returned almost 50,000. The fear was only growing stronger. Junli laughed and walked towards Xiao Qian, with joy and greed in his eyes, saying that this was not enough. In his opinion, when you take out a loan, you must remember about the interest. It is very difficult to repay the debt. He didn't want to waste much time on this, so the man grabbed her hand, deciding that they would go to his territory and decide there how the girl could pay. Wang Cao grabbed a stool, the only thing in this hovel that could be considered a weapon, and rushed at the head of the bandit group. One precise blow to the stomach was enough to knock the young man off his feet and throw him aside. He didn't let go of Xiao Qian's hand. The girl was in pain and scared. She screamed and looked at her friend in horror. Zhuo Bufang immediately rushed to his brother's side, holding him and checking to see if he was okay. The gang members standing aside laughed and discussed how this fool dared to attack their leader. This could have been the end of it. Jun Li was dragging Xiao Qian along with him to squeeze money out of her on the side, and he was confident that no one here could resist him. Wang Cao rushed at him again, this time with his bare fists. He couldn't leave his girlfriend in trouble. It was up to the man to do this. He wanted to kill this guy by swinging his fist. The forces were clearly unequal, but he didn't manage to hit anyone. Bufan got ahead of him and sent Jun Li flying at once. And that was the knockout. The young master's attack caused the bandit to fall to the floor, briefly losing consciousness. His childhood friend didn't expect this from his adopted brother. This state passed quickly. After just a few minutes, the man rose to his feet and shouted that he would kill Bufan. Of course, this coward was not going to rush into battle alone. He ordered his armed men to beat up the guy. Seeing the large crowd of furious and angry people, Cao became even more frightened. He really had underestimated his friend, and that was why he was so worried. Today, Zhuo Bufang had no patience at all. He immediately attacked everyone with a stream of powerful spiritual energy. The men scattered, experiencing the searing pain of magic touching their skin. They were no match for the immortal cultivator. Wang Cao looked at all this with delight. He considered his friend amazing, and would never have thought in his life that he was capable of this. During this time, Jun Li managed to come to his senses a little. He got to his feet and dialed his friend's phone number. Without Brother Bin, they wouldn't have been able to deal with the problem that had arisen. The man in front of them was too strong. Hearing the familiar name, Zhuo Bufang's mood only improved, and he even asked with a cheerful smile if it was Zhang Bing. Junli was confident that everything would go according to his plan and offered the young man one last chance to avoid death. To kneel down and lick his shoes. The situation was getting tense. Wang Cao tried to convince his friend not to provoke these people, because Zhang Bing was known as the king of the underground Qinzhou. Xiao Qian joined him and began to persuade him to leave before it was too late, and they would manage on their own. These words brought the leader of the bandit gang to hysterical laughter. No one would be able to escape death when Bin arrived. Bufan reassured his friends. Zhang Bing was his faithful dog, so very soon these stupid people would be kneeling before them. This was a very loud statement. Junli already seemed to be going crazy from his excessive confidence in his own rightness. He could not wait for this guy to crawl on the ground. Very soon, Zhang Bing, accompanied by his subordinates, arrived at the required address. Junli fell to his knees at the boss's feet, telling a beautiful story about how he wanted to collect money for him, but was prevented. It was very bold to create trouble in the area of the king of the underground Qinzhou. Whoever did it was probably a suicide. The loyal man immediately pointed at Zhuo Bufang, telling him how he dared to call Zhang Bing his little dog. Seeing the respected Master Zhuo in front of him, the king's eyes widened, and he was now practically dead from cardiac arrest. Trembling with fear, the man approached the immortal cultivator. smiling and saying how long it had been since they had seen each other, and what a pleasant meeting it was. If only his master had announced that he would return to Qingzhou, Bin would definitely have sent someone to meet him. In his favorite manner, Bufan hinted that it was time to change the position of the underground king, since his subjects could not keep their mouths shut. Now, Zhang Bing's heart stopped for a few seconds and sank, and he hurried to convince Master Zhuo that there had been a misunderstanding. Observing his elder's behavior, Junli quickly realized what was going on and collapsed to the ground, trembling in fear of the man who even the king of Qingzhou obeyed. There was complete chaos all around. The male subordinates were panicking and screaming. They were afraid of what might happen to them in the end. Zhang Bing was very nervous. He tried to calm his master and promised to take care of everything. He really didn't want to lose his position. In order to somehow make things right, he turned to Jun and demanded that he go to Zhuo Bufang and apologize properly. Screaming with excitement and fear, the man crawled on his knees to the bosses and began to beg the hero for forgiveness, saying that he would never have dared to behave so presumptuously if he had known who he was. To save his own skin, he was ready to say anything, just so that he would be spared and released. It was beneath Bufang's dignity to personally speak to such trash, so Zhang Bing responded instead and kicked Junli hard. Turning to his people, the king of underground Qinzhou ordered that the idiot's arm be broken, so that in the future he would not be so arrogant. Along with Jun, they seized all those who obeyed him and took them away. Along the way, the man tried to beg them to take pity on him and let him go this time. This outcome suited Zhuo Bufang just fine, and he sincerely hoped that something like this wouldn't happen next time. Xiaoqian thanked her new friend with tears in her eyes. If it weren't for him, who knows what could have happened to her? Immediately after this, Wang Chao began to shower her with gratitude and, placing his hand on his friend's shoulder, was sincerely glad that he had such an influential adopted brother. It was getting late. Bufan decided to treat his childhood friends to dinner and then find a place for them to sleep. Then Zhang Bing, who was still there, stepped in and promised to reserve a room at the Xianshan Hotel and welcome them as guests that evening. Everything was going very well for the Wang family, and the brother decided to call his sister to go to dinner together, but he could not find her in the room. Because of the hustle and bustle and noise, they forgot about her. The girl never came out of the other room. Bufan sincerely hoped that nothing happened to her. But when they entered the room, they saw that the girl was lying on the floor, and next to her was a glass of spilled water. Before anyone could do anything, Zhuo Bufang walked forward and resolutely headed towards Xiao Yue. The young man carefully turned his girlfriend onto her back. Her body was too weak after losing energy and blood. Her elder brother was very scared by her sudden loss of consciousness. He did not know about Yue's situation and was sure that the girl was healthy. To reassure his friend, Bufan suggested that she was most likely just scared of strangers, and then took out one of his medicinal pills. The issue of losing a child was too serious, and since Xiao Yue herself hadn't told him, the young man didn't want to reveal the whole truth to Wang Chao now. Very soon after taking the pill, the girl came to her senses and slowly opened her eyes. She was still lying on Xiao Fan's lap, and she was forbidden to get up abruptly right now because her body was still too weak. With the help of her friend and brother, the young lady finally rose from the floor, and Cao praised his friend's fighting skills and medical knowledge. As soon as she heard that her childhood friend was known in medicine, the girl was pierced by horror. She turned pale when she realized that he could know about the miscarriage. Zhang Bing stood to the side, sweating nervously. Master Zhuo's decisions had become more unpredictable. He decided to work on his subordinates so that today's events would not be repeated. Xiaotian looked at the young man with hope. Her grandfather was very ill, and she sincerely hoped that Bufan would agree to help them. Deciding not to waste time, the girl rushed to him and, with a very worried look, asked him to listen to her. A smile appeared on the young man's face. They were friends, and she could simply tell him about the problem, and he would help in any way he could. Immediately after this, the girl loudly spoke about the terrible condition of her grandfather and how they could not pay for treatment. She hoped that Bufan would at least be able to examine the old man. These words were enough to make the young man flare up. He asked to be taken to the sick man immediately. A few minutes later, they entered the house where the Xiao family lived, Qian leading all the friends to the right room. It all started with a heart attack a few years ago. They don't have and never had money for hospitalization. All the girl can do is pay for home treatment, borrowing money where possible. Zhuo Bufang sat down on a chair next to the bed and carefully began to examine the situation to assess the overall situation. Taking the man's hand, the young man concentrated and was able to feel that there was practically no life force left, and that there was also heart failure. It immediately became clear why Xiaoqian treated Brother Cao so unusually. Her grandfather was dying, but he could still be saved. According to doctors, it was clear that the old man would not survive long. People were sure that no one and nothing could save him, and only Xiaoqian believed that such a great martial arts master could definitely cure her relative. Bufan placed the talisman on old man Xiao's chest, his body engulfed in flames of spiritual energy. Jiang Bing watched him with bated breath, unable to believe that such a serious illness could actually be cured. With 2 fingers, the young man pressed on a point on the man's body, activating the full power of the talisman and the healing technique. Over time, grandfather started coughing and came to his senses, his illness gradually receding. Finally, he was able to open his eyes and speak. The man asked what was wrong with him, and tears glistened in Xiaoqian's eyes. The girl sat down next to her and helped her grandfather sit down, immediately after which he asked for some water. Tears flowed down her cheeks without stopping. Qian was incredibly happy. Her family member had come to his senses, and she could talk to him again. They brought water immediately. The old man was getting better right before our eyes, and his beloved granddaughter was sitting next to him. The family friends who were nearby were in complete shock. They looked and could not believe their own eyes. Bufan was actually able to cure a fatal disease. The young man really did seem to be knowledgeable in medicine, and Xiao Yue was slightly afraid of whether he had understood everything about her miscarriage or not. There was also a hint of fear and a little trepidation in Zhang Bing's eyes. His boss really could bring people back to life. Noticing that the man was still there, Bufang ordered him to prepare 2 villas for Wang Chao and his sister, and for Xiaoqian. To gain a foothold in Qingzhou and remain in his previous position, he needed to be in good standing with Master Zhuo. Bin hastened to organize 2 houses and good medicines. Xiao Yue was in poor health, and Sister Jian's grandfather had to recover from a long illness, so they could no longer live in such conditions. So Jiang Bing would take care of them. This was the biggest thing that had been done for Wang Chao in recent times. He didn't even know what to say or how to thank his friend. But Zhuo Bufang didn't need thanks, because they were like brothers to each other. And now it was time to tell about everything that had happened to them over the past few years. There was no more room for denial. The man clenched his fists, gathered all his will, and decided to share his story. In fact, she and her sister didn't fully understand what had happened. At some point, their parents bought land for development. But almost immediately after that, they began disappearing into casinos and quickly went bankrupt, after which they passed away, overcome with grief and guilt. Zhuo Bufang squeezed the pipe next to him so hard that it cracked. He was very angry and wanted to know who owned the land of the elder Wangs now. The family's heirs remained the owners, but now under the auspices of Donghuang Real Estate, which independently manages the land and prepares for development. For many years, Wang Chao has been doing everything possible to find out the truth about his parents' death. And now that Bufan has returned to them, he has a chance. The young man immediately called Jiang Bing and gave him an hour to find all the information he could about Donghuang Real Estate. Wanting to curry favor and keep his position, the man promised that everything would be ready in half an hour and ran to carry out the order. It would soon become clear who was behind all of Cao and Yue's troubles. But for now, the girl's problem needed to be resolved. The older brother immediately rushed to his sister, took her by the shoulders, and asked what had happened to her and what the problem was. Xiao Yue didn't confess right away. She was trembling like an aspen leaf. Everything was clear from one look at her, but she continued to say that nothing had happened. Bufan's patience was running out, he shouted at his friend, warning that if she didn't tell him everything herself, he would. The girl hugged herself and screamed. She didn't want her brother to find out everything like this. It would be better if she told everything herself. At school, her classmates bullied and bullied her. But one of the boys from the class stood up for her. He was the only one who supported her, and over time, Yue fell in love. However, this did not explain the reason for the abortion. Bufan assumed that her boyfriend had left her, and that was why she had taken such a desperate step. Only Cao didn't understand anything at all. It was the first time he had heard about the loss of a child, and he kept asking questions. The young man's name was Yuan Shuai. They dated for a while, but after she became pregnant, he disappeared and stopped answering her calls. The wall shook from the blow of his fist. Wang Chao swore to destroy the idiot who dared to offend his little sister. Miserable and downtrodden, Xiao Yue blamed herself for everything and began to tearfully apologize to her brother for not being able to protect herself. But it wasn't her fault, and Xiao would never blame her. He took full responsibility. All these years he thought only about the death of his parents and was not attentive enough to his sister. If he had been there, she would not have been bullied. While they were talking and discussing what happened to Wang Yue, an ambulance pulled up to the house. Jiang Bing arrived with his men and doctors. Everything was ready. Villas and medicines were found and delivered, and they could move tomorrow. Moreover, he had already found all the information on the company that had taken the land of the brother and sister's parents. But he hadn't been able to find anything special except that their boss was from the Mo family. Wang Cao immediately decided that all of this was planned by the Mo family. All of his family's troubles were because of these people. To avoid continuing this now, Bufen suggested with a smile that they move to a restaurant and discuss business over dinner. All this time, Xiao Yue stood silently to the side. Before leaving, she received a message on her phone from Yuan Shuai. This idiot wrote that he still loved her and asked to meet. The naive girl believed him and decided to quietly run away so that Brother Cao would not find out about it. But before she could leave, they all arrived together at the restaurant, where a table had already been reserved for them by Zhang Bing. The villa that Mr. Zhuo had asked to furnish, as well as the car with a private driver, were ready, and Bin handed the keys to Wang Chao. The Wang and Xiao families lived in Dijingwan, where even the cheapest building costs hundreds of millions of yuan. For people like Xiao Qian and Wang Cao, this was too expensive a gift. The young man wanted to return the keys, but Bufan objected and asked him to just accept it all. Zhang Bing negotiated the formalities regarding the property especially for them, and the ownership rights could be transferred to the young people as early as the following day. There was nothing left to do but agree. Too much work had been done to simply give up on everything. Seeing how nervous Cao was and how he addressed him, Bin himself became nervous. He asked the young man to address him less formally and not to be afraid of him. If he needed anything, Zhang would be happy to do everything. This lightened the mood, everyone's mood improved, and the adopted brother happily accepted the gifts of his old friend. After all, his sister and grandfather Xiao were not well. When the girl's name was mentioned, Bufan began to look around and search for Yue with his eyes. It turned out that the girl told Xiao Qian that she was going to the bathroom to tidy herself up. Wang Cao didn't like this arrangement. He was very worried about his sister, afraid that she had hidden something else and hadn't gone to any restroom. Before leaving, the young man asked his friends to sit down and start eating without him, while he ran off to check on Wang Yue. Zhuo Bufang sat down at the table, and Zhang Bing had already managed to get some alcohol. He wanted to drink to the health of his master. Immediately after this, the man took the opportunity to carefully ask whether Mr. Zhuo was satisfied with the way he had carried out the instructions. In the young man's opinion, his protege had done a good job and deserved a reward in the form of a precious bracelet. It was a magical tool of great power. Zhang heard that with the help of the same thing, Chu Tianye instantly became a big boss. Before the man could even thank him, Bufan jumped to his feet and shouted that Xiao Yue was in great danger. The mark he left on her reacted. Zhang Bing didn't understand how exactly the young master understood this, so he began to ask about what happened. Thanks to the mark he left on the girl's shoulder, the young man felt the distance between them increase. Most likely they had not been kidnapped. The matter was very serious, and the faithful dog jumped up from his chair after him and said that he was going with him. Meanwhile, Xiao Yue reached the Evening Road nightclub, where there were quite a lot of customers, drinks, and dangerous people. Wang Cao followed her unnoticed. He couldn't abandon his sister and was now hiding around the corner to find out why his little girl had come to such a place. The naive girl sincerely believed that the guy would not leave her and invited him to stay with her. She looked for him with her eyes everywhere. In the back of the club sat Yuan Shuai, drunk and hugging his new girlfriend Zhang Ya, and they wanted to assign Wang Yue to accompany her brother. Seeing all this, the girl screamed with anger and resentment. She could not believe her eyes. Her heart broke once again. Tears streamed down her face non-stop as she continued to scream, asking if he didn't want to come back with her and be a couple. Yan Shuai was so drunk that he could hardly form sentences. He stood up and said that he didn't expect her to actually come. Approaching the girl, the young man revealed the whole truth and said that he had never loved her, but would allow her to accompany young Master Zhang. At this point, Xiao Yue's patience ran out. She lost her temper and swung her arm to hit the idiot who had been lying to her all this time. But the blow did not happen. Yuan Shuai managed to intercept her hand and squeeze it hard. He began to shout at the girl. The belief in their love was so strong that the young lady went through unimaginable difficulties. She did not expect that she would be treated like this. The young man smiled and told her about Zhang Ya's family's wealth, about how he had been given a car while Xiao Yue had nothing, about how he had become bored with her and had played enough. The narcissistic girl, smiling, ordered her friends to bring Yue to her so they could film her and send it to their friends. Two bitches immediately came out of the shadows and walked towards the helpless high school girl. They laughed and humiliated her with words. To continue the torture, the victim was forced to the floor and held tightly by the arms while she tried to break free and called for help. The situation was slowly getting out of control, and Yuan Shuai was afraid that this might cause them big problems, but his friend had a completely different opinion. She believed that in society, power belongs to the rich, and her brother runs this place. Before they could do anything, Wang Chao arrived and knocked down the two idiots holding his little sister. Yue's strength was already almost gone, but now she became completely weak and fell to the floor. Asking her brother for forgiveness, the young man took her in his arms and began to calm her down, saying that it was not her fault and that she was now safe next to him. Holding her tightly, Cao turned to Zhang Ya, asking why she was bullying his sister like that. With a smug grin, the girl blamed everything on Wang Yue, saying that she deserved such treatment when she tried to bring in someone who wasn't a guy. Even Yuan Shuai himself, who invited her here, said that the girl herself insisted on meeting, although she had never been interesting to him. These vile words about his little sister made Wang Chao even more angry. He threw his fist at the idiot, who abandoned a pregnant woman and was now pretending to be innocent. He hit Shuai with all his might, knocking out a tooth and knocking him down, shouting threats. Sitting on the floor, the young man looked at the man as if he were crazy. He couldn't believe that someone dared to hit him. It was simply impossible to let this go unpunished. Zhang Ya stepped forward and began hysterically calling for her cousin to avenge her boyfriend. A minute later, Zhang Le entered the hall, accompanied by his armed men. With a wave of his hand, he ordered Wang Chao to be surrounded and beaten soundly for causing trouble here. Bandits with batons rushed at the unarmed lonely guy, threatening him and shouting in anger. Chao was quickly forced to his knees, but they continued to beat him. Xiao Yue screamed in tears, asking them to let him go, but they did not listen to her. The beaten Yuan Shuai watched the events with delight and rejoiced at the retribution. Zhang Ya was also happy. She praised her brother for a great show and asked him to help her film a humiliating video with Wang Yue. At this moment, Zhuo Bufang and Zhang Bing were running down the corridor. They were already entering the club where his childhood friends were. Finally, they were able to see what was really going on there and what a nightmare the Zhang and Yuan families had spun. Hearing the familiar voice, Xiao Yue immediately turned to her brother Fang, happy to see him. They retreated from the beaten Wang Chao. He lay on the floor and looked hopefully at his friend, who had arrived just in time. For some reason, Zhang Le didn't see Zhang Bing, who came in behind him, and he directed his men towards Zhuo Bufang. A trio of self-confident guys rushed at the young martial arts master. They were confident in their abilities and did not turn anywhere. With such a small number of opponents, Bufang quickly became bored, put his hands behind his back and calmly raised one leg. Less than a minute later, the bandits were flying to the sides. They didn't even have time to do anything before they were attacked and scattered. They fell a few meters later and immediately lost consciousness. Li's charges could no longer fight. Taking advantage of the moment of silence, Bufan rushed to his friends to check on their health and condition. Wang Yue felt the most guilty because it was she who brought her friends here and they suffered. Wang Cao acted like a hero. He insisted that everything was fine with him, but Xiao Yue was being terribly bullied. The friends no longer had to worry. Now Zhuo Bufang was with them, and he would not let anyone hurt them again. Watching this, Zhang Ya and Yuan Shuai hid behind their cousin and looked frightened, unlike Zhang Lei. This guy may have been able to take on a few people on his own, but will he be able to stand up to 100 armed bandits? Within a minute, everyone who was on the club's premises at that moment came out into the hall and surrounded the young people. The self-confident couple's spirits quickly rose. They were now confident of victory and rejoiced at the impending death of the idiot who dared to challenge them. It was at this moment that Zhang Bing came out and approached the majestic tyrant Zhang Lei. The young man smiled and began to fawn, approaching the elder, welcoming him to his establishment and asking forgiveness for the commotion. Following him, Zhang Ya and Yuan Shuai expressed their good attitude. They wanted to do everything possible to enter the trusted circle of the king of Qingzhou. After asking for some time to deal with Zhuo Bufang, the club leader promised to have a heart-to-heart talk with Bin later. No one was going to allow such an impudent brat to do something like that, so Zhang immediately slapped the younger one. No one could threaten or approach Master Zhuo in his presence. Otherwise, the man would lose his head. He was very loyal to his boss. The cousin and her boyfriend stepped back. They sincerely did not understand why Zhang Bing hit Zhang Lei. After bowing to his master Zhuo Bufang, The man scolded the younger man for daring to threaten the great master and boast about it. A look of horror and shock appeared on Zhang Lei's face. He couldn't believe that this brat turned out to be his senior comrade's boss. Yuan Shui fell to his knees. His life just ended. He dared to mock Zhang Bing's boss and offended his close friends. Unlike him, Ya was not so scared. On the contrary, there was hope in her eyes that this person was from that very influential Zhuo family. This question surprised Bufan no less than everyone else was surprised by his identity. He didn't expect that any of this trash knew his family. It turned out that the girl's aunt was the wife of the fourth lord of the Zhuo clan, which made them very distant relatives. It seemed that they were talking about the boy's father's fourth brother, Zhuo Pengcheng, who was engaged in business abroad. Realizing where this was going, Zhang Lei crawled closer and shouted that he was also a member of the Zhuo family and asked to be released. Only Yuan Shui turned pale. He was not a member of this family and was not even closely acquainted with them, which meant he would not be able to get out of this. Zhuo Bufang ordered everyone except Zhang Li and Yuan Shui to be taken away. Even his fourth uncle's niece could go. Having bowed, the girl thanked the young man for letting her go, but before she could even get out, her lover stopped her. Not being a man, he believed that Zhang Ya could not leave him, and forced her to ask Master Zhuo to let him go too. But the immortal master did not even listen to Puchnin. He strictly ordered him to go before he changed his mind. Scared to death by such a reaction, the girl apologized to Yuan Shui and ran away with the rest of the people. Realizing that his fate was now in his own hands, the young man began to cry and beg Bufan to forgive him. He knelt down and cried for fear of death, swore that he would never do such a thing again, and said that he repented. Before giving his verdict, the young man turned to his adopted brother Cao, asking what he wanted to do with Shuai. Wang Cao's anger and hatred knew no bounds. He could not allow this monster to escape or go unpunished. For his sister, he wanted to beat the culprit until he decided that he had enough, and the guy cried from pain and fear, looking very pathetic. Wang Yue herself wanted to never see this man again in her life and never remember him. As for what to do with Yuan Shuai, she left it up to elder brother Fang. In a way, Bufan even liked it. He already knew what he wanted to do with the freak who had broken the heart of his childhood friend. The girl was much more than just a friend. She was like a younger sister to him, which is why the young man wanted to kill Yuan. Ordinary people were not as accustomed to this kind of revenge as the immortal cultivator. Wang Chao was very hesitant about such a drastic decision. Sitting next to the culprit, Zhang Lei sincerely did not want to die. He asked Zhuo Bufang for forgiveness in a trembling voice. Although he was scared his friend Yuan Shui was going crazy with terror, he began to bow and forcefully hit his forehead on the floor, shouting out apologies. Wang Tao also believed that the freak who had offended his sister deserved to die. But he had doubts about Zhang Lei. After all, he hadn't had time to do anything. A terrible idea was born in the head of the club leader. He realized that the people in front of him were angry specifically at Yuan Shui. To appease their anger and save his life, he decided to take extreme measures and pulled out a hidden dagger, after which he plunged it into the chest of his former friend, ending his life with his own hands. No one expected this. It seemed that even Zhang Li himself did not fully understand what he was doing. Wang Yue watched all this from the side. Her head went blank, and she instantly lost consciousness from shock. Luckily, Zhuo Bufang arrived in time and caught the girl before she hit the floor, asking Wang Chao to take care of her. They were still ordinary people, and this kind of sight still shocked them too much, especially the weakened Xiao Yue. Then Bufan wanted to handle everything himself. All that was left was to wait until Brother Cao took his sister to another room. After they left, Zhang Lei said that he realized that he was wrong, and that was why he killed Yuan Shui to atone for his guilt. Even though he was able to save his life, the young man will still have to spend his life in prison. The trembling slowly passed. The guy humbly bowed his head, understanding where this was all heading. To save himself, Zhang Le stabbed the dagger into his own hand. Only blood could atone for his guilt. Now they were even. Bufan allowed him to go and live on. Thanks to his determination and recklessness, the club leader managed to survive, and now ran away as fast as he could. When it was all over, the young master approached Wang Chao and they were finally able to leave together. A little later, they arrived at the villa that Zhang Bing had prepared for the Wang family. As a reward for finding such a good home, Bufan gave one of his pills, which could strengthen the body and protect against diseases. After this, the man could leave in case he needed anything. The young master and his friends could always just call. Wang Cao had recently been seriously injured while protecting his sister, so Bufan gave him a couple of pills as well. Despite the pain in his body, the young man claimed that he was fine. He was more worried about his sister, who was also hurt. All this time, the girl remained unconscious. In her sleep, she cried and spoke. She was clearly having a nightmare. A feeling of helplessness overwhelmed Cao. He trembled and almost cried himself because he did not know how and in what way to help his little sister. Bufan tried to calm his friend down. He had a plan to help Xiao Yue. He wanted to use his power and erase the memories of everything that happened to her because of Yuan Shuai. If this is not done, the girl will never be able to lead a happy and peaceful life. Without telling Wang Chao all of his plans, the young man concentrated and used his divine consciousness, after which he directed his hand towards Xiao Yue, and a stream of warm energy emanated from his palm, erasing memories. When the procedure was over, the girl gradually came to her senses, as if waking up from a bad dream. Zhuo Bufang turned to his brother Chao and told him that now his sister would forget all the terrible events that happened to her. It really worked. The younger one's face lit up. She looked sleepily at her loved ones and asked what had happened. Her brother immediately approached her, grabbing her by the shoulders and asking if she remembered Yuan Shuai and the others. But Xiao Yue didn't understand who they were talking about and what was going on. So Wang Chao calmed her down and sent her to her room to rest. In order to clear his girlfriend's memory, Bufan spent all the power of his spiritual consciousness, which he had cultivated with difficulty. But he did not regret anything. Wang Cao helped Wang Yue to the room, and when he and Zhuo were alone, he turned to his friend to talk. The next second, the guy fell to his knees and began to thank Bufan for his help, vowing to dedicate his life to serving him. But this was unnecessary. The young man put his hand on his brother's shoulder. He could never have done otherwise and not helped them. Meanwhile, Zhang Ya was already at home. She was hysterical and smashing dishes, screaming that she wanted to take revenge on Zhuo Bufang for how he treated her. A woman named Li Liu approached her and began to calm the girl down, persuading her not to be so nervous. Her father heard her whole story and was very angry with his nephew Zhuo Pengcheng for what happened, and felt that he was being disrespected. Even though Zhang Bing, the king of Qingzhou, was on this brat's side, Zhang Ming still had connections in the martial alliance. Before leaving the house, he ordered his daughter to stay at home, rest, and under no circumstances go outside. He planned to use his connections and bring Zhuo Bufang to justice through an alliance to avenge his daughter. There was nothing else to do but obey my dad and stay in my room so as not to cause problems. But she wasn't going to give up. Zhang Ya wanted to post a video of Xiao Yue being bullied online so that everyone would laugh at her. The next day, Wang Chao saw the video that had gone viral online, and the comments underneath it were simply disgusting. Everyone insulted and laughed at Xiao Yue. To begin with, they decided to take the girl's phone away so that she would never see this nightmare. She simply might not be able to withstand such a blow. Zhuo Bufang invited Zhang Bing to find out who was the instigator of this whole persecution. It was discovered that the owner of the website where the video was posted made money by helping people conceal information or spread rumors. Moreover, he was on the territory of the Zhang family's home, which meant that those whom Master Zhuo had released yesterday did not appreciate his mercy at all. Hearing the order to take the young man to this family's house, Zhang Bing became very nervous. The Zhuo and Zhang families are related by blood. Wang Cao couldn't let Xiaofang continue to do everything for them. He wanted to take care of everything himself and not bother him anymore. After these words, Bufan lost his temper and started shouting that his friend's problems were his problems, and that everyone who did such things should be held accountable. He was no longer going to endure this. The young man ordered Zhang Bing to move out and left the house. There was indeed a website server in the Zhang family's house, and the owner had just finished working on Zhang Ya's request. From that moment on, all the attention of internet users was directed to Wang Yue. The girl was satisfied with the work done. As long as Hao Jian was paid, he was willing to do anything for Madame Zhang, including making sure that the stain on Xiao Yue's reputation became known to the entire country. Even though she was under Zhuo Bufang's protection, now the girl will definitely get what she deserves. Zhang Ya's parents approached her, and her father asked his daughter if she was the reason the network exploded because of Xiao Yue. In response, the girl screamed that she was not going to tolerate all this. She found someone who would help her take revenge on the little bitch Van. No one was going to scold her. On the contrary, her mother supported her and calmed her daughter with gentle words. However, if Zhuo Bufang finds out who started this whole mess, then problems are inevitable. Zhang Ming was confident that the young man would not attack one of the largest families in Qingzhou because of some girl who was not even related to him. At that moment, an employee of Zhang's house ran into the room and reported that Zhuo Bufang had brought his people here. The expectation was not met. The family was in shock. No one expected that the young man would actually decide to come to them, and so quickly. It was an unheard of audacity. The man said that from that moment on he wanted to know every step of their enemy. Meanwhile, Bufen stood in the Jiang family's living room, shouting and calling for Jiang Ming to finally come out to him and accept his fate openly. Very soon the head of the family came out to him, throwing threats and insults. Ignoring all the words addressed to him, the young master ordered Zhang Ya to be handed over so that he could punish her for causing trouble to Wang Yue and break her arm. The man completely lost his temper and continued to yell and threaten Bufan, who dared to threaten his family members. Immediately after this, he waved his hand and ordered his men to teach the impudent boy a lesson. A large crowd of armed bandits rushed towards one Duo Bufang. Wang Cao couldn't contain his excitement, but Zhang Bing calmed him down with a smile, saying that all these people were just trash to the master. And he was right. As soon as the young man simply raised his hand and released a little of his energy, the ordinary fighters scattered in different directions. Before Jiang Ming's eyes, his men fell as if they were worth nothing. The young man easily overpowered them all. Since Bufan said he would break Zhang Ya's arm, he would do it, and no one would stop him in his righteous anger. With tears in her eyes, the girl hid behind her father. He was not going to let anyone hurt her. Despite his intense emotions, Zhang Ming remained confident and said that he would turn a blind eye to today's incident if the young man left right now. But his financial resources and strength would not help him. All this was not worth Zhuo Bufang's attention. At this point, the man's patience ran out and he shouted at Liu Feng, urging him to come out of the shadows and help his family cope with the difficulties. An elderly martial arts master emerged from the next room, looking at the guy in front of him and not perceiving him as an opponent at all. Liu Feng was a master of the Anjin Peak. Zhang Ya was sure that Zhuo Bufang was much weaker and would fall from one blow from the old man. Li Liu finally intervened in the conversation, giving the young man one last chance to leave since he was a member of the Zhuo family. As the situation escalated, Wang Cao asked Zhang Bing if Anjin was enough to defeat their comrade. There weren't many masters at Anjin Peak in Qingzhou, and the man didn't expect that the Jiang family had hidden one away. Bufang was facing a tough battle. Liu Feng had nothing personal against the boy, but he was loyal to the family that hired him and had to repay them with kindness and get rid of their problems. The sword filled with spiritual energy, its blade was directed straight at the young man. To die at the hands of such a master was considered an honor, but to a great immortal cultivator like Zhuo Bufang, this old man was nothing special. He was unworthy of being called the master of the Anjin Peak. Gathering spiritual energy in his hand, the martial artist summoned the heavenly sword technique. In order to protect himself and destroy the spiritual blade, the old man summoned the Red Shadow 13 swords technique. But this did not save him. The equipment was instantly destroyed, and the weapon in his hands shattered into pieces. Liu Feng's swordsmanship failed him. It was useless against Zhuo Bufang's strength. With nothing else to defend himself with, the heavenly sword summoned by the youth attacked the elderly master. All strength left the man's body. He flew several meters until he hit the wall with great force. No high-level master could stand against Zhuo Bufang, and now Zhang Ming also knew this. Although he couldn't believe it, Jiang Bing and Wang Cao were very proud of their friend. They expected him to win, but it happened faster than they thought. Even the Anjin Peak Master was no match for Master Zhuo, and following him was the most correct choice Bin had ever made in his life. This could have been the end of it. Bufan could have easily gotten Zhang Ya and broken her arm, but the head of the family still did not want to give up. He decided to resort to the last measure of defense and threatened with connections in the military union. This piqued the young man's interest. He sat down on the sofa and decided to wait for the man from the union to see how everything would turn out. From the outside, he looked more like an upstart with a lot of self-importance. Zhang Ming threatened him and dialed his brother's number to invite the union members. On the other side of the house at that moment, Zhang Jiping, Ming's brother, was talking to the major. He jumped up as soon as he heard that the house was being broken into. The young man sitting next to him, Wang Jian, noticed his comrade's agitation and asked what had happened. Of course, the man told them that his niece was being threatened and demanded that the union provide them with assistance, since the Jiang family had helped them a lot in the past. The union major jumped up from his seat. He could not believe that someone was so reckless as to break into his friend's house. There was nothing to worry about. The young man promised that the fighting union would not ask anyone to commit such tyranny. Since Major Wang was now with them, and the villains had broken into private property, they could not avoid problems with the law. At this time, Zhuo Bufang sat calmly and waited for the show to start. While Wang Chao panicked and tried to persuade his friend to leave, Wang Jian burst into the room, surrounded by his men from the alliance. He was very angry and determined. Jiang Ming immediately rushed to the major and pointed at Bu Feng, shouting that it was he who had threatened his daughter and broken into his house. There was nothing more to worry about. Since Major Wang was here, this kid wouldn't dare to be so presumptuous anymore. Meanwhile, Jian approached the young man and asked if he really broke into his friend's house while he was visiting. But there was no fear in the young man's eyes. On the contrary, he acted as if he stood 3 heads above the Union Major. The Martial Alliance was an organization that was supposed to protect people. But Wang Jian was now making accusations without even knowing who was right and who was actually guilty. This man had no right to accuse anyone without an official investigation. But these words did not touch the major. On the contrary, they made him even more angry. He valued his loyalty to the Jiang family more and was willing to use his position in society to take his revenge than he respected the laws of the Union. The situation was getting worse and worse. Wang Chao was afraid for his friend and could think of nothing better than to cover him with himself and take all the blame on himself. No one took his words seriously, and Zhang Jiping even swung his arm to hit him. But Bufan did not allow him to touch his brother. He got ahead and struck first. The man fell to the floor and immediately began screaming that he had been hit and that Major Wang simply had to help him. This was the last straw. Wang Jian raised his hand and ordered to seize the guy, and if he resisted, to use force. Finally, Zhuo Bufang used his authority and threw his combat union membership card into the major's hands. The man's mood was excellent until the moment he saw what exactly had fallen into his hands. It was the real identity of a Union general. Major Wang's hands began to tremble. A wave of screams and shock swept through the hall. No one could believe that such a boy could be a general. Not even Bufan's friends. Confidence burned in the young man's eyes. He frowned at the idiots gathered around him and waited for the next move. Only Jiang Bing knew about his boss's status, and he was sincerely glad that he was now on his side. Since Major Wang and the Jiang family now knew who he was, they simply had to bow respectfully. While one must always bow to those who are higher in rank, Wang Jian knelt down and sincerely asked for forgiveness. All the people from the alliance who came with him immediately followed his example and bowed to General Zhuo. Major Wang did not distinguish between lies and truth, and for the sake of his own selfish desires, he arbitrarily mobilized the Union soldiers, which was a great crime. As the general of the Martial Alliance, Zhuo Bufang decided to immediately issue an order to dismiss this man from his post as major and punish him accordingly. Following the order of their superior, the members of the Union nodded in unison and began to carry it out. They seized Major Wang and took him away as a prisoner awaiting trial. The people of the Jiang family, who had come to their senses, looked with admiration and respect at the young man, who was already a general of the Martial Union at such a young age. Now that all the obstacles had been removed, it was Zhang Ya's turn to answer for his actions against Wang Yue. Tears came to the girl's eyes and she began to run away and call her mom and dad for help. It was time to pay for her actions and no one would let her escape. Bufan pointed his hand towards her, activating the magic ring. The magic immediately reached Zhang Ya, attacking her hand, and within a second she screamed in pain. The narcissistic, spoiled girl began to roll around on the floor and scream. She cried and could not calm down. Lei Liu sat down next to her daughter and hugged her, carefully soothing and comforting her little one. Jiang Ming came closer to them and carefully picked up his daughter in his arms to carry her to the hospital. As they walked, Zhang Jiping whispered in his brother's ear that he couldn't accept how much Zhuo Bufang had humiliated their family, even though he is proud of himself now and they can't do anything. Jiang Ming will wait for him to make a mistake, and will definitely take action, and also take revenge on the Wang brother and sister. It was foolish to think that if they spoke very quietly, Bufan would not hear them and know about all the plans they were making. Initially, the young man wanted to let them go and spare them. But since these people were targeting Xiao Yue and Cao, it was impossible to forgive them. Once they were caught in the icy fog, they would die within 3 months. Wang Cao fell to his knees when it was all over and thanked Zhuo Bufang for helping him get revenge. Tears of happiness came to his eyes. The young man could never forget the kindness of his childhood friend. Sitting down next to him, Bufan said that he considered Xiao Yue to be his sister, so he simply could not forgive them. Along with these freaks, Hao Jin, the man who posted the video of their little sister on the internet, will also be punished. Hearing these threats and seeing what happened to the Jiang family, the man tried to quietly escape, but he didn't manage to get far. Bufan immediately saw him and grabbed him in literally a minute. He brought the main culprit by the scruff of his neck, like a puppy, to Wang Chao, so that he too could personally enjoy revenge. The man began to tearfully beg them to let him go and told them that he was not doing this of his own free will, but that the Zhang family had forced him to do so. His tears and snot did not move Brother Cao. He began to beat Hao Jian, shouting at him for what he did to Xiao Yue. All those involved were finally punished and could now return home. When Wang Cao, Zhuo Bufang, and Zhang Bing walked out of the house into the courtyard, the latter received a notification on his phone. There was news that the eldest of the Mo family had come to Qingzhou. It seems they wanted to give Miss Mo the opportunity to take over Donghuang real estate. This was a great opportunity for them to inquire about the Mo family's affairs. Bufan left this matter to Zhang Bing. The man was overjoyed that his boss Zhuo had given him a chance to prove himself, and he wanted to do his best. On the way, Bufan received a call on his phone from Ye Zikin, who usually calls him very rarely, and the guy was surprised. The guy didn't think long and immediately answered, asking his beloved what had happened and why she was calling. Nothing terrible happened. The girl just wanted to invite her beloved on a short date and go out to eat with him on the shopping street tomorrow. Wherever she wanted to go, Bufan would definitely accompany her. And they made an appointment. Things were going just fine. Their relationship was getting better every day. Zikin spoke to the young men more politely than usual, and even took a step towards them. The very next evening, they arrived at a shopping street where many vendors were walking along the street advertising street food as they went. Zikin looked very happy, hugging her lover's hand and eating a sweet and sugar syrup. Along the way, she noticed that one of the shops was selling marshmallows on sticks and went to take a look. Although the situation was very joyful and calm, Bufan still asked the girl to be careful. A little boy ran as fast as he could towards the marshmallow table, not even looking where he was going or who was standing in his way. As he flew, he crashed into Zikin and hit her painfully, causing the girl to drop the skewer with the candy from her hands. The food, sticky from the sugar syrup, fell onto the beautiful dress of a girl passing by. The young lady who accidentally fell victim to sugar turned out to be Mo Susu, the same Miss Mo family member in whose name they want to transfer Donghuang real estate. As soon as it all happened, Ye Zikin rushed to ask for forgiveness from the unwittingly injured stranger. Immediately, a tall man jumped out as if from underground and began yelling at the girl at the top of his lungs, blaming her for what had happened. Feeling guilty about what had happened, Z promised to pay for the damaged dress if she was told the price. But this did not affect Feng Bo. He continued to shout selflessly, accuse everyone around him and threaten. Zhuo Bufang came to his beloved's defense. Zikin had already apologized, and besides, it wasn't her fault that what happened, so yelling at her was unacceptable. The old man turned out to be a master of martial arts. He took a fighting stance, threatening the young man that he would kill him if they came together in battle. These words ignited a fire of excitement in the young man's heart, and with a sparkle in his eyes, he invited his opponent to take a risk. In this situation, Feng Bo considered himself a genius master, and the boy in front of him was just a frog at the bottom of a well who shouldn't even raise his head. Before the fight could even begin, Mo Susu intervened, stopped her guard and said that the girl was not guilty of anything. The man bowed to her, obeying the order, and stepped aside. With a smile on her face, she calmed Zikin down and said that it was not her fault and that she did not need to apologize or pay for anything. Everything indicated that this girl was very kind and sweet. Mrs. Ye thanked her for her kindness and apologized again as a courtesy. When the situation calmed down, the girl's mood improved again. She suggested going further and having some more fun. Although Bufan smiled at his beloved, his wariness did not go away. The old man was a good craftsman, and the girl he was accompanying was not an ordinary one. Suddenly, he noticed a strange green negative energy moving through the air along the street. An evil spirit of a baby that feeds on human blood emerged from a cloud of magic and set its sights on Mo Susu. He didn't hide and was visible even to mere mortals. People screamed and began to run in different directions. Panic began in the street. It was a human tongue from Thailand, and such spirits usually do not cross the borders of their countries. A small evil creature jumped on a young girl, scaring her to death with its appearance. Feng Bo came out from behind and attacked the human, asking his mistress not to worry, but his attack did nothing. The creature was not even scratched. It pushed the old man aside with force and seriously wounded him. The man flew far to the side and fell onto one of the counters, breaking the wooden table with himself. Mo Susu ran up to him. She was very worried about her bodyguard, even more than she was afraid of the evil spirit. The human standing to the side laughed loudly and rejoiced that all these pathetic people would soon become his food. Zikin turned to her beloved Bufan and asked him to save the girl quickly. The heart of this powerful stranger was very kind, so the young man was glad to save her. He could not leave her in trouble. It was necessary to hurry. A second of hesitation, and the evil spirit would pounce on its victims and tear them to pieces. Standing all alone, Mo Susu screamed in fear and called for help. She was almost in tears from hopelessness. The next minute, Zhuo Bufang appeared and, like a true hero, saved the beauty from the clutches of the monster and attacked him with a red fire lotus. The small creature caught fire. The fire quickly destroyed the evil energy in it, and with it, life went away. Before the eyes of the wounded Feng Bo and the frightened Mo Susu, the evil human Tong burned to the ground. There wasn't even ashes left. People returned to the streets. They were simply delighted, as if they had found themselves on the set of a science fiction film. Feng Bo was the most shocked of all. He bullied the young man, but he turned out to be much stronger than him. The fear slowly subsided. The girl came to her senses and turned to her guard, asking where this young man was from. Practitioners are not easy to find, but it is rumored that they can resist fire and water, and even cultivate immortality. This was simply wonderful news. Mo Susu decided that she simply had to befriend such a powerful young man. More and more people started coming. Bufan realized that it was time to leave there before he was crushed, and look for Zikin. But before he could leave, the rescued girl approached him, asking his name and how she could thank him. The young man easily said his name, but refused thanks. He didn't need anything. But the young lady was not going to give up so easily. She gave her name and invited him to Mo's house for an auction dinner where there would be many treasures. The amazing coincidence did not leave Bufan indifferent. He happily agreed. Such an opportunity could not be missed. This pleased the girl. Susu bowed and promised to wait for her new friend tomorrow at the entrance to the Mo family hotel. With a smile, Zhuo Bufang waved to his new acquaintance and once again promised to come to the auction, after which he said goodbye. Having finished all his business, he returned to his beloved Zikin and asked for forgiveness for the fact that every time they went somewhere together, something like this happened. The girl was worried that her beloved Bufan had been fighting with this something before, but the young man assured her that he was fine and that such a trifle would not harm him. At this point, they decided to end their walk and return home. Besides, Su had already bought everything she wanted. All this time, Tang Long was behind the assassination attempt on Miss Mo's family, sitting in the summoning magic circle and controlling the humanoid from a distance. Mo Yi stood nearby and couldn't wait for the girl to be under their control. He was still worried about whether the master would be able to complete the task or not. The man, focused on controlling the spirit, calmed his employer with a smile. Mo Susu's bodyguard was definitely unable to cope with his perfect attack. The girl's submission was only a matter of time. Everything was planned perfectly, but at the last key moment, pain pierced the master's body and the spell was interrupted. The young man from the Mo family rushed towards Tang Long, greatly frightened by the sight of blood and the sudden end of the ritual. It was at this moment that Zhuo Bufang killed the Huntong. But the people on this side had no idea who had ruined their plan, and thought that Mo Susu had a new guard. This information scared Mo, even more than the master's condition. If they couldn't control the young miss, the whole plan would go down the drain. It was not yet time to panic. Tang Long had sent the infant Huntong, but he had an even stronger spirit in reserve. He just needed to wait until he recovered from his injury. Hope and happiness returned to Mo Yi. He was confident that Master Tang would succeed, and very soon the Mo family and the Donghuang real estate would belong to him. The next day, Zhuo Bufang and Wang Kao gathered at the entrance of the cafe. There was an important matter to discuss. When the younger brother approached, he noticed that his childhood friend was looking at him very nervously. It turned out that his ex-girlfriend is currently working with the Donghuang real estate company, and they could very well try to find out something through her. It was really a great chance to settle the Wang family's unfair case, and the friends entered the establishment together. An attractive girl, Xiaoqing, was sitting at one of the tables. She smiled at her old acquaintance, greeted him, and asked who had come with him. Apparently, the exes remained on good terms. The young people smiled at each other and Cao happily introduced his adopted brother Bufan. Xiaoqing seemed like a very nice person. She introduced herself and said that she was doing an internship in the real estate industry at Donghuang. After this, there was an awkward silence. The young people sat down at the table, and after a couple of minutes the girl started the conversation first. It was clear that she regretted the way they had separated, Xiaoqing giving in to her parents' pressure, and leaving Wang Chao, who owed too many people. Remembering the past was very unpleasant for the young man. He looked away and asked to leave the past in the past. To avoid raising the topic again, he immediately started a conversation about whether his ex-girlfriend knew anything about how the company had obtained the rights to the land in the Donghu area. But unfortunately, Xiaoqing had only recently started her internship and knew nothing about what had happened here before. Although Cao hadn't had much hope for this conversation, he was still very upset. The threads leading to the truth were slipping through his fingers one by one. It was impossible to abandon an old friend while he was investigating the death of his parents, so the girl suggested asking her boyfriend, who was the manager of the Donghuang property. At that moment, Zhao Fenghua, the same guy Xiaoqing, burst into the cafe and asked with whom and what business she had in this place. The situation was awkward. The girl clearly did not expect his arrival and began to worry a little. She stuttered nervously as she introduced Wang Chao and his friend, Zhuo Bufang, to whom she was now speaking. The guy put his arm around Qing's shoulder and introduced himself narcissistically, looking as if he considered himself the most wonderful person on earth. Of course, he knew that they had met with Brother Cao before. In order to humiliate him, Fenghua began to mock him and his male pride, after which he switched to harsher words, with a condescending voice offering to borrow money and emphasizing how rich he was, unlike Wang Chao. These words deeply hurt the young man, even more than the words about how useless he was as a partner. Chao slammed the table and declared that he had not come to borrow money. Zhuo Bufang was also angered by this and stood up, saying that if he only came here to show off his dirty money, he should leave. But this was not a solution. If the guy left, the chances of finding out anything about the family's land would be completely lost. Pulling himself together, Wang Tao calmly and respectfully asked Fenghua if he knew about the land that Donghuang Company had purchased in Donghu District. Manager Zhao waved his hair and with a satisfied expression solemnly declared that this was a commercial secret, and a poor man like Cao had no right to know. After which he pulled Xiaoqing towards him and was about to leave, but the girl asked him to have mercy and help Brother Cao. She immediately received a hard slap from her so-called boyfriend and screamed in pain. Meeting his ex behind his back had already angered Fenghua enough, but a friendly address to Wang Cao, talking about their closeness, was the last straw, and he started yelling at the girl. This was going beyond all bounds. The young man was not going to watch this silently. He covered Xiaoqing with his body to protect him from the attacks, but the guy didn't even think about stopping. He seemed to enjoy his superiority and believed that wealth gave him the right to do whatever he wanted with a woman. At this point, the conversation ended. Zhao Fenghua turned around and ordered Xiaoqing to follow him. Wang Cao turned to his ex and asked if a pathetic person like him was really worth enduring such treatment. With difficulty, the girl rose to her feet and, holding her cheek, asked her ex to never seek to meet her again. Having collected her things, she left the cafe after her boyfriend. Cao didn't even have time to say anything. Zhuo Bufang supported his friend, placing his hand on his shoulder, and suggested that they leave, as they couldn't achieve anything more anyway. As they followed, they found the couple at their car, which was a rather awkward encounter. To shame the poor, Fenghua told me about my plans for the evening over dinner with the Mo family and about his brand new BMW, after which he offered to call them a taxi. But it was no use. Wang Chao and Zhuo Bufang had their own car. They didn't need pitiful handouts. The manager only laughed at such a loud statement. He was sure that beggars like them only rode bicycles. But when Bufang pressed the alarm button on the keys, the red car parked nearby beeped. It was a gift from Zhang Bing, but he couldn't get it there today. It turned out to be the latest Ferrari model, 10 times more expensive than Zhao Fenghua's BMW, which was parked next to it. Having got into the brand new car, the friends quickly drove away, leaving the surprised young man alone with his bewilderment. The rapid start caused dust to rise and cover Fenghua completely. All he could do was stand and shout after them, and standing behind her with her mouth open was Xiaoqing. She thought she had settled down well in life, but now it looked like Wang Chao had surpassed her. On the way home, Brother Cao apologized to Xiaofang, hoping that he could get some information from the girl. But things didn't go according to plan. But there was nothing to worry about. They had another chance to sort everything out. This evening, Bufan wanted to take his friend with him to dinner, where he was invited by Miss from the Mo family. As the night approached, many guests had gathered at the entrance to the Mo family's hotel, many of whom had arrived early. Mo Susu was hovering at the threshold, very nervous and afraid that Zhuo Bufang, with whom she so wanted to improve her relationship, would not come. Feng Bo reassured her that a great master like Mr. Zhuo would not lie, which meant he would definitely arrive on time. At the same time, Zhao Fenghua and Xiao Qing were talking to one of the managers about his meeting with the Tibetan Mastiff and discussing promotions. The girl's appearance was also not overlooked. The young man was truly proud of himself and attributed his success to simple luck. Friends approached the hotel, and Wang Chao was worried that they would not be able to find any leads on his family's case at this reception. Unlike his brother, Bufan was 100% sure that this was where they would find all the answers. Of course, they were immediately noticed by Fenghua and his girlfriend. They were very surprised by the meeting. However, asking questions about why they were there was very rude. This was not their home. The proud and smug manager Zhao remarked that the Mo family was very famous in Qingzhou, and they only invited decent people, not the poor. Even Xiao Qing, the former Wang Chao, was convinced that they had come here without an invitation and began to persuade him not to offend the rich people with their presence. But it wasn't up to them to decide whether Bufan and Cao were worthy of being at this dinner or not. Just look at their last meeting. Talking about the last time, Fenghua came to the conclusion that they just rented a car to show off in front of his ex. A manager they knew interrupted the flow of dirt and humiliation. He believed that they could come in and see at least once in their lives what the upper class was. The young man turned everything that was said to his advantage, presenting it as his mercy, and allowed his friends to enter inside. Wang Cao wanted to attack the impudent idiots, but Zhuo Bufang stopped him and said that he would be happy to show them what a gap there really was between them. A little further away stood Mo Susu and Feng Bo. The girl asked the old man to go on and greet the guests, while she would wait for Master Zhuo. Upon noticing her, Fenghua immediately pointed at her and declared that Bufan and Chao were as far removed from Miss Mo as the sun was from the stars. In response, he heard that dividing the world into classes was his biggest mistake. He really thinks he sees right through people. But in fact, he doesn't know how big the world is. Manager Zhao was offended by these words and was just waiting for the right moment to take advantage of them and kick them out. And it finally arrived. His loud cry caused the guards to gather, and Fenghua demanded that they take these people out. While Zhuo Bufang and Wang Tao were being asked to voluntarily leave the hotel grounds, he stood behind them and smiled contentedly. The screams attracted a crowd of spectators, and everyone nearby came closer to listen and see what was going on. Xiao Qing stood to the side and looked at Wang Chao with regret. She was sure that she made the right choice when she left him for Zhao Fenghua. Mo Susu emerged from the crowd. She was in a hurry and was nervous as she ordered the guards to stop. The manager, standing in the way, decided to take advantage of the situation and greeted the first miss of the Mo family and promised that he would immediately kick out the two offenders. The performance he staged clearly attracted a lot of attention, and Fenghua wanted to take advantage of this and establish a relationship with the lady. But, to his surprise, the girl walked past him and didn't even pay attention. She had a much more important guest. Coming closer, Mo Susu bowed to Zhuo Bufang and greeted him happily, telling him how much she had been waiting for him. The sight left everyone in shock. The young man was dressed so plainly that everyone thought he was a poor man. But who knew he would turn out to be so important? It was simply impossible for a girl like Miss Mo to respect someone like Bufan. Standing to the side, Xiao Qing was also surprised. For the second time that day, she couldn't understand who Wang Chao was and whether she had made the right choice. As a sign of respect, the young master bowed back and thanked the esteemed lady for the invitation. Now that they had met, it was time to join the Mo clan's family dinner. Bufang turned to Zhao Fenghua and said that he couldn't go with Mo Susu because there was a manager who thought he wasn't worthy of such favor. To avoid problems, the young man began to loudly justify and explain himself. But this was unlikely to help. This made the young lady very angry. She didn't even listen to him. She fired him immediately. That was the end of it all, both his reputation and his career advancement. Zhao Fenghua no longer had anything he was so proud of. Moreover, this was the end of Xiao Qing's career. Without her boyfriend, there was no one left to support her. Immediately, all attention turned to Wang Chao, whom she had abandoned. Now he was on a completely different level. The girl immediately rushed to her ex and hugged him, asking for forgiveness for everything that happened. If only he would fall for it and stay with her. To make her point, Xiao Qing even squeezed out tears, and Brother Cao almost succumbed to nostalgia and old feelings. Before he could give any answer, Bufan put his hand on his friend's shoulder and reminded him that this girl had already cheated on him once and left him. He advised him to think things through carefully, and it helped. Wang Chao realized that all real feelings were already in the past and did not fall for her lies. Mo Susu had been watching this the whole time, and when the situation had calmed down a bit, she asked if they could finally go in now. Now everything was decided, and Bufan, with a smile, asked the lady to take them to the place of dinner. The girl's story ended quite tragically. She lost love for money, made the wrong choice, and paid for it with everything she had. The auction dinner was already in full swing at the hotel restaurant, and as soon as Miss Mo and her friends sat down at the table, Bufin immediately asked about the land the company had acquired several years ago. This matter was very important to Wang Chao, even more important than his own life. All hope was only on the young lady. Unfortunately, at that time she was studying abroad, and the company was run by her uncle and his son. It seemed that Brother Cao and Sister Yue's parents were related to Mo Yi, and not only him. Just at that moment, that same Mo Yi passed by the table and smiled and remarked that Susu would soon be going to Donghuang. According to the young man, he was ready to help his younger cousin at any time and with any matter. In this way, he showed his respect. The girl bowed to him in gratitude and promised to work hard. With a smug grin, the cousin asked Mo Susu to keep an eye on what she was doing, so as not to spoil the company's image and not to bother him. After this, the attention shifted to Bufin, who greatly interested the young man from the Mo family. It felt like this person might have been somehow connected to the situation where Mo Susu escaped danger with the human Tong. The girl immediately introduced her new friend, and the cousin introduced himself with a smile, saying that it was he who had managed the company in previous years. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Wang Chao turned to Mo Yi and asked about the matter related to his parents and the land in the Donghu region. Upon hearing the old story, the young man became nervous and immediately and strictly refused to share confidential information. His pulse quickened, and he guessed that Cao might be the child of the people who owned this land. And this did not go unnoticed by Bufan. Tang Long approached Master Mo and warned him that this man was not so simple and needed to be checked. In order to allow him to test Zhuo Bufang, Mo Yi introduced his guard as a consultant to the company. Before extending his hand to be introduced, Tang Long enveloped it in spiritual energy to test the youth. Feng Bo leaned closer to his new friend. He knew that this man was actually the bodyguard and master that Mo Yi had invited, and therefore warned the young man of the danger. A look of worry appeared on young Miss Mo's face as she looked at Master Zhuo, but the girl didn't have time to give any advice or warning. Bufin wasn't at all afraid of this meeting and rose from the table. When their hands connected, the energy of the immortal cultivator was much stronger and burned Tang Long's palm. Feeling the pain, the man immediately pulled his hand back, backing away. He noticed that Zhuo was not an ordinary person. Unlike him, Bufan remained unharmed and satisfied. He replied with a smile that his opponent was also very difficult. Nothing less was expected from the immortal cultivator. His friends watched with delight at the beautiful victory. After such a defeat, Mo Yi had no choice but to run away. He immediately hurried to wish his cousin a good evening and ran to his table. Tang Long followed him out, not forgetting to throw a couple of threats at the young master along the way. When things calmed down, Mo Susu apologized to Bufan for having to compete with her cousin's bodyguard instead of having a nice dinner. Having calmed the girl down, the young man told her that she was worrying for nothing. Such trifles would not ruin his evening. The conversation smoothly moved to a more pleasant topic. The young lady asked if her new friend would like to buy something at the auction. The final lot of the auction was revealed. An ever-warm jade discovered in a hot spring that mysteriously remains warm year-round. The starting price was 1 million, and the minimum bid was 500,000 yuan, at which point the bidding opened. It was actually a fire crystal, but Bufin didn't expect that there would be such a useful thing here, whose power was good to absorb. The young man's interest in this stone did not go unnoticed, and Mo Susu was pleased to hear that he wanted to fight for it. This strong desire to get something gave the young lady a chance to become friends with him. The bids for this lot were growing with every second, with many of those present wanting to get their hands on it. Of course, Tang Long also wanted to obtain this magical item, and he sincerely hoped that Master Mo would obtain it. It was an agreement, and the young man had no intention of breaking it. He placed the final and highest bet amount. Further fighting over the stone could have offended the Mo family. Many guests were afraid to quarrel with them, and therefore did not risk further raising the stakes. Moreover, 10 million yuan was the maximum price. The stone could not cost more. The host began to count to 3 before hitting the hammer. At the very last second, the young miss from the Mo family raised her hand and bet 15 million. Bufin really wanted to get the stone for himself, so he was surprised when the girl named the price. He thought she wanted this treasure for herself. To his even greater surprise, Mo Susu said that she wanted to buy it for Zhuo Bufang. And what's more, she could buy him anything he wanted. Touched by her generosity, The young master nodded with a smile and paid a polite compliment to the girl with a big heart. Mo Yi turned to them, asking his cousin to give him and Master Tang the fire crystal. With a slight smile, the girl retorted, saying that at an auction, the lot goes to the one who pays the highest amount. His dissatisfaction with the meeting with his unloved sister only grew. The young man rose to his feet and made a bet of 20 million. Since her cousin was very rich and didn't spare his money at all, Mo Susu decided that increasing the stakes by 5 million was not interesting. Immediately after that, she stood up from her seat and placed a bet of 30 million yuan. Neither of them was going to surrender, but both wanted the other to retreat. Continuing their small war, the brother and sister continued to throw around sums of money and throw money around. The last bid was from Mo Susu and was 70 million yuan. Mo Yi was tired of playing these games. He was already very angry and placed the final bet of 100 million. It was simply amazing how one could fight so mercilessly for a piece of stone that could only radiate heat. Adding more would be a mistake. Feng Bo advised his mistress to stop and spend the money on the family's benefit to strengthen her position. There was a chance that she would lose her respect if she bought a small jade for an exorbitant price now. The girl had no choice but to agree. Turning to Bu Fan and sitting down, the miss from the Mo family apologized to her new friend for not being able to buy the artifact he desired for him. Although the young man was not offended by her, he could still only rely on himself. No one gave more than the amount Mo Yi had named, and the satisfied presenter was almost knocking on the wood with a hammer. It was at this moment that Zhuo Bufang rose to his feet and declared that he was willing to pay 200 million yuan for the crystal. The people present at the dinner did not recognize him as a respectable or rich man, and did not understand what was happening there. It was simply ridiculous. Mo Yi looked at the young man and openly mocked him, saying that he didn't have that kind of money. Mrs. Mo stood up for her friend, telling her brother that he simply could not know with 100% certainty whether he was a good person or not. Taking his seat, Bufan advised Mr. Mo to either participate in the bidding or stop chatting. The game continued, and it was only a matter of time before the winner would be revealed. But before the young man made his bet, Master Tang offered to give the stone to Zhuo Bufang. Mr. So didn't expect this. He thought that Tang Long wanted to get the crystal for himself. The master hastened to explain that he would deal with this guy later. But for now, for the time being, it was worth leaving the treasure in his hands. The young gentleman liked this idea. He quickly understood what his faithful assistant was getting at and glanced sideways at the next table. Since Mr. Zhuo is so rich, they won't haggle anymore. Let him have the fire crystal. What they didn't know was that Bufan could clearly hear their whispers. If they could prove that this couple was involved in the case of Wang Chao's parents, they would be in huge trouble. No one in the room could bid more than 200 million yuan. After the countdown, the host loudly banged the gavel on the stand and announced the sale of the lot. Immediately after this, a young female assistant approached Zhuo Bufang and handed him the terminal to make the payment. True, instead of the card, the young man said that he didn't have that kind of money. No one expected such a turn of events. In the middle of the hall, the presenter and assistant froze in shock. They couldn't even find the words to describe it all. A real uproar arose. The auction guests swore and shouted at Bufan, accusing him of lying. Mo Yi immediately jumped up from his seat. He was greatly offended by his opponent's behavior and also began shouting that it was unacceptable to behave like that at an auction. Only the young miss from the Mo family stood up to defend the young man. She was sure that her new friend had a reason for his involvement. Without money or a good reason, he would never have participated, so Bufan was given a chance to show off his savings. Although the young master did not actually have that amount of money on hand, he did have a jade talisman filled with spiritual energy, and he asked to take it to the appraiser. Even ordinary people without cultivation abilities or experience thought that this was not a simple thing, and the girl immediately went to estimate the value of the amulet. A smirk appeared on Mo Yi's face and he vowed to punish the young man severely if this thing was not worth 200 million. Zhuo Bufang didn't say anything special to this, but calmly suggested that they wait for the result together. After a short period of time, it became known that the jade talisman was valued at 500 million yuan. It was so amazing that the young man from the Mo family couldn't believe it. He stood up so abruptly that his chair fell to the floor. In contrast, his cousin looked happy and contented. She knew that Master Zhuo would find a way out of this situation. When the talisman was brought near Tang Long, he felt spiritual vibrations emanating from it and guessed that it was being cultivated. Most people sincerely did not understand why Bufan, having such treasures, wore worn-out clothes. On a small tray, The assistant brought the young man his fire crystal and a card on which the remaining 300 million of the talisman's value was placed. Money was like a floating cloud for an immortal cultivator, and being able to exchange it for something useful for cultivating one's powers was a real benefit. This was the last lot, and the evening ended successfully. As they left, Mo Yi and Tang Long cast angry glances at the young man and made a couple of threats. For Zhuo Bufang and Wang Cao, it was time to go home too. They had gotten everything they wanted, even if not all the information was satisfactory. Before leaving the hotel, the young man gave Mo Susu his phone number in case she found any information about land in the Donghu area. It felt as if the extraordinary Master Zhuo could even stop the rain. Feng Bo thought it was a blessing that they had met such a person. After everyone had dispersed a bit, Mrs. Mo received an important phone call. The master's illness was becoming increasingly serious, and despite all the threats and persuasions, he longed to meet the girl. She couldn't do anything more anyway, except try to persuade him to take care of himself. This had happened before. The head of the family had been getting worse more often lately, and the young lady didn't know what to do. The only option Feng Bo saw was to ask Zhuo Bufang for help. He would surely know a way to cure the master's illness. The idea was actually quite good. Mo Susu thought that if she could get information about the land in the Donghu area, she could ask for a favor in return. Meanwhile, Mo Yi and Tang Long met with the young master's father, who was afraid that with his niece's temperament, she would soon find out that they were running out of government funds. Moreover, she was interested in the land in Donghu and was interfering in the company's affairs. The girl needed to be gotten rid of as soon as possible. This matter was already in the works of Mo Bangyan's son, and he invited Master Tang specifically for this purpose. Thanks to this new technique, Mo Susu would never be able to escape their grasp, even if Zhuo Bufang protected her. The next day, in his room, the young master meditated and was busy practicing with the fire crystal. Breaking the jade in his hand, the young man absorbed its energy, feeling the new power merge with his own. His body was filled with magic. He felt himself becoming stronger. Now he just needed to control this power. Immersed in a short meditation, Bufan merged with the fiery spiritual energy of the magic stone. Very soon, everything was ready. He felt fresh and stronger than before. The fire magic he absorbed would bring him much more luck than he already had. Bufan was interrupted from enjoying his new strength and luck by a phone call. He was clearly surprised. The caller was Mo Susu, and the young man immediately answered the call, thinking that she had already found information about the land that belonged to the Wang family. But it was rash to jump to such premature conclusions. The young man decided to first find out from the girl what had happened. Miss Mo didn't say anything specific over the phone. She only asked Master Zhuo to meet her at Stardust Cafe. There was no reason to refuse, and no point either. This was the only person who could help him and his brother Cao sort out the past. About 15 minutes later, the young people were sitting opposite each other, and after a short greeting, Bufan decided to get straight to the point. It was all about the young lady's father. Her father is also a cultivator, but he had problems and now he is getting worse. She can hardly keep him alive. Since Zhuo Bufang's methods and strength were truly incredible, the girl wanted to ask him to save her father. And of course, the young master could do it. But everything in the world has its price. And the lady from the Mo family knew what he needed. Mo Susu's face immediately lit up. She had already found the information and was ready to bring it to her new friend today. Before parting, Bufan warned the girl about Tang Long and gave her a protective amulet. He felt that this man and her cousin were involved in the incident that interested her. Having accepted the gift, the young miss thanked the great master and promised to be careful. The only way to get clues was this fragile girl. If she died, then the chance to figure everything out would die with her. Zhuo Bufang felt that he had a duty to protect her. If something happened, the jade pendant would let him know. A little later, in the control room of Donghuang Real Estate, Mo Yi and Tang Long were watching the cameras and waiting for the right moment. An employee of the company sitting at the table noticed that Mo Susu had arrived and immediately informed the president's nephew about it. Now that all the worries about being with Zhuo Bufang for the day and not doing anything had gone away, the girl finally took the initiative. Since everything had worked out so well, it was time to implement their plan, and Tang Long began to act. Releasing his energy, the man activated the big head fall technique and sent it straight towards the young miss. Meanwhile, Mo Susu had already found dirt on her uncle and cousin. If her father had only known about this, he would have definitely fired them right then and there. Over the past few years, Donghuang had committed a lot of shady dealings. Bribery and murder were only a small part of it. and all the money went into the pockets of Suo Bangyang and Mo Yi. Suddenly, some small, strange creature broke through the wall right in front of her. This thing, somewhat reminiscent of a human ton, flew at full speed straight towards the girl. She screamed in fear. Master Feng Bo came to the rescue, immediately appeared next to his ward and swung to fight off the creature. The demon's dark energy collided with the barrier the old man had put up, but it was nothing to him. The master fell backwards from the powerful blow, receiving several internal wounds. The enemy's magic was too strong for him. The young miss of the Mo family was left completely without a protector and had already said goodbye to her life. When the creature got too close to her, the pendant given to her by Zhuo Bufang reacted and rose into the air. The power that the immortal cultivator had bestowed upon it destroyed the creature, leaving no trace of it. But in doing so, it also destroyed the decoration itself. Such power sent the young lady flying backwards, and Master Feng caught her, asking if she was okay. Fortunately, Miss Mo was completely fine. As Master Zhuo had predicted, she was attacked, and the pendant she was given for self-defense saved her. Information about Mo Bangyan's affairs was on the flash drive, and she had to act quickly. Otherwise, the girl wouldn't survive a second such attack. At this time, Zhuo Bufang was meditating at home. He felt that the pendant was broken and knew it was time for him to go. Those who were so eager for Mo Susu's death would definitely attack her again. There was no time to waste. In the control room, Tang Long suffered another setback from the destruction of his equipment. Their plans slowly crumbling, it was impossible to let her get the information. Since Master Tang had failed, Mo Yi ordered his men to capture his cousin. A multitude of trained people ran straight towards the defenseless, fragile miss and the elderly, wounded master. The path through the lower floors was blocked. They could not go up the stairs or use the exit. Then Mo Susu decided to go to the roof. Feng Bo didn't understand her plan because it was obviously a dead end. But his mistress was sure that someone would definitely come to their aid and that they would find salvation there. Master Zhuo probably felt that the pendant was broken. Mo Yi ran after his subordinates, and from behind their backs he noticed that his cousin was climbing up to the roof. No matter what happened, he had to catch her. Otherwise, all his family's affairs would be exposed, and he and his father would be forced to answer for their actions. A few minutes later, the couple reached the roof. There was no other exit, nor any way to escape. Despite this, the girl believed that help would come to them, and they just needed to wait a little. But almost immediately they were caught up with. Mo Yi came out from behind the door and demanded that Mo Susu return the flash drive to him. Feng Bo shielded the young lady, while she demanded that her cousin and second uncle go to their family and repent of their crimes. There had already been enough terrible things. The girl tried to convince her brother not to commit another terrible sin, but the cousin was not going to listen to her. Very soon the head of the family would die, and his father would take his place. Mo Yi promised that he would let his sister die with dignity if she gave him the flash drive. Too many crimes had been committed. The girl could not allow her cousin to continue to escape justice. The young woman's stubbornness got on the young man's nerves, and he ordered his men to get him a flash drive no matter what. Several fighters rushed at the young lady, and the only one who could somehow protect her was Feng Bo. Fortunately, he could handle these people. They didn't have any magical abilities and fell after a couple of blows. Realizing that he would have to do everything himself again, Mo Yi took out his pistol and fired. The bullet pierced the body of the elderly master. He clearly did not expect such a vile reception from the young master. Even as a child born into a martial arts family, Mo Yi decided to use a gun. There was not a shred of honor in him. Mo Susu immediately rushed to him, carefully holding Feng Bo so that he would not fall. She was very worried about him. Despite the severe pain and weakness, the master was strong enough to hold the field and hold on for some time. The attempts to forcibly close the wound and continue to cover the girl with himself made the young man laugh. Without moral values, he believed that it was not worth it. In contrast, the older man had the honor and dignity of a true warrior and was ready to protect the Mo family's eldest miss until his last breath. As a disciple who had been raised in a family that practiced self-improvement his entire life, Mo Yi used a firearm and dishonored the family's honor. Martial arts were useless to the young man. He believed they would give him nothing, because even a man who wielded dark energy could not protect himself from a bullet. Today, he had no intention of letting anyone go. The guy was eager to kill both Feng Bo and Mo Susu, and fired again. To save the young lady, the man covered her with his body again, deciding to take the blow himself. The last hope was that Zhuo Bufang would come at the very last moment and save them. Another second, and the bullet would have pierced the master's body, but a young man appeared in time and caught the projectile with his bare hand. Seeing an opponent in front of him who was clearly stronger, Mo Yi became frightened and retreated back. Since Mr. Zhuo was here now, Master Feng no longer had to worry about the young lady's safety. Having thrown the bullet aside, the young man turned to his friends, asking if something had happened to them. Only Mo Susu was okay, but Feng Bo was seriously injured and life was slowly leaving his body. To save the old man, Bufan gave him one of his golden pills. The Qi pill could instantly increase the level of true spiritual energy, strengthen and heal any ailment. The only one who didn't know what it was Mo Susu. Even though she was born into a family that studied martial arts, she didn't practice it herself. Rumor has it that 30 years ago, a QI pill appeared at auctions in Europe and Malaysia, which, when taken, can instantly heal injuries and restore energy. Such a treasure was worth more than $10 billion at that time. Zhuo Bufang was truly powerful to so easily give the pill to someone he didn't really know. After the problem with Feng Bo was resolved, the young master turned to Mo Yi, saying that the dark deeds his family had been engaged in for many years were ghosts standing behind them. The guy didn't respond to this, but ordered Tang Long to deal with Zhuo Bufang once and for all. Not even a second passed before the brave young master hid behind the back of his martial arts master, whom he himself despised. Concentrating, Tang Long summoned the most powerful technique he had spent more than 10 years of his life to develop. It was a type of human tong. They come in the varieties of a normal baby, a fairy baby, and a small infant. These creatures were by no means invincible as Master Tang believed. Such statements greatly amused the man. He believed that the young man simply did not understand how complex this world was. Having given the order to the creature, he watched silently as the demonic child leapt at the enemies with a terrible, inhuman roar. Zhuo Bufang raised his hand and called for lightning to help him. The clouds thickened in the sky, and a bolt of pure natural electricity struck his palm. Creating a sword from lightning and his spiritual energy, the immortal cultivator swung his sword, preparing to destroy the human. The sword strike cut the creature in two, striking it with a powerful electric shock. These were its last seconds of life. Because of the bright flash of light that obscured the entire space where Zhuo Bufang stood, Mo Susu could not see what was wrong with him, or whether he was alive. Feng Bo, who was standing next to her, supported her with his hand on her shoulder and said that there was nothing to worry about. Mr. Zhuo had used the power of the entire sky. No tricks could defeat him. Mo Yi also didn't see anything, but he knew that his man simply had to win. Otherwise, everything he and Mo Bangyan did would be exposed. The death of the human hit Master Tang hard. He fell to his knees, no longer having the strength to hold on. If he were an ordinary cultivator, Bufan would have spared his life. But since the man was cultivating a humanoid cultivator, which was contrary to heaven, he did not deserve mercy. Today, the creature that was connected to Tang Long's life was taken away by the youth in the name of heaven. There was no way for the two of them to survive. Before his death, the man said that his master would come for Zhuo Bufang, but even if he did not visit him, the hero himself would find him sooner or later. The young master's strength was so incredible that the scene resembled the descent of a deity into the world of mere mortals. Mo Yi was left alone, his men were defeated, and even the master he hired fell at the hands of the immortal cultivator. It's time to talk about how Donghuang Real Estate killed Wang Chao's parents several years ago to acquire land in Donghu District. Mo Susu had studied the company's affairs and knew that Mo Bangyan and his son were definitely to blame. The young man had no intention of admitting this. In desperation, he raised his pistol and decided to empty the entire clip into Zhuo Bufang. The shots did not frighten the young master at all. He stood silently in place and waited for the bullets to reach him. The young man held out his hand and stopped the projectiles in midair a few centimeters away from him, preventing them from injuring himself or anyone else. For a young man who had no background in martial arts, this was astonishing. He had never seen anything like it before. But for Zhuo Bufang, nothing was impossible. He waved his hand and the bullets flew back at their owner, as if they had been shot. Mo Yi's body was pierced by gunshots, and his life was slowly leaving him. When the matter was finished and one of the participants in the deception got what he deserved, the hero returned to Mo Susu and Feng Bo, asking if they were okay. Thanks to the pill Bufan gave him, the old master was not only cured, but his strength also increased. Nothing happened to the girl thanks to the two protectors. If Bufan hadn't arrived on time, he and his bodyguard wouldn't have survived the day. A flash drive containing information about land in the Donghu region was given to a young man, who was very grateful for the help. Now the secrets of the past will be revealed. From that day on, Miss Mo planned to review the ownership rights to the land plots that Dong Huang had purchased in recent years, and also prepare the documents and return Dong Hu to the Wang family. This zeal and promise pleased Zhuo Bufang very much, and he was grateful to the girl for her help. Later that day, when the young hero received the rewritten documents in the name of Cao's brother, he came to his house to tell him everything. It was quite late, and Bufan was surprised that his friend was still awake. Having gone deeper into the house, the young man said that he wanted to talk about the case and tell what he had managed to find out about his parents. The killers turned out to be Mo Yi and Tang Long. They got what they deserved for their actions, and all the information about it was on the flash drive. Brother Cao's eyes filled with tears. He felt too many heavy emotions at once. The memories of his family were tearing at his heart. He couldn't believe it was true. Bufan handed him the flash drive. All the strength in his legs disappeared. The young man fell to his knees, crying bitterly, and warmly thanked his childhood friend for everything he had done for him. In gratitude, he was ready to do anything for the hero, but Bufan didn't need anything. They were practically brothers, and avenging the death of Chao's parents was their shared duty. Fortunately, the young man found the strength to agree with his friend and accept the fact that he did not owe him anything. The Mo family also asked that Wang Chao and Wang Yue be given full ownership of all their family's property and income from assets over many years. Brother Cao couldn't stop crying, clutching the envelope with the papers, and couldn't believe that everything his family had lost had actually returned. Although this was simply wonderful, it would not bring Cao and Xiao Yue's parents back to life. The point was heartbreaking. But people cannot reach out to what has long been lost. They must always look forward. Zhuo Bufang was genuinely worried about his friends who were like family to him, and asked what he planned to do next. The young man had been thinking about this question for some time and decided for himself that he would never forget everything that had happened to them if he stayed in the city. The same was true for his sister, who had been through too much. Wang Chao was thinking about sending her away to study abroad. It was a great idea. Bufan immediately supported it and picked up the phone to call Jiang Bing and ask him to arrange a trip for his brother and sister. Everything Xiaofan had already done for them was too much. Even if he didn't want his childhood friend to thank him, the young man still wanted to thank him. The next day, Zhuo Bufang came to the Mo family's house as promised to examine Mo Susu's father and heal him. The driver of the car was Jiang Bing, while his boss was Qing Zhou. He wanted to curry favor as much as possible. After dismissing his subordinate, the young master greeted his friends and they entered the mansion together. The residence in Qingzhou seemed quite simple for a family like the Mo's, and yet the girl hoped for her companion's understanding. More than the state of the house, Bufan was interested in the state of the clan leader, because the young miss did not really tell him the details. It turned out that during cultivation, Mr. Mo suffered internal damage to his meridians, and since then, his body has been weakening every day. From Madame Mo's description, her father's illness was similar to long aotian, which is not the most difficult disease to treat. As they entered deeper into the mansion, they saw a man kneeling in front of the head of the Mo family, who was sitting in a wheelchair. It was Mo Susu's second cousin, who had been standing in that position since early morning, begging her father for forgiveness. He kept shouting that his son, Mo Yi, was confused, not to mention that he paid for it with his life. The old man was the only one left from our family and was thirsty for mercy. Considering the fact that they were one family, Mo Chuyan could accept an apology for embezzling a day from the company behind his back. But Mo Bangyun had committed many far more heinous acts. Not only did he bully people, he almost killed his own niece. And now he was trying to convince everyone that it was a delusion, as if an evil spirit had possessed him. Too many opportunities were given to this man by the Mo family, but patience and trust were trampled into the dirt. Mo Chuyan waved his hand and ordered his subordinate Li Yanhuo to end this whole farce and do what was necessary. This youth was a master of the Anjin realm. It was useless to resist his attacks. The only way the man saw to avoid death was to run away and hide until his brother himself died of illness. Not wanting to drag it out too long, the head of the family asked his assistant not to say anything and simply end his brother's life. At this moment, the old man, looking for a way out, unfortunately noticed Mo Susu and his guest behind him. This was the perfect option for Mo Bangyun. Only with the help of his niece could he escape now. When the man grabbed the girl by the hand, she got scared and screamed. Who could have thought that he could take her hostage? Li Yanhuo didn't have time to do anything. The young miss of the family had already fallen into the hands of the traitor. Banyan justified his cowardly act by saying that he was forced to do it. He held the fragile girl tightly, leaving her no chance to escape. The old man could justify all his crimes. He didn't even sincerely repent and believed that the amount he took from the company was only a small bonus for his hard work. Despite all his suffering, as he believed, his beloved brother decided to give the company to his daughter, completely ignoring him and, moreover, wanted to deal with him. It was too dangerous to approach the traitor while he was holding the main miss by the neck. Li Yanhuo had to beg from his place to let her go. Noticing movement from his attackers, Mo Bangyan warned them not to come closer. Mo Susu's death was a great way to save his own life, as once she was gone, the family would be deprived of its only heir. Mo Chuyan tried to convince his brother to stop now and not cross that line. He had already done enough evil, but this had no effect. The man only squeezed the girl's neck tighter and demanded that half of the company's property be immediately transferred to him, and that the inheritance decision be reviewed. With the last of her strength, Mo Susu resolutely declared that even under threat of death, she would never give her consent to this. Her words only angered the old man even more, and he began to strangle her fully, risking everything for the last time. There was nothing else to do. The father could not lose his daughter before his eyes. Mo Chuyan flinched and promised that he would do as Banyan wanted. Taking care of his family was more important than the company. The elderly man already felt the taste of victory and demanded that a lawyer be called right away. At this moment, Zhuo Bufang interrupted them. He knew that he had no right to interfere in their family affairs, but Mo Susu was his friend. He couldn't let her die and sternly warned her that if he didn't take his hands off the girl, he would say goodbye to his miserable life. No one took him seriously. Even the master of the Anjin kingdom did not dare to be impudent to the brother of the clan head. Even Mo Chuyan thought that this was unnecessary, because the guy could anger Mo Bangyan and put Mo Susu in even greater danger. For the immortal cultivator, it was a mere trifle. He was next to the man in a second, moving faster than the speed of light. It didn't take more than a split second for the surprised old man to be hit in the chest, sending him flying, while Miss Mo was free to run. Taking advantage of the moment, Li Yanhuo immediately released a hidden weapon at the family traitor. The cold metal pierced Mo Bangyan's chest, ending his senseless life of lies and cruelty. When the danger was over, the young man could finally approach the young lady and find out how she was feeling. Mo Susu's health and life were fine. She turned to her friend and thanked him for saving her. Now that everything was over, it was possible to pay attention to the named guest whom the daughter had brought. Full of enthusiasm and joy, the girl introduced Zhuo Bufang as the best doctor whom she had invited specifically to save her father. There was not a drop of trust in the eyes of the head of the family. He looked at the young man in front of him, who looked like he was still in his first year of university. Even if he had incredible skills, he lacked practice and many years of learning from his mistakes. Mo Chuyan did not want to waste his time on this person. Having closed the question about his treatment, the man immediately changed the subject and asked what the young man wanted in gratitude for saving his daughter. But Zhuo Bufang didn't need anything. He saved her out of gratitude for her being useful in a matter that was very important to him. The words that she was simply useful and that she was saved only for this reason hurt the girl so much, she silently lowered her head. The fact that the hero said this without thinking for a second greatly surprised the head of the family, and he asked how exactly Mo Susu had helped him. With a bright smile, Bufan recounted how she gave his friend key information for his investigation, which allowed him to achieve justice. He only came here because he promised to cure her father as a return gesture. At these words, someone else approached them and shouted at Bufan with displeasure. It was Shunyan. He proudly reported that he had arranged a meeting with the Bai and Dianju families. In his opinion, they were the only ones who could cure the illness of the head of the family. The Bai family was famous for its medicines and was also a major producer of elixirs. So it was an excellent choice for a man. The very fact that her own father was thinking about this deeply hurt Mo Susu, and she decided that he did not trust her, his own daughter. But for Chuyan, this did not mean that he did not believe her. It was just that his illness required more than simple faith. However, in this case, Zhuo Bufang did not consider it necessary to stay here any longer. He said goodbye to his friend. He had nothing more to say. The young man was glad to help those in need, but if a person does not trust and does not crave the help of a hero, then the patient is not destined to be treated by him. This was the only chance to save her father and restore his health. But, unfortunately, Mo Susu missed it. Zhuo Bufang's decision was seen as an escape after he was exposed, and Shunian felt that he could now slander and insult him behind his back with impunity. As soon as the boy disappeared from sight, the young man approached the miss from the Mo family and began trying to win her attention. Mo Chuyan's opinion was no better. He thought that Bufang was just throwing dust in people's eyes, pretending to be an expert. Turning to the man, Shunian calmed him down and asked him to wait a bit while he and Mo Susu brought the medicine from Dianju. The only one who didn't like the idea of going for an unknown treatment was Mrs. Mo, but she had no other choice. Outside the Mo mansion, Zhang Bing called Zhuo Bufang and told him that there was a natural treasure in Dianju that might interest him. The fruit of the heavenly spirit could enhance spiritual energy. The young man could not miss such an opportunity and asked to book him a ticket immediately. Instead of a quiet ride to the bus station, Zhang Bing arranged for a massive escort of 10 cars. Everyone who was at the station that day was absolutely delighted. Even in Qinzhou, they knew about Zhang Bin and his power. Meeting him was like meeting a celebrity. At the entrance to the station building, a man personally opened the car door for Master Zhuo. Seeing all the accompanying cars, Bufan felt like he had run out of strength. He just wanted to get to the bus station in peace. There are certain rules of hospitality in the world, but Master Zhuo will definitely act outside of all the rules. Instead of answering, the young man gave Zhang Bing one key pill, which could not only prolong life, but also save life at a critical moment. In the man's eyes, the young man was simply amazing and generous. He could so easily give away things worth billions. Before leaving, the student told his subordinate that he no longer wanted to be so visible in public. As gracious as Bufan was, his desire to remain unnoticed and away from any bonuses never ceased to amaze the people who worked with him. The train was about to depart from the station, and the young man and his companion Daijiang headed inside the bus station. On the way, the girl decided to ask why they were going to Dianju by train when it would have been much faster to get there by plane. The train was much slower, giving them time to rest during the journey and enjoy the scenery outside the window. Very soon they sat down in their seats and the transport moved towards its destination. Throughout the entire trip, Lian Daijin looked out the window. Her friend was right. The further south you go in the country, the more colorful the scenery outside the window. More than 3 centuries have passed since Baofeng left the planet, and even after returning, he still can't rest and truly experience nature. The young man closed his eyes and wanted to rest until the next stop, but he was interrupted. A woman's scream disturbed the peace of the carriage. In front sat a granddaughter with her grandfather, who had had a heart attack. She was screaming and calling for help. Sitting in the seat right behind them was Zhuo Bufang. He immediately realized that the old man had heart problems, but he was in no hurry to interfere in other people's lives. The large number of bodyguards made Daijin think that these were not ordinary people. An unfamiliar man stopped next to them and, hearing the young lady's words, hastened to reply that the girl and the elderly man were from the Ye family. They were one of the richest families, comparable in wealth to the Mo family of Qingzhou. It was surprising to find anyone who had not heard of them. One of these amazing people was Zhuo Bufang. He knew nothing about the Ye family and was happy to listen to the story of his new friend. Working with medicines near Dianju, the man knew a lot about the locals. He said that the girl Ye rose from nothing to the first rich man in Huozhou, but was soon overtaken by the Mo family. Although this information did not give Bufan anything, he was interested in learning something new about the area he was going to, and Daijin was more concerned about the old man's health, so she asked her friend for help. But before the young man could answer her, a man in a suit calling himself a doctor broke through the crowd. The strong energy emanating from this man immediately struck the young master's receptors. He was clearly not a simple doctor. Handing his business card to old man Ye's granddaughter, Feng Yong introduced himself as a medical doctor who was currently on his way to Dianzhou People's Hospital to take up his post. The grieving girl's face immediately brightened, and she declared that the man simply had to save her grandfather, and in return, her family would generously thank him. Sitting down next to the patient, the man began to speak very beautiful and noble words about how a doctor's job is to save lives, and that he doesn't need any gratitude. After observing the patient's condition and listening to the elderly man's chest with a stethoscope, the doctor concluded that he had a heart condition, and he turned out to be right. The girl said that they took medicine with them on the road. She is sure of it, but now she cannot find them. Just one examination and a story about the medications was enough for Feng Yun to make a diagnosis and come to the conclusion that the old man's life was not in danger. It was simply age taking its toll. After that, he gave the girl a pack of medicine that she needed to take now and said that at the next station she needed to take her grandfather to the hospital as quickly as possible. The dark smile went unnoticed. This man, Feng Yun, was clearly pretending to be a doctor. He wanted to deceive the Ye family and didn't expect that everything would go according to his plan. That would have been the end of it if Zhuo Bufang hadn't approached them and warned them that these pills would definitely kill her grandfather. These words greatly surprised Ye Bing, the old man's granddaughter, and Feng Yun, who certainly didn't expect his identity and intentions to be revealed. Even the man standing nearby was surprised. He decided that the hero was going to harm his grandfather by distracting the doctor from his work and tried to stop him. But if everyone wanted the old man to survive, Bufan simply had to step in and do something. The girl from the Ye family didn't like this. She couldn't trust a man she was seeing for the first time in her life. Bufan didn't ask anyone to believe his words. He only warned that if Grandpa took these pills, he would undoubtedly die. Unlike the heiress of a wealthy family, Feng Yun was afraid that his truth could be revealed. But he continued to play the role and scold the young man, accusing him of lying. The people who observed this were sure that a 20-year-old young man could not know anything about medicine. No one believed Bufan, who appeared out of nowhere. Time was running out. The doctor needed to carry out his plan as quickly as possible, and he took the pills, insisting that the old man take them now. But the seed of doubt had already been sown in Ye Bing's heart. She couldn't let her beloved grandfather drink the medicine and stopped Feng Yun. After that, she turned around and asked Bufan why he was so sure that these pills would kill her relative. The hero's words left everyone present even more perplexed. They cannot be drunk because it is poison, not medicine. The man standing next to him turned pale, thinking that this boy had made up all this lie in order to get to know the Yi family. No one in the carriage believed such nonsense as poison instead of pills. At first, the guy looked impressive, but now he looked more like a fool. But it was true. And people had better believe him. There was actually poison inside the package. Feng Yun was very nervous about being exposed so quickly. There was hope that Madame Ye wouldn't believe some boy. But the girl asked to look at the pills in person. At that moment, the man lost his power of speech. He turned whiter than a wall and sincerely could not believe that someone doubted him because of some student. The girl herself came from a family of doctors. She could easily recognize medicine and poison. She could not risk her grandfather's health and wanted to make sure of everything personally. All plans were ruined in an instant. The man handed over the pills and pulled a hidden weapon from his sleeve behind his back. The girl didn't notice anything unusual. She took the package and began to open it, saying that she just wanted to make sure that it would really save her loved one. The very next second, Feng Yun walked around her and swung his blade, wanting to kill the old man. At the very last moment, the male merchant grabbed the blade with his hand, preventing it from striking the ailing Mr. Ye's chest. When the second attempt to kill the head of the Ye family failed, Feng Yun jumped back and realized that he had to leave there immediately. Before he could escape, Zhuo Bufang raised his hand and attacked the hired killer with spiritual energy. The magic caught up with the man right on the spot. He didn't even have time to take a step, but he was able to throw a smoke bomb on the floor. Hiding behind the thick smoke, Feng Yun disappeared from sight, promising to get even with the young man in the future. This hired killer turned out to be a ninja from the country of Wu. But where he came from and who sent him was unclear. The Ye family's bodyguards wanted to rush after the criminal, but Bin stopped them. Her grandfather needed to be taken care of first. Finding a doctor was a real problem again. Fortunately, Bufan was nearby, who could help with the attack. The Ye family's security couldn't allow a stranger to do anything to their leader, especially since the man who called himself a doctor had just almost killed the leader. The strict Miss Ye had a different opinion. This young man had just saved her grandfather, and she wanted to give him a chance to prove himself. The pack of needles dropped by the assassin was found to contain no poison, so Bufan took them to use them to heal the old man. With quick and easy movements, the young man stuck acupuncture needles into the right points. He was focused and serious. The young master's technique was many times better than that of those who had been practicing and learning new things for decades. No one would have thought he was capable of such a thing. Many experienced doctors have treated Mr. Ye, but they are no match for this guy. While the passengers present were amazed at his abilities, Zhuo Bufang had already finished the session and was smiling as he wiped the sweat from his forehead. The grandfather's condition actually improved. His breathing and heartbeat stabilized, and the man was finally able to come to his senses. The young lady's eyes filled with tears and she sat down on the floor in front of her relative, asking how he was feeling. The man recovered quite quickly and stroked his granddaughter with a smile. He was already feeling much better. Over time, Ye Changsheng was even able to stand up. He was curious about who helped him overcome the disease, and then Ye Bing pointed to Bufan. Moreover, he stopped the killer and saved the old man's life. The man was very grateful to the young man and asked what the name of his savior was. With a slight smile, the immortal cultivator proudly stated his name. Since Mr. Zhuo had saved the life of the head of the Ye family, Grandfather was eager to repay him for his kindness and promised that his clan was ready to fulfill any wish. Even Mrs. Ye wanted to thank the young man somehow. She handed over a business card with her number so that he could contact her at any time if there was any problem in Dianju. But all these gifts and thanks were completely unnecessary for Bufan. He just wanted to help a person in need. If they really wanted to thank someone, it would have been better to turn their attention to the young man who, with his own hand, caught the knife blow intended for the old man. Hearing these words, the young man immediately hid his hand behind his back, saying that he couldn't even really help in any way. Zhuo Bufang walked closer and placed his hand on the young man's shoulder, which was a very clever move on his part. Now was the perfect opportunity to make friends with the Yi family, and the hero made sure that all the attention was on his new friend. The naive young man decided that Bufan understood that his family had financial problems, and that was why he decided to help. This touched him deeply. Thousands of people want to suck up to the head of the Ye family. And when the young man had such an opportunity, he gave it to another. Such high moral principles appealed to the old man. Only Ye Bin thought it was all an attempt to please, but her grandfather convinced her that with such skills in medicine, there was no need to pretend or lie. After Bufang left, all attention was turned to the second hero of the day. Ye Changsheng noticed yellowish calluses from medicinal powders on his palms. These kinds of things indicated that the young man was involved in the pharmaceutical business. As a token of gratitude for saving him, the old man offered the young man a job at his company. The first reaction was strong shock. The guy couldn't even say anything coherent from surprise. Since he worked in the pharmaceutical industry, he should have heard of the Ye family. Bin decided to take a more cunning approach and said that she was not forcing anyone to do anything, of course. The girl didn't have time to finish her cunning phrase. The young hero beamed and immediately shouted that he would be only too happy to accept their offer. It was a great honor for him. That's what they agreed on. The old man was also happy to work with such an energetic and noble young man. Although Mr. Zhuo said that there was no need to thank him, Ye Changsheng still felt that his granddaughter should still express her gratitude to him on behalf of her grandfather. Unlike her grandfather, Ye Bin wasn't so enthusiastic about this guy. She didn't rely on his medical records, but on the fact that he didn't even take his phone number, even though so many guys dream of that. The old man's desire to make such a good doctor his friend was too great. He did not want to listen to any arguments and ordered the girl not to retreat until the goal was achieved. At such moments, it was useless to argue with him. The granddaughter pouted and promised that she would find Zhuo Bufan's compartment in the evening and talk to him. Time flew by very quickly. Evening soon arrived, and the hero and his assistant disappeared into their compartment. Thanks to Zhang Bing's connections and hard work, they were able to secure such a good seat on the high-speed train and travel in comfort. In this, Bufan agreed with his friend. The man really had a kind heart. He wanted to find time and later reward him for all his efforts. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a knock on the door. It was already too late, and the young people had no idea who this unexpected guest could be. Dejin opened the door and, to her surprise, ran into Ms. Ye, who was eager to meet Mr. Zhuo. The thought that something bad had happened alarmed the young man. But what other reasons could there have been for her late arrival? Unlike other people, this girl, for some reason, treated Bufan like an arrogant scoundrel. But her grandfather insisted that she come here to shower him with gratitude. These feelings of hostility were very palpable, especially to the master, who had developed a sixth sense. He accepted the box from old man Ye, thanked Ye Bing and asked her to close the door. But the girl from the Ye family did not allow this to happen. She shouted that it was the height of rudeness when a person who came to express gratitude was not even invited to enter. To this, Bufan coldly replied that he had not forced her to come here and do all this, after which he once again asked Daijian to close the door. The young man's attitude made Ye Bing extremely angry. She considered herself incredibly beautiful and was furious that no one was paying attention to her. The loud, emotional cry caught Bufan's attention. He turned around and asked if there was anything else she wanted to tell him. Putting on a simpler face, the girl pulled herself together and told him that her grandfather thought the young man was going to Dianju to get the fruit of the heavenly spirit. Now she was able to win the interest and attention of the young master, but it was a pity that it was not in the way she so desired. These fruits were in the Zhenshui auction house. Only influential people can enter there, and the common man should stay away if he values his life. Now that Zhuo Bufang knew where they were and didn't have to search all over Dianju, he thanked the girl and hinted that it was time for her to leave. The next second, the door closed right in front of the narcissistic Ye Bing. The Zhenshui auction house was in full swing, and even the great masters Qiao Hua and Tian Wuyui had arrived to collect the heavenly spirit fruit. Long Geiyue and her grandfather, Long Aotian, were sitting in the same hall, and the girl was worried that they had not told Zhuo Bufang about this. Even Old Man Long, with his status, relying on the entire Dragon Kingdom, is not sure that he will be able to get the main prize. And knowing the character of their friend, it is even better that he does not know. The last lot for the evening, the long-awaited fruit of the heavenly spirit, was brought onto the stage. It is said that by eating them, even an ordinary warrior can become a martial artist. The starting price was 3 billion Huaxia coins. There was a great deal of noise in the hall. Everyone who was there wanted to get their hands on such a rare, practically one-of-a-kind treasure, even despite the enormous price. By eating this fruit, Old Man Yi could cure his heart disease. But he was afraid that due to the presence of two great masters, he had no chance. His beloved granddaughter was sitting next to him, turning her head from side to side, looking for Zhuo Bufan. A familiar figure appeared nearby, while the girl was busy searching. She didn't even notice how the very one she so wanted to see approached her. Of course, she was looking for him, but how could the proud Ye Bing admit it? It was all too obvious, but the young man decided to play along, and since they weren't looking for him, he went on to his place. Seeing that he was walking in the VIP zone, the girl screamed, but the guy calmly replied that it was none of her business. Stopping at the Long family's place, Bufang greeted Old Man Aochin with a smile. Both men not expecting to see each other here, Long Geiyu's eyes were filled with longing. She looked at the young man with loving eyes and seemed to not fully understand what she was feeling. The young man sat down next to the old man and told him the reason why he could not miss this auction at any cost. Chao Hua, who was sitting next to him, quietly clicked his tongue, thinking that it was too reckless and stupid for such a boy to talk about the importance of the fruits of the heavenly spirit. Without losing his confidence and calm, Bufan replied that they would soon find out whether it was reckless or not. In a low whisper, Long Aochin said that this man was the head of the Wuhuaman martial arts school, whose strength was unfathomable, having once single-handedly defeated 30 masters. With a smile, the young master thanked the elder for the information. Now he was aware of the situation and could better control it. Ye Bing sat to the side, watching with envy as the high-ranking figure of the Dragon Kingdom treated Zhuo Bufang politely, and Long Geiyu's gaze was full of love. Noticing this, Old Man Yes smiled and advised his granddaughter not to be so willful if she wanted to one day continue the family business. You have to remember that in this world there will always be someone better than you, and that's absolutely normal. But it's important to be able to take it calmly. Time flew by. The bet had already risen to 7.5 billion Huaxia coins, and the host was waiting to see who would give more. Chao Hua stood up from his seat and shouted that he was willing to give 1 trillion for this fruit. The price was too high. The presenter couldn't help but take it seriously. Even the whole of Wuhuaman wasn't worth that much money, but a man of his temperament never joked. The old man was sure that the main lot would belong to him and even jumped from his seat onto the stage. Then, the second great master, Tian Wuyue, entered the game and took out a huge firearm that resembled a machine gun. Two great men met in sport to see who would win the fruit of the heavenly spirit. Tian Wuyue didn't even need money to win. Today, he intended to fire a projectile at anyone who wanted to take his thing. In order to somehow resolve the difficult situation, the administrator came on stage with armed security. On command, people began firing machine guns at the two crazed old men to at least neutralize them if they couldn't kill them. This finally enraged the crazy man with the hand cannon. He pointed his weapon at the auction employees and fired. A large and powerful explosion scattered the assembled guards in all directions. No one from the leadership could stop them anymore. When there was no trace left of the enemies, the man reached for the precious fruit of the heavenly spirit. At the last second, Tian Wuyue's hand was blocked by Chao Hua. The old martial artist couldn't let him take such an important thing. The angry and cruel man began to threaten that he would shoot his opponent this time, and then the old man would no longer be able to stop him. Before the gun could fire again, a young man from the side intervened in their argument and attracted the attention of the two lunatics. Of course, this young brave man turned out to be Zhuo Bufang. He apologized for his interference in their showdown and said that he must take this fruit. Now the two sworn enemies had joined forces against one goal without even consulting each other. They could not allow anyone else to take the treasure. Bufang had no intention of discussing this matter with Tian Wuyue and Chao Hua, but jumped and almost reached the heavenly spirit seeds in the frightened girl's hands. The two great masters didn't even have time to do anything. They reached their boiling point and screamed in rage. Long Aotian and Long Geiyue, who were sitting in the hall, were frightened. They were worried about their friend and were already mentally burying him. Tian Wuyue was the first to attack, reloading his weapon and shooting at Zhuo Bufang, intending to kill him. But the young man stood right next to the fruit they coveted so much, and Qiao Hua screamed, afraid that the treasure would be destroyed by the explosion. It was too late to do anything. The very next second after the old man's words, a powerful explosion occurred, which almost blew away everyone sitting nearby with a shockwave. When the smoke cleared, Zhuo Bufang, alive and well, reassured them by showing them the intact fruit and asked if they wanted to continue fighting. The presenter and the innocent girl behind him also survived. No one was injured by the powerful impact of the live ammunition. This was strong even by the standards of world-class masters. Qiao Hua did not know what to do and suggested to his enemy to team up against the young man. But Tian Wuyue wasn't that stupid. He knelt down and bowed to the Star Master. There wasn't a single person in the world who could withstand a blow from his cannon handle. The title of Star Master belongs to a man who, according to legend, can move throughout the universe, crossing galaxies. When old man Qiao realized who he was dealing with, he also fell to his knees and began to beg Zhuo Bufang for forgiveness and mercy. These cries and pleas got on the young man's nerves. He waved his hand and shouted for them to stop immediately. Only considering that they had gained their strength through hard work and diligent training, the immortal cultivator decided to spare them this time. But he still put divine thought into their bodies. Now when they dare to use force to commit rash acts, Bufan will find out and take their lives. It was a real joy for the martial artists. They thanked the great cultivator with tears in their eyes. Long Aochin and his granddaughter came up on stage. The old man couldn't believe that all this time he had been communicating and doing business with the legendary Star Master. Zhuo Bufang walked up to them with a smile and addressed Long Xiaoyu, saying that their meeting was destined by fate. As a parting gift, the young man gave her a special pendant that would protect her for the rest of her life. But he had to leave the planet since he had the fruit of the heavenly spirit. Tears began to flow from the girl's eyes. She could not believe that the love of her life was actually leaving Earth. Before it was too late, she wanted to confess her feelings to him, but Bufan interrupted her. There are things that should not be spoken out loud. He already had a wife, whom he loves more than life itself and before whom he was guilty for half of his century. But now the young man wants to take her with him and never be separated again. That was the end of their story. Zhuo Bufang walked towards the exit. Now he looked very far away, as if he really had come from a completely different world. Gyu couldn't stop her tears and emotions. The story of her great love ended so sadly. She hoped that one day she would be able to understand Bufan and let him go. An unharmed Ye being emerged from under the rubble of the hall. She had been watching all this time and now realized that she had become a witness to a living legend of this planet.